Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got even though the Texans didn't play, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Big day, Astros-wise. We'll find out tonight what Ime does different because he's catching some heat. He is catching some heat. So we'll find out if he does some things different. Man, I didn't understand Saturday night, and we'll get into that. We will definitely get into that. We've got a lot of Texans to talk after this weekend. The Titans win, but the Colts lose. So even though the Texans lost, they still got that nice lead of basically 3 games over the Colts right now in the division. Tennessee just 2-6, Jacksonville 2-7. What a terrible throw. But they got a chance to beat Philadelphia, come back and win the game, and Trevor Lawrence makes that pass. Listen, that number 1 overall pick is I don't know that Trevor Lawrence can be considered a bust, but he's not a good NFL quarterback, that's for sure. At best, he's average, and he doesn't win. He's not a winner.
Think about your quarterback play in the AFC South this week. CJ, not great. Trevor Lawrence, not great. You had Joe Flacco, bad turnover, really bad second half. And then Titans, Mason Rudolph, he's just a guy. But they won.
Yeah.
But it's, what a bad division
game.
we're in.
What an awful game.
Awful game. We're in an awful division. Yeah. We're not playing good football. And at some point, we're going to discuss what C.J. Stroud had to say about his team not buying in. He had some very curious words when he met the media, and it was – I know my dad brought it to my attention. He goes, I didn't like the sound of this at all. And he was reading it to me. I said, boy, I missed when he said that. I guess that's when I was coming back or something. We didn't talk about it on Friday. CJ saying guys aren't buying in and pointing fingers in the locker room. That's not a good look.
Nope.
Not something I've heard of. Not buying in is not something I've ever heard with DeMeco Ryans as a head coach. I haven't heard of it, and I haven't even thought about it.
Well, we'll hear CJ talking about that. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. CJ saying
not
that.
Buying in from the quarterback saying that about other guys pointing fingers and not buying in. That is one of those eye-opening, like, what's going on in the locker room right now?
Yep, it absolutely is.
It's saying guys need to take the coaching. Like, he's specifically talking about something. I don't know what it is, but I got very curious.
If I'm him, I'm talking about my offensive line.
Well, is it that? Is it the offense? Is there somebody crying and complaining about stuff? I don't know. But it wasn't good for C.J. Stroud, who is going to say things like that. Did Aaron Rodgers come big brother him at all at any point, like C.J.'s done to people after games?
Oh, I don't know. Listen, you're going to be okay, kid. You're going to be all right. You just keep your head up, okay? Don't let it get you down. You're going to be good in this league.
Snacks, who hates the Texans and loves the Colts, but he also kind of hates the Colts right now too. After the game, he goes, I hope Aaron Rodgers comes over and does that little brother routine on C.J. Stroud like he tried to do to Anthony Richardson and Caleb Williams and every other quarterback. I said, I don't know. I'm not worried about that.
Well, CJ's britches were pretty big this offseason.
Yeah.
You know what? He was making a world tour. He was
talking
about himself being a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Did he say that?
Yes, he absolutely said that.
When did he say that?
Yeah, he ranked the quarterbacks in the league, and he's up there with them.
Well, I know they had Micah Parsons did that.
Mike, he did too. No, CJ named his 5, and he said me. Yeah, and you know what? You got to have that kind of confidence.
The sophomore thing is, it's happened before. We brought up but I can't see it. It's happening, and it's not just because his offensive line.
Well, I don't know if it's not just because of its offensive line, but it's in large part because of his offensive line.
Yeah,
it's in large part.
Oh, he's got a lot of it. Yeah,
and he doesn't have. Well, now he gets Nico back.
Well, and he loses Kenyon Green for the year.
Big up. There's 2 positives. Oh, did you see Kenyon Green's father? Did you see what he said?
No.
Oh my. Kenyon. Apparently, somebody.
Oh, there's people here in this city who listen to our show who aren't always happy with that.
Well,
hey, it is what it is. Your son's got to do a better job blocking, or your friend's got to do a better job blocking, or the Aggie who you love because he's an Aggie. I mean, guy, you got a job to do, and
Somebody
it's not been done.
tweeted out that Kenyon Green is out for the year, and the Texans need to fire the offensive line coach because he is terrible or something to that effect. And Kenyon Green's dad quote tweeted it, facts.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, it's I mean, having your dad just family. I told my kids, I said, y'all better be. I'm just going to tell you right now, y'all better be very careful about crap you say on social media, because everyone's looking for family members of anybody to say anything. Luckily, my kids don't post anything. They just read, but that's never a good thing. And, I don't think he'll play for the Texans. I think he's done as a Houston Texan. This is it for him. He's out again. He missed all of last year. He'll miss half of this year. The play in his rookie year wasn't good. The play this year has not been good. And it's sandwiched between a year he didn't play. There's really no reason to even keep him on the roster beyond this year. There's none. It's a legitimate first-round bust.
This is even worse than Su'a-Filo. Su'a-Filo was the first pick of the second round. This is the 15th pick overall.
Well, they're both bad.
And he's just as bad, if not worse than Su'a-Filo was. And that's a shame because Kenyon, I mean, he was overpowered. I'm kind of glad that he's not going to have to face Jeffrey Simmons, because that is one overpowering dude that would just destroy him.
Yeah, I mean, he would get ISO'd on the best D tackle, and you got Jeffrey Simmons. I mean, Grover Stewart gave him issues. Of course,
Quinnen
Williams gave him a lot of issues. I mean, yeah, look, it's hard. It's a hard job. I don't want to do it anymore. Not now. Not at my age and physical state. I can't do that stuff anymore.
You tweeted something yesterday that was I thought was a little surprising. That Saquon Barkley run in which he spins off one guy. Saquon spin off one guy is going backwards and jumps backwards,
lifting his legs.
Yes, over a defender.
Yeah,
and he ran right underneath
something
him.
You'd see in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, frankly.
Yeah, or The Matrix,
like where you're flying. Yeah.
And you said something,
and I said I can't do that anymore. There's no chance I could do that now. And
no chance I could do that anymore or now, did you say?
I said something like now or anymore, whatever. And that's accurate. I can't. Well, you think I can?
But I don't know.
Okay.
But no. But the word anymore or now, that's the word that I'm pinpointing here.
Well, to be honest with you, I never played in an NFL game, so I don't know that I could have done it when I was in my 20s or not. Maybe I could have. Maybe you don't know. But
no, I don't know. Yeah. But I do know that's one highly.
This is what I said,
and then it's you.
I had a video of it, and all I said was, "You can't imagine how hard this is to do. There's no way I could still do this.
Still do this. That's what the still. Still.
No. Well, that word was
probably
that was probably misleading. Now that I think about it,
do you think that was a little misleading?
I mean,
when I read it, I could still do this.
When I read it right now, I should have just said, "There's no way I could do this right now,"
or just there's no way I could ever. Ever might be a better word than still.
Well, but
ever
probably not. But I mean,
ever
I don't know.
A different. It's a better word.
Never had the opportunity.
No, well, yeah, you did. You probably.
Do you think
played football in the backyard?
There's no way you could land a plane in an emergency.
I could land a plane before you could do that spin and jump move by Saquon.
You land a plane with thousands of lives or hundreds of lives.
Yes.
So I'm saying, but you've never had an opportunity to, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but see, I have a I have a brain, and I have hands, and I have feet.
You've never landed a plane. You don't know the first thing about planes and how to land them.
Yeah.
That's the same thing with me.
I
don't know. There was a time that maybe I could have done that. But my point was not that. My point was saying, this is incredible. Look what he's doing.
Yeah.
Why are you trying? Try to make this about me. I was trying to make this about Saquon doing something incredible. And then, you're trying to make this about me. I didn't say I could.
Well, you were the one that's when you said still,
there's
it was
no
about
way
you.
I could still do this. That's
still,
what I said.
The word
Why
still
are you
is the problem.
on what I couldn't do. The focus is on Saquon. Just let the rest of it be.
I thought there was a chance that you might fall off the stage the other day when we were inducted, and you didn't.
I did knock the microphone down and cause a lot of problems.
We went out to take a picture at the Hall of Fame ceremony. He wasn't on the stage for a minute, and he knocked the microphone off.
But
then the guy who's the singer that was there, it took him a good 5 minutes to put it back.
I put the mic back in, but maybe not all the way it was. I may not have put it the perfect way that he had it before, but it didn't matter. He shouldn't have had it right there. He's right jammed up against us.
No, well, he did. No, he was on the stage. It was a pretty big stage. And
we did 40 minutes of pictures.
Yeah.
And we had to keep redoing them because people weren't
people
there.
Didn't come.
I was like, why don't we just wait for everyone to
Did you panic at some point when you realized you weren't going to put that mic back the way it was supposed to? Did you just give up?
No, I just shoveled it in there as fast as I could.
Yeah, he was.
I was done with it.
No. He was
started to
fiddling
panic.
with it like Jack Tripper.
It happened.
Oh, well, there was a little bit of
You
panic,
realized that, I'm up here and I made a mess.
No, he looked like Jack Tripper fumbling with it. Yeah.
A guy who handles mics his whole career couldn't figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, right. No.
I mean, we don't really do much.
We don't actually touch them.
Well, we'd ask that you not touch him.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I know. For some reason, Paul thinks
he's not thrilled with you.
One time.
I know that
and
idiots that sit here break this mic.
Yeah, I don't.
Paul, who are the idiots?
Paul,
Hold
I
on.
promise I didn't do anything.
How you can't just move it without breaking it?
Hold on. Let's go through the idiots who sit there.
I have no idea.
I know. We've got Joe George sits there.
Okay. No. This is from before.
Oh, okay.
Not
I
this
thought
group.
you wanted to
not
list
this group.
the potential.
No, this is actually it's been fine.
Yeah, I don't. You haven't had.
He actually changed these.
He's saying it's Wheelhouse did it.
Oh,
well, I didn't say anything about the Wheelhouse. I love the Wheelhouse. They're good guys.
Well, then who was it?
I have no idea. Well, I do, but I'm not going to say.
Just know that.
Hey, I took the high road.
Well, you did call them idiots.
Yeah, no. But I did take the high road in my acceptance speech. I didn't go Michael Jordan.
You didn't rip anyone. Oh,
nobody.
But yeah, people.
Nobody was.
Maybe considering there was no Texans, we should have just let off with the new inductees actually in the Hall of Fame. We found out that Lance almost broke a mic.
Yep.
You didn't rip anyone.
I didn't rip anyone. No.
The acceptance speeches took over 3 hours.
Holy crap, was it long? One dude. Oh my God.
No one got played off.
That same guy,
yeah,
by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, the very first one, the guy was trying to wrap it up.
Doug Harris had to walk up on the stage and pull with a cane around his neck and pull him off.
It wasn't that bad.
Well, it was about that
the very first guy tried to tell the other guy.
Well, he was 110 years old.
No, not him. Not the 100-year-old guy.
Oh.
There's a 100-year-old guy that started. Thank God his last name started with A.
Oh, they wouldn't have
made it to the end.
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he was asleep by the end.
Val Wilson was the last one.
Yeah.
And the first one was this guy who was 100.
Ashmore.
Somebody Ashmore. And all my wife took from that is he thanked his wife, and his wife stood up and he goes, he had the best speech of all. But also, thank God he was able to get in and out because he could not have sat through.
No. Well, no, he was. I saw he was still there. He was sleeping though. But he very nice. And
that's what John was doing during acceptance speech.
I'm sure he was watching games.
No,
I was doing crossword puzzles.
You didn't even watch games. You just decided to just go old school.
We looked at scores, but he was just playing.
I was checking scores.
Just crossword puzzles.
Yeah.
And people are pouring out their lives like, and then in 1987, I did this. And then in 1991, and like, hey, this is past 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And then in 1992, let me tell you about this guy. And John's like,
well, Lance and I went up together.
Okay.
And I went first because you know why, Del. We had 6 minutes total.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, I'm not going to get 20 seconds at the end.
It's supposed to have 8.
No, 6. 3 and 3.
No, it's supposed to be 4 and 4. Everyone else got 4 a person.
Yeah, but we're 1. So they gave us 6 total. He said, you guys get 6.
So
and I was like, I'm going first.
You were up there for how many minutes? Doing your part.
I was up there for about 3 and a half.
Hit a break on time.
Lance has never hit a break on time in his life.
So how long did Lance take?
And what? And we're proving it.
That's true.
This isn't me. You brought this
up. But how long did Lance take before we go?
Lance went about 6 himself.
Over.
Which was
well over
6 something.
Which John went 4, I went 6, we went 10. Which didn't seem like we went 10. But
I bet you for the people sitting there, it felt like
John
was standing up there. Did it feel like you went 10?
No, my wife said no. My wife said I would have thought it was maybe 7 minutes total. But then again,
but you were okay. So some of his minutes were spent. Nicole, stand up. I want to, and she was like, nope. No, stand up. Nope.
She refused.
Stand up. Nope.
And after that, I was just like, wow.
Shouldn't you work that? Shouldn't you work that
Yeah,
out
you should have
beforehand?
worked that out.
Or
Yeah.
make
Well, I didn't think it was a big deal to stand up.
She had no interest.
She
What's
had
so
no
hard
interest
about
in standing
up?
No.
Well, yeah, because the
Then
old
don't
man,
complain that
the
I'm
old
not
dude,
bringing.
his wife, he had her stand up, and she stood up.
Okay.
It took a while.
Yeah, well.
She stood up though.
Yeah, I thought, okay, well, my wife's younger; she'll be able to stand.
She just refused to.
But
And
she took
just-
longer
and she
than
gave
the
me a
old
look
lady.
like this,
Nope.
and I realized
I was like,
one more.
Wendy
shot.
said Lance just wanted you to stand up, so it shows that he's got a hot wife. That's the only reason.
Yeah, and
That's
then she
all.
wouldn't do it. So
Yeah.
then I go, look at, never mind, forget about that pig right there.
All right.
Look at her. You see her? She's hot.
Come on, everybody, boo!
You
I try to get him to boo my wife.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you all want to get in here, you're more than welcome. I got
John was buddying up with the lady who ended up making him go to 1560. The sole reason why he and Richard Topper came and started 1560 with David Gow, and John's buddying up and taking pictures.
I love Laura
playing
Morris.
kissy face.
Laura Morris, she's fine.
didn't stand on business. John didn't stand on business out there.
No, we went because
No toes down.
No, that's not. She wasn't the sole reason. That's not true. But
Did you say you were going to sue her?
no, I said, well, if she doesn't pay me my money,
And did she pay your money?
yes, she did. Yes, she did.
How did she pay your money? And you still left
I got my money. I got my money out of it.
after you
Yeah.
you got out.
Yeah. They scratched me a check, and because I had a lawyer on it, and he said, "Oh, you owe him that
And
money."
I lost 13,000. He got his money.
We gotta go.
Hold on, John. Let me foot the legal bill so I can come over. Literally 1 month off, and it cost me
That went well.
13,000.
So
13,000 is
someone
nothing
took
to pay
a
for
candid
this.
of you guys there.
What?
It looks like before we go, someone took a candid of you. Not great for Lance, but they took a candid of you, and it was folding chairs all around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How long? So the experience you for 12 to
Well,
win.
it's in
When
a
did it wrap
museum.
up?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, my
It's not
ass
a
hurt
theater,
after it.
it's-
Yeah, that's what
You're
I was
sitting
thinking.
on a folding
That's
chair
what I
for
was thinking.
4.5
Yeah.
hours. Yeah, there's no question.
Yeah.
But it's in a museum.
But I felt bad. He's got his 3 sons there that are like, oh my God, this is the longest thing ever.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
Ever.
One of
They're
them disappeared.
teenage kids, and they're like, oh,
One of them disappeared for 45
for you, but he left. He said, I'm out.
He just left.
8:17.
He just left. I'm like, where is Mason? And then finally, when he got back, I said, where were you? He goes, I was looking at the Hall of Fame. I was looking at the museum. No, you weren't.
No, you weren't. You know what I was feeling? No, I felt good because I've been at Game Day Men's Health, and as a matter of fact, I'm packing up. I'm heading back to LA, and they've given me, and they'll send you. Listen, they will send you the testosterone shots, and you can do it yourself. It's a do-it-yourself thing if you want it. But that's the best thing for me because I'm on the road a lot. If you're on the road a lot and can't get a regular schedule for your testosterone shots, go with Game Day Men's Health and get them. They will give you the shots so that you can stay on your regular course. Here's the deal. It's just different at Game Day Men's Health. They've got their own laboratories. That's number one. So in 15 minutes, you find out what all your numbers are, and they can prescribe a great program for you. I'm really a big fan. I've got the peptides, the Samorlin, which will stimulate my own HGH, which will make me more lean because my HGH is working well. When you get older, your HGH doesn't activate nearly as well. You need something to help activate it, and that's what I'm doing. But if you want to get bigger, if you want to get stronger, if you want to get thinner, whatever it is, you want your skin better, they got all kinds of peptides. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone and whatever peptide. Game Day Men's Health, just different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
So I got a text from John Daspit this weekend, and it just said, the Penguin's pretty good. He said it doesn't do all the goofy stuff. He doesn't even mention Batman. And I knew John had been listening to the show because we talked about this last week. Here's what John Daspit does. He takes care of his wife and his son and the new one on the way. He has cases galore. He watches the sports, and then he'll listen to the show on and that's it. Rinse, repeat. And I'm sure he does other things, but that's what I know he does. But mostly he is going to be doing family stuff and doing law stuff. He's got a ton of cases that he will work on personally. And why is that? Because John Daspit understands the big problem with personal injury lawyers is you are just a number to them. The faster they get a settlement and they're out of there, the faster they move on to the next person. For John Daspit, he says, nope, we're going to take our time. We're going to find all of the different things that you would have to pay for, even the hidden ones like physical therapy, things like that. We're going to make sure it's paid for. We're going to make sure your time from work is paid for that you have to miss. And we're going to get you a fair settlement on your and really one that is in your favor, frankly, on your pain and suffering. So if you're looking for the right settlement, John Daspit is the only name you should remember from here in the Houston area and especially along the coast. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
822 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a lot of Texans to talk, but we got to talk about the Rockets.
What was
I've never seen this. Listen, a fan base is turning on Ime now, especially Şengün's fan base.
Oh,
my goodness.
Turkey's mad again because he's not getting enough points.
Turkey is.
I'll tell you, I'll say it. I don't care what you think, Turkey. Don't be scared, Del. I'm serious. This is a team. This isn't Team Turkey.
Oh, no. But
what are they mad about?
They've got a point. They got a really.
You know what Şengün's shooting for the year? Go look his stats up.
Wait a minute. Okay, slow down.
What?
It ain't a meritocracy. Do you know who plays the most minutes for this team?
Who?
Fred VanVleet.
So, he's not playing great.
Not playing great.
He doesn't play.
Wait a minute. Worst shooting percentage on the team. Worst 2-point percentage. Worst 3-point percentage. Worst scoring efficiency.
Okay.
Worst shooting efficiency on the team. He plays the most minutes.
What do you think the big man Şengün? What do you think his field goal percentage is this year? Without looking, career it's 52.3. Without looking, what do you think? It's 52.3 for his career.
His true shooting percentage?
No.
His shooting percentage.
Just his field goal percentage.
Probably about 45.
No. It's at 38.
38%.
He's a big man shooting 38%. That's almost unheard of.
It's better than 28%, which is what VanVleet is.
Frankly, it's
28%.
Frankly, it's not all that better than 28%, although that's low. No. Yeah. He's shooting. Şengün is shooting 38% from the field and 40% from the 3-point line, which, he hasn't shot a ton of threes, but he's shot some. He's rebounded well, but the problem is Şengün really, me and my son had a big argument about this. My whole thing, and I tell Turkey this too, if he's the only player you care about anyway, if you don't care about the Rockets and you only care about Şengün, I don't care. We care about Rockets. We want Şengün to do well also inside the construct of the Rockets. But here's the problem. It's early in the season. Like, this dude has already proven who he is. Let's let him continue to figure out. I don't think Şengün's getting the ball enough in face-up situations, but his confidence, I can pinpoint it. It was the second half of the first game against Charlotte when the big man started slapping his shots around and he was leaning forward and falling off balance. Chris Fisher started pointing out, he goes, why is he always leaning forward? He gets himself in trouble half the time. And they started blocking his shots, and it's like he hasn't had any confidence since the second half of that game.
So, Brado put this out. Alperen Şengün in the fourth quarter of this season, benched with 4:52 left in game one. Game two was a blowout win. Game three, benched the entire fourth quarter, played 11 seconds. Game four, benched with 9:45 left in the fourth. Game five, benched with 1:44 left in the fourth. Game six, benched at the end of the third. Okay, if we're going to go on meritocracy, Guess who's shooting worse than Fred VanVleet? Two guys, and they get more minutes.
Well, you already said
Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. But Dylan Brooks is shooting worse than LP.
But what's okay, instead of just shooting, what else do they do?
Right.
I mean, because basketball is just not all shooting.
VanVleet, they had 6 in the first half the other night against Golden State. They had 6 wide open 3-point shots. 6 when they were on their way to a 31-point lead.
Okay, who do you want playing instead? What do you want to happen instead? Because all this complaining, I don't care about all this complaining. Well, tell me what you want.
Well, all I know is in 21 minutes, LP had 14 and 10. He had 14 and 10 in 21 minutes.
And what did he do defensively?
Well, okay.
I mean, that matters too. The plus minus matters.
Well, absolutely. If the plus minus matters, then why is Fred VanVleet on the floor?
Well, Fred VanVleet is shooting right now just so unbelievable.
But apparently it doesn't matter with Fred VanVleet.
I mean, he's one of his last 15 from 3.
He's awful. Fred VanVleet is awful right now.
But I don't.
And yet he's playing 41 minutes a game.
You know why? They don't. Well, he should not be playing 41. But they don't trust Reed Shepherd. His minutes have come way down, significantly down.
It's 6 games in, and he's played 3 minutes. He's played 7 minutes. He's played,
I don't. A minutes thing, we got to stop focusing on how many minutes this guy's getting to that guy. Now, if you want to talk about how a guy's playing, I'm fine with that. But we're still early in the season. Fred VanVleet is shooting. I mean, golly, this is just.
Well, listen.
Actually,
now, coaches lie all the time because they just have to protect players or whatever. Whatever it is that Alperen Şengün has done, I don't know. But Franchise Şengün pointed this out. Here is Ime Udoka.
What's that mean?
It's an X account.
Oh.
Here's Ime Udoka at the podium on October 8th talking about Alperen Şengün. And then here is Ime Udoka on Saturday night talking about Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, I think he had a really good summer, really good offseason work, and has gotten himself into tremendous shape. So be able to play on both ends with that effort and intensity throughout. So a rhythm, and whether it's getting himself into shape to play, early season, it might be part of it, but sometimes.
So on October 8th, he's in great shape to play both ends. On November 2nd, was it 2nd? Whatever. The 3rd, whatever.
Yeah.
Then November 2nd.
The overtime loss?
Well, he's got to get himself into playing shape.
Maybe he thought he was, and once he started playing, I don't know. And maybe that's just, I'll tell you what I think. I think Dr. Tari Eason has changed a lot of that. Because Dr. Eason makes a lot of winning plays.
Dr. Eason doesn't come in for him. I mean,
yes, he does in a way.
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
you still need a big man. They're going with Jabari.
They're going small.
They're going with
Jabari
with him. Yes, they are.
No, it's Dylan Brooks. Half the time it's Dylan Brooks. The lineup they're running is Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, and Fred VanVleet. They're running that a lot. That's a closing lineup. Jabari's been on the bench a lot too. I mean, from game to game, it can change because Jabari got to play the other day. But there was 2 games previous where he wasn't even hardly playing at all in the fourth quarter.
Well, their most effective lineup is with Jabari, Jalen. And by the way, Jalen sucked the other night. He was between he and Fred VanVleet, they had 18 points in 74 minutes. They were awful. Both of them were awful. They were 4 for 25 from the field or something, whatever, 4 for 27, whatever they were.
No, you're right. 4 for 25, 2 for 13 from 3.
2 for 13 from 3.
Yeah. Between
the two of them.
In 70, as you said, 74 minutes.
So if it's a meritocracy, Alpi seems to be the only one that has to play well to get minutes.
No, it's a shame because that was Alperen's first game where he shot 50% for the whole year. He was 5 of 10. So he was on fire. I mean, for Alperen.
I
love Alperen, but what I'm not going to do is let Turkey fans with fan accounts bully. You ain't bullying Ime Udoka.
No.
I can promise you that.
You ain't.
Here's what he's been: -7 plus 10, -1, -6 plus 17, -15. Like Alperen has not been the same guy so far this year, but I'm not panicking. He will be. It'll be okay. He's not getting the ball in the mid post as much anymore. He's not doing the face-up stuff. Like, I think it's his confidence. Frankly, I don't think he looks like a confident player. But, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. And I also think Tari Eason, here's what I meant by Tari Eason has come in for him. The minutes that were Alperen's, Tari Eason didn't play last year. All of a sudden, Tari Eason's in now. He's in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And Amen Thompson didn't play a lot last year. Amen's in. And those dudes are balling. Those guys get rebounds, assists. Those guys make winning basketball plays. I don't think Ime knows. To this day, it's the same issue I thought he'd have before the season, only it's actually worse. It's actually worse. He doesn't know who to play right now. There's so many options to play. He's basically saying, okay, Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd, I just can't play you guys. But at some point, he's got to do something for Fred Van Vliet.
Well, those guys are playing more. Amen Thompson, I'm pretty sure, played about this. He got 22 minutes this year, right now, at 22 minutes.
A game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's 6 man of the year numbers. Oh, yeah, 22 minutes. That's a lot of
Tari is at 20 minutes a game right now. He's going to increase that. I will tell you this. I know front office people there think that Tari Eason is probably the best player on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and you know what Tari Eason is doing right now? He's proven that.
The two winners, the two big winners, the guys with the two winningest DNAs are Tari Eason and Amen Thompson. Never doubted that. Tari is just a matter of being healthy. Amen is a culture changer. Amen does all the dirty work. Amen Thompson is exactly what you want. Jabari has a lot of that intangibles too, but from a basketball standpoint, he just didn't have as big an impact on the game as those two they're more fluid athletes. Getting their hands on loose balls, keeping offensive rebounds alive, defending multiple positions, being able to get down the court, being able to block shots in the paint from help side defensive spots. These are all things that Alpern is not doing so far this year, but he's going to be fine. Alpern is going to be the linchpin of this team. Jalen right now is taking a bigger role. He's played
sometimes not for the best. Even though, oh my God, everybody's just slobbering. Jalen at times kills you at times, especially with his shot selection. He killed him the other night. Lance, he killed him the other night.
The other night he had a bad game, but you don't give him credit.
That's his third out of 6. That's his third bad game out of 6.
Alpern's 0 for 6, except the first game.
Oh no, well,
yeah, John, it's right here. Go look at your stats there and see if you think Alpern's playing better.
He's not on the
Jalen.
floor enough to kill you.
God, John, he's 31%. You want him to get more minutes?
Neither of them have played well enough considering the investment the Rockets just made in them, and just the fact that they're important to this team overall. Well, we haven't talked a lot about what actually happened in the game. I know we talked about minute distribution, but the Rockets were down by, what
31.
was it? They at halftime, they're down by 28 points. But in the fourth quarter, they took a lead, but could not hold it.
It's the second time
the Warriors made enough plays, and they make it a frantic game. That's what Tari Eason and Amen Thompson do. When they aren't able to score in the half court, those guys get after. How many times did those guys pick someone up at the half court and just trash a possession for the Warriors?
There's no reason without Steph Curry that you're down 31
That's
points
the other thing.
again.
The biggest problem right now is Dylan Brooks is taking up valuable minutes, and so is Fred Van Vliet. And Fred Van Vliet might I remind you, he's 40 million Fred.
Yes. Well, might I remind you, you are Underdog Lance.
Underdog Lance, that's right. And Underdog. What an easy day yesterday was for Underdog Fantasy. Easy peasy. Why did you guys not win like I did? Because Underdog was right there for the taking. You could have had the opportunity to do the same things. It was up to you. How hard was it to know that Joe Flacco was going to go lower than 247.5 yards? How hard was it to know that Aaron Jones was going to go lower? And I actually moved his yardage up from 79.5 up to 99.5. The multiplier went down. It was a lower percentage, but it was an easier chance to win. Listen, this is what Underdog Fantasy is about. It's about getting in there and taking advantage of the profit boosters they have for you, taking advantage of the free gimme picks that they have for you in the lobby, because your specials, your opportunities will show up in your lobby, and sometime it'll be, okay, 0.5, just go higher, and it's an automatic win. They're basically giving you a win there. And then they do discounts too, where they will discount a player's stats. And like, for example, Alperen Sengun may have 9.5 rebounds. Well, he's going higher than that, so you take advantage of that as well. There's more ways for you to win and to win big at Underdog Fantasy than there's ever been. Do not miss out on it. Now, if you use promo code Lance, you got a chance to take advantage of bonus cash of up to $1,000. So download the app and then use bonus code Lance on your first deposit, and you have a chance to get your bonus cash and start winning real money completely legally right here in the state of Texas, going higher or lower on player stats in all these different sports. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Hey, time to talk about my man, Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. I love what Kent Jones does. I'm telling you, I'm really excited. If I was going to buy another house here, it would be through Kent Jones. And listen, we're going to have to buy a house in LA, and I'm going to call Kent and get all of the possible information and advice from him that I can. You should too. If you're somebody that's in the market or you're thinking about buying a home, what is the best route to take? Get somebody with 1,400 mortgages under his belt, a guy who's been doing it for 30 plus years, a guy who knows the business better than a guy who will work and fight and make sure that he gets you the best mortgage he possibly can. Dude knows this game. I'm telling you, he know mortgage, and he is awesome. You're going to love Kent and what he does for you, because he's going to work his ass off for you. I'm telling you that right now. Yeah, you got to shop your loan. You got to have the advice. Don't just do this by yourself. It's probably the biggest buy you're going to make in your life. So make sure that you get the best possible advice, best possible steerage that you possibly can. And that's what Kent does. Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we move on, we got to talk about Damaris Barbecue and the Cajun turkey. I'm telling you, people, I would order it now. Make sure that you get on the list before they run out, because there will be a point where they're going to say, we don't have any more, and this is the best turkey you'll ever eat. I'm telling you, the fried Cajun turkey is the best. So get it now at Damaris.com, Damaris.com. All right, we got La Salsa La Salsa wants to get in here and talk about Lance for some reason. What did Lance do to you?
How did
Salsa?
I hurt you this
Órale.
time?
Deportes, amigos. Hey, congratulations on y'all's Hall of Fame. They can't take it away from you guys now. I wanted to talk to Weatherman Lance. When are we getting some good weather, man? Come on, what do we have to do to get you to bless us with some good weather? It's too humid. It's November. Let's go.
Rain every day.
It's crazy. I don't mind the rain. We needed rain bad. Golly.
We're fine.
No, we hadn't had rain for 35
Oh,
days.
yeah, really? Because you can't play golf in the middle of this.
We needed rain. We don't care about you anymore.
Right.
Take your
cart path only.
Did you blow up your hands yet with fireworks yet?
No. What?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
People in LA blow their hands up with fireworks.
Oh, I know they do. I saw that.
That is a sweet. I saw it and I just went, don't care.
Well, what?
Don't care. I just went.
That's just.
He blew his hands up. That's pretty sweet. I don't know. It's supposed to be coming later this week. There's a cool front coming through. Yeah, Tuesday. So I would think. It's a pretty humid, muggy November so far. More so than I can remember in a long time. I guess I'll bless you in the middle of this month. Looks like I'm blessing you in the middle of this month.
The middle of the month, you're going to bless us?
Sometime around the 13th. That's when we should get rid of some of this humidity, but it's going to be with us for a while. Dew point today is in the 70s the whole time, boys. So stay inside. Stay inside and protect yourself. Yesterday was terrible. It was miserable, humid. Well, no. The day before was worse. Partly yesterday. I had to go for the first time ever, I had to go pick up an unaccompanied minor. My daughter was flying back from watching Taylor Swift in Indianapolis with friends, and they had to, she's 13, but they had to, as unaccompanied minors. Golly, the hoops you have to jump through now. You got to go get a security pass. Then you got to stay in the long ass line and get through. It doesn't matter if you paid for TSA or any of that stuff. You just wait there. And they got in 25 minutes early. The flight did. So my daughter's waiting there, and I'm trying to just get through the line and get up there. And it is just the biggest. And
it wasn't that you were late.
No, I wasn't late. I was in time for I was actually there early. I was supposed to get there at 48. I was there to 28, about when she landed, but then just getting around D. Have you been in D lately?
No.
Oh, you can't even find a parking lot. The elevator didn't work, so good luck trying to get to a parking lot somewhere. Good luck trying to get to anywhere. It sucks. When are y'all going to fix this stuff? When are they going to fix it?
I don't know. It's forever.
This is taking forever over there.
Yeah,
man.
Intercontinental's awful.
This done.
And I got to fly out of there today. Intercontinental's awful.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah,
but you probably fly major. You probably fly C.
Yeah, because it's
well, you can find everything at least in C.
Well, but you got to get to it. You got to be able to get to it. It's awful.
Getting out of C.
Fix your stuff, Intercontinental. Fix your ship.
Yeah, how long does that take? Honestly,
it takes forever.
I see high rises go up faster than I see them fix parking situations at the airport. What are we doing? They literally build literal high rises faster than they can fix an airport's traffic system. Dummies. I don't want to fly out of Southwest, so I'll just keep doing it.
I don't know why this is on my timeline, but Ricky Gervais is fighting Grant Bovey in a celebrity boxing match in 2002, and Ricky Gervais goes down.
Really?
Who's Grant Bovey? Does anybody know?
No idea.
Does anybody know? Dell, you probably
Not
know.
even Dell knows.
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
See some English comedian that I don't know.
Is he?
It
must be.
I don't know.
Right.
But I know you guys are Hall of Famers, but what you haven't learned is to, manage your show so you can get to full segments on time. Like, what have you learned?
Oh, that's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I know I've learned this a long time ago because over 36 years now, Jim Fiumi's been doing this. Jim Fiumi has been giving you the best windows in the history of windows. I used to speak for him back in the day, and now I'm speaking for him again. He wanted y'all to hear, dude's still here. Dude's still at it. Dude's still got the best windows. Dude's still got security, privacy, beauty. He added value to your home. And the security is really kind of a big deal. Really kind of a big deal. These Gulf Coast windows, there are some of them. Go ahead, try to break this thing. Go ahead, try and see what happens. The doors are second to none. You go and get, and especially if you are building a home, you need their doors and their windows. You want this to be something that you're going to be there for a while, and you want to know that your family is safe. You want to know that you've got security, privacy, and you've got a wonderful value that's, you don't even have to, you've got a warranty on this thing that is going to last for ages. You're not going to outlive this warranty. So you're looking for the best window in the market. I'm telling you, there's one place to go. GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. So you learned something this weekend, and you have one sentence to tell us what that was, okay? It's a great game. As soon as somebody gets off, actually, we got one spot open, so hurry up and get in. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in. Takes really quick, in and out. We go fly through the call, so you don't sit on hold. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I learned that I actually worked for 5 different Texas Radio Hall of Fame people at different times.
Nice. Good. All right. Dell, do you have anything?
I learned that if you have giant, fast athletes at your skill positions, A&M has trouble tackling them.
That is
Josh Pate tried to warn
that's
y'all.
All. That is true.
Pate State told y'all you ain't gonna like it when you go into South Carolina. He told the Aggies this on Wednesday.
I learned that if you spit at the foot of a referee, you are going to get kicked out of the game, and maybe you're not going to get any more calls the rest of the year, Hector Herrera.
Well, their season is over because they lost in penalties, so they got swept 0-2. So Dynamo are done. So yeah, he won't be getting any more calls.
Going forward, dude is going to be.
Okay,
he's a marked man.
You're going to have to tell that story later.
Good, he's marked man.
Yeah, and by the way, this segment's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health.
Game Day Men's Health brings you. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Those are my guys over there.
That's the most disrespectful. I just watched it. Holy crap!
That's awful.
That is over the top.
Yeah, that's not good.
That should be a big penalty.
Tongue Dart Chris, you're starting us. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned over the weekend that the eyelids for kids transplant is done by using leftover circumcision skin.
Yeah, it is. That's
That's
true.
been out there for
That
a
is
while.
true. That is true.
And
No, you just learned that this weekend,
But
though?
also elbow skin.
Yeah, but the foreskin thing. Yeah.
Eyelids for kids. Eyelids for kids.
Tom, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned when a woman decides at the last minute to cancel your date because she doesn't have any interest in you anymore and offers to send you the money for the tickets you bought, if you send her your Cash App, you won't get any money, but you'll get a whole lot of attitude.
He took her up on that offer.
So
I'll just send you that back. Okay, here's the Cash App.
Offer, and I take you up on it, and you're mad at me?
Yeah.
Don't make the offer.
Well,
don't make the offer to
yeah,
refund me.
Yeah, woman.
If you don't want me
I'll
to
call
take you
your
up
bluff.
on it, yeah.
No, what is he supposed to say? Oh, that's fine. No, give me my money.
I'll call your bluffing.
You don't have to add that last word.
I didn't say anything. Ocho, ¿qué pasó, Ocho?
Yeah, I learned that Jordan Love's new nickname is Beige Brett Favre.
Beige Favre.
He does throw a lot of picks.
It's not beige Brett Favre.
He throws a lot of picks.
Huge.
He does.
Huge mistakes that he made in that game.
There were a lot of quarterbacks that made a lot of stupid mistakes. Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams,
Flacco. These are guys who for teams who had to win. Flacco.
Well, Trevor Lawrence has the most give. I saw it come up before the game even. He's taken over for Josh Allen. But since Trevor Lawrence has been drafted, he has the most quarterback giveaways.
Yeah, between fumbles
Geno
and interceptions.
Smith had one. Geno Smith threw a ball that
couple red zone picks.
Yeah, and it turned into a
pick six. One of them
3-yard or 93-yard touchdown.
Cam Kitchens got that one.
Joe, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that even though their team might not make a bowl, Willie Fritz deserves to be Coach of the Year.
How about that?
Man, there was a lot of love for Willie Fritz on the streets right now. A lot of people. Well, I gotta say,
2 ranked teams the last 2 weeks.
2 ranked teams,
Utah,
more than Dana did the whole time he was there.
Well, Utah was ranked.
Utah was ranked 25th.
As bad as they were, and they were still ranked, huh? I didn't know that. Okay.
No, Kansas State.
I know Kansas State was obviously.
No, he got his first win against a ranked team, and people said that's more than. That's already more.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. He got his first one. It said that's already more than Dana had the entire time he was at Houston, because there was a graphic that showed that Willie Fritz already has more wins over ranked teams. Willie didn't have a great roster. A lot of people left, and it was it's been bumpy at times this year, but it's starting to come around for Willie.
He still doesn't have a quarterback that can throw the football.
They're somehow winning with their defense.
Their defense will be
Did you see him swag surf?
The what?
Did you see him swag surf after the game? Yeah. He jumped. Mark Berman had the video. He jumped into his players' arms, and they picked him up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I was like, Willie,
I saw they stormed the field. Nice.
You could get hurt, Willie. Stop.
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Steven, what'd you learn?
I learned that when you score 200 points in your fantasy 1 week, the universe moves you to 65 points the next.
Yikes. 200. Well, can't you split them up? Can't you just split them up? 200 points in a fantasy. I don't know how many guys you got in your league, but that's a lot of points.
We're sticking with stuff like that. I also learned that if you lateral a ball, it goes against your quarterback's passing yards.
Holy crap. Tua was over at 254. Yes, he lost.
I saw that video, and someone else says, but is that
so? Wait a minute. We have to explain
lateral,
it.
Though.
On the last play of the game, Tua had 254 yards passing. He throws the ball. And
to Achan, and then Achan
runs it backwards.
No, he lateral, and then Waddle.
And Waddle.
So I just assume, okay, the initial play is the passing play, and then the rest is whatever they classify that. How's that passing
No,
yards?
it's true. He
Yeah, it
ended
is.
up with 231.
Yeah, and he ended up with
Yeah.
I never know how it's
And
classified.
listen, anybody who had him on the over loses.
Yeah.
Oh, one guy showed his ticket. The guy who brought it up and showed the video originally,
Yeah.
he lost $1,000 on it.
Wow.
He had
That
over
play.
243.5.
Well, I've lost a game before. I remember Ohio State game where they're just landing around and it ended up and the opposing team scored a touchdown, or Ohio State scored a touchdown.
We've all
Well,
been through that.
those are points. I don't know how you determine that's passing yards, though.
It is because
I
he
know.
passed it and went backwards.
It's a continuation of the play.
Right.
I'd never thought about it.
All right, let's keep going. Underrated mess. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
What's up, fellas? I learned yesterday for the first time in 20 years we had 2 white boys starting at cornerback, and we've only had 15 in the NFL.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the number. Wait, not all time.
Not all time. Back in the day, they used to start all the time.
It was just a bunch
maybe
of
since
whiteys.
maybe since 1970.
Maybe the modern era of football,
modern era, yeah.
where we didn't have.
But it
white-
used to be all whites.
Yeah.
Starting a corner.
Yeah, it was like a New Zealand. It was like a reverse New Zealand rugby team called the All Whites.
Kikuchi on a mobile. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey guys, I learned that weather in Houston in October very unpredictable.
Thank you, Kikuchi on a mobile.
What do you want us to say,
learned that
Kikuchi
one.
on a
Okay,
mobile?
Kikuchi.
What do you want us to say?
I learned.
I learned
I
that weather in October.
At least it wasn't the R thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I learned.
Don't give.
Oh,
him any-
why
would
did you
give
do
him
it?
that?
I said,
Why
glad
would
he
you
didn't
do
do
that?
that.
Why did you
I
do
said
it?
I'm glad.
See, this is on you, Del.
I didn't know he
That's
was.
like telling a dog. That's like putting a cookie in front of a dog saying, "Don't eat this."
Well, good
This is
dogs
gonna-
don't eat
Yeah,
them.
I know you're not a good dog.
Yeah, you're
You're
a bad
very
dog.
bad dog. If you were a dog, you would crap and pee in the
Oh,
house.
yeah, I would.
You would be. You'd growl at your owners.
Yes.
You're a bad dog.
Did
Well,
you
if
see
they told me what to do?
Did you
Yeah,
see?
you're a-
Did you see those 2 dog pit bulls who were chasing after
Yeah.
a cat and ripped the car apart trying to
We're
get to
eating
it?
a tire.
Oh
The
yeah,
fender ripped it off.
but they're mostly sweet.
Bad dogs.
Yeah.
Those dogs.
That's me. Reno, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned if you talk bad about Taylor Swift, Jason Kelsey will smash your phone.
Oh my God.
Well,
Jason.
talking bad about.
Well,
his
no,
brother,
he called his brother
the F word.
the
Yeah.
F word,
And then
the other F
So
word.
if you missed it, this guy was following. I don't know where he was. Everyone's following him, kind of.
He was at game day.
And this one guy,
Yeah, it was-
is that game day?
Yeah.
This one guy torments him and says, now, I never heard that. That's what it was. Because they were saying,
Well, there was another video.
They were talking about his family, which I didn't hear.
No, there was another video that had the other guy calling Travis the F word.
And then he grabs his phone, spikes it as hard as he can, then picks it up again. The guy's like, give me my phone, bro.
Then he says-
and I'm like, I wish he would have just literally put him in a chokehold.
Then
and put him
Jason
out.
Kelsey said, "Who's the F word now?
Yeah,
Who's the F word now?"
now?
Yeah.
Chris from
It was a win.
Leagues.
It was a win for humanity.
Yeah, that's right. Chris from League City.
I learned that the Aggies are who we thought they were.
Yeah.
They did not look good.
That Marcel Reed didn't fool a lot of people when they had a
They
week to
should have
study for him.
started Wegman.
Well,
would've been a
does
loss,
he play? Does he play linebacker?
Well,
Is he going to tackle anyone?
I got news for you.
No.
Wegman, Reed, it wasn't going to matter. The Aggies weren't. This is why playing the SEC is hard, because you go to a team with a good pass. Josh Pate told us, I don't know how the Aggies are going to handle their pass rush. Ta-da! He was right. It's almost like he watches college football. This Josh Pate who comes on with us every Wednesday. And you go into a hornet's nest at night on TV in South Carolina. Guess what? SEC night road games where you're a favorite, not easy.
No.
It's why it's
Well,
not.
South Carolina's played everybody to
South
one
Carolina
score.
or Auburn was going to get the Aggies. I
Not
did not
Auburn.
see
They're
the
terrible.
Aggies
Auburn's
getting through.
terrible.
Pavia went and
You can
beat
say
Hugh
what you
Freeze
want,
again.
but
Pavia
beat
again.
because Pavia is one of the best. Pavia should be in Manhattan.
Well,
Let's stop
Well,
this.
the numbers don't match up, but he's
Yeah.
done great for that
Pavia is
program.
one of
Yeah.
the great college quarterbacks that we've seen in this year.
In this year. Yes, in this year. He's one of the best
No, that
quarterbacks.
dude
No,
is-
he's one of the best quarterbacks in the country this year.
Do you know how many games he's won
No.
at Vanderbilt? That's insane. He is a Kingslayer. I mean, he really is.
Mhm.
Auburn was 6.5-point favorite. No problem. If you're a favorite against Pavia, you will not cover.
I am learning right now because Barstool Sports has put this video out. Dak Prescott on the sideline, and you can read it, and it is clear. We effing suck. That's what
You
Dak
do.
Prescott. And I can't be happier.
You know what?
That reality is setting in.
Yeah, we need to probably get into this a little bit, how bad Dallas is.
It's
when we come
bad.
back, just to help some of you Cowboy fans, if you'd like to switch over. The Texans are 6-3. That's
a 3-game lead in the division.
And they've actually never been better than they are right now at 6-3.
Yeah.
Now everyone's writing articles, pretender list, frauds, question mark. Like,
no,
but next week is good. They got Lions coming in town.
So that's easy. No, you beat the Lions and you're going to show people.
Yeah, because the Lions are a juggernaut.
Now,
everywhere they go, they are.
The Lions are a fraud. The Texans will expose them. The Texans will expose the Lions.
Wow, the Lions are frauds.
Wow. Oh, yeah, that's right. I said it, and I'm not taking it back.
Considering where we reside, you're calling anyone frauds?
8 o'clock on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about Robin. She's not a fraud. Robin is the best. Robin at Houston Powder Coaters is simply the best. You're looking for the best way to save all that metal. I don't know what it is. You know, they've got those old Frigidaire metal refrigerators. You want to save one of those and make it look new. Listen, you want to put together a restaurant, an old-time diner. You need Houston Powder Coaters to make everything look, all that old stuff just look perfect. Or you want to set up a room with metal stuff. That's great. That's a great room in a house. Make it look like the 50s, but make it look new with Houston Powder. You don't want old rusty stuff. Robin will tell you exactly how she can save whatever it is. You pick the colors. They've got hundreds of colors. That's not a problem. Whatever color you want, they can mix them there too. But they will pick up and deliver absolutely free throughout the area. It doesn't matter where you are. They have worked on, just unbelievable. HOAs need them for their pools because they send the patio furniture to them every year. Powder coat them. Not every year they don't have to, because you powder coat them and they last. But if you are somebody that needs to save something metal, there's one place to go. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. I learned that Lance is wearing a shirt that looks like AC/DC, but it's really ADHD.
It's the logo of AC/DC.
It says,
But
I thought it was AC/DC till he goes, look, oh, wow. ADH, go ask your mom.
See, I took that when I got that go ask your mom thing. I took it as like, you better go ask your mom, like I did something to your mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think most smart people think. Other people, I realized it was not made in that form. It was made like, you know how dads say, hey, Dad, can I do that? Go ask your mom.
Right.
And can I tell you that wherever I wear that shirt, no matter where I am.
If I say it, it would be, go ask your mom.
Yeah, well, that's how I wanted it to mean. And they
when my buddies used to call me,
I love that shirt.
Where are you at? I'm with your mom. What?
When I was at Telluride, that shirt's great. I love that shirt. Like all these white parents, like, that's good. Good. Exactly. We go ask, I bet your wife doesn't like that shirt. Yeah, shut up. It's
whoa.
So the ones I get the most comments on are go ask your mom, and then my Contra shirt. People love Contra. And also I've got a shirt that has Billy Hoyle and from White Men Can't Jump, but it's in the NBA Jam format. And it's really just a bunch of.
Did you get any Hall of Fame shirts on?
I got that Saturday? One that said first couple of news. I bought that shirt.
First couple of what?
First couple of news.
Oh, yeah.
That one lady had.
No,
made,
you didn't get.
That's an inside joke.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I immediately checked them, and they were Gildan. And I was like, I'm not on Gildan brand.
Why? You don't like Gildan?
Nah,
they're a little thicker.
Yeah, they're rough. They're big sleeves.
Right.
They actually have done a little bit better job. There are a lot of times what you would find at Academy if they're going, the cheaper T-shirts. I want better T-shirts.
Yeah. I got a couple for the kids.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. We didn't mention Alex Bregman wins the Gold Glove. He played really well this year.
Did you see who the finalists were? Did you
what?
see your boy Jake Myers was a finalist?
Yeah, but he didn't win.
He didn't win, obviously.
No, he didn't win.
And so was your other boy.
Varsho won.
No, so was your other boy, the Frenchman. Our French Argentinian or whatever, Venezuelan.
Dubon?
Yeah, Marcel.
Marcel
Dubon, same.
Yeah, but he won last year. He didn't win this year.
But he was a finalist.
Yeah.
And then Breggy won, and then Breggy will go somewhere else because we don't offer.
Well, today we offer him the qualifying offer with 21.05.
So we can get our draft pick.
Sweet. No. Well, I don't know. Today's the last day up until 4:00 that they're an exclusive window, which is such BS. They probably already have a deal with the Yankees. They probably already have these agents. Yeah, we're gonna stick to the rules. No, especially Boris. I'm not accusing you of anything except cheating. But that they know exactly
what difference does it make?
What they're going to get.
If we had something different, we would be able to. If it were different, we'd be able to keep them. No, it's real simple. We'll pay you this much. Somebody else will pay you this much, and that's it. And we're done.
Yeah, well,
it's not really complicated. Like, man, the Astros could have re-signed Bregman if it wasn't for Scott Boras talking to other teams. I mean, Scott Boras is going to talk to other teams.
Well, yeah, absolutely. He knows what the market is right now. Okay, what does Breggy sign for?
I think 6 years.
Listen, the exclusive period ends at 4:00 today. If at 5:30 Alex Bregman has a contract with the Yankees, then that something funny business was going on.
I think he signs for 6 at 28 a year, $168 million, fully guaranteed. I think it's a reasonable contract.
I don't think they're going to go.
You do more years. What do you think?
More than 168.
Okay, over under on year 6.5.
Probably 7.
Okay, over under on average per year $29.5 million.
I think 30 is the number. Probably 210.
So you think 30, 210? Okay, I'm going to go under that number. I don't think he gets those years based on his age, and I don't know. Lately, they've been a little. It depends on how quick you hit the market. If you don't strike quick, to Scott Boris's point, like if you want to get your money, you better strike quick because it seems like it's really been an issue for players who are not right at the first. Well, an issue. I mean, $20+ million should never be an issue. But if you're just going by numbers versus players at the same position, just purely about the numbers, then he won't get that. He's not going to get as much money. So we'll see We'll see if he gets to $200 million. All right, I'll make the total $200 million. You said 210, but if I do,
I think 200.
200 and a half.
It's going to be 190 to 200. Yep. And
makes sense if it's
and it might be 7 years.
Now 6 at 30 would be 180 million. You'd be under the total. I think it could be that. I wouldn't. 180 million is the highest.
I think he's going to want 7. I think 7 is going to be a nice number, and it'll be between 190 and 2.
I'm not. I guarantee you, there's at least 2 years of dead money in that contract where he doesn't play as well. 7 years.
He's so funny though. I mean, it's
although
the same every single year. What is he? 32?
30. Isn't that crazy?
30.
He seems older.
Yeah. No, he's going to be.
And he
7.
played in college too.
It's going to be 7. It's going to be 7 years. And it's the same thing every year.
Yeah,
every
probably
year,
is going to be 7 years.
Every year. He starts slow but he's you know what the Yankees want? And this is why he's going to be a Yankee. The Yankees want somebody that's going to perform in the postseason. And dude is proven. Dude just hits. He rakes in the postseason. And that's what the Yankees are looking for.
Are you considering
Plus the consistency of his third base play, although they were talking about him moving him to second.
So, one of the things the chef once told me is you really only need 2 things to season a dish: salt and sugar. And if things get too salty, you can use a little pinch of sugar, keep going, and it'll balance out a dish. So Alex Bregman is that counter spice for Aaron
Judge.
Yeah. Like somebody who will perform in the postseason versus Aaron Judge.
Yes.
Is that where we are now?
That's right. Well, he and Stanton.
Yeah.
He and Stanton. And it'll be interesting to see.
Never did anything against the Astros though.
If the Yankees are going to be able to sign, if they sign what if the Yankees sign Soto and Bregman? Now Garrett Cole opted out. That'll be interesting to see whether or not he's re-signed by the Yankees.
Comes back to Houston. Verlander gone. Cole here. Listen.
Oh yeah.
If Cole comes back, I'll reassess some of the comments I've made.
If he comes back, then you're gonna climb on.
Well,
wow. No, some of the things that you said about Garrett Cole and Jeff Passan, you can never take back.
I've apologized to Passan, and then he came after me in a text form when when everything was supposedly smoothed out, and then I got in his ass again.
Whoa!
And that was that. And then we, and I said, hey, well, I won't go into it, but it was an hour and a half back and forth between me and Jeff Passan when I said total Jeff move. When he had said something, there was something about the Astros, he said, and I put that on Twitter. Well, I didn't realize I'd been banned from ever saying from saying that it was a move that he would make with the Astros about, the cheating stuff. It's old. But anyway, you brought up Jeff Passan, and I've got an ADHD shirt on, and so now I'm off the rails. But as long as Garrett Cole could be an Astro if he's willing to take 2-year deal, because that's what he likes. That's what he's going to be looking for, about 7 or 8, and what Jim Crane's looking for is maybe a 2 to 3 year deal. So we'll see if the two sides can come together on that one.
Yep. All right, 9:14. Oh, hey, 9:14.
Guess what?
We
the
got
smarter
to change
deal
this
is
clock in here. It's only 8:14.
By the way, Jim Crane's deals are actually way smarter for teams. So many of these stupid 7 and 8 year deals, like any deal Bregman gets, he's probably not going to perform well. At least 1 year, maybe 2. And it goes for anybody that, although at 30, I mean, I'm sure he turns 31 maybe before the season starts, because he did play at LSU and he didn't come into the league until 16. So I don't know, like, that's shocking. He's 30 years old to me for some reason.
He's right, and whatever he is.
I mean, the number fits. I mean, it's 8 years, or 8 seasons.
All right, when we come back, let's touch on the football season on the college football from this weekend. We'll do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 8:14. Right now, you're talking about Zadig Jewelers.
Zadig Jewelers. I went to the event. They had it was a private event. I went and was blown away. The Breitling watch. They have a new Breitling watch that's a Houston Texans Breitling watch. So it turns out that all 32 NFL teams are assigned, those cities are assigned 104 watches, and that's it. 104 watches from Breitling, and that's all you're going to get. So it's an exclusive watch. It's going to have a lot of value. It's going to be very valuable because of the exclusivity. And they've already sold out of there's a bunch of places, or there's a few places that get allotments of these watches. But if you're a huge Texan fan and a huge fan of watches, get over to Zadig. I saw somebody buy one just the other day when I was there at that event, and you can still get some. They still have a couple, and then once they sell those, they will order as many as they can in their allotment, but it's going to be a small amount. So the supply side is going to be low, the demand is high, and you can have an exclusive timepiece that is going to just increase in value. Make sure that you go get your hands on this really cool Texans watch. It's really well done as well through Breitling and Zadig Jewelers. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadig Jewelers.
Hey, time to talk about Doc Manavis over at Access Vascular Health. If you're looking for the best way to fight that prostate problem, but not only prostate.
Is she in the Prostate Hall of Fame?
She would be in it. Yeah, I would think so. Well, how about this? Before, they used to go up your unit with a blade and then cut your prostate.
Your units.
With a blade. Open up the blade and cut your prostate.
And she stopped that from happening.
Well, now,
That's Hall of Fame.
Now it's an IV.
Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
No, she's a Hall of Famer. There's no question. There's no question. Doc Manavis has the best process that you could possibly have. If your doctor tells you that you need to have an operation for an enlarged prostate, don't do anything drastic. Just walk out of there and go straight to Doc Manavis at Access Vascular Health, because it's just an IV. It's painless. The whole pain is putting the needle in for the IV. That's it. 45 minutes later, you're feeling great. If you have knee problems, hip problems, there could be a circulation problem, then Doc Manavis can help you there. Vein problems, she can help you there. There's all kinds of stuff that she can do to help you out. In a lot of instances, just very painless. So you're looking for the best way to get rid of that prostate problem, knee problem, hip problem, vein problem. Go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We talked earlier, we briefly mentioned earlier, the Texans obviously lost Thursday night against the Jets. But something C.J. Stroud said has created a little bit of concern, maybe. Certainly has opened some eyes. C.J. said he was embarrassed on Thursday night, obviously. But this is what he said, John, and tell me what you make of this. I would say we just got to honestly play football better, execute better, stop pointing fingers, and realize at the end of the day, this is not winning football. We can't keep squeezing our way by every game. We're a really good football team. We have a lot of really good players. Once we buy into the systems, not one, once we buy into the systems and what is being coached, and also we have to have leadership to take over. I believe this isn't the end, but it's definitely a great wake-up call for us to tighten up the ship. This is now playoff football. It's November, December. This is a chunk of our schedule. A lot of great teams we are playing on primetime, and we got to be able to find ways to win. He said we can't keep – so the highlight of this whole thing is we got to stop pointing fingers. I haven't found it.
Well, he hasn't.
He just read it word for word.
Where have you had it? I haven't seen the video.
Well, one of the reporters grabbed it. I have it, but it's word for word what he just said.
Okay, let's hear CJ say it.
And then I'm going to say it at the
better.
same time.
It's better when CJ says it. Okay, so because CJ, this is how you get in the Hall of Fame. You take other people's words, you plagiarize.
Well, for people who don't, that's me just doing a transcript for you also.
All right, here's CJ actually saying it.
I would say, we just got to honestly just play football better, execute better, stop pointing the finger, and realize, at the end of the day, this is not winning football, and we can't keep squeezing our way by every game. We are a really good football team. We have a lot of really good football players. Once we buy into the systems and what is being, coached, and also we got to be able to have leadership to take over. I believe, this isn't the end, but this is definitely a great wake-up call for us.
Yeah, so they left out a lot of and at one point they left out football from good football players. They just put players. What CJ said, actually, I take that back. I should not have read that transcript. They left out a lot of words like and then also the word football. Now, I'm focused on that. The real focus is CJ said we got to stop pointing fingers. He mentioned buying in to both systems, or to the systems, not one. What do you think all of this means? Let's sit here, and since CJ didn't tell us,
buying in is a problem.
Buying in is a real problem.
Is a problem. Not buying in is a real problem. So, do you feel like he's? Well, I feel he's frustrated as all get out, right? He is at a point. I don't know if he's at a breaking point, but he's like, what the hell happened to this? What happened to this team? What happened? Where are we? And he's right. They're better than this. And they look like Dookie the other night. They really look like Dookie. And
they've started looking like Dookie a lot this year.
Yeah.
Like maybe not Dookie, but like a fart in a bottle where you're like, what is this? This isn't what I expected. Because if you open up a bottle and you think it's an empty bottle and then you get a fart in a bottle, you're going to be like, I did not see this coming.
Right. I was going to enjoy this nice warm liquid
bottle.
Drink.
Yeah. And then it turns out fart in a bottle.
Yeah.
Not great. It hasn't. CJ talks about them sneaking by games and squeezing by. And it's been true. They haven't put teams away. They haven't played dominant football. They had a great game against Josh Allen in Buffalo. So that was a really, really good one. This here against Detroit is a dangerous game because everything that DeMeco Ryans has built up, the legend of C.J. Stroud, the Nick Caserio love train that he's experienced, this stuff can start to fade away quick if you catch an ass kicking by the Lions. And let me tell you, They're going into everyone's house. They're going into their trap and taking over their trap, as Kirk Cousins would say. And that's a real problem, because when they go in, they leave everything a mess. I mean, they got 2 running backs that can play all 3 downs, and they're 2 very different. They got a bully in Montgomery, and they got a flash and dash guy in Jahmyr Gibbs. Sam Laporta is starting to come around. Amon-Ra St. Brown is just a terrific wide receiver. They built an offensive line that the Texans wish they had. They both tried to do it. Only one team was successful of finding the bullies. They got a quarterback who simply, by the way, interestingly enough, my comp for C.J. Stroud was Jared Goff coming out, and I still like the comp. I think they're very similar type of quarterbacks. But Jared Goff right now is steering the ship. Did you see the stat they had on him? He has 28 touchdowns. What? I got to see the stats. Something like his incompletions are 25.
Oh, no, right, yeah.
25 touchdowns, but it can't be 25 touchdowns and incompletions, can it? They said something like, because he didn't have 28 touchdowns this year, but it was 28 touchdowns to 25 incompletions in his last several games. How is that even possible? They showed the stat last night on the Sunday night game. And Jared Goff, I know Lamar Jackson's going to get all the love for MVP, but Jared Goff really deserves a lot of attention for that award. So does Josh Allen. So does Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is a monster. He did it again yesterday. Like, Derrick Henry has made Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken's job so much easier. Monken is the offense coordinator over there. Lamar's playing great. Monken's doing a great job at the play action. But look what happens when you have a dominant running game. You can set your quarterback up for easy play action throws. So easy, because your linebackers are flowing downhill. You've got safeties who are all over the field because Monken's doing a good job of just and Lamar's throwing it with good accuracy. And it's been, I mean, the rate right now, the best game right now in pro football, I think, would be Ravens versus Lions. Now, I'm kind of disrespecting the Chiefs a little bit here, but I just don't love the way Mahomes is playing.
They're hard to watch right now.
Something's off, because Mahomes is not the same quarterback. I would say Mahomes right now is not playing like one of the top 8 quarterbacks in the league, but he is making winning plays in critical times.
You know, honey. Okay, so Jared Goff, 74.9%. 75% he's throwing. Averages 8.7 yards per throw. 14 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. You know how many times he's been sacked?
How many?
18. You know how many times CJ has been sacked?
How much?
30.
Well, that's a really high
30,
number.
and last year was 38 for the whole season. He's already got 30.
Who didn't play last year?
Kenyon Green.
Who's out for the rest of the year?
Kenyon Green. You think it gets better?
I think everything's soft. No, but I think that the odds of the Texans making a trade now have gone way up. I think that it's about 60% now that they will add depth on the offensive line. Because the problem is, if you trade for an offensive lineman for another team, it's pretty rare that you can get like a Cam Robinson level player, you know, solid tackle who comes in and now he's starting for Minnesota. Finding a good guard on a team, they're going to be looking at guards who are backups on other teams. Evan Neal, Nate Davis from the Bears, who I think will turn into another Kenyon Green, because that's an issue for him pass pro. And then Andres Pete.
Wait a minute. You want a guy who's a backup on the Bears?
No, I don't.
I
don't want one.
No,
but I know,
but don't do that, Nick Caserio. If you can't start on the Bears, what the bleep?
Yeah, they stink on the offensive line. They stink. Well, they are not bad run blocking. Well, it's the same as with the Texans, but we're looking specifically for pass protection right now.
All right, we're looking to
but I bet you I think they're going to make a trade this week.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they make a trade and find a new offensive guard.
We got Ship Talk coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's 8:30. So let's go. Dell's got that ready for us next. Right now, I got HRP, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. How about Mike Holly? Huh? Mike Holly. How about them Cougs, huh? Nice win this week. Very nicely done. And Mike Holly is a guy who went to the University of Houston. He blocked for Andre Ware. He started a business here. He got some technology that other people are trying to get off of him. There's national payroll companies, right? And last time I saw him, he was like, yeah, they're trying. I met with a guy. He's making me a stupid, ridiculous offer, but I'm not taking it. So I love what I'm doing here, and I love helping the people, especially here in the Houston area. You've heard from a bunch of them. You've heard from Chuck Watson. You've heard from Chad Clay, Marcus Payabla. You've heard from the guy Ricky from the liquor. What's the whiskey? General Ben. You heard from all of them talking about HRP and what they do for their companies. They wouldn't come on here and do that unless they meant it, unless they believed in it, and they do believe in it. And see if your business doesn't get better because of HRP. They're out there helping you save money, do it more efficiently, and also your benefits packages, they're giving you choices on those. They don't make money on those. They give you choices on those, and that's what's best for your company. Not something that some admin company is selling you that you have to take because you're with them. Look, you may be doing it wrong with your admin company, but you're certainly doing it wrong if you're doing it yourself. Get your payroll right. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time for ship talk. Some ship going on out there. And Dell's got it all right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What kind of ship are we talking about here?
Well, we know Pat McAfee has a wrestling background, and he loves to play to the crowd on game day. And the big issue in State College, other than Jane Franklin never beating anyone good, is the fact that that game wasn't a night game. It was a big noon kickoff. So both sets were there, game day and big noon kickoff. So here's McAfee making reference to that and taking a shot at Fox's broadcast.
This game is not at night. This is a big noon kickoff. Kind of a mixed reaction. I don't think there's any people at their set. That's on them, not on us. All I know is after today, that football team, these fans are going to be proud to say, we are! We are! We are! Thank you.
They weren't so proud because after the game, they confronted James Franklin, a couple of fans, because I guess they went 3 possessions inside the 10 and only came away with 3 points.
James Franklin's not a very friendly guy.
And James Franklin responded, say, "What's your name? What's your name?" And the kid just
What's your
walks away.
badge number? Okay, Karen.
The kid walks away, and you really tough now. What's your name? What's your name? And then he rang the victory bell, which you only ring after wins.
Who did?
James Franklin.
He rang the victory bell?
They have a bell that when you're walking back into their tunnel, there's a bell to signify victory, and he rang it.
Because how he stood up to that kid?
Maybe he won the battle, I guess.
He won that battle with the kid?
Because the kid walked away, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, take your wins where you get them, James.
That's just like Bobby Knight. Hey, Knight. Remember when Bobby Knight just wanted to waylay that kid?
Yeah, the kid, he just brought up numbers.
Bobby would choke you.
3 points.
Yeah. What about Nick Saban's ship talk? Do you have that one on there?
I don't know what did Nick say?
They brought out this food, and Nick
Google it, see if you can
find
it.
Some kind of sandwiches from sandwich shop there, and Nick goes, "What is this ship?" Only he said
on the air.
On the air. On the air. He goes, "What is this ship?" I was like, "Oh,
here it is." Just do Nick Saban hilariously. It's a Saturday down south. Hilariously swears during college football's tailgate food segment. Just type in Nick Saban and sandwiches, and we've got it.
Yeah, it was funny. What else, Del?
Well, the big news, beyond the Aggies not being able to tackle Saturday night was Joel Embiid attacking a reporter. If you missed it, Joel Embiid didn't like what Marcus Hayes wrote about his lack of availability, because I guess Joel Embiid has said in the past that because his brother died in a car accident when he was maybe a rookie or second-year player. So he named his kid after his brother, and he says he wants to be great to pay tribute to those two. And Marcus Hayes said, "Well, you know how you be great? You show up and play." But he referenced Joel Embiid's comments about his brother in an article, and Joel Embiid was not happy, and that's what resulted in the altercation. Well, earlier in the week, Joel Embiid had comments about people criticizing him and his lack of availability.
From what I can tell you, I've broken my face twice. I came back early with the risk of losing my vision. Had broken fingers. I still came back. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, when I see people saying he doesn't want to play. I've been way too much. I've done way too much, for this city, and putting myself at risk, for people to be saying that. So I do think it's bullshit. Like that dude, he's not here. Marcus, whatever his name is. I've done way too much for this city to be treated like this. So done way too much. But like I said, I wish I was as lucky as other ones, but that doesn't mean that I'm not trying and I'm not doing whatever it takes to be out there.
I'm going to ask you an honest question, Del. This is for you. Would you say Joel Embiid is one of the 5 most sensitive players that you've ever seen in pro sports?
Kevin Durant's one.
Kevin Durant's in the list.
Yeah.
Is Joel Embiid in there? Because Joel Embiid, I've done too much. He's basically put his life on the line to play.
How many
basketball.
times has he done something like this, though?
Oh gosh. He's fusses all the time. He's been fussy and he's sensitive. He'll start crying after just damn near everything. Joel Embiid has never played more than his record is 68 games in a year, right? That's his all-time record. Yeah. He missed his first 2 years. Then he played 31, 63, 64, 51, 51, which is the COVID year. Don't really count it. 60. Oh, no. Actually, they got most of their season in. 68, 66, and this year he's at 39. Or last year he was at 39. What is this guy talking about? You can't take any criticism from somebody saying you're not available. You miss a tremendous amount of games during your career relative to the rest of the stars in the league. A tremendous amount of games. Why in the world would he be so sensitive as to say, in fact, the 65 games, isn't that what it is? You have to play 65 or more games
To be an MVP, yeah.
It feels like it's
the Joel Embiid rule.
It is, because he's played 63, 64, 68, 66. This feels like an Embiid rule.
Well, here is the quotes from what he said to Marcus Hayes before he kind of gave him a shove. The next time you bring up my dead brother and my son again, you're going to see what I'm going to do to you, and I'm going to have to live the consequences. So I think he's less sensitive about mentioning him not playing and referencing his brother.
So what did he say? What did he say that was so?
I'm trying to find it exactly, but here it is. Joel Embiid, this is from the article Marcus Hayes wrote. Joel Embiid consistently points to the birth of his son Arthur as the major inflection point in his basketball career. He often says that he wants to be great, to leave a legacy for the boy named after his little brother, who tragically died in an automobile accident when Embiid was in his first year as a Sixer. Well, in order to be great at your job, you first have to show up for work. Embiid has been great at just the opposite. Now, in his 11th season, he consistently has been in poor condition. This poor conditioning apparently seems to have delayed his debut this season. According to Joel, he didn't like you making reference to his brother and his son, and that's why he got so upset.
But he didn't he didn't take shots at them.
No,
but Joel just used that as a chance to be mad.
I have watched
what it is.
I have watched the reaction from people, and it's decidedly in Joel Embiid's favor. I had to, I guess, check myself, because when I first read it, I was like, yeah, he made reference to it, but he didn't insult your family at all. But
this is just a free pass
just
to be able
to.
Yeah, but from anyone who is talking about this, from local, whether it be, I guess you want to call them media in Philadelphia, to just obviously the internet reaction, it's all siding with, hey, Marcus Hayes, you didn't have to mention his brother and his son. And I didn't have, that wasn't my reaction. I thought
he didn't have to.
Yeah, he didn't have to, but they are calling it a scumbag move. And I thought to myself, am I reading this wrong? I didn't feel that it was so egregious, because he never insulted.
I didn't think it was egregious, but he didn't
just mentioning a kid or a dead brother. You know what? Just say play.
You could do that.
Could keep
now,
that.
with that said,
he did
not take a shot, and this did give Embiid a chance to say, you're mentioning you're bringing that, because that's one of the oldest tricks in the book. If you can readjust it to where basically they become the focus, like, you brought up my family. That's like when Russell Westbrook, when they called him Russell Westbrook, what did Russell Westbrook say?
Don't call
you
me
were
outside
taking shots at my family.
He said, don't call me outside my family name.
Yeah, like, Russell, they're saying
don't mess with my family name.
What are you talking about?
You got anything else or no?
Sure. We can go to, this is short and sweet from Anthony Edwards. It's self-explanatory.
Yeah, what would you say to somebody who said you're shooting too many threes?
F them. Simple, yeah.
I'm gonna shoot threes.
Who was that? Fred VanVleet?
No,
John?
It could have been Jalen Green too, but no, it was Ann Edwards who said that. And we go to north of the border to wrap it up. If you don't know, Drake and DeMar DeRozan are in a bit of a beef, because DeMar DeRozan appeared in Kendrick Lamar's video. You know, that video that called Drake a pedophile. Well, the song did, and the video certainly highlighted it. And Drake and DeRozan know each other from their time where DeRozan was a Toronto Raptor. Drake's a big Raptor fan. Over the weekend, Vince Carter's name was put up in the rafters, or jersey was put up in the rafters. They retired Vince's number. So Drake made an appearance, and he made an appearance on the broadcast, and DeRozan was in the building because Sacramento was there. So here's Drake on DeMar DeRozan.
Sure. Yes, if you ever put a DeRozan banner up, I'll go up there and pull it down myself. That's the answer to your question. Unfortunately, playing this booth tonight, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Hey, look, we're going to take a break. You're going to stay with us. I bet you are.
In the muddled clip, he called him a goof as well. And this all stems, like I said, from DeRozan making an appearance in that video. And DeRozan said, oh, go up. Oh, I would like to see you try to go up there. And I believe Drake called him an F and P word as well, but not to DeRozan's face. As they were walking, as DeRozan was walking off the court,
they used to be friends.
Drake used his inside voice and called him an F and P word.
They used to be friends, though. What has happened? Now he's on videos with Kendrick making fun of Drake. Like, When did this shift?
Well,
this is so sad.
Well, DeRozan's a Southern California guy, and so
I know,
is
it's just
so
so
is Kendrick.
sad, but he used to be a Raptor. And Drake owns the Raptors, kind of.
They have made him a big part of the franchise, yes.
Yes. Do you know who the owner of the Raptors is?
I don't know the owner of most
No
teams.
one knows.
No one
You
knows
just
that.
kind of think it's Drake because he sits in like
I
what
don't-
basically your
well,
owner.
no.
I don't think
I don't
that.
think it's
I just
Drake.
don't know.
Kind of like Drake.
I
He
just
sits in those seats.
If you ask me, I probably know only like 3 or 4 owners of NBA teams, so I wouldn't know the Raptors owner.
No.
Well, governors.
Yeah, you're right. Governors. Drake isn't a governor of the Raptors franchise.
846. Yeah, governor. We're not owners. We're
governors.
Governor. That was Ship Talk right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And this is Doc Linville talking about your hair. But not only your hair, okay? What about your eyes? Okay, maybe there's a lot of eyelid stuff going on there, starting to grow over your eyes. Maybe underneath your eyes, you got bags. Doc can help you with that. Maybe your abs. He can certainly help you with that. He's got a machine called Evolve that can help there. Getting rid of fat. Listen, you want to be the best you can be. You want hair. You want to look good. You want your skin to be good. You want to be thin. All of these things, Doc can help you. He's been helping women look enhanced or just better for years and years and years. And now he's helping you look better, guys. Okay? He said, well, I can help the guys too. Let's do it. You know, he started the neo-grafting for the hair, I don't know, a couple, 3-4 years ago, and he's one of the biggest in the city, okay, because of you, because you said, and this is the time to catch it, guys, when you're younger. And by the way, when you get older, it's a lot harder to work them abs too. So get it done now. 975hair.com. You need to look better. And Doc Linville is helping you there. 975hair.com. Hey, time to talk about mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. We were just looking at the lines for next week. As a matter of fact, what are the Texans against the Lions? Not good. Lions are 3.5-point favorites. But you know where I found it already? On MyBookie. MyBookie is way ahead of the game. They've got next week's lines already up there. And college football, pro football, NHL, NBA. We got everything going on right now. Okay? This is the time to get in, double your initial deposit up to a certain point, but play with more money. Okay? Why would you go with a regular bookie where you only get to bet how much you have? With my bookie, they're going to double the amount of money for you to play with. I mean, that's fantastic. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. And not only these sports, but if you know cricket, if you know whatever it is, foreign sport, Australian rules football, they got everything on there. Soccer even. That crazy, strange sport. They got everything you could possibly want to bet on at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, MyBookie.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. We talked a little earlier. We wanted to talk a little college football. So, Del, what'd you learn this weekend about your Hurricanes? They struggled in the first half now.
Well, it was a weird game. They scored the first 14,
right,
and then Duke goes on a 28-3 run. They scored 3 straight times to come back, and then they scored in their first drive of the second half, and then Miami blitzes them for from 17. It was 17. I can't remember how it ended, but they played 3 different games in the same game, where that final quarter for Miami, the back half of the third quarter into the fourth quarter, they were dominant, forced turnovers, scored every time they touched it. In fact, until like a Cam Ward, he threw a pick and a fumble, but they kind of did whatever they wanted to in that second half offensively. So I learned they can score. I learned they're still the best offense in the country, and they're probably more Lincoln Riley's Oklahoma than anything else.
Who's the best team in the country right now?
Oregon. I mean, complete. They had the best win of the year, I think. They beat Ohio State at home. Now, the Michigan game wasn't such a big deal. Texas has gone in there and beat Michigan. But, yeah, you top their dominance plus the marquee Ohio State win. I don't know how you can put anyone else above them. You watch Carson Beck; he can't go 10 passes without throwing a pick now. The Georgia quarterback has some problems. So Georgia, you can't depend on him. And Georgia's fluctuating performances from week to week, partly because their quarterback can't be depended on. You got to go with a team in the Pacific Northwest right now.
Yeah. They're rock solid, and they got a quarterback. We talked about it with Josh Pate. Just Dylan Gabriel's just a good college quarterback. Can run, can pass. You want to have you want to have a dual threat guy in college. Have ways to get, when the passing game's not going great, have ways to create plays on the ground. He does that. It's not he's not a big pro prospect or anything, but he knows how to win in college. He's played a lot of games, started a lot of games, and he's just he's solid. He's solid. They lost, I guess Oregon lost one of their top young linemen, a young guard, was injured because Jeff Schwartz was talking about that, former Oregon Duck, in our Joe Morward text string. But I still think it's up for grabs, though. Alabama's back in the mix. Alec was home over the weekend. My son, who's at Alabama, he's all excited, saying, "Hey, we're back in the middle of this, having a real shot now with the Aggies losing." And he's kind of right. Like, as long as they handle their business, they're going to be in the playoffs.
So let's talk about that. Okay, so the 4 teams are Oregon in the Big Ten, BYU Big 12
at the moment, yeah.
Miami ACC.
Yeah, we learned that Clemson, they saw a good team again, or at least even a relatively good team, a team who had athletes that they had to deal with. This first time since really Georgia, and they look like what they did against.
How about SMU?
SMU should be in the top 12.
Wait a minute, SMU and Miami going to play off?
Well, if they went out, they're playing each other in the ACC.
So here's what I think. Yeah. I don't think teams should be punished for championship games. I think that the decision maybe should be like, how is it fair that you go to an extra game because you're so good in a conference and then that loss kicks you out? Is that fair when you have a 12-team playoff? That's somebody who's lesser.
Somebody who's lesser. Well, if somebody else is sitting home and they
don't have to play a game because they're not good enough in their conference. That doesn't seem right.
Right.
SMU is on the verge of being in the top 12. Notre Dame's going to be in there. I think Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss is starting to reassert themselves.
Ole Miss has Georgia this week, so that'll determine their fate.
Tennessee, they can't even score.
Ole Miss and Georgia's going to be a good game. Ole Miss slapped the snot
out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Tennessee is just holding on. They may not have to play in an SEC title game, and they'll just be waiting there. And they probably
that's a great
will
example of a team who'd get the brakes beaten off of them.
But they do play Georgia, so
they're good defensively.
If you don't want Tennessee in this thing, they do play Georgia, so Georgia has Ole Miss and Tennessee to wrap it up before they may even get to an SEC title game. And of course, so we're talking on Tuesday. Well, tomorrow. I think you mentioned the ACC. I think if Miami loses, if they're undefeated and loses in the ACC title game, they'll make it. The question is, will they give SMU that same benefit of the doubt? They have one loss. It's only to BYU. BYU, who's undefeated themselves. SMU's only lost to them. That was a road game. They lost by like 3, I think, or maybe maybe it was a home game. They lost by 3.
SMU deserves to be there.
Yeah. Well, as long as they win out. If they're let's say they win out and then they lose to Miami, a 2-loss SMU, would they say you're good enough?
I don't know. But I think they are, though. I think their level of play has been consistent throughout the year. They've been they're a team that has been really, what a great job. Dykes is over there, right?
No, it's
not Dykes.
Sonny Dykes is at TCU.
Rhett Lashley.
Right. Yeah. It's who's over there?
Rhett Lashley.
Oh yeah, Rhett Lashley. Who you guys? I don't know. Oh. It's Dell. You told me he was no good. You and all of Miami told me Rhett Lashley was no good.
I never told you that. Cut it out.
You told me he was no good.
Well, I never said Manny Diaz was no good. I said he wasn't good enough, probably. But yeah, Rhett Lashley has done a great job. He was the former.
And their offense is explosive.
He was a former OC at SMU. Then Manny hired him away, and then he went back to get the head coaching job. So their one loss is to number 9 BYU at home by 3. So if they roll into the ACC title game undefeated in conference play, and then drop a game to a top maybe 4 or 3 Miami team, that SMU team probably should get in. I just don't know if the committee will look at them favorably.
This is what it looks like. Miami odds are right now. Miami, Oregon State, Ohio State. We got to see with Indiana. We got to see, but I mean, they should be.
They play Ohio State later.
They should be clearly in the mix, but that one's going to be tough. BYU currently looks like it, but Iowa State is right there on the cusp. Kansas State, what a devastating loss for them.
No, we didn't even talk about Iowa State.
Is Penn State out now?
No, they're not out. If they finish as an 11-1,
yeah, they're in.
The Big Ten will probably get at least 3.
Yeah,
it's funny. They're 2,500.
Big Ten's going to get 3. SEC is going to get 3,
and at least. And then you think Ohio State and Oregon, particularly if Ohio State beats them in a rematch, that's 2. Penn State 3. Indiana, depending on how they fare, could be the 4th.
Wow.
Who do you like to win the SEC championship game? I've got odds here. Georgia plus 130, Texas plus 180. I kind of like Texas the second time.
I don't like.
I give them a chance. I give them a chance. Tennessee's plus 600, LSU plus 1,000, A&M 1,000, Alabama plus 1,400.
A&M can still get there with a win over Texas.
Ole Miss 1,500.
A&M can still get into the Big Ten.
But then if they get whacked, then they get knocked out of the top 12.
No, but if they beat Texas, they're in the playoff.
But they'd have to play in the SEC championship game.
They'd be a 3.
And then Alabama would be sitting there minding their own business. They're not in the game, and then they'd fall behind Alabama.
The real test will be
to see how many teams get in. From the SEC.
Alabama's got 2. I think Texas A&M would still go. They lose in the championship.
Would they put in a 3-loss SEC runner-up
if they play in the championship game? They should, as opposed to a 2-loss Alabama who didn't even get there.
It'll be interesting to see how they dole out those bids. I'm sure Sankey would love that, but
they didn't get there because A&M didn't have to play Georgia, and the head-to-head Alabama. Well, Alabama actually beat Georgia. So Alabama lost to who? Well,
they lost to
Vanderbilt,
and they lost to Tennessee.
Yeah,
both road games, Tennessee and Vanderbilt.
Well, but still, they can't win in Tennessee. That's a big problem. You cannot win in the state of Tennessee.
Well, and for years they had Tennessee as their East team, and they got to play them every year.
And they dominated.
And it was a joke.
People forgot that was even a rivalry.
Yeah.
In fact, Alabama people see the Tennessee rivalry. Well, they see it as a bigger game than the Auburn game. It's
a cigar. Did y'all know this was a cigar game?
The winners smoke cigars. Yes.
But did you know that before?
Yes, because I remember there was a shot of all 3 Alabama quarterbacks. It was Hurts, Mack,
that's right,
and Tua all with cigars when they're all on the same roster.
And that was after the Tennessee game?
Yeah, after the Tennessee game, yeah.
Because I think that picture showed up on my timeline way after that.
Yeah.
All right, it's 9:00 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Who's your favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, by the way? I got the odds here. Who would you say is the favorite for you, Dell, to win the Heisman Trophy?
Well, I know who the favorite is now, so I don't want to answer.
Genty or Gabriel?
Nope.
Genty's has fallen.
Cam Ward plus 160.
Yeah. Genty's fallen way back because
plus 450.
Well, he only had 159 this week.
Exactly, because he's got to put up 210.
No, I thought he was in the 180s again.
I think it was in the 140 something, but he's playing games no one's watching.
Yeah.
And the numbers aren't big enough, although he's having great games. by normal
Yeah,
standards.
he needs to be over 200.
Yeah.
He needs to be over 200 a game is frankly what he needs to be. In his last game, 31 for 149. And it's not like they don't give him the ball a lot. 31 carries, 33 carries, 31 carries. That's his last 3 games.
What did he have this week?
31 for 149, 2 touchdowns.
Not
It's good. 4.8 yards a carry. The game before 3.9. The
Yes.
game before 7. His offensive line, by the way, is not very good. Like they're going to be really mad when they're not a Joe Moore Award semifinalist. We didn't even put them on the honorable mention, and they were losing their mind. But when we watch it, it's like that's all Jenkins.
The Texans are making run blocking look irrelevant now because they're so. If you can't pass block, then you're not a good offensive line. If the Texans can run block, big deal. And then CJ's getting killed.
Well, then
run blocking ain't all that.
Are they
big a
passing
deal.
too much then?
No, they're not passing too much.
It appears to be since you can't since you're running the ball.
Oh, wait a minute. That's all I'm hearing is Bobby Sloak. That's all he does is run the football on first down. Now you want him to run the football on first down?
Well, let me ask you.
Bobby Sloak can't win.
Let me ask you. Do they run the ball well?
They run the ball real well.
When Mixon's healthy?
Yeah.
Then why not give him more carries like Tennessee used to do? Tennessee won with Derrick Henry using conservative with Dell's guy, former Aggie and former Ryan Tannehill. Why not? You know what I would do? Like I would say, okay, what we can't do is pass protect. What we do well is run the football with Joe Mixon. Well, then it sounds like you need to run the football maybe a little more and maybe throw, especially on second down, because we know it's going to be run first down, throw second down, throw third down. It's pretty predictable. How about you make quick hit throws, get the ball out quickly on early downs, and then just live off of Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon right now should be getting 28 carries a game, and then the rest of them should go to.
Unless you want them to.
I don't care. You can't protect.
The snot out of them.
You want to keep losing?
You want to beat the snot out of Joe Mixon?
No, Joe Mixon.
I want Joe Mixon to be able to run the
Joe
football.
Mixon's beating the snot out of other people.
Well, Joe Mixon's is getting beat up.
What I'm not going to do is say
what
you're asking him to do is shoot a lot more Fred VanVleet 3-pointers instead of go to. That's what it is. Hey,
did CJ turn into Fred VanVleet in 28%?
The protection is Fred VanVleet.
No.
Well, he did.
So you're asking him to pass more where you don't do it well.
Well,
it's true.
He did shoot 11 for 30 on Thursday night. That's very Fred VanVleet like.
That is Fred VanVleet.
Wait. What?
The CJ shot 11 for 30.
Oh, yeah. Well, honestly, the protection's so bad. It's like asking the Rockets right now. Fred needs to get more threes up. No, he doesn't.
All right,
he gets plenty up.
Hey,
no.
Hey,
don't pass as much. You got 2 tackles who don't buy into what's going on anyway. Who cares?
I want you to buy into Republic Boot Company. I want you to buy into the events that they got there. It's a perfect place to have your next corporate or family holiday event. It is a great place. It smells so good in there. I'm telling you, this is a great place to have a holiday event. It really is. Call them about renting the shop out. And it fills up fast for the holidays. So call them about having something there. They got a great bar. They got a stage on Fridays. They call it Fireball Fridays. Everybody gets together with live music, food, and drinks over there. It's really a really neat place.
New cowboy hat to go. You can get rodeo ready, and that's their big deal. Is they want to get you ready to be rodeo ready with new hats, new boots, custom-made boots. You've got boots in the 1836 collection
that's
starting
really cool line.
$395.
Yeah.
So it's a great chance for you to have boots that are going to last you for your lifetime, basically, because they can do the repairs, small repairs. They do it all right there in Chicago.
Yeah, Republic Boot Company. It's really, really, really cool. If you haven't been there, let's go. Get on over there. It's a neat place. I hope we go back there. We did shows there. It is something. So get on over to Republic Boot Company. That's republicbootcompany.com. It's on 11th Street, 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, just off 11th and Studewood. republicbootcompany.com. All right, welcome back. We got 1 hour to go. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Was there anything from this weekend that caught your eye? Anything from this weekend caught your eye? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. You caught your eye with the people getting kicked out of games.
Yeah.
Not only Hector Herrera, who spit at the feet of the referee.
For the Dynamo.
He was kicked out, and the Dynamo lose. Their season is over. And
he'll be suspended for the beginning of next year.
Yeah. He's going to
beginning of next year, he'll be suspended. But what caught my eye was so a couple things happened in 2 different games that I haven't seen happen this year. Or really, I don't know how often the NFL has seen it. Brian Branch came over on a throw. The Lions were playing the Green Bay Packers. He came over on a throw. The defender tried to make the play underneath, and then Brian Branch, the safety for the Lions, ended up hitting helmet to helmet, collided in, and he kind of led with the helmet. He didn't jump and put his arms back like anything crazy, but it was a 15-yard penalty. It was clearly unsportsmanlike conduct or unnecessary roughness, I guess, defenseless receiver, if you want to say that. Instead of just giving him the 15-yard penalty, they kicked him out of the game. And Branch was like, what? They kicked him out of the game for that. Then in the Rams-Seattle game, so then I'm watching that one. Yesterday, I watched more games than I've watched probably all year, flipping between games. Rams and Seattle, the Rams are actually down in the first half, and there was an interception by Matthew Stafford. Tariq Woolen got the interception, and when Puka Nacua got up, one of the cornerbacks or safeties gave him a little shot, like blocking him, after an interception, even though the play had been dead. He kind of blocked him. Puka didn't like it, so he threw his right hand and smacked the guy in the helmet. Instead of calling a 15-yard penalty, which they did, they kicked him out of the game for throwing. They considered it, quote unquote, throwing a punch at this guy. I could not believe they called that. Yesterday, they kicked. This must be a new point of emphasis that, hey, we're going to start eliminating guys from games because you kicked out 2 major factors. Brian Branch, who's one of the most underrated winners on that team with the Lions, and then Puka Nacua, who is the top wide receiver on the road, division game in the first half of the game where you were actually losing at that point. You kicked Puka Nacua out of the game. So I don't know. If you saw either one of those, you might have been just as baffled as I was. I thought it was way, way too much. And then I couldn't believe Grover Stewart. When Grover Stewart yesterday, if you're watching the game, he got a sack on Sam Darnold, and the ball was fumbled. The Colts picked it up, went for a touchdown, and the flag was thrown because he went, kind of hand hit the face mask, kind of jarred the head around. And, we've seen that all the time. Like, man, he made a great play, but the hand went up in the helmet area. So it's coming back. They picked the flag up and let it sit. And when the rules analyst for NBC.
Well, sometimes if you just scrape the face mask, it's a ridiculous call. It's not like you are causing any damage to the player whatsoever. But every time they get hit around the head, I was watching somebody yesterday. It's like, oh, he hit me in the head. He hit me in the head. It was a grazing blow. That's not the intent of the rule. The intent of the rule is to protect the guys. But
I agree. I agree. But this one, I was really surprised they let it stand.
What the most egregious is 2 days after the Texans played the Jets, Troy Hairston, the fullback for the Texans, he got fined for a hit the week before against the Colts. He got fined $5,000 for on the kickoff, the opening kickoff. He had a crackback block against the Colts.
Watch this.
And it wasn't a crackback block, but it was a.
Yeah. You can't make it towards the line of scrimmage.
Towards the middle of the field, and they find him. Dude he doesn't make $5,000 a game. I mean, what the hell, league?
Yes, he
and
does.
it's 2 days after the next game.
And he had just been brought up from the practice squad, so it's not like he's been cashing NFL.
He's not cashing big checks.
He's not cashing NFL checks. He's cashing practice squad checks, which are different.
No, but he was up.
You get a game check, though.
You get an NFL.
Yeah, no, when
check.
you're up. But it's not like he's been making that all year.
No.
Well, they usually hand out the fines like the day before the next regular game. Like, so that's the
Oh, yeah,
general
that's
time
it,
that they
right.
hand
Oh,
them
I got
out. It just so happens the Texans played a Thursday game.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But we already played another game.
Well,
y'all going back to that game?
That doesn't mean you didn't do it.
No, but it wasn't even that egregious. The league sometimes, I want to know, and somebody asked this question, do you know how much in fines the league charged last year to players? It was like, it's a ridiculous amount of money. And everybody's like, where's that money go? Like millions of dollars, millions in fines.
Ukraine. That was an easy joke. I'm kidding. It doesn't. It goes to charities and
does it?
And
does it really?
Yes, it goes to different
Who
children
says this?
who have.
They do.
Who are these people?
The NFL does.
Who
The
are
NFL.
these people?
The NFL. It goes to
Okay.
charities for people who are downtrodden and people who have sicknesses and illnesses. And
Eyelids for
so
kids?
if you're,
Is eyelids for kids ever
I don't
gotten
think
any?
they ever got the official certification they needed. But yeah, NFL does things. So if you'd like to come after people who have been hurt or sick or going through difficult times, the NFL is trying to help them, then by all means, I'd do that, John. You
So
do that.
go
You'll be
and
just
have
like the people going after J.J. Watt for trying to raise money for the city.
Well,
That's who you are.
Well,
now.
we didn't go after him for trying to raise money. They went
No.
after him because
What did he do with it?
What did he do with the money?
What you doing with that money?
Giving it to people.
What you doing with that money, though?
What you doing with that money, though?
Yeah, JJ. What are you doing?
914.
That cabin up in Wisconsin looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Stop.
New TV.
Cabin.
Stop, because you'll make the conspiracy theorists just start jumping in on that. Now.
Man, a lot of new furniture in there, Jay.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
look at
take
that.
much for a conspiracy theorist to go off.
All right.
Not anymore. It's like I heard on the radio that apparently he's bought a lot of new furniture for a place in Wisconsin. In the meantime, I know people who are still having trouble from Burl. And like, what? Wait. You said that because of a Dell joke?
He didn't raise money for Barrel.
It was for
I know.
Harvey.
A conspiracy theorist would say, where's that money? The leftover could have been helping people with Barrel.
We got a break, but Keith and Matt, you guys are first up. League City, your peeps are
I
calling.
never seen a cabin with heated floors before.
I have.
I know. I know. You live
Cold
I have.
weather idiot.
They're really nice. Those.
I bet
They
JJ.
I'm sure JJ has a nice cabin somewhere.
yeah, we've
I
seen
don't
it.
think he raised money to redo his cabin.
Hey,
though.
John, what do you always say about rich people?
F them.
No, not that.
what?
No, you don't,
About
liar.
that. You never say that.
You dap
What
him
do I
up
say?
and say,
How
"Can
you
I sit
doing?"
in your?"
Yeah. What do you say about, what's rich people always want more? I'm sure JJ's like, you know what? Sure, I made millions of dollars, but you know what'd be great? Some of that Harvey money.
Yeah. Oh.
JJ didn't take
JJ
Harvey
didn't take
money.
the Harvey
These
money.
are all
Let's stop
jokes,
with
people.
that.
All jokes. He never took the Harvey money.
All right, we got
that
a break.
you know of.
We got to talk right now, my peeps, about Chastain Ford. That's my peeps, okay? I talked to Patrick last week. I just was texting back and forth with Allie. I really like these people. I really, really like these people. I couldn't be happier for them. 2 weeks in a row, the Cougs come up with big wins. They're 4-5 now. 2 more wins, and they're bowl eligible. Just got to get through a couple more games. That's really, really neat for all Coug fans, and these people are Coug fans, okay? And you know what? Don't either. If you're a Coug, well, let's support the Cougs. Absolutely, let's support the Cougs. If you're some other college, that doesn't matter. You want the best deal for your car. You want no add-ons. You want no markups. You want great service. You want a vehicle the way you want it. You want your payments to be where you need your payments to be. Let them figure it out for you. Go on that lot. We did it. Me and JT did it. We looked through all of the different trucks that they had there, and we picked one up off the pre-owned lot. It was awesome. It's a King Ranch. It's awesome. We bought that. My daughter bought her car there. I bought a couple of cars there. We are going to be Chastain people forever. We want you to be. I'm telling you, once you join the family, you're going to be hooked. ChastainFord.com. You're going to love the experience. ChastainFord.com. Tell them you heard it right here on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, or ChastainFord.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 920 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We said we get these guys in. Keith's been waiting. He wants to talk about college football. Hey, Keith, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Congrats on the Hall of Fame once again.
Thanks,
my question today, Florida State's 1-8. I know Dell's loving it. Norvell without Jordan Travis is like 9-24. There's no way FSU brings back Norvell next season, right?
I don't know. What's his deal? What's his contract?
Well, he convinced them that Alabama wanted him, so he got a new deal after last year. So they would have to eat a lot of money and then go pay someone, and they're not flush with cash. So the question is, are you going to divert money and funds to get rid of him or bolster your roster with him?
You got to bolster your roster.
And for them, it's kind of one or the other, from what I can tell. They just don't have indiscriminate funds. So I think what's saving him, although it's been awful and it keeps getting worse, is that they just gave him a new deal. If they hadn't given him that, I think he'd be gone, even after going 13-1. It's really bad.
Yeah. No, they're awful. They are really awful.
And the thing is, he built them up to a spot where they were 13-0. If they don't have a quarterback injury, they're in the playoff. Can you get that buy-in again? Like on the rise, you can sell people on, hey, this is where we're going to be. But once it falls apart, can you get that type of energy back into the program? Is anyone ever going to believe you when you fall to possibly 2-10? Well, they may beat Florida because Florida's down to their third quarterback now, but they got Charleston Southern, which they should win, and then maybe they get Florida. So if you get to 2-10 or 3-9, is anyone going to believe that you can build it back up again?
This is all. I mean, how do you fall off from one year to the next?
And he thought he was going
just because of Jordan Travis.
Well, it shouldn't be, but he doesn't win games unless Jordan Travis is starting at the quarterback spot for him. But he thought he was going to have a great offensive line. He has a bad one. They are a transfer portal heavy program, and he missed this round. He was great with Verse and Fisk and all those other guys in 2022 and 2023. This time around, a whiff, and it's killing him. Hey, Keith, it's funny because you're Florida State, but moving my bias aside, I just don't know if they're willing to bite the bullet to pay him and then go pay another coach at the same time.
Yeah. We'll see. They don't spend money. They don't spend. That's why Jimbo got out of there, is they don't spend the money that's necessary to win.
Yeah, and they
had Bobby Bowden forever.
Yeah, they've used NIL to, as I said, to bolster what they have. The transfer portal has been great for them up until this year, but they're just not a program who can foot the bill for paying. Like they're just getting off from Willie Taggart, and now they're paying Mike Norvell. Now they want to pay another guy and pay Mike Norvell. I think you might have to suffer through another year.
Let's get Matt in here. League City. This is your neighbor, Matt.
Matt, are you? Before you go get to your Saints, do you know you're one of 67% of League City people who didn't vote? Because I just got a text, Matt. I don't know if you got it.
In 2020.
Galveston County, 2020. 67% of us didn't vote.
Are you?
I definitely voted.
So you're one of the 33%.
One of the 33% of Galveston County who voted, yes.
Get out there, Galveston. Yes. Come on, that's a lot of rednecks. Trump needs those votes.
In Texas?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of rednecks out there.
Sorry, guys.
Jackie, vote.
He's in Bolivar. He's in Galveston County, I think. Yeah, he's in Galveston County.
Get out there and vote, Jackie, instead of laying around, scratching your head.
Are you telling Jackie who to vote for or just to vote?
Well, he's a redneck. He's got to vote for Trump.
Okay.
Sure. We don't get more redneck than Jackie, for F's sake. Well, hey, I got to get him back.
He's not a redneck.
Well, I got to get him back. When somebody was saying, hey, congratulations to the Hall of Famers, the best, the GOATs, and he went, meh.
Yeah, I saw it.
Screw him.
I saw it.
Screw Jackie, redneck. What do you want to talk about, Matt?
Dirtbag Dennis Allen is out. We flushed that dog water down the drain finally. Speaking of dog water,
wait, did he officially get whacked today?
Did Dennis Allen get whacked?
Oh yeah, he did.
Yes,
breaking.
He did.
Dennis Allen whacked today. I would have thought Mike McCarthy would catch it first.
Jerry's very loyal.
Yeah, that's
we now have
Look
callers.
how long he kept Jason Garrett.
Callers are breaking.
That is true.
Callers are breaking.
Yeah, breaking
news
stories
for
now.
us. Breaking
Congratulations, Dennis. What else? There,
No, he just wanted
just hung up.
He just wanted to get him out of there. Yeah,
Got rid of him.
Well, get out, beat it.
That was a bad one. Losing to
Bryce Young.
God, man. I was telling John, I watched some of that game, and it was a war trying to get first downs for just standard first downs for Carolina.
It didn't help that
Bryce is just not good.
It didn't help that the Saints players were apologizing for losing to the Panthers, and then another Saints player said, "Hell, put me at quarterback. At least it'd be more fun." You had former Saints player Michael Thomas going after Derek Carr for throwing that hospital ball.
Where's
to Chris
Mike
Olave.
Thomas, by the way?
He's just sitting around. I don't know where he is.
So he's now the guy who couldn't stay out of everyone's
That's
direct
the
messages.
ship talk too.
Yeah, no
Michael
audio
Thomas,
for it, but yeah,
he laid into Derek Carr.
Yeah,
and he lived in everyone's direct messages, by the way, before and after the draft. This guy couldn't, like, the biggest rabbit ears you've ever seen. And
where is he? What does he do now?
He's been hurt forever. Now he doesn't play.
I mean, what's he do? Michael, you were the best receiver in football, and then you went AWOL. I mean, just nothing.
He's a free agent.
Yeah.
He's 30 years
I can't
old.
wait to get that dude on my team.
He's 30 years old, and he's done with football.
Talk about a weird dude, man. He just, the hell?
He could never stay healthy after a certain point, and, kind of a problem. One of those guys who isn't worth it. He played last year, 39 catches for 148 yards. So he only played in 10 games last year, 3 the year before, 7 the year before that. Talk about a fall off. In 2019, of course, this has to coincide with Drew Brees retiring, right? 16 games played, 149 receptions, 1,725 yards and 9 TDs.
1,725 yards, only 9 TDs. That's the weird thing is in his career, he only had 36 touchdowns, and he had 9 3 different times. But, yeah, he was basically had a 4-year career. That was it. It was a really good 4-year career, and he'd let you know about it every step of the way. But 1,137 yards his rookie year, 92 catches. Then he went 149. No, then he went 104 catches. Then 125. Then 149. And every year his yardage kept going up and up and up. And then after his 4th year,
That's all.
he got hurt in 2020. The COVID
Then he got
year.
paid then, right?
Yeah, he would have gotten paid. Yeah, he would have had a new contract. And then after he got money, it was over. Although I don't know that it's necessarily tied to that. But 5 starts in 2020, didn't play in 2021. 3 starts after that, 7 starts after that, and he was done with football.
Yeah.
But that's why the NFL is it really is staggeringly short for a lot of guys. You sometimes sometimes blows me away when I go back and look at draft picks and I realize they're out of the league in 3 years. Like I'm telling you right now, I could see a scenario where Kenyon Green, who's the 15th pick of the draft, may not play more than
start him.
5. He may not play more than 5. Well, I don't think he'll be a Texan next year. I think he'll be a cap casualty. Somebody's going to pick him up. He may stick around for a couple of years, but he doesn't play with any confidence. The technique falls off whenever he starts facing the bullets. He's not the strongest anchor player. I don't think he's.
What team would pick up Kenyon Green and say, "Boy, we're better"?
Well, Xavier. Well, not that he's better. He'll just keep playing as depth, but I don't know for how long. I don't know how long he plays. Offensive lineman can last. Dan Skipper plays in the league. He still gets in games for the Lions. So you don't have to be the strongest guy.
That means Kenyon Green can play too?
Yeah, but between the guards, it's tougher. Because if you can't stop guys from getting quick wins, your quarterbacks get splattered.
How about Aaron Rodgers said, you know what we did? They started 4 tackles against the Texans.
Yeah.
They started 4 tackles.
That's what you do. Tackles are better interior
we were
pass
so
protectors.
banged up. We had 4 tackles. And guess what? He got sacked twice. CJ got sacked 8.
Because teams love tackles that they move into guard in the draft.
That's what I said. Move Titus over to guard now and play Flip Fisher.
Have you heard or have you read?
He hasn't read. Titus doesn't do
right tackle only.
Yeah.
You do what we say. We're paying you money.
Guess what? Maybe he's one of the non-buy-in guys.
You think they talk to their
We're
tackles
not
that way?
governors here. You
I'm
know what?
sorry.
We're owners of the team. We're not governors.
You think they talk to the tackles that way?
To us, yeah. You're not talking to the tackles that way.
Okay.
You're not. What we're not going to do, sis, is talk to the left and right tackle that way. 78 and 71's got their own things going. You don't need to tell them what to do.
We'll get you a new Louis Vuitton bag.
You don't. Well, okay. Now we can talk.
Now we're negotiating.
Hold
Thank
on.
you.
Now we're in the middle of something.
Hey, you didn't say
Okay?
Louis V.
Why don't you lead with that next time?
I mean, you came in with all those strong words, and I was taken aback. But now we're talking.
Now we're starting.
This is all we wanted to do was have a conversation.
Let's talk. Don't talk at me. Talk with me.
Yeah. Don't talk at me or to me. Let's have a conversation.
Titus, you're going to line up right here. See Juice? He's going to be on your right. And we got Laramie on your left.
I'm not loving this so far.
I know you're telling me what to do.
I'm not loving this so far.
Stop leading with position change and lead with Louis.
little gooch.
Now I'm
Gucci.
Keep talking to me.
Maybe what about Balenciaga? But we're in the same. That's fine. But
I'm hearing what I like to hear.
Yeah. But don't lead with where you're going to play me. Lead with what you're going to pay me.
Oh.
Okay?
Or in this case,
I don't want to talk about the play. I want to talk about the pay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's scat it. Okay?
Let's limit some of the practice time as well. Let's keep talking.
Yeah. Do I have to practice?
This is a collectively
all
bargain.
those days?
John, this is a collectively bargained decision.
No, it's
you
not.
Tell me
it's
what
moving positions.
No, you tell me, like Dale said, okay, I would also like to address practice time.
You know what? We're not far off.
No,
we are not far off.
No.
To get him to move over there would be would take an
get
act.
him to move there. He's literally, you're the boss of him.
Yeah.
D'Amico is the boss of him.
It's hard for me to consider you the boss of me when everyone here, except for the owner, I make more than. So how can you be the boss of me? I make more than anyone who's telling me to move.
Who would win a fight between the two of them?
Who, D'Amico and Titus Howard? Take a D'Amico. But we can't go to blows unless you're like that O-line coach. Did you see that O-line coach lose his mind?
The
in
coach
college?
And oh my God. Wait a minute. What about the new touchdown celebration? We missed that. We got a break. 9:32 on the other side.
What is that from it started at Incarnate Word.
Yeah. All state siding and windows.
All state windows and siding. You know, sometimes there's new touchdown celebrations, but there's still the same quality experience people over at my friends over at All State Windows and Siding. It's a family-run affair. It's family-owned and operated. The thing that's so great about that is that when you have something that's family-run, you get so much excitement on a day-to-day basis about who they are and what they do. Their customer service has to be top-notch. The type of windows they have, which, by the way, are made in the United States. Well, they're made here in Texas. They're not made over in China. They're made in Texas for Texas-style weather, which, as we know, is highly volatile and so many different types of weather patterns you have to deal with. And it can wreak havoc on windows and siding, or wood on your home. But when you have the new siding jobs from Allstate Windows and Siding, they give you a big discount on complete siding jobs. But also, once you get your siding, your Hardy Plank siding added to your home, we're not talking about no more painting, no more repairs that need to be done. This was clearly your chance and your opportunity to upgrade the look of your home while also making it more energy efficient, and doing it with a company that's right here in the city of Houston, and it's family owned and operated for decades. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do we know the name of the kid at Incarnate Word that started the new trend? He got flagged for that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Is there a rule about going to the ground in college football where you can't celebrate?
You're not supposed to celebrate at all. They've never officially said you can celebrate.
Well, they've allowed.
They just allow it.
But
the
here,
dances.
That's Incarnate Word.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were talking to Willie Fritz about it the other day with Stephon Johnson. He scored a touchdown against Utah, and he got a flag for excessive celebration. And
some
it's like
officials are allowing it.
Yes, and I mean, let's be consistent with it.
It was Jalen Walthall.
So the kid scored a Incarnate Word. He scored a touchdown. He went and did a headstand.
Yeah.
And just sat there for a second and then fell.
Well, his body, he locks out his body.
Yes.
And then he just falls, and he falls forward, meaning as though it's a somersault. Falls
but he
forward
just
towards his
he
back.
stands on his head for a second.
It's nothing like
with a straight body.
But it's nothing
not
crazy. It's nothing crazy. But
so then a Lion did it.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
One of the fourth down plays that the Lions went
Drake
for.
London did it first.
Oh, he did?
Did London do it first?
Is that when he got hurt?
He got they say he got hurt on the touchdown, but he was able to do the celebration, then didn't return to the game.
Because his hip was hurt after he celebrated. I'd like to call that he got hurt on the celebration. I'm just gonna guess.
Well, he did. It was a tough catch to make, and he did fall pretty hard, but maybe he got hurt on the celebration. Then there was
All I know is he went under 5.5 receptions.
Mm-hmm. And so we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Was there another one who did it? Was it just the?
I didn't know Drake London did it, but that's the three I've seen. Amon-Ra St. Brown did it, and this guy, Coach Don Casey, who actually lives in Houston, he does some great football content. He'll show you great plays and play calls. He'll tell you what they are. He lives in Houston. I reached out to him about coming on the air, although I don't know how we would I don't know how we talk to him because he's a younger guy. But he goes, wait a minute, I've seen that celebration. Amon-Ra St. Brown did the celebration. And a lot of people, it's the first time we had ever seen it. And he goes right to his Twitter and said, oh, I already tweeted this one out. He had watched Incarnate Word for some reason. And he goes, no, here's where it started. And he showed that guy's. So that's going to be the new celebration you may start seeing.
That is great. And let's get rid of the Justin Jefferson's.
The
gritty?
special dance?
The gritty.
Oh, it was a great run. He had a great run with the gritty. But we need to.
But so Dabbin had a great run.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over. You had Cam brought the dabbing in from Migos. So Cam brought dabbing in, and then it had a run.
If Lance still does it, it's bad.
No, I'm
I
bringing it back.
You do the Incarnate Word.
I'm bringing it back.
Can you do now? I know it would be difficult for you to do the Saquon Barkley jump, but
I do upper body celebrations.
So would you do the Incarnate Word?
I only do upper body celebrations. And sometimes, and I've changed the dab where everyone else used to be this, boom, and you throw it in the corner of your arm. I'll do this.
Oh,
and I don't even throw this arm out. Sometimes I just do this. Like when my daughter's getting in trouble with my wife, I'll see her and I'll just go, and Dad's dabbing. Stop doing it. It's serious, Dad. We're having it. Too bad you got dabbed on. And now she does it to me. If Nicole's yelling at me, my daughter just goes.
Seems like there's a lot of yelling there going on there.
It is.
Join us on November 11th from 6 to 9 for the Tailgate presented by Verizon. The Tailgate is a celebration of Houston sports and the fans that cheer them on. You'll savor sports-inspired bites from top Houston restaurants, including Big City Wings, Loro, Pizarro's Pizza, Uchi, and many more. And then we got premium cocktails, bid on memorabilia, enjoy plenty of game day fun, upgrade to VIP to meet and greet with Texans legends Brian Cushing and Travis Johnson. Going to be there, what? Courtesy of Verizon. Tickets include all food and drinks. Get yours now at tailgate.culturemap.com. Tailgate.culturemap.com. Use promo code ESPN for $10 off any ticket type.
Who are the legends again?
Brian Cushing and Travis Johnson. Yeah. Legends. Don't you. Okay. Stop already.
I didn't say a word.
Legends of the game. Right?
Cushing doesn't like me.
First rounder, yes.
Here are the people who don't like me.
Is that all it takes?
Nick Bosa.
Why does Brian Cushing not like you?
Huh?
Why does Brian write about him?
Yeah.
Well, his dad got mad at me one time because I just mentioned that he wasn't playing the same way as when he came back from when I had my blog in the Houston Chronicle. He wasn't playing the same way as he had before he got busted for all that stuff, and they needed to, he needed to step his game up. And
people didn't like that.
His dad got all mad at me, and I'm sure he said something to Brian, and Brian's not happy. Then I guess Quinn Ewers' dad saw that I tweeted during the Oklahoma game. I said, man, it's going to be interesting. I said, he looks really bad this quarter. It's going to be interesting to see if Sark kind of has the balls to make a switch in this game if this continues and go to Arch Manning. Well, then his dad told his agent, like, I thought you said he was one of the good ones.
One of the good
Ron,
ones.
I said, you better make sure he knows, and you better know for yourself. I don't put a cape on for nobody. So if it doesn't look good, I'm going to say it. You're probably not going to be real happy with my draft analysis of your guy Quinn. I did have an advertiser of the show text during this text this weekend, and he said, any chance Quinn Ewers goes back to college? And I hadn't really thought about it because I think right now Quinn is on the border. Well, supposedly there's a team. I'm not going to say the team, but there's a team that really loves Quinn Ewers. And usually when this guy gives me information, it's pretty good information. And this team is probably going to draft somewhere around 20th in the 18 to 20 range, maybe 15 to 20 range. So Quinn could still go into first. But let's say they don't take it. This team doesn't take a quarterback. I can see him falling out. I've talked to some teams who have in the third round who don't have big grades on Quinn Ewers at all. If he gets a first-round contract, you have to go. But would it make sense for Quinn Ewers, based on NIL now, to go, maybe not back to Texas, but go be a hired gun at a university, a hired gun at Alabama with Jalen Milroe? I don't know who their quarterback is behind him. Maybe they have a good one. A hired gun at Ohio State's probably burned his bridges, but just I don't know. I can't think of it.
Well, listen, if he's going to be a first rounder, then it's different,
right? But if you're on the verge of it, would you go back and make NIL money and then wait another year?
Would you make more money as a third rounder or as an NIL quarterback?
Guy?
Yeah,
but he would be a third rounder. I mean, worst case scenario, he'd be in the top 50.
So my question is for any school looking at Quinn Ewers, he is with what many people consider a top play caller in the game.
Yes.
And Quinn Ewers this year, let's say he's been above average. He hasn't been great. He's not killing Texas, but he ain't great. He hasn't been great this year. Are you dragging out a better Quinn Ewers someplace else? And how much is that going to cost you? Like he's with Sark.
Well, that's the question. I think it's an interesting thought exercise because what you're asking is it smarter for these guys? Now, most people are probably going to think Quinn Ewers is a lock to go in the first round. Maybe he is, but people thought that about Will Levis at 1.2, and he went in the second round. Will Levis did. Malik Willis was supposed to, people thought he was going to first round. He went in the third round. There's no guarantee. Now he's played a lot of football, so you don't, your argument could be, well, he gets to go play another year of football, which actually, if you look at who the top touchdown scorers are in pro football this year, it's Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. Those two guys both played 5 years of starting college football. And I would argue that they're both playing more consistently than Caleb Williams. Penix hasn't played. J.J. McCarthy hasn't played. So, you can take that for what it's worth. But these contracts, a second-round contract, the average second-round contract apparently is $9.9 million. Is
in total?
That's total.
Yeah, in total for a second-round pick. The average.
That's 4 years. 9.9. He could get 5 in college from some school.
They say it's more like about 2.5, I think.
Yeah, but I think some guys are getting more.
In real life, for a single year, that's about what you're getting. I was talking to a couple of people who were telling me those numbers that are out there are just false numbers. But when does the revenue share start for colleges? It doesn't start next year, so I don't think that would be a factor.
What, everybody gets 22?
Up to 26.
Up to 26 now?
Up to 26 now is the number, and your athletic program can get 31 million. So the college football is going to hog up most of it, and then the rest of it goes to the other sports. I'm just waiting for that lawsuit to come down for that.
Oh, that'll come. Don't worry. You're limiting how much.
No. We're 100% NFL NIL is going to create lawsuits because at some point we're going to have somebody suing, especially when there's revenue sharing. They're going to sue, and they're going to say this is an unfair distribution of wealth,
Mhm.
and they are going to sue. And college football is going to be in for not college football, just the NCAA structure is going to be in a lot of trouble because there's no real answer for this, honestly. Because different programs have different. Like, how would you like to be at Duke? Duke basketball is probably saying, we better make sure this is split up now. We better make sure this is split right, or the basketball side is going to have to strike against the football side.
University of Houston. How are you going to split that up?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because revenue share wise, like football will probably make more money but I don't know. How would you break it?
Players
Like, it's not fair to. You're right.
No.
Basketball should, and they fill up that stadium.
Yeah.
They fill up their
It's
court.
like the women's U.S. soccer team versus the men's U.S. soccer team.
Yeah, but it's so different it can be so different from school to school.
Well, but the difference is University of Houston does make money. Okay. They fill up that stadium.
How about Iowa football versus Iowa women's basketball over the last 2 years, the previous 2 years? Now, Iowa football is making way more money than Iowa women's basketball, but it's not okay. Iowa men's basketball versus Iowa women's basketball. You know how much money was made with ticket sales because of Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, but the Iowa men they do okay too.
They do, but isn't it probably about even?
Probably. And how much Caitlin would have got paid if she just stayed? She absolutely would get paid.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, she would have.
She should have been the highest paid person at that school.
She would have made. She would have made at least $1 million last year, and she would have made so much more playing women's. It's okay. So people
to keep her one more year, they would have easily paid her $1 million.
People made this. Oh, stop it! She gets all these advertisements anyway when she's in the pros. So don't tell me about NIL. The difference is she would have had the same advertisements probably in college, and she would have had NIL payments on top of that potentially, which would have been. I don't know if they're different or not. I mean, name, image, likeness is. I guess the argument is actually the other way around because you don't have a women's college basketball salary. But once you have revenue sharing, it's going to be a challenge unless they structure the WNBA salaries to go way up. Man, if I'm Juju Watkins, right, from South Carolina, if they've got that in place by the time
she's USC.
Yeah, not South Carolina, USC. It probably is going to make more, unless those contracts go way up in the WNBA, which I think they probably will. But unless it goes way up, it makes more sense for you to stay in college basketball.
All right, we got a break because we got news of the weird coming your way next, right
I like
here.
to end on some WNBA talk.
Yeah, there's not better. But let me give you a quick assist to get you out of this.
Quick assist is I don't need out of it. If I wanted to get to if I wanted to sell my Iowa women's basketball tickets, I could have done it through Quick Assist. Although they were not in business at that time. This company is growing extremely fast. They are right here in Houston. The father-son combination who are the brains behind this. They use technology that was that they developed that was in place for an energy company. And what it does is it basically reads the market. So when you have tickets to sell, NBA, NFL, college football, college basketball, Major League Baseball, NHL, you give them you get your tickets, you upload your tickets to them. They will list it on 15 different ticket sale sites and sometimes even higher number of sites. So the maximum amount of eyes are now looking at your tickets. And then the company will also dynamically price them. So this program allows them to raise and lower the prices almost instantaneously, basically, based on what the market is doing. This is something that airlines are using to raise and hotels use to raise and lower prices depending on supply and demand. They've got the same technology and they do it for tickets. So you've got the best chance to not only sell your tickets, but sell it for the most money thanks to Quick Assist. Download the app. Have it on your phone, ready to go the next time you want to sell tickets. It's Quick Assist, ASYST. If you're a season ticket holder here for Texans, Astros, Rockets, you've got to have this app on your phone, Quick Assist.
Wow, this is a nice story. This is a really nice story. A Malaysian man, he was paralyzed for 6 years, and his wife took care of him. Know what happened after he...
When he regained the ability to walk?
Yeah.
He left her?
Beat it.
Well, yeah. How? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you say take care of. Is there a chance that every once in a while she'd go like, you dumbass, and smack him in the back of the head?
Well,
Stuff
no.
like that? Or
She fed him through a tube,
with
changed
super
his
hot-
diapers,
Hold on.
helped him take a bath.
What about super hot soup? Did she feed him like he would be, and then all of a sudden it's super hot and it's spicy? He's like,
And she gave him a hot pocket?
You know who else got taken care of? James Caan did by what's her name during
Oh, my God.
Misery. Remember when she took care of him, good care of him?
That wasn't his wife, though.
That wasn't, no.
Well, still
That was some
taking care
weird
of, just
nurse.
because you care for
Well,
somebody
did
doesn't
she
mean it's
chain
good.
him to the bed?
I don't know.
Did she break his ankle so he couldn't walk? His feet so he couldn't walk away?
Maybe he just said, you stink. You had all my dirty diapers all over you. I got to find a new woman.
He couldn't look at her the same?
Yeah.
You're disgusting. You have my poo all over your hand. I'm out.
You're gross.
You're wiping my butt. I'm out of here.
An Ohio sheriff lieutenant is in some hot water. He posted this. I am sorry. If you support the Democratic Party, I will not help you. Do you think that sheriffs should only help Republicans?
I don't think you should
I
allow.
assume he doesn't have a job anymore.
They suspend him
I
at
don't
least?
know. If you're a Democrat, do you
can't
think you
tell
should be
somebody,
saved?
If you vote Republican, I'm not going
No,
to
if
help
you vote
If
Democrat.
you vote Democrat, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna,
you should
You're
just-
literally a public servant that gets paid by tax money. Dum-dum. You can't say that.
Apparently you can't. What happened to him? Do we have a final result?
I think he's still got a job.
Of course.
Of course he does. Well, he's a Republican. And you know what?
Is he in a Republican heavy area? So maybe
Yeah,
they don't
obviously,
care.
you don't
you don't
say
say it
that.
if you're not. So I'm sure he knew his audience.
He put in another post. I'm going to need proof of who you voted for. What? Dude,
Isn't that the
you're
whole-
trying to just protect and serve, but just Republicans.
Well, some people
not
don't.
those people.
Some people don't deserve to be served or protected.
Oh my God. Apparently there is a home in Calgary who left for Halloween, left outside. They left razors and they said for kids to pick up. They said, and it said a note on there said, sorry, because of Trudeau, we can't afford candy.
So you can afford, are they like actual
Disposable razors.
Oh.
Yikes.
I've
You're
got news for you.
bad people.
Here's one of the craziest. You're not going to believe this. So far in 5 games in the fourth quarter, Alperen Sengun is shooting 16.7% in the fourth quarter
That is
of
weird.
games. That's weird.
But
16.7%.
it's a small sample size. He's not ever in.
He plays 5.7 minutes per fourth quarter. Fred VanVleet shooting 40% in the fourth quarter and 36% from 3. Clutch. This is why you have $40 million.
Well, then you know what?
You know what's weird? Fred VanVleet plays in the fourth quarter, but he's also really good in the fourth
Well,
quarter.
but you know what? Then let's not play him the first 3 because he sucks in those. He's the reason
just
you're
closer.
He's the reason you're down 31. You don't have to have a big comeback in the fourth if Fred is sitting on the bench.
closing
Fred.
You want a closing
I want
point
a
guard?
closer. I want
I want a
Ime to come
closer.
out, and I want him to tap the arm.
Need a
and
closer.
have Fred VanVleet come out there and blast 3.
Yeah, Sean brings up a good point. Does he get special walk-in music?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Yes. How funny
Oh.
would that be if the crowd, if the lights went down and they just, and all of a sudden you see Fred VanVleet come from the
puts their phones light
the
on.
phones light up. Yeah.
They got a new scoreboard. They can have just a camera
Fred like,
following them from the back.
That's Fred VanVleet's music.
Whoa.
And he comes out of the little pathway
With smoke?
with smoke. Yeah, smoke. And all of a sudden those flames are shooting. Flames shooting up. And Fred's coming in for 8.4 average minutes in the fourth quarter per game.
That's all.
To shut it
That's all we
down.
need him.
We're shutting it down with Fred.
Well, we'll have a lead if he's not on the floor in the first 3,
Yeah, no, that's
as opposed to having to come back.
So how
from
many
31.
appearances does he make now if he's not killing a team 1 through 3?
Yeah, what if you don't have the lead? Does Fred still come in?
No.
Is he
It's just like
Josh
a closer.
Hader?
Is he Hader?
How does he treat it?
It's just like a closer. You don't come in if he's behind unless you have to, unless there's injuries or people are tired.
All right.
You know.
I don't want Fred Van Vliet, if he's not closing the game.
Alperin's Ryan Presley.
I'm tired of Fred the opener. Okay.
That's a long opener.
Man.
What do you mean the opener? He's playing 40 minutes a game.
Pull him. Grab him. Get out there.
All right, here's a question. What's going to be higher, Fred's minutes per game or dollars in his contract this year? Is he going to have $40 million
right there.
or 40 minutes per game?
It's at 38 right now. He's at 38. So he could have the same as his dollars, as millions.
Stuff up, I looked at where the NFL money goes for fines. It goes to players who have been injured, who need critical care. It goes to retired players who are on hard times.
Sure,
literally
it does.
all of the money goes there.
Sure, it does.
All the money goes there.
All right, we're done.
So I'm sorry. The NFL likes former players that have been hurt and need help.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sure.
Glad I work for a company like that.
I'm sure Raj is just pocketing it.
I work for a company that takes care of people.
Raj is open up a coffee shops.
Hey, leave Lance alone. Not that one, the other one. Leave McCullers alone.
McCullers has that on lock.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. I, right now, though, need to talk about Coors Light. You know what I did? You know what I did all weekend? What? What'd you do all weekend, John? Well, guess what? We were celebrating Hall of Fame. You know how we celebrated? We celebrated responsibly, but we celebrated with Coors Lights. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Boy, it's good. It's just fun. It's just a good time had by all. Well, by me. But I want you to have a good time, too. I want you to have them in your fridge for when I come over or any of your buddies come over. Even if I don't come over. You know what? You need cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. You need the Blue Mountains in your refrigerator because that's what I love them. You're going to love them, too. If you've never tried Coors Light, please try it, okay? And if you've tried Coors Light, I'm sure you'll try it again. You'll do it again. Keep Texas chill. We need to chill Texas out. You're not doing your part, okay? I'm doing my part. I hope you do yours. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Welcome into the show. Following the newly minted Hall of Famers, John and Lance enjoyed their time up in Kilgore. I did not go. I did the math. I was like, you know what? I honestly thought to myself, let's go up there. And then I realized, wait a minute. It's 4 hours there. It's about a 4-hour ceremony if I'm lucky. And then whatever the activities are after the ceremony, and then another 4 hours back. On a college football Saturday, what are we doing here? It's like having that ceremony is like having a wedding during the football season. What are we doing? But congratulations to those two. They were up there. Their families were up there as well. Are we done with the promos now? Is Michael Carroll going to immediately rip those promos out of the
Well, they're not Hall of Famers.
It's true. So
now they're officially Hall of Famers.
They are confirmed Hall of Famers.
If anything, those are premature. They could have been yanked at any time.
Considering their actions on a day-to-day basis on the show. Yes.
Morality. I don't know if they have a morality clause at the Texas Radio.
I wouldn't think so, considering you can pay to be a voter. I don't think there's much in the way of getting in as long as you have enough backing. I mean, they have to make sure you actually did radio in Texas. But beyond that, I think I don't think there's much to stop you. So they can't be yanked out, it looks like. No morality clauses to speak of, it seems like. And congratulations to them once again. And it was a weekend where let's start with the positives, okay? Sean mentioned it during a break. The Cougs are 2-0 in their last two, and we give out tickets. They beat Kansas State at home in a rain-delayed, weather-delayed game, which apparently the weather at Rice is different from the weather with the Cougs because Rice didn't get started until deep into the night for whatever reason, while the Cougs had a delay, but they got their game going in a reasonable hour and got it in. And Rice was like, I think they started after 9 o'clock.
Yes. Rice and Navy resumed play, I think 2 hours after the U of H game ended.
For whatever reason. Yes, I will say this. Rice Village compared to where the Cougs play, it's different worlds, but I know the weather was so different.
I mean, it's two teams relatively close to each other. I mean, obviously it's Houston, but it is close to each other. And they're in the same conference because I thought maybe like, oh, there's some weird conference thing. Oh, no, they're not in the same conference.
No.
That's what it is. I bet it's the difference between how the Big 12 and the American want to do business getting games started, right? That has to be it.
I don't know, but
or there just so happen to be lightning strikes near Rice Village
and not
like within the 5-mile diameter.
Yeah, whatever the rule is that if a lightning strike hits within, and then you have to bring everyone off the field. And of course, there's a warm-up thing after they come off. So Rice did win the game. They beat Navy. Boom. Who just 2 AP polls ago was ranked. Now they've lost a couple. Okay. Now they've lost a couple. Someone hates the military. Now that they've lost a couple in a row.
Go Army.
Well, Army is still undefeated.
I like my military that wins, Del.
Someone else said something very similar. And
what happened to that guy?
Well, there's a big day in his life tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes for him. But Navy, Rice, that game ends in a Rice win, very deep into the night, and of course the Cougs win. And with the Texans playing on Thursday, you got to maybe relax with the anxiety. Your team wasn't on, but after the last time we spoke, at least I did on Friday, there was news that Kenyon Green is now out for the year, and I believe that was kind of met with a collective shrug, like, okay. I mean, because we're not going to really get into that actually affects a real person because he ruins your enjoyment of football. So we're going to forget about Kenyon Green, the person. We're just going to talk about him as a player. And I think for the most part, it's like, well, it's not like, could they do any worse? I don't know if we're going to find out. Is it Juice Patterson? Is it Jared Patterson? Is he going to be healthy enough, recovered enough from the concussion? Are they moving someone inside that doesn't want to play inside, namely Titus Howard? Or are they trading for a guy? Diana Rossini reported that Brandon Scherf is available, the Jag. Is that someone who you want to trade for? The Jags paid a lot of money for that guy, but with their season in the tank, we know they traded one offensive tackle. Do they want to trade a guard? And Trevor Lawrence has got to be, all right, man. Yes, this season has sucked. Yes, I threw a game-losing pick to Nakobe Dean when I was targeting my running back. But are you going to take away starting caliber offensive lineman away from me? How do you think I'm going to do? Well, can you do any worse than you have been? I think he leads the world in turnovers since he was drafted. Josh Allen kind of got strapped with that title depending on what year you want to pick. But now that Josh Allen is playing better, not turning the ball over, unless Keon Coleman's just dropping a ball and popping it up in the air for Jalen Ramsey to pick off, Josh Allen's not turning the ball over anymore. So now Trevor Lawrence is that guy. Thankfully, he's in this division. Think about what happened in the division for the Texans, who still remain there, who still are 2 games up over the Colts because the Colts lost. You had the Colts losing with Joe Flacco at quarterback. You had Mason Rudolph winning a game, which is really for the Titans not a good answer, not a good outcome. Mason Rudolph's playing and you win a football game. That does nothing for you. Mason Rudolph's not your future, other than having a good feeling, which I guess the players will care about, and it's a rookie head coach. Losing games is better for the Titans, but they get the win there. And then you have the Jags, who were bad until Nick Sirianni decided, I want to keep you in this game by making the worst decisions I can possibly make. So in different cities, you have like Mike McCarthy. They want him out in Dallas. In Philly, they want him out too, but except there's no real justification for firing Nick Sirianni outside if he pisses you off because they keep winning games. But he kept the Jags in a game with his decisions, gave up about 9 points because of dumb things he did. And the Jags had a shot late in the game until Trevor Lawrence overthrew a football, and the Philadelphia Eagles found a way to win that game. So no harm done with the Texans losing to the Jets. Of course, you could have extended your division lead, but with the Colts starting Joe Flacco and him playing poorly against Brian Flores and that Minnesota defense, you're okay as far as the division is concerned. Don't lose any ground. You still have a healthy, with the tiebreakers included, 3-game lead, but you have questions to answer, and we'll see if anything is done before the trade deadline, as people are calling for I think it's more of a do something time for people. Just do something, anything. We don't really care what it is. We're not even sure what's viable. Just get some talent in here, particularly at the offensive line position, and maybe you want to throw in a corner too. So we'll certainly get into the entirety of the NFL weekend and certainly college football weekend, but this game might have been buried because maybe you were focused on A&M and South Carolina, or maybe Clemson and Louisville, whatever you might have been watching. Or maybe you're not a freak like us and you Saturday nights to go do something other than watch college football. I don't know who you are. You couldn't be me, but I'm sure you exist. But the Rockets score at halftime. I was like, wait a minute, isn't Steph Curry out for this game? And the Rockets were down by 28 points. Eventually the lead was at 30 or something, 31 or so. They come back and take a lead and eventually lose, mostly because the guys you expect to take big shots down the stretch were missing all of their shots. So it fell to like Tyrese and Amon Thompson make plays. But the real fallout from it, I believe, is the fact that once again, Albert Shagun is someone who is not being depended on in the fourth quarter. It got a little sticky on the internet for Ime Udoka. People were very upset about Alperen not playing. Different factions, whether it be what you might imagine is the Turkish fan base behind Alperen Sengun, were not thrilled. These fans would probably be considered Alperen fans as opposed to Rocket fans, but they were upset. And just overall, you lose a game where you fight back like you did, which you want to credit your team for staying in it. But when your best players don't play or they play poorly, it can lead to people getting upset. The Jalen Green thing, he shot poorly, but the backcourt did. I mean, Fred VanVleet was terrible. He is shooting really awful. He's awful as far as a shooter this season. Albert Sengun can go right in that category. I just don't know if this is sustainable, not playing your, at least by money, one of your cornerstones, one of your core. I don't buy the core 7 thing, but if we're talking about core 3 or 4, he's one of them, and he doesn't play. And it's partly because of defensive flexibility. It's also because he has not played well this year. I was talking about it before the show that, like, I am a fan of not treating players like they're property or assets or whatever. But if I was an owner, I don't think I would be beyond yelling at my GM and my coach, at least in the early going, saying, wait a minute, you guys convinced me that Albert Şengün was worth what we're paying him. And he can't even get on the court in the fourth quarter or overtime in a close ball game. He did not play a minute in the fourth and overtime in a game where the Rockets fought back. He was part of the comeback in the third quarter. He played well in that third quarter as the Rockets were whittling the lead down to give them, I wouldn't even say they're in striking distance, honestly. They were still down big going into the fourth quarter, but they fought and came back. And I can't even blame Ime Udoka for not playing Albert Şengün in the fourth quarter because it worked. They got to overtime. So when should he have put him in the game? Other than hierarchy of, well, he's one of your starters and you're paying him a lot, what reason would he have had to put him in the game? So when you're dealing with a coach who treats every game like it's a must win, it's a good thing, but is it also a bad thing because of development? So I just found that Saturday night conversation very interesting. Where I stand, Albert Şengün was not part of the full comeback in the fourth quarter. I'm not pulling guys who are helping me win. They got Tari. I was combining Amen and Tari and got to Amari.
Oh, you know what? That's a good. If they're gonna keep being the two biggest reasons they make 30-point comebacks. If that sustains,
I imagine they would like to be individuals. And to your point,
but it's like Benifer, it's like a couple.
How did that work out?
Off and on, ups and downs.
More downs lately with both Jennifer,
but it'll be up lately, or it'll be up soon.
That's how they go, right?
Yeah, just give it a couple years.
Yeah, I mean they'll find each other again, right? I mean Ben Affleck will eventually date the new Ana de Armas. She'll get sick of him, and then he'll get back to Jennifer Lopez. That's how it goes. And well, there was other Benifer dude who dated Jennifer Garner too, so he loves a Jennifer in Hollywood. So, but when Tari and Amen Thompson are causing the havoc that they were causing, picking up Warriors full court, stripping them in at the half court line, going in for easy scores, just an all around. They're both chaos agents, honestly, and they both did their job and got him back in the game. Where do you put Albert Şengün back in? Other than, well, he's Albert and he's got to play. I just don't think that works for Ime Udoka, and that's what you get. He's going to treat every game like he can win it, and he's not going to play favorites. And in some cases, your best players, if they're not playing like their best players, aren't going to get in, except Fred VanVleet. That's an untouchable. That man will play all the minutes that he can. And he plays a position where it's difficult for a head coach to be like, you know what, I got to pull my starting point guard in favor of this rookie to help us get home. And that's where Fred VanVleet has the advantage. So we'll hear from Ime because he spoke in the preseason, or at least right before the season started, about Albert Şengün's conditioning. And then he spoke on Saturday night about Albert Şengün's conditioning. And they're two different vibes. And the second is probably an explanation, at least in his eyes, why Alperen did not play in that fourth quarter. We'll see if we agree. We have sound from CJ Stroud questioning the buy-in of his team. That came out from Thursday, so we didn't play that on Friday, so we'll get to that as well. We'll wrap up the college football weekend, obviously, and we'll get into some NFL stuff beyond the AFC South because, let's be honest, beyond the Texans, there's not that much to talk about in the division unless we're just laughing at the other teams, which is fun. It's fun to laugh at them, but there was other performances over the weekend, at least on Sunday, that we can get to as well. We're just getting started here on the show. Me, Sean, we're back after a day apart, at least as far as the show is concerned. I was out at Bobcat of Houston in Lamarck, and Sean was doing the 12 to 6 block. So we're back to normal, and we'll get into Joel Embiid shoving a guy. Once again, it's funny when it doesn't happen to your team. It's very funny for a star player to do that. The reasons why may be a bit more serious. So we'll get into that as well. A lot to get to. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll hear from Ime Udoka here shortly on what he thinks is the reason, or at least partly the reason why Alfred Sengun's not playing in the fourth quarter of ball games. A guy who will play and continue to play until proven otherwise is Fred VanVleet. And his numbers so far, he's averaging just over 12 points per game, shooting just over 28% from the floor, and shooting just over 28% from three. That's yikes when it comes to your starting point guard. Forget about even what you're paying him, which just exacerbates the situation. But he's getting the treatment of, we're going to play you nearly 38 minutes a night. Over the last three, it's been 41, 39, and 40. And if we're just going by shooting, he has been a minus for this team overall. He's not alone. It's rough when your starting backcourt is putting up concert dates during the same game, because Jalen Green wasn't immune from what happened on Saturday night as the Rockets go down. But for the time he played, Alfred Sengun was good. Probably one of his better games of the year. Unfortunately, he didn't get a lot of minutes. I think it's just a product of how the Rockets want to play. As much as you think he should play because he's one of your better players, the way they thought they could get back in the game didn't involve him on the defensive end. It was an all-around bad effort offensively, defensively and offensively in the first half. But defensively, Alfred Sengun in the fourth quarter isn't a viable option right now for the Rockets, and Ime Udoka offers a reason why. What you're going to hear first is his thoughts on Alperen before the season, and then hear his thoughts on Alperen's conditioning after Saturday night's game.
Yeah, I think he had a really good summer, really good offseason of work, and has gotten himself into tremendous shape. So be able to play on both ends with that effort and intensity throughout. So a rhythm, and whether it's getting himself into shape to play, early season, it might be part of it, but sometimes.
Yeah, a rhythm part is the second part of it. And he's explaining why he's not getting the minutes he did not get in the fourth. So did Alfred Sengun get in worse shape playing more basketball? when he was official, when the season was beginning and preseason was beginning, when he put on the Rockets practice jersey, did he get in worse shape? I don't know. Sometimes it's just coach speak before the year starts, and he got to look at Alperen and didn't like what he saw. And right now, sure, there's internet chatter about Ime Udoka, but inside the organization, he's fine. It's just a rough one, particularly with no Steph Curry. So the Rockets go down in that one. In the game, you would think from the outside looking in before it started, they had a real chance to win. Turned out they did have a real chance to win. They just could not close it down late. Got it to overtime. It just wasn't enough. But I'm going over the guard numbers. You got 2 for 12 from Fred VanVleet, 1 of 8 from three. It's not great from him. Tari Eason had a big night. He was one of the catalysts. But Jalen Green, 2 for 13, 1 of 5. As much as you look at your coach about why he's not playing certain guys, when your starting backcourt goes 4 for 25,
yeah,
point the fingers at them.
It's also a little bit of like, okay, so he should have put in Amin Thompson to fix the shooting.
Yeah, well, I guess Reed Shepherd is the answer. Yeah, possibly.
He's like not even in the rotation.
No, he's not. So
that's why it's like, sure, yes, theoretically, like if you're playing 2K, you would just plop in Shepherd to make some threes.
In, yeah.
But how many? He's playing like 5 minutes a game.
He's not a rotation player, so I guess
he played 7
on a whim. You can throw him in, and of course he was a part of some good minutes for the Rockets. He was a +10. Not that that means all that much. Aaron Holiday, we talked about the Aaron Holiday era continuing. He was a +19 in the game on Saturday. So the Rockets had to go to different options beyond their starting point and 2 guard to find competitive minutes, and they found them with Aaron Holiday and obviously Amin Thompson and Tari Eason as well. So they lose. It's one game, but they're 3-3. I just took note of all the angst coming out of it, considering the star center didn't play. Okay, so it's one of 82. There's 6 games into the year. We can all relax.
Unless Alper Sengun continues not to play in the fourth quarter.
Warriors 2-1 with Steph Curry, 3-0 without him. Makes you think.
About what? That they're better with him?
I don't know. Give Buddy Hield more room to cook.
Wait, if they're undefeated with him and
no, they're undefeated with him out.
Oh, they're 2-1 with them.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I don't want to give Buddy Hield more room to cook.
27 points.
Yeah, I know. I can look at the box score
6
too.
or 10.
I can see the box score too.
Kuminga too.
All those guys thriving without the great Steph Curry in the lineup, huh? Taking up too much oxygen.
Finally, Andrew Wiggins can play some winning basketball. Although he was -3 in 31 minutes.
Didn't he win a title with Steph Curry in 2022?
They won a title together. I don't know how you divvy up credit.
Well, either way, he played winning basketball at one point, although I don't know how much of a rotation piece he was during that one. Okay. That was one avenue to go down on Saturday night if you were just locked in on the Rockets. But I thought A&M would win their game in the game I was focused on Saturday, and boy, did I underestimate A&M's inability to tackle super giant athletes who run fast. Because that's what South Carolina provided from the quarterback, who I talked about being a great athlete. I said on Friday that I thought he was a better athlete than Marcel Reed because he's just a bigger, stronger dude. And it started on the first South Carolina possession. The Aggies sent a blitz. They whiffed on the blitz. I don't know if it was a safety or a linebacker. Couldn't bring Lenore Sellers down, and that was the start. And credit the Aggies for fighting back. They actually took a lead in the first half after being down 14-0, but they got blanked in the the second half, and South Carolina took over. It kind of started. The third quarter started the same way the first quarter did. Carolina scored, and then the Aggies went forward deep in their own territory, did not get it. It led to more Carolina points, and at that point, the ball game was over. The Aggies were kind of done. So all that hype that we were trying to build towards, look how much those tickets are going to cost. It's going to be a pricey ticket if you want to get into Kyle Field for that Texas A&M game. Now the tickets will still be pretty steep because of the gap in the rivalry, but takes a little luster off of it. Texas just sitting there going, those are the Aggies we know and love. It wasn't a trap because everyone was talking about this game as one that they could lose, and they lost it convincingly. So, in year one of Mike Elko, so you're not all the way there yet. That's not a big deal, but it is a missed opportunity. But South Carolina was on a bye. All the intangibles were in their favor. They had the home game at night, unlike Penn State, which we'll get to. James Franklin, that's the dependable guy we know and love here. That's the James Franklin we know. Losing, getting pissed off at the fans. James, me. Thanks. There are not a lot of things that are dependable in life, but James Franklin losing to Ohio State.
Luckily, I can literally set my watch to it now because it's always going to be played at 11 o'clock. So around 2, things are going to be going off the rails.
Yeah, and it's been a long time. But when I grew up, 11 o'clock, well, I was in L.A., but 9 o'clock was when those premier games happened. Now it's obviously everybody wants it in prime time, or if you're the SEC game, you want it at 2:30. But all the big top 5 matchups, generally, at least unless they were on the West Coast, those games were at noon. So it's been, at least on the East Coast, but 11 here. But that's been a change. And obviously, Penn State people were pissed off. They wanted a night game. They let their voices be heard on game day and also big noon kickoff because both shows were there. Pat McAfee was rallying up the crowd, talking about the fact that, hey, it's not our fault that your game's at noon. Got a big cheer. He was doing the old, I'm a wrestler, so let me do the thing that'll get me the biggest pop possible. These people are upset about this. I'm going to make a reference to it, but we'll get to Penn State at some point here. But it was a game where I thought they weathered the storm. The Aggies did. That was a game where they took a punch, they fought back and took a lead, but their tackling never improved. Whether it be Sellers or Rocket Sanders, and then is it Mixon? No, I gotta remember that guy's name. He is a H-back tight end type. The Gamecocks have a lot of those guys. Rocket Sanders like 230 pounds, probably running in the low 4.5s. It looked like he was faster than that. He had multiple big touchdowns, one through the air, I think, and one on the ground.
Simon.
There it is. Simon. I knew it was like 5 letters. Simon. I think his number was 6 or something.
Yeah.
He was running down the sideline for a touchdown. There's an A&M safety, probably 30 pounds lighter than him, diving at him. The guy just sidesteps him and runs in for a touchdown. Just a bunch of super athletes out there. They're bigger, and they're probably just as fast as the 190-pound guys that the Aggies are trying to use to tackle them in the secondary. And hell, you look at how Sellers, the quarterback, is built, and Rocket Sanders and the tight end, probably as big as the Aggie linebackers, to be honest with you. So once they got past the front four of the Aggies, the Aggies are kind of outweighed and probably were a little slower. At least it looked like that on TV on that night. So South Carolina gets a big win. They upset the Aggies. Tech goes in and beats Iowa State. It was like 3rd and 13, and Iowa State was driving, and they throw like a short, like 8-yard pass. Guy breaks tackle, runs in. It's like, that's probably great for Tech because Iowa State is pretty good at running down the clock. They did it at UCF the previous time out and winning the game that way.
I was literally thinking like Tech should want them to score.
Yeah, if you're going to give up the points, just have it happen that where he gets free and runs down the field, and now you got a chance to go out and win, and they did. So Tech gets a big one. Joey McGuire, nice win for the Tech program, which opens up the Big 12. Are you ready for Texas to go to Colorado in a playoff game?
Me?
Are you ready for that scenario? Because Colorado, if they win the Big 12,
as like the 4 seed,
but not the 4 seed,
or they'd be the 3,
because maybe they're behind Boise State, who might be the 4. Because
if Colorado actually win, that I get what you're saying, and they're behind them right now they'll
get elevated.
But if they actually run the table, like they'll be ahead.
They'll get pushed up. I'm just looking at their schedule. Is there anything left on Colorado's schedule?
Texas Tech this week.
As far as that would push them up the rankings. There's nothing. I mean, they got Tech, Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma State. There's nothing on its face that goes Colorado should rise above, unless they beat a BYU.
I was gonna say part of this is that they win the Big 12, so they'll beat BYU.
Right now, they would probably face a ranked team in the conference title game like BYU or Iowa State, who's still up for it. But let's say more craziness happens. They're probably, because they're in the Big 12, they're probably going to have a bye if they win it.
Yeah,
but I do think it will be funny if some SEC school had to go to Boulder for that game,
like December 7th.
Because they don't have a bye, because Colorado doesn't have a bye. You got to go up to Boulder for a game.
So now Ole Miss has to go to Boulder.
And it's probably cold, maybe snowing,
or that's where no James Franklin's gonna host a.
Yeah, they'll be high enough.
That is so funny that none of us take them seriously against a good team, and it's like, well, of course they're gonna host a first round playoff game.
I mean, the committee is not going to have the type of bias we have, although they should.
They should just be a 9 seed. Like, they cannot be higher than a 9 seed.
Penn State, unless they win the conference, can't be higher than a 9.
No. Unless they either win the conference or beat Ohio State. I just can't do it.
It isn't off the table that they could make it to the conference title game. It's just unlikely, considering
they would need Ohio State to lose another one,
which is possible. They do play Indiana.
That is possible.
But then Indiana would go, and then they played Oregon, most likely. So Penn State needs a lot of help to go to Indianapolis.
A lot of help, full stop. Oh, yeah, also to go to Indianapolis.
Such a hater.
They just never win these games.
It's
they
true.
Just never do it.
But the point is, and it was brought up, I was listening to a podcast, should we expect Penn State to win these games? They don't recruit at the level that Ohio State does. Their NIL isn't the same. They don't have a recruiting base in state that would lead them to having superior talent. Should we be expecting Penn State to be Ohio State ever? I mean, maybe once in an upset or so, but overall,
more than once a decade.
Ohio State has been at the top of the college football world for now a long time, since really Jim Tressel took over and removed the Luke Fickell interim year. But what's Penn State's ceiling? 10, 11 wins. Maybe they sneak into a Big Ten title game if things fall their way.
Yes.
But we don't ever consider them as a program better than Michigan or Ohio State. And now Oregon now.
If we're saying they're going to win 10, 11 games, Ohio State's only winning 11.
Yeah, but they play Ohio State every year. Well, they not anymore. That'll change.
Yes,
but
but-
they have played Ohio State every year. So I don't ever expect Penn State to beat Ohio State.
I don't know. You play in a stadium that has 100,000 people in it. You might want to win it at home every once in a while.
Tennessee's like, excuse me. Yeah, so do we. And I mean, we finally got Bama. We finally got him.
At least he's the greatest coach of all time. And you beat him the last 2 times now.
That's true.
You beat him, or you beat that guy. You beat Nick Saban in 2022, and now you beat Kellen DeBoer.
He doesn't wear collared shirts.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a different Alabama. They're doing jump shots on 4th down. Yeah. But yeah, like even Tennessee, like they did do it. They did beat them.
I will say Penn State should rise up at least once and do it. But consistently, I don't think they should be beating Ohio State consistently.
No, I'm not saying consistently. I'm saying more than 1-10. just be 2-9, be 3-8. Just a little bit better. That's all I'm asking.
You would hope for more, particularly on Saturday afternoon, where it's clearly not a vintage Ohio State team. They got Will Howard playing quarterback, and
you start the game up 10-0,
and you have three times inside the 10-yard line, and you come away with 3 points. It's a problem.
Yeah, just like what am I supposed to do with this? Oh well.
Realize you got James Franklin as your head coach.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of the ceiling, and the fans weren't thrilled. He wasn't approached, but as he was walking off the field, we had fans yelling at him about 3 times inside the 10. 3 times inside the 10. You only get 3 points. You only get 3 points. And James Franklin, hey, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Are you so tough? What's your name? The kid just walks away. I say kid. He might have been like mid-20s, whatever. He walks away, and James Franklin rings a bell, which happens to be the victory bell, which means you only should ring it when you win.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They call it their victory bell.
I didn't know that
either until I did some
get
research.
fired for that.
Did he ring the bell because he won this argument, or did he just ring the bell as emphasis to like, I'm not backing down?
We'll have to go to the judges' scorecards for if he won the argument, but he definitely did not win the game.
Well, if a guy says, you're so tough, what's your name? And he doesn't give you your name and he walks away, does that mean you win?
Well, I guess, but then you have to add in the context of the guy asking the question is a college football coach getting paid like $10 million a year, and the kid is maybe 25.
True.
You should. I'll say, as the head football coach, and your fans are yelling stuff at you that not even like that mean, just like factually what happened, voicing frustration, probably should just walk to the locker room, guy. Like, don't. Listen, I understand that Bill O'Brien was a successful Penn State coach. Maybe you don't want to model the "you suck too" method of dealing with angry fans. Just saying.
Yeah, you're never really going to win that battle.
Well, no, unless you ring the bell.
Yes, unless you have a prop. You're never really going to win the battle with the fan who can point to your record and go, look, you are 1-10 against Ohio State. Get out of my face. Score a touchdown when you have the opportunity. I'm going to yell at you. You should just let them yell at you. Walk away. And then even in the post game is like, well, I don't shy away from these expectations. Well, if you know the expectations, let the fan yell at you. That's part of the expectations.
Yeah.
Unless he called you out of your name and you wanted to go up there and shove him like a certain Philadelphia Sixer, just let the man yell at you. You walk away and go, you know what? Kid's probably right. We probably should have won. We probably should have scored more than 3 points inside 10. Hell, you know what James Franklin's thinking? We should have scored more than 3 points when we had 3 times inside the 10. He's thinking the same thing that fan is saying.
Yeah.
Just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, maybe call some better plays. Oh.
Well, he does have a new OC who's supposed to open up Drew Aller. Look at that. Drew Aller faces like athletes, and it didn't work out.
That's the thing. It's just always the same. It's just always
no
the
matter
same
what
game.
is happening. Like Penn State can look a little different. They may have more explosive plays, but when it comes down to it, your best weapon is a tight end. You move around all over the place in a game where wide receivers mean everything in college football now. As long as you have a quarterback who can deliver the ball, you're depending on a tight end to make plays. In fact, he was your number one target.
Yeah.
On your final chance, he was covered. You go backside, and that guy's double covered. Yeah, it was that play had no chance of working because Ohio State was not threatened by anyone. They were afraid of no one on Penn State's side of the ball when it came to throwing the football, and that's why they only scored 13 points, and 7 of them came on a pick six. It's Penn State football.
It is. That is Penn State football.
Oh well.
Yeah, can't wait for James Franklin to be floated for, like, I
The
don't know.
Florida job?
Yeah, whatever. Because that's normally his move. That's part of why he catches it, is that he to what he says. So maybe he is just meeting expectations. He thinks he's falling short of expectations at Penn State. And then every 3 years he gets a contract extension because his agent floats out that he's going to take an SEC job.
And I understand
It's like, what are we doing?
Like, I would understand it if you're Penn State. We're winning 10 games every year. That's a pretty good spot to be in. Of course, your expectations are you think you can win a national title, because once you win 10 games, you think, oh, we can get to 12. And well, now it's more than that. You think you can go to 13, 14, and now I think you now have to win like 16 to win a national title if you run the table. This is a tough spot for them. He's probably too good to just push out the door. You win too many games. But is he going to get the John Cooper treatment from long ago, where you keep losing to this team that keeps you from winning a national title or competing for one, and it's just not good enough anymore?
Or maybe it's the, hey, if he's going to be floated out for whatever, when Lincoln Riley gets fired or when Billy Napier gets fired maybe next year, maybe you don't go, actually, so we'll do everything in our power to keep them and sign them to a top 10 coaching contract when he's kind of proven that he's not really that guy. Or
No.
if he is number 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes, just not good enough, particularly in that conference that now has.
Because you play you play a top 5 team and you lose every time.
Michigan may be falling by the wayside. We'll see what they do next year. But you got Oregon and Ohio State who don't appear to be going anywhere. So Michigan may be falling apart, but you just added another power with Oregon who will be in your way. Okay, way late. We'll get to more college football stuff next hour. We'll get to some NFL stuff when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the website. It's the website you go to. If you knew that Ohio State was going to go in there and win, should have went to MyBookie.ag. That's the place you bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. From the NFL to college football to the start of the college basketball season. That begins today. If you love yourself some collegiate sports, that's a place you put your money down. And also, if you are in the cards, from poker to blackjack, it's all there for you. Use that promo code BET975 to take advantage. And if you make a deposit, they match up to $1,000. So you can be a new person to sports betting or maybe experienced. No matter what you are, MyBookie is going to help you out, from the matching of the deposit to the tiered loyalty program where it's called MyBookie Plus. Simply put, if you bet more, you have more chances to win. You want to be a part of that? I think you should. Go to mybookie.ag to check it all out. Remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We had the coach firing, Dennis Allen out in New Orleans. Second coach to be fired, Robert Saleh, got his walking papers. Dennis Allen gets his after the loss to the Panthers. And it was ugly. From the Chris Olave injury, another concussion for him. I do think it's interesting that people have decided, now we will pay attention to concussions that don't involve quarterbacks, because now Olave is the one people are asking about. Should he play football again? Because his concussion history goes back to, I think, 2020 at Ohio State. This is his second this year. He's had multiple concussions with the Saints before this year. And his brother responded to a quote tweet of an update on Chris Olave's health. Some random Twitter fan said it may be time for Olave to consider if it's worth it or not. And his brother responded to that, well, it's not worth it in New Orleans. So is that a Derek Carr statement or just simply a New Orleans statement overall? Certainly a team in flux with getting rid of Dennis Allen. He had their former star receiver. Now, he hasn't been a star receiver since like 2019. That's how long it's been since Mike Thomas has been a good football player. But he railed on Derek Carr. I can't say his points were wrong. I can't say he was off.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like, hey, listen, this is wild that you're doing this as
on a Sunday afternoon where football is all around you, to take the time out of your day. Not that you have a lot to do, to just empty the clip on Derek Carr. I think they even brought up his tweets to Derek Carr, and Derek Carr responded in the post-game press conference as well.
I'm sure he was like, well, tell Mike Thomas there's a reason he's watching these games on his couch.
Slant merchant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is crazy that Michael Thomas he's just out of the league now.
Yeah, he played for the Saints last year, wasn't overly productive, and then he's just done at 31 years old.
Normally there's at least like one other team that's like, oh, we'll sign him just to see with our own two eyes how much he stinks, and then cut him, after training camp. And he just out of the league, just not signed. No thanks. The entire NFL just going, no thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Thomas.
Some of my favorite Mike Thomas tweets from yesterday about Derek Carr. That year, his buddy went first team All-Pro in 2022. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is ass on my granny.
Was that Amari Cooper? No, 2022.
Devontae Adams.
Oh, Adams, yeah.
Dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris, that'd be Olave, wide receiver 1, whole time. He can't even get him a decent ball. He needs his ass whooped. Yeah, people were not happy with Derek Carr putting Olave in that position.
Did they ask Derek Carr about that one? They're like, Derek, do you think you need your ass whooped
for throwing that hospital ball?
Some people out there are saying you need your ass whooped.
I mean, Mike Thomas is the one we know of, but I'm sure there are a lot of other Saints fans who think the same way.
Oh yeah. I mean, before the season, didn't we talk about it just before the season?
Well, we had a caller call in and said he would drink Bourbon Street water, the water lying on the ground in Bourbon Street if Derek Carr got him to the Super Bowl. And then he called in after they were 2-0. Remember when the Saints were the best offense in football?
Yeah. Remember when Clint Kubiak was a name that we were like, oh man, Clint Kubiak.
Just turns out everyone lights up the Cowboys. Turns out.
And the Panthers.
The Panthers.
You can see how far they've fallen because they beat the Panthers like 40-10 week 1. And then now they just lost to them.
Panthers have responded to that moment where they got their ass kicked. The Saints have not gotten any better. In fact, they've gotten much worse. So I don't know if I don't think Derek Carr got the, hey, you think, Mike Thomas thinks you need your ass whooped and he thinks your ass on his granny. I'm not sure if they gave him the direct quotes. I'm sure someone sent those to him before the media got to him, but it's rough in New Orleans right now.
Do you think you need your ass whooped on Mike Thomas's granny?
Well, I don't know if he put that on his granny. He did say he was ass on his granny, though.
Oh, okay. I thought you said he needs his ass whooped on my granny.
No. He just needs his ass whooped. I don't think Mike Thomas would go so far as to say his granny would stamp Derek Carr getting his ass whooped. Or maybe she would. I don't know. I don't know his granny. But
is she a Saints fan? Probably so.
She's probably more of a Mike Thomas fan at this point. Maybe one of the few he has left in his corner. But The NFL had that happen. Obviously, the Dennis Allen news broke today. You've got Saquon with his backwards hurdle, which
that was cool.
It is very cool. I just wish he hadn't done it because now I can't get away with it. Get away from it. Like if they could section that off to Sunday, and that's all we talk about. If it just lived on Twitter, and it was just okay, Saquon pulled off a great move, but then becomes a TV talking point, and then now ESPN has most impressive play. Saquon, Devontae Smith's catch in the same game, or Garrett Wilson's catch on Thursday. So the Texans are being featured again right now, as Garrett Wilson just kind of discarded Kamari Lassiter to make the play.
Not a good day to be Kamari Lassiter.
No. Well, I told you that play will live on, and Kamari Lassiter will always be part of that from now on. No matter what he does the rest of his career.
I think that Saquon plays the same way, where it's just like every B-roll that you're or every like highlight package featuring Barkley on the Eagles for the rest of the season is going to have that play on it.
Yeah, and if the Eagles make a run deep into the playoffs,
every time they're talking about the Eagles, they're going to
Saquon's impact will be underlined by that backwards hurdle, which is very cool. But we won't be able to get away from it.
Yeah, it's like the Odell play, where it's like, the Odell play was insane. It was a great play. And then we saw it basically on a loop for, 72 hours. And we're like, okay, got it, guys. And then the next year, it was in all the promo stuff. Like, awesome play.
And anytime someone makes a great catch, we will see the Odell.
A one-handed catch.
Yes.
They're like, oh, Odell?
The next running back to hurdle a guy. But he's not Saquon.
Backwards. Yeah.
He's not Saquon.
It'll be not backwards. And now some guy who plays for Incarnate Word is going to get his vertebrae shattered because he's going to try to do that on Saturday.
Like, we know the Zombie Land celebration is something that started at Western Kentucky. Maybe you don't know, but it started at Western Kentucky, and some Western Kentucky coach ran and wound up coaching Cam Ward, so that's why he does it now. Is that going to be the Incarnate Word thing where they all do it, but it won't get the credit it deserves because NFL people are doing it? Like, there are very few guys who can get away with it and are brave enough to do the headstand in a helmet after catching a touchdown. I don't know how often that's going to get done, though.
It happened twice on Sunday.
Yes. And one guy didn't return to the game. Now, I contend that it happened because he got hurt on the touchdown catch. But if we're just being funny, Drake London did that and didn't play another snap.
And he was out with the hip. And that's one where I was like, oh, my God. Like, just out. Drake London, I was like, oh my God, he got hurt on the head. Like, it's gonna be neck. It's gonna be the injury. Hip. Okay.
What did you see in the Memphis? Not that you're watching Memphis, but it popped up on the timeline. A Memphis receiver caught a touchdown and did the Ronaldo celebration, and his knee buckled.
Yeah, he did the
Sue celebration.
Yeah,
Ronaldo does.
You don't know what it is. Like Paul George.
Yeah, Ronaldo jumps up in the air and lands backwards to the crowd, and the whole crowd does Sue. That's his celebration, and a Memphis receiver did it, and his knee bent the wrong way. I don't know if he got really hurt, if there's structural damage to his knee, but it looked awful.
It looked very bad.
Horrendous. Yeah, it looked like he tore his knee up. So, Sean, if we scored touchdowns in college, in flag football, honestly, it's never going to happen in college. We're too old. And it's not going to happen in the NFL.
I got some eligibility left, but okay.
You got all of it left. You can go to school right now and play.
Cam Ward? Or Cam Rising still playing? I can play.
Well, literally, you've never played a snap. So if you want to go enroll in school, you could probably go play. Obviously, there's a whole talent thing. But which one do you think I think I'm more capable, obviously, of doing the Sue celebration without hurting myself. Like, if I'm the Memphis guy or Drake London, which one? Like, we're going to say Drake London got hurt because he did the celebration, although it looks like he got hurt catching the touchdown pass. I think I come out on the safer end doing the Sue than I would the headstand and a helmet.
I think I can do either of these.
You think you can put on full pads and a helmet and do that?
Yeah.
And pull off what Amon-Ra St. Brown and Drake London did?
Yeah, because you only have to stay like upright for like
Can
a
you
half
do a
second.
headstand?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You don't know. You can jump up and turn like a quarter of the way in the air and do the suit. You could do that.
But I feel like I can also just like
you sound like Lance Zierlein right now.
Put my helmet on the ground.
You got some Lance Zierlein vibes right now.
Yeah, just put your helmet on the ground. Stick your feet straight up.
No, but they were like
take a picture.
They kind of walked it or half jogged into it. There was some real athletic ability with the way they did it. They didn't just go. It wasn't this slow moving thing. It was.
No, I think I could do it.
I want you to watch the Incarnate Word guy do it and see and remind yourself of what that
I mean,
took
I
to see
can't
if
do
you
it
can
like
do
the
it.
originator, but
You-
I can be an imitator.
A reasonable facsimile you think you can provide?
Yeah, the watered down, gentrified version of it. Because by the way, the first time I do it, people are like, "All right, this is lame now."
You're just gonna have BMAC hold your legs up so you can get into the position and then go see.
I don't know. I'll try it.
Please don't try.
We don't really have anywhere here that's like soft.
There's no grass or field turf anywhere. No. And you're not wearing a helmet. Your hat's not gonna protect you.
Yeah, that's the issue. Put me in a helmet now. Different story. That's the easy part, is the helmet.
Yeah, the easy part is getting you a helmet. The hard part is
finding somewhere to do it.
No, the headstand is the hard part.
Oh, okay.
That's the hard part. I don't recommend it. It feels like Houston radio producer breaks his neck.
I'll be fine.
All right.
It also would not make the news.
Oh, I would tell people.
But Channel 2 would be like, who cares?
We got a connection with Fox 26.
Fox 26, who cares?
John's go, by the way, as a text to get prepared for the Lions.
You think Will Kunkel is going to be?
No,
one more thing.
He talks to Nate.
Yeah, it's okay.
So he'll remind Nate, or he'll let Nate know that one of his producers did something really stupid and hurt his neck. I would ask you not to do it, mostly because, you work on this show. It's better for me if you're available. But let me not tell you what to do.
Yeah. There's people that could fill in.
Do you want to go through life explaining why you miss work? Because I tried to do the Incarnate Word Kid celebration. Is that what you want on your resume? Of all the things you may be embarrassed about, this is something you want to explain to people?
I mean, I don't think I'd hurt my neck. That's the thing.
I think I would put it 55-45. You hurt something. Those are just my percentages. Maybe
I'd say
I'm
like
wrong.
65-35. I'm
Healthy?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have odds on Sean hurting himself if he tried to pull that off, you can call in, or about anything else. 713-780.
Price picks more. Half a bone broken.
I'm just saying maybe you're in a neck brace. Maybe don't break anything, but you got a stiff neck. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in on Sean's hubris or anything else you might want to get to, we'll get to it as we are, now in hour 2, even though we haven't officially started it. We'll get to that. We'll get to hour 2. We'll get into what the Texans' next opponent, what they did in Green Bay. The Lions are scary, man. They didn't score as many points only because of the weather, but they went in and kicked Green Bay's ass, and they're next up for the Texans. Lazy J, I see you. You want to talk some soccer? Hector Herrera. Not a great moment for the Dynamo. We can talk about that, too, when we come back.
Welcome to hour 2, at least the official start of hour 2. I think this has been my most egregious ignoring of when to go to break by far. It happens. I learned from the worst, to be honest with you. Nature versus nurture. This was pure nurture. I didn't grow up like this. I was taught this.
I was punctual.
Yeah.
Before I started working on that other show.
Yeah. Until they told me, or at least they taught me that the rules don't apply. We'll try to stay reasonably on time. But first, we talk to Lazy J, who wants to get into some soccer. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, Dale. Yeah, man, I wanted to get in and talk some soccer, man. I went to the game last night. I just feel like, man, the referees have so much power nowadays, man. There were some non-calls early on that should have went the Dynamo's way, and I just felt like every time Seattle was hitting the ground, the little short guy, I guess, short syndrome or whatever, was pulling out some cards, man. It felt like every time he was pulling out a card, a yellow card here. Yeah, I get it. Hector Herrera kind of spit at his way, but man, come on. You gave us a red card last Monday. Like, come on, man, that's not a red card. And Clark, man, he cannot stop a goal to save his life. Like, when it was the penalties at the end, I was basically sitting right behind it. And it's like, he never moved. He stood still the whole time. Like, at least try to go for the ball. It's ass, bro. Like, Dynamo should have went further than what they should this year, man. So, I just want to get your thoughts on that, man. I love the show. I know it's not soccer talk. I know you don't like to hear that crap, but
what?
No, I want to get
Have you
talk,
met this show?
You told me to listen on Tuesdays and Wednesdays to what's called, bro. So
no, I said I didn't have an answer for you, but you can listen to Glenn Davis. He's more of an expert. I never told you we don't talk soccer. Why are you lying? Just lying to people. I've never said we don't talk soccer. Thank you.
It is what it is.
It is what it is because you're lying. Thank you, Lazy J, for calling in. Lying, Jay.
All right.
Appreciate you. I didn't see much of the Dynamo game. I know what happened. And first, Hector Herrera already had a yellow card for the swipe that kind of set the spitting in motion. He kicked out at a guy as the ball was already gone. That was a clear yellow. And then he spit at the referee for giving him a yellow. You can't spit at the feet of a referee. What are we doing here? I know you're upset. The Dynamo lost some penalties. They're out of the MLS playoffs. MLS decided to go to a weird format where the first round is best of 3, and then the rest of the games in the playoffs are winner take all, one game. Very odd. I guess their reasoning is we wanted less upsets, so we think the better team will win over the course of a series as opposed to a one-game scenario. I would say this to you. If it's good enough for the World Cup, it's good enough for you. Yes, you know what's great about sports? Upsets. I guess you would love LA to play Miami in a final. Great for ratings, but you know what? That's not what sports is. This is the best of 3 is like bordering on their whole we don't do normal penalties. We're going to do this run-up thing that they did to start the league where, hey, we're going to try to make this more exciting. No more penalties. We're going to set the ball like 30 yards out and have the guy run up to it and try to dribble around the goalie or fire it, which was an awful American thing they did to try to make the game different. Just have one game. Or if you're not going to do that, do the aggregate scoring. You want to make the road goal more important, do that. But why a best of 3 in a season that already takes forever? It's just the MLS being weird.
Yeah, they really want to go further and further into football season in America. That's the way to get eyeballs on their sport. Also, every other sport, the final is normally the longer series, like baseball.
Yeah.
It's a 3-game series, 5-game series.
Even if you want to be all American about it, which you already are because you're having playoffs in a league, in a domestic league, where most of the time, for the most part, unless you're talking about the Mexican league, around the world, it's like single table. If you're top of the table, you're the winner.
You just play everybody twice.
Yeah, play everybody twice, and whoever comes out ahead on points is obviously the best team in the league because you played everybody twice, home and away. But you want to be American because that makes sense for Americans for playoffs. That's cool. But why are we decreasing the games as we go along?
Yeah. No, I mean,
they want it to be normal except for the first round because they, like as I said, they think it'll decrease upsets. Okay, sure.
Is there like evidence to back that up? I mean,
well,
I guess.
Well, they haven't done it for a long
okay.
time. I think they maybe started last year or very recently.
I was gonna say because like theoretically that makes sense.
Yes.
But also I don't know.
I don't know how
were the Dynamo favorites?
I don't think so because the
Okay.
Sounders had the 2 home games, I believe. So last year I think they only had 1 upset. So I guess it's working out. I just think it's a dumb solution.
Just less teams in the playoffs.
Or you could do that too.
Boom.
But once
Solved it.
again, it's an American league, so we got to have as many teams in the playoffs as we can.
Okay.
We got to get those. We got to get as many chances to put them on TV as we can. So, but yes, I think the penalty shootout was 7-6. The Dynamo honestly shouldn't have even been in the penalty shootout. They scored an own goal with I think they're 3 minutes deep into stoppage time. I think it was a 93rd minute where they scored to tie the game. And obviously they had to fight against the Herrera red card, but you can't spit at the ref, man. It's an easy thing to do. That dude's a veteran. I can't believe that the MLS playoffs are the biggest game that guy's played, considering he is a Mexican international, played in World Cups. Hector Herrera. Don't spit at the ref or even at his feet. That's how you stay in the game. That's how maybe your team wins that game, as opposed to fighting and clawing to stay in it and then eventually losing in penalties. So Dynamo go down. Their season is over. That's 2 good years in a row. Last year, they made the MLS playoffs, I believe. They won a cup. Not the MLS Cup, but they won one of the auxiliary cups. I don't know if maybe it was the U.S. Open Cup. I think it was, because I think Inter Miami won the League's Cup, but I think the Dynamo won the U.S. Open Cup. So it's been a good run for Ben Olsen, just in the way they wanted it to this year. But going forward, make sure your veteran players don't do dumb things, and maybe you got a better shot. See, Lazy J, we can talk soccer. I don't know why you have to lie. I just tell people Glenn Davis is the place you go to if you want expert analysis. He's calling those games. He's watching every minute of those games.
This is literally the only show that will talk about this today.
Yeah.
Other than Glenn tomorrow.
Yeah, unless you call them and they'll just maybe not even get to your call. Coming in here with that crap. I'm a little offended. Mostly because he's just lying. This show doesn't talk soccer? What's he talking about?
Yeah. Call him to Gallant George. See how that goes over.
Yeah.
See what Paul says.
Yeah, see what Paul says about the MLS playoffs. Try him, please.
You didn't want to watch the World Series.
You think he's got eyes on Dynamo? I don't know. Maybe he got a free
He did
ticket.
not.
Yeah. The only way he would go if someone invited him, and it had to be the right person to invite him. I'm not going to go any further than that, but you may get what I mean. He's not just going to hang out at the Dynamo game. I dare you, Lazy J. Try Gallant on that. All right. We'll try to get out on time here. We're failing, but we're getting closer. But before I go, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com is the website. So if you need plumbing help, that's where you go. Whether it be a small leak or you need an appliance fixed, if you want to call a water heater an appliance, they'll do that for you. Maybe you need to get a washing machine hooked up, or there's an issue with it and it has to do with your pipes. They will take care of you, because the last thing you need in your home, in your washing machine, or coming out of the faucet is dirty, stinky water. We take it for granted that when we turn on the faucet, the water's going to come on, it's going to come out clean. That's what we expect. It is a convenience that we don't expect not to be there. So you know how to guarantee that? You go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company and you check out the website, because they will list all their services, whether you need a tankless water heater or a regular one, or you need a refit, or you frankly just don't know what it is, but you need someone to come out and check it. They have that free price quote where you can call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll figure it out for you. We're not experts. We're not plumbers, but the experts are the people with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They've been trained in repipes, which is a big job. They've done over 1,000 of those, but they will take care of anything you have that's a problem. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Alex Bregman wins a Gold Glove. He's expected to get a qualifying offer from the Astros, and he'll become a free agent. Normally, well, in the sports that I guess I would say I focus on more in free agency, we hear rumors of a deal that is supposed to happen before it happens, like this team is targeting this guy, or sources close to a certain insider believe that it's going to be one of these two teams. I haven't heard much on Alex Bregman other than this is the day it all begins. Who's holding out hope that he's still going to be an Astro, other than hope traffickers on Twitter? Who's holding out hope?
Yeah.
It's
There's
too quiet, it feels like, although the Astros kind of do move in silence. We don't know until the deal's done. I think that's how baseball works, at least how the Astros treat it. We're not hearing rumor after rumor until it's completed. But I don't feel like there has been any real momentum for retaining him. It feels like, okay, they're going to go through the process of offering him the qualifying offer, and then he'll have free run of free agency to see where he wants to go and see what his value is.
Yeah, I think the Astros' best shot is that if Alex Bregman is still a free agent in like January, that's where it starts for me, at least, to like U-turn into, Astros might actually have a chance, just because he's obviously not getting the deals he wanted, which means the Astros might be able to lowball him, or at least come up with some sort of a 3-year deal with opt-outs or something where he's it's a little bit more to the Astros. We don't sign anyone past X amount of years standard.
Yeah, because he officially became a free agent after the World Series on October 31st, and that gives teams, although he's a free agent, it gives the team that he's on a chance to negotiate. And I don't think we heard anything about any movement towards a deal, and he'll become an official free agent at 4:00 today, where anyone can sign him. I guess in basketball or the NFL, you call it a tampering period, a legal tampering period, particularly in basketball, but it's only exclusive to the Astros, where they could have figured out a way to get a deal done, and we haven't heard a thing.
I mean, there's no way that they're going to get a deal done in this. Like, if you're taking all the way this far, if you're Alex Bregman, he
was going to get the free.
Yeah, everyone take off your Astros cap, put on your I am trying to make the most money as possible hat. Why would you wait all this time before you get to the actual open market and be like, you know what, this deal that has probably been on the table since.
Well, has the deal been on the table?
If there has been a deal, but like this deal is not going to be. Like, it's not worth not seeing what other teams want.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you, but I don't know that the Astros actually offered him a real deal, because we've heard the conversations, at least when Dana Brown is asked about it. Yeah, we are talking, but we will get to offering him a deal. It's never like, yeah, we offered him a deal and Alex is considering it.
Yeah.
Not that he might be so open about it, but I don't think they've offered him anything that you would consider reasonable for Alex Bregman. So I would hope that there was some groundwork laid if they intended to keep him, or if they really wanted to give it a real shot at keeping him.
Yeah.
But to me, it feels like we're just waiting on some team to come in, throw a big bag at him, and he's like, you know what? I like this. I like the value. I like the years, and I'm out.
Yeah, if it's something that we'll find out what the Astros offered him, or like what their discussion, the difference between, we're talking to him, but we haven't offered anything. So what are you talking about then?
Yeah,
like, what do you,
what's the conversation?
If there's not a number that's being said, what is this conversation?
And we can talk about it now that the season is well over, and now we're getting there. We're hours away. I never understood what we're talking, but no deal is being offered.
I think that just means to temper expectations, and so you don't ask so how much are you offering? Well, we haven't offered anything.
Sure, but because what are you talking about if you're not talking about money and terms? Just
Hey, you love
checking
Houston,
the
right?
temperature to see if he would be willing once you are ready to come to the table, maybe?
I guess. I mean, but it doesn't take months to do that.
No, it does
Take
not.
a phone call.
It doesn't.
But yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see whatever the Astros offer or whatever their discussion were. We'll see after Bregman signs, and we'll I don't know, 3 days later get the Chandler Rome athletic article
About how it all broke down.
about like they only offered him like 4 years, I don't know, 15 per year. Something like ridiculous.
Yeah, they come in way under any
Yeah,
number he
it's
would
like,
actually
oh, okay.
consider. And hey, we offered something. I'm trying to think who's gonna break the Bregman to whoever news. Nightingale, maybe? Or you think it
No, because
Passon?
he's a Boris guy, so probably Heyman.
Maybe
Heyman with at least one misspelling in the tweet.
Why?
Because he's misspelled.
Oh, I know why. I know he does it. I was like, leave Heyman alone. Just pointing. Just pointing it out. I guess
that's what he's known for.
I guess.
I mean, the most famous one is Arson Judge to the Giants.
That's rough.
And the only reason I feel like I remember it off the top of my head is because he misspelled the name, not that he got the team wrong. I always forget that he said to the Giants.
Yeah, it's rough. You're newsbreaker. Get the name right.
This happens every year. It is so hilarious to me that they don't have a newsbreaker like Schefter and Rappaport or Shams, R.I.P. Woj. Like baseball, it's just like, if Bob Nightingale says it, then like, okay, but can I get something from the team or something? Like everything is like, unless maybe Passon does it, but Passon doesn't break like every sign.
Yeah, baseball is lacking.
And there might be a misspelling
when it comes to newsbreakers. You go NBA first. We'll see if Shams. I heard you say Shams. Is it Shams? Because I heard on television he got called Shams by the ESPN anchor.
It might be Shams. I don't know.
Whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Sharania.
Mr. Sharania.
Yeah, Big C. No, not Big C.
Yeah, you might want to change that for your own benefit. But yes, they don't have anyone like him. Or what Woj did.
R.I.P.
He's dead. He's not dead, but he's dead to us as far as us following him or paying attention to what he has to say.
I'll wait until the Bonnies make the Sweet 16.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that waiting. So even in the NFL, you got Schefter, you got Rappaport, you got several. Garofalo, you got Darlington, you got all these guys. In baseball,
Jeremy Fowler. Like
it's not the same.
NFL has like 10 of them.
And the baseball, it ain't the same.
Yeah, every time one of the 10 tweets something, I mean, like Jake Glazer doesn't do it that often, but you're like, oh, this is
solid.
I have 100% confidence that this is going to happen.
Yeah, baseball,
it's like, okay, can I get like 2 more guys to tweet it out?
Yeah, the baseball one baseball's almost like soccer when it comes to European transfers, where we're getting there, we're getting close.
Yeah,
but it could always fall apart at the end.
Shout out to Carlos Correa.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking of when I brought it up.
Yeah,
they can be as solid as they come as far as soccer reporters, but they're at the finish line. But the deal fell through because of this, because the teams couldn't agree or the player terms couldn't be agreed to. That's what baseball feels like.
Or what it is, it's actually kind of like college football, where you have to then be like, is this Kansas City reporter? Like, is he reparable, or is he just like some random guy who isn't really a reporter, just has cover? He hosts a podcast and has the Royals in his bio, so we think he's legit. Like it's the same thing in college football, where it's like, I don't know, this is a radio guy from Tallahassee. I don't know how much I can buy that he's that Mike Norvell's taking the Alabama job.
Exactly. Whether it be or a guy who runs the war chant FSU rivals site. Oh, he thinks it's happening.
That's gospel.
That's even worse. The guys who run the college
247, the 247 team site saying this? Take it to the bank.
I'm gonna need to hear from Feinbaum on this before I submit that as real.
Let me check Thamel's Twitter. Real
exactly. Quick. What's Feldman up to right now? McMurphy as well. All right, Eric, you want to talk more about the team than I do over the last 2 weeks. You've talked about it more than I do. So don't blame me. This isn't my thought. This is Eric who wants to talk about them. We'll get to them when we come back. Anyone else want to get in, whether it be on the likelihood of Bregman coming back to the Astros, or what happened across the weekend in sports, college football, the NFL. Maybe you got a basketball thought. You can bring that to the table too. We got a couple more segments here. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back. We got a couple calls to get to. Let's start with Eric. He wants to talk about team near and dear to me. What's up, Eric?
Hey, dog. Great show. I have a few things. Did you see Miami being ahead of Texas in the poll this year? Also, I think G-Rag, third leg, is a better commentator than Brady. And did you watch the Penguin last night? It was explosive, no pun intended. And one more thing. Abigail Die. What's up, bro? I ain't going to listen.
I don't know if Abigail Die listens to this show, so your shout out, while I commend you for trying. Take your shot. I say that because Juju Watkins is on my television right now as we are just getting started with the college basketball season. The first game on ESPN is Juju Watkins and her USC Trojans versus Ole Miss. She loves taking shots. She is next, Juju Watkins, as far as the next star in college basketball. Caitlin Clark off the WNBA. Paige Beckers still at UConn, and Juju Watkins is next up. We'll see how she does in her sophomore season. As far as Canes, Texas, I guess he asked who do I think is going to be ahead? I think that was the question. I don't know if there's much difference between the two teams. They do things much differently, but as far as teams overall, I think they're about the same. There are a lot of teams with flaws in the country. I think Oregon's at this point has proven to be the most solid team in the country. As the season has gone on, they've gotten better and better. But Texas, Miami, Georgia, Ohio State, they've all got their issues. They're just different issues. So on a game or on a day, excuse me, Texas could win that game. And on a different day, Miami could win that game. It just depends.
I will say they are I would say they are kind of the cutoff as far as teams that you think can actually win the national championship.
Where do you think it begins and ends? Oregon, who's next?
I think it's literally the top 5. It's Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, Miami, Texas. And then 6 is Penn State, no thanks. Tennessee, no thanks. IU, great season, no thanks. BYU, great season, no thanks. So it really is just the top 5 in my mind.
And you don't I'm trying to think. Do you think, and this takes into account Jalen Milroe getting his act together, if Alabama could find more consistency on offense, do you think they could join that top 5?
Maybe. I mean, they absolutely have to win this week against LSU in Death Valley, or else show's over. It's probably over. Either you're not making the playoff, or everyone's going to be pissed off that you did make the
3
playoff.
SEC losses. Yeah,
yeah, that's the boat that they're in. Which the second part, they're used to that.
People being pissed off at them. It happened last year, even though they won the SEC.
Yeah,
who was everybody most upset about making it? If you were backing Florida State, it wasn't Texas, right? People
it has
more
to be Alabama,
because Texas beat Alabama, even though they both had conference titles. Texas did have the head-to-head. It had to be Alabama. Yeah, the other two, Washington and Michigan, no one had real complaints about, and rightfully so. They made it to the title game.
And they're undefeated.
Yes, they won their conferences and they were undefeated. All right, looks like someone dropped. We'll try to get to that person before we wrap it up for the day. But let's get to Jerry. Jerry wants to talk some college basketball. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, good morning, guys. I know a lot of people are fond of that sports equinox, but I think this is the best time. You got the NFL and college football. You got the NBA, and now you got college basketball as well as hockey going on. I got a question and a comment. My question is, with U of H being ranked number 4, what is your odds, or what is your percentages of them winning the Big 12? Even though they lost Jamal Shedd, who I think was who was their star of the team, and just a comment. There's I believe 300 plus Division I basketball programs across the nation. Why? I get it. It's the first day, but why we got these small schools taking on these Division II, Division III NAIA schools? I just think Prairie View A&M is scheduling College of Biblical Studies. What are y'all doing? And I'll hang up and listen.
They're treating it like an exhibition. I mean, it'll count, I guess, on the record. I'm not sure how they treat those games as far as if Prairie View had a tournament resume,
it'll
how
count.
they would. Yeah, okay.
It counts on the record, but I mean the
committee's not.
The committee also
it is Prairie View.
Prairie View
they're going to have to win their conference title.
If you win your conference, congratulations. You're
not
16, maybe a 15.
Yeah, and if not, you don't. I think it's a coach just trying to get something on tape and win a game. That's all it really is. These teams are willing to play Prairie View. Prairie View is going to take some money games certainly this year, and they're going to take some beatings in some big environments, but it helps fund the program, and it's not a bad way to see what your team has by going into some of these places to try to get yourself as ready as you can for the conference. I don't know what people think about Prairie View. I'm just generalizing
Yeah.
teams of that status. But why they're playing a team you've never heard of? Because it's supposed to be a win.
Yeah, and some of it's just like paranoid coaches just being like, I want to see what I got before a game that we could actually conceivably lose.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Houston is hosting Jackson State tonight in related news.
Yeah, we saw Houston in exhibition mode against A&M and take A&M apart in that exhibition game that was actually on TV at Fertitta Center.
Yeah.
What they should be, number 4 in the country. Should it be them in Kansas one more time to see who's going to win the Big 12?
Yeah, I think them Kansas Baylor.
Yeah.
Probably Arizona. Nah, maybe not Arizona.
I forgot. Yeah, it's Arizona's.
I mean, they're in the conference.
They're in the
yes.
conference. Yes,
that wasn't me saying no. Wait, they're not in the conference. They definitely are in the conference.
I forgot that. Yeah, I mean, we think about it in football terms, but Arizona is a much better addition to basketball than it is to football. Though Arizona was supposed to be good in football this year and has fallen apart. I would say the Cougs and their conference aspirations. Yeah, you rank them where they've been, no matter whether they've been in the Big 12 or the American, as either in the American, obviously a dominant force, or in the Big 12, a real contender. The question will be, as it always is, once it gets to tournament time, can they stay healthy, and will they be able to find guys to knock down shots?
Hand up. I didn't know Iowa State was ranked 5th in the preseason poll.
There it is. Iowa State as well.
Iowa State. Wow. Who'd they have?
Who did they bring in? Iowa State. Good program. Didn't know that.
Halliburton.
Didn't know they were top.
Came back.
Didn't know they were top 5 good. But yeah, so it's going to be a competitive Big 12, shockingly enough, as it always is, even with the departures of Texas. And I say just Texas, because Oklahoma's been okay too. But even with the departures of Texas and Oklahoma, the Big 12 added a.
They got way better.
Added a legacy program in Arizona.
Yeah, and then a current on the top in UH,
who they got last year,
and BYU, BYU is normally just as good as like Texas or Oklahoma in basketball.
Yeah, BYU is a good basketball.
They're like
program.
a ranked. I mean, we'll see. They lost Mark Pope, but they are normally a ranked game.
Yes,
you don't want to face in Provo. God, you don't want to go to Provo
for multiple reasons, right? Well, you've experienced going to Provo. Well, not you specifically, but the football team has experienced going to Provo. It didn't go well.
No.
But
yeah, they did.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I was thinking last year.
Yeah.
I was like, no, they didn't. But no.
This happened. Yeah. So, Thomas, I see you. You want to talk college football? We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in on the final segment? We'll get to that as well. And we'll play some sound, if we can get to it, from CJ Stroud. This is back on Thursday night, but we didn't play the sound on Friday. He's talking about lack of buy-in for a couple. He didn't go specifically by name, but he talked about the team having lack of buy-in. And if you know anything about this Texans team, you can probably guess. I ain't going to tell you because I don't have source information, at least not source information that is giving me the go-ahead to say it on the air. But you can all guess who he's talking about, considering where the issues lie on that offense. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll do our misery index tomorrow. We only got to like the barely the minimum of what we can talk about in college football. We talked about some of the glamour games of the weekend. But, we had Iowa State dropping a game. Obviously, we didn't get much into what Clemson did or did not do against Louisville. Fraud-ass Clemson. Look at you. Finally play a team who has a reasonable offense, a pretty good quarterback, and some guys who can test you at the skill position, and look what happened to you. Getting dominated by Louisville. Look at that. I didn't hype up Miami when he called. Oh, look at that. Beating Louisville on the road is not such a bad win, is it? It's not so bad. It's not so bad beating them by 7 and covering, no matter how the score went. Yeah. By the way, Eric, I have not watched The Penguin. I'll watch that tonight. I didn't watch the latest episode since he asked about that too.
I'm glad that Clemson lost so we can get Rhett Lashley against UM in the ACC title game. Just give me the Rhett Lashley revenge game.
Revenge? He left to take the SMU job before Manny got fired. It's not revenge. He had the SMU job lined up.
Okay, you did my guy wrong. You did Manny wrong.
Well, Manny gave it a go for about 3 quarters.
He did. I thought it was happening. Or I at least thought it was, like every Miami game, going to be a close game in the fourth quarter.
And they just
it was close at the
start
of the fourth.
Yes, and then whatever happened in the fourth where it was not
I know
close.
What happened.
Yeah.
Xavier Restrepo happened.
Yeah. Well, they would have got to 60 if Cam would have just handed the ball off instead of wanting to get the 6 touchdown passes. They're inside like the 5. He had hit from behind and fumbled, or that would have been a 60 spot if he just would have handed the ball off. Okay. Let's talk to Thomas. He wants to talk some college football. What's up, Thomas?
Hey guys, good show. I was just chiming in. Y'all were talking about like real contenders or whatever, and so I think the mix is going through like the top 5, as maybe like real contenders or whatever. And so as you listed that out, I was like, okay, well then all these like, yes, but kind of like scenarios for each team opens the door for 6 through 12. So I think I think you mentioned Oregon as probably being the most complete team or whatever.
I think we lost.
I don't know. I was down on Ohio State, but I thought their Penn State win looked really good. So I think where this conversation is going is the contenders don't really look like actual championship contenders. They're just there by default, so to speak. I think this is a great year for the new 12-team playoff just because you're really going to be able to get someone like any given Saturday, so to speak. You can, someone's going to be able to step up in a random neutral side or a random home field game that wasn't there before, and it's going to cost, a good team. So, but yeah, I'll hang up and listen. Also, go Dynamo.
Appreciate you, Thomas. Dynamo season ends, unfortunately, early, or at least earlier than people would have wanted. As far as what he talked about, as far as contenders and their level compared to maybe years past, I would agree.
Yeah.
There's no obvious, clear dominant team week to week. I use Oregon as the example because they have not, since really early in the year, they have taken care of business in a very I guess I don't want to say business like way, but that's the only way I can put it. That they have, after the big win over Ohio State, they have taken apart anyone else they face, where these weren't even games. They put you to sleep early, and you have no way back in. So I want to certainly credit them for that. Everybody else, you can point to a big flaw. Surprisingly, at Georgia, it's their quarterback. Ohio State, I wouldn't say Will Howard's their issue.
It's offensive line.
But their offensive line is their issue, and their defense against at least the only real competent offense we saw, they had no answers from Oregon. They'll see Indiana, which is another good offense. So we'll see how they handle that. Texas, do I want to point directly at quarterback? I don't know.
In the direction.
It's in the direction. I don't want to say it's Quinn Ewers' fault, but their passing game has taken a step back. The downfield throws don't exist. They play a lot behind the line of scrimmage. Now they got fast guys who can take advantage of it. But if you are a team who can keep Texas in front of you and tackle, how are they going to move the football? So to his point, could someone in that first weekend head into one of the teams who doesn't get a bye, go on the road and win a game? Sure. If I look at it, let's just say Texas is doesn't win the conference, and they are the top non-bide team. Let's say they're 5. They're not 5th in the rankings, but the 5th seed.
They're the 5th seed.
The 5th seed. Well, that would have them hosting Boise. I don't think Boise could go in there and beat them. I don't think Boise could. But if Alabama wound up at 12, you could reasonably say Alabama. Yeah. But Alabama is playing LSU and others, so I don't think they'd wind up at 12. But whoever wound up at 12, Boise probably not. SMU, if they got there, no. If LSU wound up as the last at large, LSU can go into Texas and win. Yeah. So to your point, yes. And that is not. I'm not singling out Texas. I think Penn State could lose to one of the bottom part of that first weekend.
Tennessee,
Indiana,
every week.
all of those teams in that range could lose. And if Miami dropped into that where they don't win the conference, but they're one of the top at largest, yeah, they could drop a game. So I don't disagree, Thomas.
Yeah, I when I say only the top 5 can win the national championship, that doesn't mean I think the top 5 will just blow everyone out on the way to it. I mean, I think it's likely one of those teams does lose in the maybe the second round.
I agree.
But as far as winning the, if you are going to get a bye, the 4 games that you need to win to actually lift up the trophy, I think only the top 5 teams can do that.
Yeah. You are talking about if you win your conference title, the quarterfinal, the semifinal, and the final. I would agree they're probably not more than 5. Now you can disagree on who the 5 are, but I don't think there are more than 5 teams who can actually win the national title this year.
Like if you're going to do like the kind of glass half empty on these teams, I mean, it's Texas. Their best win is Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
that's the best team that they beat is number 24. Vanderbilt.
Yeah, they're ranked
24.
again. Yeah, and Miami's best win is on the road at Louisville. Turns out Louisville is now a top 25 team.
Number 25, Lou.
After they dismantled Clemson. So yeah, Oregon, you would say best win of the year for anyone. Yeah. Ohio State at home. Now Alabama beat Georgia at home, but we know Alabama has their flaws. But for Georgia, what's their best win? Texas. So, but I would still rank even though that's a road game, I still rank the Ohio State win at home for Oregon as the best win of the year. I did want to get to this before we wrap it up. I did mention this, so let's get to it. CJ Stroud spoke on Thursday about his team and their lack of buy-in. Here's your quarterback talking about maybe not everyone all in on what they're trying to do.
I would say, we just got to honestly just play football better, execute better, stop pointing the finger, and realize, at the end of the day, like, this is not winning football, and we can't keep squeezing our way by every game. We are a really good football team. We have a lot of really good football players. Once we buy into the systems and what is being, coached, and also we got to be able to have leadership to take over. So, I believe, this isn't the end, but this is definitely a great wake-up call for us.
So he mentioned lack of buy-in, and who has the biggest problems right now on that Texans team? He would say the offensive line. Questions abound. Can we trade for a guy? Do we need to move guys around? I'm not going to name names because I'm not allowed to. But the guys you think are having issues with buy-in are exactly who he's talking about. I'll leave it at that. You can guess. It shouldn't be too hard. It's those guys who, according to what I've been told, are the ones with the issues who need to lock in, which is unfortunate considering how important they are to the whole operation. All right, we are done for the day. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Monday, November 4th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant and he is Joe George. There was no Houston Texans game yesterday to disappoint us. That's what we would expect of the team of late. But we did see some things happen across the National Football League in the last 24 hours. And I'm not talking about the games that we watched on Sunday. We saw some people got. Bam, bam, you're dead.
Some people got whacked?
Whacked. That's right.
Ooh.
Joe, they were walked into a room where they thought they were going to be made, and there was tarp lied across the floor, and then bam! Oh, no, said Tommy as he was shot violently in the back of the head. And then these two Italian guys behind him said, well, that's that. And that's what happened with Raiders head coach Dennis Allen, Saints head coach Dennis Allen. He is gone. Meanwhile, the Raiders fired offensive coordinator Lou Getsy. They fired their offensive line coach and quarterback coach. Dennis Allen gone after 7 straight losses in New Orleans. The Raiders making moves after 5 straight losses. Honestly, I did not think that this would be the Raiders' first 5-game losing streak since 2018. And we probably should see more because I know, Joe, that you're probably frustrated with what's going on with your favorites, Local 22.
Yes. Well, Luke Getsy, tough for him to get fired twice in 1 calendar year as a football coach. Must really suck at your job. He got fired by the Bears at the end of last season, then fired by the Raiders into this season. That guy's not a good coach. Doesn't belong in the NFL.
Not well liked.
You do not see coaches get fired twice in less than a 12-month period.
Maybe they're racist. They don't want to give a white man a job. I don't know. It's 2024.
He's pretty terrible. Dennis Allen, not a surprise. I think we all saw that one coming. It's been a disaster in New Orleans. Remember when they scored 90 points the first 2 weeks?
I do. And then they lost 7 in a row after
that.
Pour one out. But no, Joe, I'm not talking about those two. You're just trying to distract.
Matt Eberflus should be fired.
0-18 on the road on Sundays. That's the worst mark of all time.
Yeah, 3-18 on the road as a head coach in the NFL. 0-18 specifically on Sundays. I wanted to punch my laptop while I was watching the game.
Don't do that. You'll have to buy a new one.
Because he tried to, they asked him about it before the game in the pregame meeting. You know what he told them?
What did he say?
Oh, we just won a game in London. Well, that was technically a home game. So he's trying to defend his terrible ass record. No, he should be fired. But the McCaskies are a cheap family. They've never fired a coach midseason before, ever, in the history of the franchise. The oldest franchise in the NFL. They've never done it. So yeah, he should be on the list.
Doug Peterson, Jaguars lost again. At least it was close. Mike McCarthy with the Cowboys, they lost. Dak got hurt. CeeDee Lamb got hurt. I don't know if there's going to be more firings in the next couple of hours, but accountability is starting to happen. And I am wondering if there is a rational version of this for the Houston Texans right now that makes them better the rest of this year. Some sort of firing, some sort of benching, some sort of something, because some sort of change is needed with the way that the offense has been this year, completely incapable of protecting CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to fire Bobby Slowick. They're not going to – I mean, you could argue they should fire one of their offensive line coaches, but they have 3 of them, so I'm not really sure, like, what that fix is. I mean, unless they're really just – unless there's something going on internally where, like, the assistant offensive line coach tells the players to do something, and then the main offensive line coach tells them something different, and they're not on the same page. Like, unless something to that extreme is happening, that guy's untouchable. But I would not be opposed to seeing a play caller change where Bobby Slowick can be the offensive coordinator of this team, but Gerard Johnson is the one calling the plays.
That would be interesting. I don't think they'd have the stones to do something like that. Because if you're the offensive coordinator and the quarterback coach is calling the plays, I mean, you're basically telling that guy, you're done after this year. And I don't get the vibe that the Texans are going to move on from Bobby Slowick after the year, especially if they're 6-3. I understand that it is a very disappointing 6-3 with what's happened of late, but I'm not sure that they are that quick with the trigger as the Jets are, said best by Bill Belichick. Shoot, aim.
But at least the Jets
ready, shoot, aim.
That's what the Jets did. I mean, I give them credit a little bit where they fired Saleh. They felt like it was over. He came in and he immediately removed play calling responsibilities from the offensive coordinator.
But he was going to do that anyway.
Yeah, he was going to do that anyways. And they probably were going to fire the OC. I don't know, that whole Aaron Rodgers thing where he was going to quit or he was unhappy because they were going to fire the OC and then he ended up getting replaced anyways. But if you were going to make a change, that's the only change to really make in terms of the coaching staff at this point. I really don't see any other solution besides that one. If you're looking to pin this on Bobby Slowick and want to make a change, they're not going to fire him. I'm with you. They've given no indication that he will not be here next year as long as unless he chooses to leave. But at this point, that's got to feel like that's being ruined by the week of Bobby Slowick getting a head coaching job somewhere else.
Yeah, he's not getting one. If he is, that's a bad team. If you're making that hire, he is very underwhelming to me. This is not to say he's bad at it, but clearly they're not getting the most out of this team. And if the offensive line is looking the way that it is when it has so much money invested in it, its failures are a reflection of Bobby Slowick, in addition to the offensive line coaches. I'm trying to think of something that is actually rational as far as a change that can be made. And this is the big problem. The Texans' offensive line, there is no depth. There's no one that you can put in there. We found out on Thursday that Kendrick Green is actually worse than Kenyon Green. I mean, he really stunk. And that's saying something because Kenyon Green has also stunk. So you can't really do a benching for the sake of benching, and you're not going to do a firing for the sake of firing. And I really do wonder if they're just telling themselves this is going to improve when this is starting to look like the definition of insanity, repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Well, the only thing that they can do differently then, because I do agree with you, is Bobby Slowick just has to fundamentally change what he's doing. Like you have to take these 10 days that you have between the Jets game and Sunday night versus the Lions, and you have to find ways to make life a little bit easier for CJ Stroud.
Can you think of any?
Roll him out of the pocket, like get him out of there. I mean, if your interior offensive line is being pushed back into him, where by the time he's done with his first read, he's got a guy in his face, then get him the hell out of the pocket every single time. Treat him like, Russell Wilson in Seattle, where he was at his most success was when he was moved out of the pocket. That was more size, but your offensive line can't protect. So the only thing you can do at this point is to just get CJ out of there.
I think to a degree you're right, but one of the things with Russell Wilson is Russell was doing this on his own a lot of the time, where he actually had time, and he ended up taking a lot of unnecessary sacks because of that. And look, Stroud's pocket presence is his biggest strength, so you do have to do something where he is just going to be behind those five guys, maybe a sixth guy or a seventh guy. Maybe you'll need more guys in to block, but clearly with your receivers not getting open in the way that you need to, that might not help you out so much. But I don't know that you can just fundamentally change what you're doing and then go to some sort of a college offense where Stroud's essentially rolling out on every single play. Because guess what? The pressure's still going to get there, even if it is coming up the middle. Well, the pressure up the middle can still get to a guy who's rolling to his right or to his left pretty quickly. So I will put that idea in the suggestion box for sure. I am just wondering if there's something more than that. And honestly, off the top of my head, I can't think of any. It does feel like they're kind of stuck in this spot and there's nothing that they can do to really change it. And I think the real question becomes after that, well, do you still want to watch this? Because look, they're 6-3. They are winning, but they're winning in a way which is not fun. And along the way, you can't help but feel mad at the offensive line and the coaching.
Run the ball 40 times a game?
I mean, I'm with that. I'm totally with you on that. I mean, look, of all the things that they could have done this offseason, they could have got Saquon Barkley, and Barkley did some cool stuff yesterday. He jumped over a guy backwards.
I don't understand.
I don't know how he did that. And look, it would be cool if the Texans had him. But, I mean, Joe Mixon has been maybe not as good, but pretty damn good, all things considered. So give him the ball more. Can he handle that? I don't know.
Yeah, can JJ Taylor or Dameon Pierce, if he's back this week?
Yeah,
assuming he's healthy. Like, they just got to give these guys the rock a ton more.
You got to run more, and I know that's going to piss off a lot of people, but you got to have better. This is what is where I struggle. I just don't know what they're trying to do on the ground. I feel like I am pretty limited in knowing what an offensive line is doing on a down-to-down basis when it comes to opening up lanes and things like that. But it feels like it's a lot more difficult for the Texans to run than it is for all these other offenses that are Shanahan disciples. It feels like those offenses make it a lot easier for whoever's behind the quarterback. And this one, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work. And that could be the offensive line. It could be the way it's being taught. But, yeah, I mean, right now it is turn the ball over to Joe Mixon as much as you possibly can and hope that CJ doesn't die. and here we are.
Pray.
Yeah.
A lot of prayer.
Things could be worse, at least. We'll talk about some of the worst situations in the NFL, but there is something that the Houston Texans do need to do. We'll discuss that next. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Gallant and George.
Oathletic.com. You find it over at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. You can, sign up for one of their classes. You don't have to sign up. You just go and participate in a class. They offer over 100 per week, early in the morning, pick back up after lunch or at the end of the workday around 4:30. So you can go take a class before you go home and spend time with your family or watch a terrible Texans game or whatever's going on that night. But Athletic is the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Sign up right now. It's not hard. You walk in, sign up. You can get into the gym right away. They got all the recovery stuff that you need, the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room. You can sign up for a personal trainer as well. Check them out, oathletic.com, Oathletic on Instagram, and 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Did you know there's 9 2-win teams in the NFL? 9. Giants, Patriots, Saints just fired Dennis Allen. Raiders just fired their offensive coordinator. Jaguars, Panthers, Browns, Dolphins, and Titans.
My gosh. Is that 30% of the league? Just like a little bit less, I guess, technically.
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
The Tankathon must be getting major clicks right now. People trying to figure out what draft position they have.
I hate those people, by the way.
They have nothing else to root for, Paul.
No.
They're 2-7.
Rooting for your team to lose is the most pussy thing that a fan can ever do. And I'll tell that to anyone to their face. I got annoyed because Ben Solak is just this random NFL personality who I just do not like. I don't know much about him. He just angers me. This youthful, nothing matters unless you have a quarterback. So suck all the time. I don't understand how people can actually justify that. And as I told those people who were rooting for the Colts to win that regular season finale that they pulled off with Davis Mills, you're a loser. You are a loser if you are rooting for draft picks. You are a loser if you are rooting for your team to be bad. This does not help you out at all. I don't understand why people think it does.
Oh, I think people are just sad right now. I mean, I'm with you. Like, I don't want my team to lose. I mean, if you're the Giants, I don't know what else you're supposed to root for, honestly. Like, for someone like that.
If you're
like,
gonna watch
like
the game,
Patriots is different. Like the Patriots, like they've got Drake May. They're in position like where they're going to be okay. You know, the Panthers, like maybe there's still some Bryce Young hope. If you have a guy like Daniel Jones or Jameis Winston / Deshaun Watson as your quarterback, like,
what? So root for the team to lose?
no, I just really just don't know why you watch. Honestly, like if you're a Giants fan, like I don't know what you're watching on Sunday.
Because you're addicted. You have some misplaced sense of loyalty to ownership because your parents happen to boink in the town where you grew up watching sports. Like that's generally how it goes. Or your parents forced the team on you, which is even worse. But it's one of these things where when I start to see this time of year where all the firings get made, and then all of a sudden people are saying, "Hey, I don't really want my team to win. I want to have better draft position." I mean, it's so disrespectful to all the players who are on that team. Oh, they're just cannon fodder so that you can get a better scratchy. You degenerate.
And the players aren't going to do that. They're not going to quit.
No, they're not. But it's weird that their fans want them to quit. I cannot fathom it. And maybe it's because I've always rooted for teams who are pretty good. But no, I was pissed when the Patriots lost yesterday. I mean, I was really pissed. That
should have won.
They should have won that game.
Should have won that game.
I do not get how people root for a team to just stop trying too. It's bizarre. But anyway, I mean, those are teams, some of whom you could argue are not trying because they want to get a better draft pick. We'll see how that works when they actually get that draft pick. Because for the most part, they're going to end up with somebody who disappoints, and the cycle is going to continue and repeat itself over and over again.
Yeah, that's for sure. That I understand.
So lots of bad teams out there. Lots of bad teams. Sean is laughing behind the glass.
He's laughing at me.
No, that was a good. No, I understand that.
Yeah, I understand the whole like repeating
drafting
cycle.
a quarterback. And
Yeah, I get it.
So why do people continue to do it?
Hope.
Root for it. Yeah, but how is that hope? It's not. It's not hope.
Yeah, because
I hope that we clear out and we get welfare
because
to help us out.
When you have the new quarterback, there's hope that it's going to get better.
But there should never be hope. You shouldn't be operating like that. You might get the quarterback. You're probably not going to get it. Once you go into every single quarterback situation with that mentality, guess what? You can improve everything else around him. Because it's a 53-man team still, ultimately, as proved by the Texans right now, who don't have an offensive line in front of CJ Stroud.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's just the quarterback's the guy that everyone cares about the most, so it just gives you that hope that things are going to get better.
Yeah.
That, and now with CJ Stroud and what he accomplished in year one and what Jaden Daniels is accomplishing in year one, now the expectations are going to be raised even higher for these teams because they're going to think that their quarterback, whoever the number 2 pick in the NFL draft is this year, is going to take his team to the playoffs, be a top 10 quarterback by the end of his rookie season. So now it's going to get even worse because people are going to think this is the norm. What these two guys are doing.
No, it's not. I mean, for every CJ Stroud and Jaden Daniels, you have a ton of Bryce Youngs and guys too. And I mean, these are guys who are trying their best. Like Daniel Jones is trying his best. He is, believe it or not. He's trying.
He got paid.
Oh, I want that guy to suck though, because my team's winning. Like it's just such a loser mindset. I can't fathom it. Like rooting for your team to lose. I don't understand it. I never will. And if I ever do it, please tell me immediately to stop watching sports. I'll be out.
I think we'll know. Like if that happens to you, like something's wrong with Paul.
Yeah, there'll be other signs.
We'll be checking temperatures, making sure that you're not like having like 105-degree fever and like dying next to me in the studio. We'll have the warning signs if that happens.
Who the Patriots play Week 18 when they lose? When they lose to like the Dolphins, and you're like, yes, Travis Hunter. We'll be like, oh, something's wrong.
Well, end of last year, I was pissed when they lost to the Jets. I was disgusted. I was like, I want Belichick to win his last game. And people were like, oh, dude, the Pats got a better draft pick. It's gonna be better for them ultimately. And okay, they got Drake May, and Drake May looks pretty good, but like, I don't know. It's just I can't fathom it. I can't fathom it. I never will fathom it. You're enabling bad products to continue to be bad, and they're just telling you, "Oh, it'll get better someday." I don't get it.
Especially because people keep going. Like it's not like they root for their team to be bad, but like do it from a distance. Like they still do it in the stadium.
Yeah,
they still do it with their jersey sales.
And that way, the Houston Texans are the only noble fan base in America. Oh.
Yeah, man.
I'll stop showing.
Didn't go.
You're 6-3. All right.
Yeah, it's not good enough. That don't impress me much. So, look, there's a logjam. Just like there's a lot of teams with 2 losses, there's a logjam of teams with 3 losses or less. There's 12. That actually shocked me. But it's the Chargers, Packers, Ravens, Falcons, Eagles, Vikings, Steelers, Commanders, Bills, Lions, Chiefs, and the Texans. 12 teams. And I think there's real questions about how many of those teams the Texans are better than. I would venture to say it's probably just the Chargers, maybe the Falcons, the Steelers.
Definitely the Steelers. I feel confident saying that. The Chargers, I would lean yes on the Chargers, but Justin Herbert looks like he's kind of back into Justin Herbert form.
I do trust Jim Harbaugh more than I trust D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah. I think the Packers have played a lot of really bad football, but they beat you, so they get the edge on you right now. Falcons, it's Kirk Cousins, so I'll put them in front of 3 of these teams: the Steelers, the Falcons, the Chargers. That's it. No one else. And then I'll take I'll take the Rams in front of the Texans also.
The Rams, the 4-4 Rams. Okay. Well, I'm just talking about the.
I know. I'm breaking the rules here. I know I am.
I guess the Falcon 3 losses or less. Look, they need to do something. I think we all need to see the Texans make some sort of move, and they did do something. I guess I don't know if this is enough, but they signed former Patriots, Bears, and Chiefs center guard Jerome Carvin to the practice squad. The picture that is used in the article about this is a picture of him playing at Tennessee, which goes to show he probably hasn't played much in the NFL. Though, not that a photographer is going to be taking pictures of someone like him. No offense to him. But we have seen moves made by teams that are in that class. It looks like the Lions are about to trade for Zadarius Smith, pass rusher for the Cleveland Browns. And on top of that, Cam Robinson, who the Vikings traded with the Jaguars to get, has been looking pretty good for them to this point. And with everyone knowing that the Texans' offensive line stinks, CJ Stroud's first in quarterback pressures, he's second in fewest amount of time to throw, you got to do something. Are they going to do it? Because you have just a little bit over a day. And I know that this is kind of lazy to say. I don't know who they should go after, but they should go after somebody. But that's how I feel. You got to bring in some sort of offensive lineman right now. It's malpractice if you don't.
You have to trade for you have to trade a 6th round pick or a 7th round pick for an offensive lineman. And you could trade for probably half the backups in the NFL at left guard or right guard, and they'd be better than what you're putting out there with Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green. It's not hard. This is not a tall task. That like you're looking for somewhat competent guard play. You don't need a Hall of Famer. You don't need to acquire an all-pro guard. That's not what we're asking for. Get someone that doesn't totally suck. Do the minimum.
Yeah.
Do the minimum work here.
You would think.
Get
yes.
The 20th to 24th best guard, starting guard in the
huge improvement
in the league, other than the 32nd, maybe 31st. I don't know. Maybe there's someone out there.
I bet you they do the Pro Football Focus grades that if there's enough snaps because of injuries, that Kenyon Green is outside the top 36 best guards graded in the NFL next year. I don't even have to look. I guarantee you there are backups, multiple backups who have come in and have better Pro Football Focus grades, less sack percentages give up because he's just terrible. This isn't a tall ask. This is not a lot.
Yeah.
Do something.
At the very least, you do kind of need and maybe that's what the move for the guy whose name I already forgotten, but his pictures in college.
Jerome Carvin.
Jerome Carvin.
Carvin.
I almost said James Carver. Nope. Jerome Carvin.
Jerome Carvin.
No offense to Jerome Carvin.
Maybe this is the move. At the very least, you do need to just replace Kenyon Green, as someone who was going to play on your team and now is not going to play. You just need another guard on your roster, and that guy that you trade, like Joe said, a 6th or 7th round pick for, chances are he's going to be better than Kendrick Green too. So he's just going to be your starter.
You hope.
You go to ESPN.com, you find Jerome Carvin. He does not have anything in his bio besides the fact that he played apparently for the Chiefs and the Bears for a full season.
We've all screwed the name up thus far, by the way.
If you hit news, it just says no news available. When you Google his name, the top story that pops up is preparing for the 2023 NFL draft.
Wait, so he's played for 4 teams? Okay.
He's played for 2 teams.
Oh, okay.
And he's played 0 career snaps, it looks like, in the NFL.
Okay.
They need to do more than this.
How did he prepare, though? Do we know how he prepared for the 2023 NFL draft?
I don't know, but he's certainly prepared to help the Houston Texans swarm. That's for sure. So, as far as moves that the Texans potentially will make, Diana Rossini said this, Joe, and it bothered you. It's somewhat surprising that despite losing Stephon Diggs to a season-ending injury, the Texans aren't expected to make a big splash at receiver.
Yeah, it's just a buzzkill. I mean, I guess I don't know how you define big splash. Like Deontay Johnson was a big move. He got 0 targets this weekend. He was barely on the field for the Baltimore
It wasn't
Ravens.
a big move. Everyone acting like it was a big move. I mean, the Ravens are totally fine. They just added depth.
They're very fine.
Yeah.
They're very, very fine right now.
Lamar Jackson had a perfect passer rating again.
Derrick Henry is unbelievable.
Yeah, the Ravens are so fine. It's totally okay for them to not put this guy on the field.
Yeah, so I guess it's just I was hoping they'd find some, big-ish name. Like this even feels to me like this takes away like Jacoby Myers, like recognizable name.
Is he a big splash? I don't think he's a big splash.
I mean, compared to who's going to get,
he's a big splash.
Compared to who's probably going to get moved in the next 24 hours, Jacoby Myers, if he's traded, will probably be the best wide receiver traded.
But you got a big splash this offseason. His name was Stephon Diggs.
He's gone now.
Yeah. Oh, so you need another big splash? What are we, a bunch of children by a pool?
It is fun when you're a child to make splashes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're a child. I mean, let's keep on splashing. Let's just splash up a storm. Get rid of all our draft picks so that we could get another guy for 5 games.
Is Adam Thielen a splash?
I don't know. Ask Joe. Joe's
I was looking at Joe.
No.
Okay.
No.
He's not enough of a splash for you.
Isn't he like 40?
No, he's not 40.
No. That's
he's stuck with Bryce Young.
He's got to be like
I think.
he is.
I actually have no idea where he is. Okay,
he's got to be like
Carolina.
33.
He is in Carolina. 34.
All right. I mean, I was in the ballpark.
He's a young man.
He's older than me, and he's in the NFL still. That's an old person.
He's younger than me. You son of a bitch.
He hasn't been playing though, but
yeah, his last game was September 22nd.
He's been hurt.
So not a splash.
Yeah, not a splash. I would not put in that category. But you gotta find someone to give you some.
Why
kind of
you have Nico Collins and you have Tank Dell. I'm sorry. Can we stop?
Why? They're getting nothing.
Why do you need another wide receiver? Is it the receiver's fault? Is it the receiver's fault or is it the offensive line? Like the very clear issue on this team is the offensive line. I don't think it's even the receivers.
I mean, it's totally fair. Like that's
you had enough going into the year. Everyone was like, "This is the greatest receiving core of all time." Losing Stephon Diggs should not make it all of a sudden substandard.
Yeah, I know, but we didn't think Tank Dell was going to take this much of a step back.
he just had 120 yards on Thursday.
He had a great game. He had one great game.
No help around him.
I know, and I hope that continues for him. But you're getting no production from anyone else on this roster.
I need a splash.
I just need a body that's better. Cody Stutz tweeted this season. Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie have a combined 40 targets for 16 catches and 190 yards. Noah Brown, who you choose to cut, has 31 targets for 22 catches for 318.
Yeah, that move stunk. I don't.
Yeah. Somebody's like, can you get someone like that? That's Noah Brown. Like I'm not asking for Devontae Adams here. Can you get me a Noah Brown replacement?
That's like a small splash.
Yeah, that's like like Halloween. Like it was raining a little bit. My son was like, he was so worried about just splashing into the puddles. Like they were little puddles though.
Okay.
They're not hurricane puddles. It's gonna be a little tiny puddle splash. That'll make me happy. A left guard and a little
Just
splash
a little
of wide
bloop.
receiver. Yeah. Like a splash of Coke.
I got a text from the 832. Paul's all talk. If his team is bad, he just roots for a different team. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing that you guys don't understand. Now, again, I've won so much, it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, nothing really brings me joy, but I'd rather my team rebuild and be good. What happens if they're never good? That's the funny thing people talk about the rebuild.
Well, let me tell you, Paul, it's not fun.
He says, rather than that, be an Astros, Red Sox, Mariners, Florida, A&M, Syracuse, Texans, and Patriots fan. So let me do the power rankings.
Forgot the Longhorns too.
Yeah. Well, I'm not allowed. They went after me again. On Saturday night.
No.
They went after me again on Saturday night, and this time I called them out. It's like, you guys are being pussies, and I just said that. So I don't know how. I think our friendship might be fractured. I actually got pissed at them. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, oh, did you do a thumbs down for the Aggies losing? And I was like, actually, yeah.
Wait. Were you with them?
No, they just
So you haven't heard
they
from these
texted
guys?
me out of the blue.
Oh,
they texted me out of the
Paul,
blue.
you're out on them. Not the other way.
I am. I had a bad Saturday.
That's a toxic relationship.
Yeah, what a crazy.
Yeah. And I will do the power rankings. I will do the power rankings for those fan bases right now. Okay. So first off, Patriots and Celtics, never questioning, and especially this year with the Texans. Like, I want the Texans to succeed, but my God, I still love the Patriots more, especially just watching what's been going on to this point. It doesn't mean I support what they're doing. They suck. Celtics, come on. The Red Sox, it's a complicated thing. They did bad things to my favorite players, and they tried to smear the Patriots so they can go get bleeped. That's why I jumped off of them. Florida, I liked their colors when I was 5. Syracuse, I went there. Syracuse is not actually good. Florida can be good. They almost beat Georgia on Saturday. The Mariners thing, I mean, I was there. What do you want from me? I don't like baseball, you know? Like, I will root for whatever local team is there because I got to watch them for 162 games. And I'm not allowed to, pretend I'm not watch, or I'm not allowed to not watch. I got to watch. So I'm going to root for them. But, yeah, to answer your question, yeah, if the team sucks, you should jump off the bandwagon. If the team sucks, don't support them. If the team blows, guess what? You don't have to watch them. Just because your parents had sex in the city that you live, that does not a reason to stay rooting for a team.
Syracuse basketball higher on this list than football, I'm assuming?
They pissed me off, so no, I'm
okay.
kind of out on them too.
All right.
Again, if you piss me off, you're out.
Yeah. Houston Cougars basketball.
Number 1.
Cougs.
Yeah.
So number 4, but
number 1 in our hearts.
A lot of people are like, "Oh, you're not loyal." Yeah, why would I be loyal? What's making me loyal to them? Do they have my family hostage? No. Come on. Anyway. He's Joe and Paul. Sorry for that.
It's okay, Paul.
Self-aggrandizing tangent. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Up next, let's make fun of the Cowboys because at least that makes us feel good. But the Texans got to do something. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975.
In Lake Charles, ESPN Bet will be there the 16th and 17th. So just 2 weeks from now, we're doing shows on Saturday and Sunday. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, there's no place better to do it than ESPN Bet at LaBerge. They got the 24-foot video wall. Every single NFL college football game is up there. Even a weekend like this when there's 8 games going on a Sunday at noon. All those games are up on the big screen. So if you're there this weekend, there's no Texans game during the day. You'll have plenty to watch this weekend and next weekend because the Texans don't play on the afternoon on Sunday for the next 2 weeks. So still a great time to go. Honestly, it might be the best time to go because then they can't make you miserable. You can just focus on your bets at ESPN Bet. Great food, great time, as always. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it inside ESPN Bet at LaBerge and Lake Charles.
I'll be honest. I'm surprised Mike McCarthy, his head is not on a spike right now. Symbolically, Jerry Jones would never decapitate a head coach. But
if there was an owner in the NFL to do it,
He's not that reactionary. I feel like this is the time to be reactionary because everything seems to be falling apart. Yesterday, as the Cowboys lost yet again in very underwhelming fashion, this time to the Atlanta Falcons. Dak Prescott injured his hamstring. Looks to be a fairly serious one because Cooper Rush came in. He was ruled out. CeeDee Lamb got hurt in this game. And yet afterwards, all anyone can talk about is not those injuries. It's this moment on the broadcast that zoomed in on Dak Prescott, and lip readers all believe that Dak said, "We effing suck."
Well, he's not wrong. And at least someone acknowledges it because they're real bad. They're in a bad place. They just paid Dak, and this is what they're doing. I'm really surprised Mike McCarthy's still the coach of this football team. Him and Jerry must be like best friends. You should have fired him last year. Like, he's not under contract. I guess maybe he knows Mike Zimmer is a worse option to be the head coach of this team the rest of the year. And I know they have a lot of injuries, and Micah Parsons isn't playing, but this is such a dramatic step back for them. It was weird. Like, before the season, their over-under was 10.5 wins. We never see this, but it got bet down to 9.5. They moved the entire line by a whole win just because so many people were betting on the under, and it continued to bet on the under. So I guess we all were right about the Cowboys this year. I just didn't think it was going to be this bad. But this is not good football.
No, it's not. I don't see how it gets better. Jerry Jones, after the game, said, "We'll probably do a couple of things this week." Imagine if the Cowboys are more active at the trade deadline than the Texans.
Yeah, but like, they could have had Derrick Henry. And they said it was too expensive. They have cap space. Like $20 million in cap space.
It was strange to see the Cowboys not make any moves this offseason when saying that they're all in, and then to continue to, I guess, push back on the idea that they had as much to play with as we all believe they do per websites that keep tabs on salary caps and stuff. It's strange.
I think it does go back to that comment. Like, when you say you're all in and then you do literally nothing and then you have this performance, it's hard for that not to come back to bite you. Like for your team to do that, where you have a coach on a lame duck contract, you have 3 guys you got to pay, you've paid 2 of them so far, and then to have this performance, it just goes all back to that. But they're terrible.
From the 512, Jerry needs to be more reactionary. This is, I think, a Cowboys fan. Last year, they talk about Mike McCarthy being fired. Doesn't fire him. He starts out this bad this year. Still no reaction from Jerry. Let's react and get Mike out of here. Firing Mike isn't going to save the season. I think that's the tricky thing.
I think that's what Jerry Jones is thinking too. Where he's like, where are they going to win the Super Bowl after they fire Mike? Or are they going to win the division after they fire Mike McCarthy? Like, no, just
amazing.
Write it out. Make him work for his money. Don't pay him not to work. I'm paying him. Show up to work.
Amazingly, McCarthy may be in, I guess, cooler water than Nick Sirianni, who is coaching a 6-2 team. Eagles fans are so out on him.
I will say, there was like 45 minutes in that game where you thought, oh my God, the Eagles are about to blow like a 3-touchdown lead.
And Trevor Lawrence was terrible.
Trevor Lawrence wasn't that good, but the Eagles were also not good, but they're a little bit better than Trevor Lawrence, but worse for, I don't know, the middle 2 quarters where they came back.
Sirianni still being there allows the chance for the Cowboys to potentially catch Philly for second place. I think the thing now, though, that ex-Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn has the Commanders at 7-2. That's what really hurts.
And do you know who the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles is?
Who?
Kellen Moore, former offensive coordinator for the Cowboys.
Oof.
Yeah, that hurts.
Who they all hated. Any Cowboy fan would tell you, "Oh, Kellen Moore's mouth's always open. There's flies getting stuck in there."
Well, sometimes we always blame it on the offensive coordinator, and then as soon as they get fired, we realize it's the quarterback,
mm-hmm.
and it's not the offensive coordinator's fault. So, like, they play Kellen Moore this weekend. Then they play the Texans. Then they play Dan Quinn. If the Cowboys lose those next 3 games, he's definitely getting fired midseason or towards the end of the season.
You would think.
Like,
that's all I have, though.
Yeah.
You would think they're weirdly not doing what their fans want, which is blood. Like the real diehard Cowboy fans actually want the soap opera to return. And there's hints of it. I mean, you have Micah Parsons and Trevon Diggs on their podcast not too long after Diggs was saying, yeah, it's the media's fault that this moment, they're using me for clicks, this moment where I didn't try to make a tackle last week blows up in my face and I get into a confrontation with the reporter. Here they are talking about their top 10 quarterbacks. Note the omission.
Where would you rank him among quarterbacks right now? I would say he's definitely top 10.
Higher.
You think he's top 5?
For sure. Who else you going to put in there?
Give us your top 5 right now.
I'm going to go him. I'm going to go Mahomes.
Marr. Gotta have Marr.
Yeah, Lamar. Josh Allen. Jalen playing pretty good right now, too.
Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback right now.
And Matthew Stafford. I love how Matthew Stafford played the quarterback position.
Sam Darnold could be in the top 5 conversation right now.
Yeah, Sam Darnold looking crazy too. So it's hard. There's a lot of good quarterbacks right now.
I can't give you a top 5 right now based on how everybody's performing.
Yeah.
Bro. It's just too hard.
Interesting sound effects there.
What was that?
I think it's just their
podcast
like,
logo.
Yeah, well, when they tweet out like a what's it called, a clip from it.
Yeah.
There's always like the end where
Okay.
it has like listen to subscribe
rate,
for more
review.
Gotcha.
Dallas Cowboys listing quarterbacks.
And by the way,
they left off CJ Stroud.
There is some news about this Dak Prescott injury. Sean Mapes, you just shared it with me in the IFB. Can you share the news about the Cowboys signal caller?
Dak Prescott expected to miss multiple weeks.
Hey, good for the Texans, baby. You're going to need it after losing to the Lions on Sunday. Need that bounce back win against Cooper Rush.
What if you lose to Cooper Rush?
Well,
What if you lose to Cooper Rush to fall to 6-5, seeing as most people believe the Texans are going to get killed by the Lions in Sunday Night Football?
I fit into that most people category. I don't know what this show will sound like the next day if they lose to Cooper Rush on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
It'll be bad. That's all I know.
From the 409, maybe Jerry should be reactionary and fire Jerry. From the 832, this is what happens when mediocre players and coaches get paid lots of money to stink. From the 281, my former coworker put 500 units on Jerry firing McCarthy and bringing in Belichick. Thoughts? That'd probably work. Jason
How much
Garrett,
is a unit?
Yeah, that's a good question.
$1?
If it's $1 a unit, that's...
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying unit. Just say the money you're putting in there. We're not going to report you. From the 832, Jason Garrett had his job for 10 years. Change isn't coming.
It'll come this offseason.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think at this point, you're going to piss off a lot of people. There are so few people that were out at Cowboys training camp in Oxford, California. I think Jerry notices that there's a severe lack of buzz around the team for the first time in a while. Because they've been pretty good since they brought Dak into the fold, and honestly, since Tony Romo, too. But right now...
The only buzz is Jerry when he goes on a radio and tells the host he's going to fire him.
Yep, that's it.
That might be must listen this week, to be honest.
It might be. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Guess what, guys? It's time to start an Astros countdown because we are officially 99 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. We're bringing that trombone back, baby. Gallant George.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So, look, the Texans are struggling right now, and they've got a pretty tough test on Sunday. What else can we really say? Sunday night football game against the Lions. With that in mind, maybe we need to focus on the team that has been in our corner for such a long time. I mean, we haven't talked about them for a while. And guess what, guys? We are officially 99 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach in Florida. And we got some Astros stuff to talk about. Hit that Astros countdown and give me that bone.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
Best part about this intro is that since the Astros won the American League West again, I didn't have to change anything.
Might have to change it with who's saying.
That was my immediate reaction. Was this is probably gonna have to change? Hopefully not.
Alex Bregman did get a Gold Glove.
Yes,
congrats
at third base. And I saw this from Jim Bowden, MLB Insider. He made a prediction for the Astros this offseason. He thinks that they signed Cody Bellinger after he opts out of his contract with the Cubs to a 4-year, $112 million deal, and that they re-signed third baseman Alex Bregman for 7 years and $185.5 million.
Well, maybe he can go 1 for 2 because Cody didn't opt out. He opted in to his contract. So maybe he can get the Alex Bregman one correct.
So more money to work with.
Yes.
Yeah. We won't have a third straight year of should the Astros, or would you want the Astros to add Cody Bellinger?
Yes.
Because I feel like we've done that for a while.
It lasted 0 shows because that came out on Friday and we haven't been on the air since.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's reasonable. Not a lot of 2s next to these contract projections for Alex Bregman.
Right. I think Ari Alexander for KPRC put together a list of what insiders are projecting Alex Bregman's next contract to be. And here are what the insiders gave. Insider 1, 6 years, 180. Insider 2, 6 years, 172. Insider 3, 5 years, 125. Insider 4, 6 for 150. 5. Insider 5 said 5 for 135. Insider 6 says he stays in Houston, but didn't give a prediction. Insider 7, 7 years on 175. And then Insider 8 thinks he stays in Houston. Insiders believe he's going to stay in Houston, and those numbers do not seem impossible to me. The real question is, are they going to be able to present an offer like that? And as Chandler Rome put out in a piece that he had for The Athletic, are they going to be able to sell Alex Bregman on plans for sustained success because of a farm system that is missing a lot and because of some bad contracts that will prevent them from adding more this offseason than you would ideally want to have? That Montero contract still on the books, that Abreu contract still on the books, Lance McCullers contract still on the books.
Well, at least Abreu and Montero are only from one of these, 5 or 6 years that Alex Bregman would in theory be in Houston. But that would be the question for Alex is what are you trying to win? Do you want to stay in Houston? Do you think it's a combination of both staying here? Because if you're going to leave, what has happened since for everyone that's left? That would be the biggest ammo that Jim Crane and Dana Brown has. Is everyone keeps leaving. How's it going for them? Garrett Cole is getting embarrassed in the World Series. Congratulations. The only former Astro to reach the World Series of significant value. No offense to some of the lower level guys.
Hey, Teoscar Hernandez is holding that trophy.
I know he was. But Charlie Morton was old. But Carlos, no success. Springer, no success. So you can leave, but are you even going to win your division? Because those guys really don't.
By the way, Garrett Cole opted out.
He did.
Garrett Cole? Back to the Astros?
Weird contract, though, because I guess they can just say, screw your opt-out.
Interesting.
They can tack on another year to his existing contract, give him another $25 million. So either they have to give him that other year or he's a free agent.
Well, he won't cover first base, so maybe the Yankees are like, that's not the Yankee way. Bye-bye.
It's definitely not the Yankee way.
It would be pretty funny if they brought back Garrett Cole. I don't think it'll happen, but it would be pretty funny.
All the bad things we've said.
It would be. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why it would be funny. So we'll see what happens there. But as far as the Houston Astros go, yeah, you're 99 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. One last little nugget: Hunter Brown has hired Scott Boras as his agent.
Just cost himself a lot of money.
Joe thinks he's washed. For those of you who haven't heard it.
Look at these Alex Bregman projections.
Yeah, I was gonna say
like
Alex Bregman. No insider thinks Alex Bregman is gonna make $200 million.
he said he wanted $300 million. Scott Boras washed. They do have a really good relationship with Scott, though, so that's important. You have McCullers, you got Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
Now potentially you have Alex Bregman. You have Hunter Brown.
Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole.
I just playing both sides, Gotta be honest.
That seemed like a Cole problem more than a Boras.
Oh,
I'm gonna give Boras a pass.
Well, I mean, Cole did opt out this year too. Every year he loses in the World Series, he just leaves.
Quitter.
Kevin Durant of the MLB.
No, Kevin Durant has championships.
Yeah, that is true.
Garrett Cole's done.
That is true.
Yeah, he's a pitcher though.
Bring him home.
He can't both pitch the ball and field to first base. No, wait, he actually can't do that.
But hey, Aaron Judge screwed up more.
That's true.
Aaron Judge's error was way worse.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Volpe's also kind of skating because his wasn't like an absolute "what the hell are you thinking" move, but
bad throw though.
It was a bad throw.
Aaron Judge had this to say about the World Series loss. I think falling short in the World Series will stick with me until I die. Well, at least it's not losing the 2017 MVP to Jose Altuve. Oh, wait, it's that and this now. Okay.
At least now he has a postseason one.
He said nothing else to point to.
Now he's got multiple things to point to because the world's out to get Aaron Judge. That's for sure. Joe George to my right, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are 99 days away from your beloved Houston Astros reporting to West Palm Beach for spring training. That's right. We'll be doing a countdown every single day with whatever Astros tidbits that we can find. Coming up next on this radio program of ours. Are you a masochist if you are a Texas A&M fan? Are you a masochist if you are a Houston Texans fan? A Redditor asks, and I do think it's an interesting question. Let's discuss. Gallant and George, stay put. The Aggies aggied on Saturday. No other way to say it. Right after this huge win over LSU at Kyle Fields, you got the blackout. Marcel Reed steps in and kicks ass in place of Connor Wigman. They go play South Carolina on Saturday, and they forgot how to tackle in a 44-20 loss to the Gamecocks. That was a brutal watch. And I feel like if you are an Aggie fan, and Joe, you identify as an Aggie fan this year, I think mainly because you want Notre Dame's college football playoff positioning to be better, if we're being honest.
This weekend.
And it got hurt this weekend?
They moved up to 8 last week because
Okay.
A&M was 10, and then Notre Dame moved back down to 10 this week in the AP poll.
Okay, so it didn't help you out. It's got to be tough to be an Aggie. And somebody put this post up on, I think, Houston Texans Reddit, because this person isn't just a Texas A&M Aggies fan. He is also a Houston Texans fan. And he wrote this: "Hello, I'm a fan of the Houston Texans and Texas A&M, and I think I might just be a masochist at this point. Been some rough football this year, boys. The funny thing is, I mean, both of these teams, by definition, are successful. Texas A&M does have a pretty good shot at the college football playoff. Not an ideal one, but still a pretty good one. And the Texans have a pretty good shot at making the playoffs, and they have a pretty good quarterback. So, are you a masochist if you root for both of these teams?"
I'm gonna. If it was Jimbo, if Jimbo was still there right now, and like if this was like Bill O'Brien still, I would say yes. But CJ Stroud's your quarterback, and I know things are bad right now, and the offensive line couldn't block probably any of us at this point. At least Kenyon Green couldn't. I know Texas A&M, it's a tough game. Give up 286 rushing yards in a football game is not good. You want to not do that if you're trying to win games. I'm gonna say no. You're not a masochist. Borderline. We're gonna see what Mike Elko does next.
You just have a lot of bad luck.
Yeah,
Plate.
This might be our fault. We asked the question: is Texas A&M back?
They were back. Now they're not back, but they were for a week back.
They were back for less time than Texas, though, because at least Texas, it was for an off season, and this one lasted 7 days before they were unback.
Someone say they're more back.
Oh, you're right.
Getting their hopes up.
You're right.
And crushing their fans.
Now, see, Paul, as you said earlier, sometimes you just have to know when to leave the bandwagon. I can't do it.
Just walk away.
I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
You're out on what?
The Ags.
Okay.
I have to. You have good advice. Sometimes you are trying to you're doing your best to help me. I appreciate it, to make me a better person by not rooting for terrible teams.
Just telling you, don't stay on the paint thinner, okay?
So I'm getting off of it. So I'm out on the Aggies.
Okay.
I can't do this roller coaster. I was in. I'm back out. I'm no longer an Aggie faithful.
Damn.
I do apologize to the Aggie fans that were excited.
All it took was one loss after the best win that they've had in years, and you're out.
But people are asking on Reddit if they're masochists for rooting for Texas A&M. I can't.
And the Texans.
I can't be part of this. So I can only leave room in my heart for one team like this, and that's gonna be Notre Dame. I'm sorry, A&M. I have to be out.
I gotta say, if you're a fan of both teams, this is a pretty good start for both teams. This is probably, like, in 1 year, this is probably the best that they've both done outside of maybe 2012, right? 2012, the Texans had the great start, and of course Texas A&M has the incredible year. It's a pretty good year to be a fan of both.
Yeah, I mean, you're 7-2 and you're 5-1 in the conference. Like, it's like you don't really have a quarterback problem. But like Elko's a good coach. The LSU win should mean a lot. So I think A&M fans should still be happy with this season. There's no way they thought in Elko's first year he was at worst going to go 9-3. Like, they're not going to lose to New Mexico State in 2 weeks, and they should beat Auburn. So you go 10-3 if you lose to Texas and win your bowl game.
And Aggie fans are big SEC fans. Remember when they joined the conference, they got all the SEC t-shirts. They started doing SEC chants, so they know that this is just how the SEC rolls.
Can you still do that if Texas is at the top of the conference?
It's respectful to lose an SEC game.
Because I feel like they're going to be chanting SEC at the same time as doing horns down. And that's kind of hypocritical there. If you're rooting for the conference but Texas is one of
in the conference.
In the conference. Like, I don't think you can have it both ways if you're an A&M fan.
This is kind of the whole deal with rooting for conferences is that it's very hypocritical.
It's so stupid.
It's only when they're playing outside of the family.
Yeah. I mean, Tennessee fans doing SEC chants. It's like all your rivals win more than you do.
Like,
I don't know why you're chanting SEC.
But like, is A&M going to root for Texas because they're in the SEC in the college football playoff?
Probably. No. That's how it works.
You can't do that.
No. They have to now.
They should make T-shirts that say SEC, except for Texas.
Yeah.
And like little writing.
The 14-team SEC.
Yeah.
You say they should. The fact is they probably have already.
That's probably a good point.
They probably have already.
Yeah. We love the SEC except for Texas.
Yeah.
It is funny with both these fan bases. It's just Texas acts like they don't care, but they do so much. They want the Texas secretly wants the Aggies to lose every single week. They just don't say anything about it. And the Aggies never stop talking about Texas. And it's a very fun place to be as a neutral observer. Now that I'm officially a neutral observer, since my two best friends hate me now. I'm exaggerating that a little bit for effect. A little bit.
I mean,
don't do horns down though. Just don't do it.
But they did thumbs down.
They wanted me to do a thumbs down for them too.
Oh, is that supposed to be like the bridge?
I guess
that was their terms of
surrender.
Yeah,
I was like, I'm not Commodus in Gladiator 1. You know.
Also, the thumbs down's like not even really a thing.
I don't know how it's not. Like how have Texas fans not tried to make the thumbs down a thing? Would that be a 15-yard penalty?
No.
Well, the SEC got rid of that, right? Because they're not soft.
Yeah. I mean, like the Big 12 never called it either.
They said they're going to.
I've heard. I heard. It's all people talk about.
So are Texas A&M fans masochists? 713-780-3776 to call to text.
It is a tough. I will say, what?
Masochist, which means you are seeking out pain.
Yeah, that's a bit aggressive because yes, both teams like aren't as successful as you'd want them to be. Like neither team has won anything, but at the same time, like they do make the playoffs. Like they do have some success.
Well, the
like
Texans.
Yes, the Texans do make the playoffs and like have success until a certain point. And same with A&M. A&M has success up until a certain point. It's like things can be way, way worse.
100%.
There's
a lot of woe is me. It's kind of a turnoff.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, is A&M that much different than like Penn State? Like, really? Are they that different?
I would rather be Texas A&M and a Texas A&M fan than a Penn State.
But
fan.
every year you're aware of, oh, we hit our head on the ceiling, and that is winning 11 games and being like in the mix for a title.
At least Texas A&M beat LSU.
Yeah,
Penn State couldn't beat Ohio State.
That is true. Texas A&M has more bigger wins than Penn State in the last like decade. They have like more hang your hat. I mean, Jimbo Fisher beat Alabama, like real Alabama, with Nick Saban on the sideline, not this fake Alabama.
And then there's and it could be worse. Like we're talking about those bad NFL teams. I mean, there's people who root for college teams and NFL teams that definitely have it worse.
I mean, it always gets wheeled out every time the Texans win a playoff game, but like since 2002, the Texans have more playoff wins than the Cowboys. Like they win more playoff games than the Cowboys do. So you're not even the most like you're not even flagellating yourself every Sunday with the worst team in Texas. With the least successful team in Texas.
I honestly, the real masochist now is a Cowboys fan. I mean, it's been a lot of years of this, and you've had a couple of years of success, but there's so much hype that's attached to that team, and you know it's always going to be let down. And because of the high profile of that team, you are going to get razzed on by folks like Stephen A. Smith on a level that, like, if the Texans underachieve, people kind of forget.
Yeah, no one cares. No one cares when they're good.
Yeah,
no one cares when the Texans fall on their face. Like we saw it on Friday. Like all the shows we're talking about were the Jets beating the Texans. They weren't talking about like what we were talking about locally, where it's, oh my God, the Texans might get CJ Stroud killed. It was all, are the Jets still alive? Because that's where the Texans are in the NFL, I don't know, hierarchy of national relevance, is normally when a team beats them, normally they're of more relevance. So the story is about the team that beat the Texans, less about how the Texans have never made an AFC championship.
Yeah, we know where the season's going. They're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to play at noon on Saturday.
Yeah, you just know that. You know that immediately. They're going to play maybe the Bengals, sure, just for old time's sake. Have the Bengals back on a Saturday in Houston. That always seems to go well for the Texans. But yeah, just that is your lot in life. Where, like you said, like the Cowboys, you're at least told that you should be doing more. That you should be more successful. And same thing with A&M. Like A&M, when they win a conference title game or win their conference, it'll be the first time in like 30 years. Like that is just the fact of the matter.
That is the voice of Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. Gallant George. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Are Texans / Texas A&M Aggies fans masochists? That's on the table. Also, I know tomorrow's a big day, but something took place over the weekend that honestly might be the worst event that's happened in the United States of America in over 10 years. So it's another fateful day where one of our friends was taken from us. This story is going to make your blood boil. What are we talking about? You'll have to stick around to find out. Gallant George.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's been a long time since that fateful day, May 28th of 2016, at the Cincinnati Zoo. You guys might remember that day the same way you remember the day that President John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and the same way that you might remember September 11th, among other just critical, devastating, tragic days in our nation's history. That was, of course, the day where Harambe the gorilla was shot and killed at the Cincinnati Zoo. Harambe, a Texas native born in Brownsville. Unbelievable.
It was a tough day.
Can't believe it's been so long. But, Joe, I know this is a station that is about sports, but I'm devastated today. Absolutely devastated by something that might be the worst thing that's happened in our country in a really long time. In a country with a lot of things going on that aren't so great. Peanut the squirrel, an orphan, taken in by an OnlyFans creator, has been killed. In addition to Peanut the squirrel, who was euthanized after a raid, they also took away another one of our friends. The man is a squirrel, not a man, but a raccoon was also killed.
There was a raccoon too?
There was a raccoon, and no one's talked about the raccoon.
Was this guy Ace Ventura?
He just had a squirrel and a raccoon. Fred the raccoon, Peanut the squirrel.
Peanut
Dead.
the squirrel had 692,000 followers on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
That really is a social media star.
He wore a cowboy hat.
I mean, we've all seen the squirrels who ride on the jet skis, on the skis,
Mhm.
the water skis behind a boat.
Yep.
Squirrels are the best. They don't bother you.
State law requires people in New York to get a license if they wish to own a wild animal. And the man who owns Peanut the squirrel took him in. Mark Longo, this OnlyFans creator, by the way. He has an OnlyFans.
Oh, it's a dude?
What? He's an OnlyFans.
I just didn't know that.
No, I'm not homophobic like Joe, but
whoa.
That's what I heard too. We both heard it.
I
It's
didn't say
fine.
he was boinking dudes.
I don't even know what his OnlyFans content is, to be honest. I mean, he might be just sharing workouts.
Yeah,
and shirtless
it's
selfies
more than just
occasionally.
dirty stuff.
He's a good
Joe.
Guy's in good shape. And I think he has the OnlyFans with his wife. So,
Oh, okay.
Daniela.
I gender assumed.
How successful do you have to be to where in a news article like he's only known as OnlyFans?
But Peanut was a
creator?
separate brand. Peanut the squirrel had his own account, and as Joe said, 692,000 followers. And he brought a lot of joy into people's life because he was a cute squirrel, a cute, friendly squirrel, a squirrel that was taken in after his mother was hit by a car in New York City 7 years ago. Tens of thousands of users on Instagram, TikTok, and other social media platforms would glimpse the animal sporting tiny hats, doing tricks, and nibbling on waffles clutched in his little paws. Fred the raccoon was dropped off on his doorstep a few months ago. After helping the animal recover from injuries, the plan was to release the creature into the woods. Didn't get to. Government stepped in and raided. And here's the real question. Who was the hater that saw that Fred the raccoon and Peanut the squirrel had these big social media accounts and thought to themselves, F that guy! I'm calling the cops!
Well, it has to be. So you said he had the squirrel for 7 years, and he had the raccoon for a couple months.
Yes.
That sounds to me like a neighbor who is like, listen, I let him have this squirrel, which is against our lease. I'm assuming he's renting.
No, in fact, because of the OnlyFans, he owns a 350-acre property in upstate New York.
What?
Oh, because my first assumption was gonna be like it was gonna be the Karen next door.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that the
against
Karen,
the HOA.
The Karen next door, I'm assuming, does not live that close to a 350-acre property.
No, nowhere close. Wow, that really shows.
He's really successful.
Yeah.
Or
never
maybe
mind.
Peanut is the
I see why he's called an OnlyFans influencer, not like a job plus an OnlyFans.
I think he's making a good amount of money on the OnlyFans.
I'd say so.
And then Peanut was a part of it. Now, I don't know if Peanut was a part of what was going on, and maybe that would lead to the OnlyFans thing.
I feel like he'd
Definitely
get shut
hope
down
not.
earlier if Peanut was on the OnlyFans.
Right. But I think that really Peanut just became a sideshow. as part
a side hustle,
as part of this online media mogul. And now, like Harambe, Peanut the Squirrel is gone. And I mean, when I drove to work today, I wasn't sure if we would see riots in the streets. I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure if we were going to see people, going into Target and stealing up to $1,000 worth of things and coming out. I didn't know, but everyone's talking about tomorrow. No one's talking about what happened this weekend. And could it swing the election? I don't know. Government overreach. R.I.P. to Peanut the Squirrel. An absolute tragedy.
That's so sad.
My prayers are with Mark and Daniela Longo.
We sure.
And as a subscription, as a very kind man, there's no GoFundMe set up, so I have subscribed to their OnlyFans. I've subscribed. I'm not going to look at the content. I don't need to.
No, just as a tip.
As a tip in a time of healing.
It does look like there's a GoFundMe as well.
$5.
Okay, they should not have a GoFundMe. Come on.
What
are they going to do? Bring him back to life?
No, they're going to capitalize off his death. That's
Fans of Peanut the Squirrel raised over $158,000 after beloved pet was euthanized by New York State.
For what though? This guy has a 300-acre house. Like, what? Why does he need money for?
I don't know.
Is it going to fellow victim squirrels or something, like squirrels of other in other hard circumstances?
And it says the GoFundMe page set up for Peanut Guardians Mark and Daniela Longo. This is an emotional support GoFundMe.
What's wrong with that?
They need $158,000 at a minimum.
$158,000.
Why are you laughing? Like that's some ridiculous thing. $158,000 for a squirrel who was murdered.
So
the squirrel was murdered, Joe, and you're laughing.
So should we just go find squirrels?
Yeah,
and bring them home.
I was gonna say. I'm trying to get a house like Longo's.
Like,
let me start taking in some animals.
Yeah,
and then have my neighbors report that I again am the Ace Ventura of Houston, and then set up a GoFundMe for all of them. Boom, I'm rich.
It's a really sad day.
This is such a 2024 story.
It is.
Even down to like these people that obviously don't need money having a GoFundMe for them.
Did this do quote from Mark? Did this do wonders to my OnlyFans? Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
It's making a lot of money from this. Conspiracy theory. They got the squirrel killed.
Whoa.
They whacked him?
Mark and Daniela Longo would never do that. I just subscribed to their OnlyFans today.
Maybe the raccoon. I don't know.
They called the tip line to boom their OnlyFans page so they can get a house with 700 acres instead of 350 acres. Okay, I just got done watching the Menendez trial.
Okay.
Like, I know about a good conspiracy theory that's out there, okay? So that's what I'm going with. They're
also
their fault.
Also, they were Paul. You mentioned a couple of times that these animals were killed in the raid. Was the raid for the animals, or
yes.
Are they also selling drugs?
No, it was for the animals.
Okay. It was like a 5-hour raid, and they just took the squirrel and the raccoon out, and then they euthanized them. They didn't like go in there and just shoot them in the face. That would really
because I thought I didn't know that you needed the SWAT team to come and pick up a squirrel and raccoon.
Well, I mean,
I guess this guy's living in a compound.
Have you seen Christmas Vacation? I mean, the squirrel in Christmas Vacation is an absolute menace,
I guess,
to society.
Just
and someone texting in that hey man, like squirrels, these are animals that can carry diseases that affect humans negatively. But I'm not justifying it. Someone is texting in that per TikTok, the person who snitched on Peanut is a Texas native. Huh.
But like, how do they? But snitch on what?
They have
700,000 Instagram followers.
They have a squirrel without a permit. The biggest crime of
all.
all.
Wasn't that obvious?
Oh, not that they don't have a permit.
They had a squirrel without a permit on a 350-acre piece of land.
Now, part of this.
Can you believe having a squirrel on a 350-acre piece of land?
I would lose them.
What if he got out?
There's so much space.
I'm so scared of my cat getting out. I can't imagine a squirrel getting out. Apparently, this was for rabies. Rabies tests available normally 24 hours after euthanization. According to one of these websites, the animal people have not given comment about whether the squirrel had rabies or not.
The squirrel clearly didn't have rabies. It was living there for 7 years.
I a tip from someone who lives 3,000 miles away.
And some people on the text line are getting upset that we're talking about this. I'm sorry. We're talking about this is the biggest story of this year. You don't understand. You don't understand. The war's small stuff. Small stuff. It's all about Peanut the squirrel, who was murdered. And his poor, sad owners have only been able to receive $136,000 for this dead squirrel on GoFundMe. These poor people.
And the whatever $20 a month that you're giving them.
Yeah, well, no, it's $5 for the first month. It's $20 for the second month. It's $5 for the first month.
So
I might cancel after this month.
After the $5,
because there's no more Peanut. There's no more Peanut the squirrel as part of their content.
I hope he was never part of the content.
I hope he wasn't part of their content.
Well, I think that you could see some pictures of him in cute little hats. I'm sure.
It's like in the back. He's just like hanging in the back.
I haven't gone to their OnlyFans yet.
Like the monkey and friends. He's just kind of also in the mix.
Yeah. Listen, a lot of people want answers, and I want answers, and this is horrible. This is a horrible day for the United States of America.
I agree. I also want answers. I have a lot of questions.
Like why this Karen call from Texas? Hopefully she's from Dallas.
Or I guess what's the male version of a Karen? I mean, as someone who is,
I think they call it Kyle.
Very jealous of some people online. I mean,
just a hater.
Could a hater have done this?
I think it's possible.
I mean,
100%.
I think it was a hater. Yeah. We just needed to find out what kind of hater.
Yeah. Is it because of OnlyFans? Is it because of
a rival creator?
Is it because of a rival raccoon creator?
Ooh.
Like they were infringing on the raccoon territory.
Now we're cooking.
There's some other squirrel out there. It's like Sammy the squirrel.
Yeah.
But based on the timing,
a lot of squirrels in Texas.
There is a lot.
Yeah, it's a big day for squirrel content out there.
So what do you think of Paul? What kind of animal are you gonna domesticate to try to?
I don't know. You know what? I could
possum.
No, listen. I posted this to my Instagram story just before I left for work today. There was a squirrel just sitting on my balcony, and with a big old nut in its mouth, and my cat was just sitting there staring at it. And I mean, they were within a foot of each other. There was just glass in between my cat and the squirrel. And I think if the squirrel comes back, I think this might be the thing that finally gives me my big break. This might be it.
My only concern, just
What?
based on what you tell us,
If I
is
get
that
rabies from the squirrel, it'll be good for content.
I'm more worried about Arya killing the squirrel.
I don't think Arya's going to kill it.
Okay.
Honestly, I was kind of surprised. I think Arya only wants to kill things that are bigger than her, which makes no sense, but cats, they're weird. I think what's going to happen, the squirrel's going to be back, and I'm going to bring him into my home, and I'm going to become the squirrel radio talk show host.
I think that means we're losing Paul.
I think that's
Like,
Peanuts.
Paul's supposed to become so. What are you gonna name it?
Good question.
Paul's gonna become so famous because of Peanut too.
We'll call him Swarm. The squirrel.
Swarm the squirrel.
Swarm the squirrel.
Better have a permit, or else Joe's gonna be making a call.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Assuming I'm I have a gay OnlyFans too. God, Joe. Yeah, you implied it. It's enough. Okay, enough discrimination going on here. Anyway, Joe and Paul, this segment was so dumb. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We go around the NFL next. There has been a firing at head coach in the league, and we update you on all the teams that are in the same class as the Houston Texans. Gallant George, stay put. Dennis Allen, you gone. The Saints moved on from their head coach after a 7th straight loss Sunday to Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers, of all teams. So that's the first firing of a head coach that we have seen post Robert Saleh. We'll see if there are more to come before the trade deadline tomorrow. We also saw the Raiders, Joe George, move on from their offensive coordinator, Luke Getsy, plus an offensive line and quarterback coach.
Yeah, that one, I mean, what are you supposed to do with Aidan O'Connell and Gardner Minshew, your quarterback? Like,
you got to give him time. You just got to give him time.
Like, he's not a good OC, but when you give people like that level of talent, it's not like Dennis Allen. Derek Carr was supposed to be a good quarterback. You see that stat that was floating around yesterday? It was they went by year, most losses as a quarterback, years 1 through 11. Most losses years 1 through 4 each year, David Carr. Most losses in their career years 5 through 11, Derek Carr. 2 of the worst quarterbacks like in the NFL history in terms of losses on their record.
Yeah, I was gonna say only by wins and losses.
Only by wins and losses. But the Carr family just stacking up L's constantly.
Yeah.
In their career.
Well, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to be a quarterback,
especially if last name's Carr.
Yeah. What are you looking for? It's
wins.
No, that's too much. Come on.
Not sucking.
Whoa. Easy.
I did think it was ridiculous when the Texans had the first pick in 2013. And I was one of the, or no, was it 2014? 2014. It was after the 13th season.
They got
14 draft. And I remember thinking 2 things. One, it's ridiculous that everyone is like, well, they can't draft Derek Carr because they drafted David Carr. I was like, that's not really a good reason when you need a quarterback, yada, yada, yada. And then I thought about it. I was like, but I also I would not like it if they drafted Derek Carr. Like,
just the starting point for the argument was the problem.
I know it's stupid, but I believe
it. The good thing is they drafted Xavier Su'a-Filo, and the rest is history.
Boom. How many wins does he have? Or no, how many losses does he have? He has less losses.
Look, Xavier Su'a-Filo, all roads led to CJ Stroud.
Yeah, you can't change a thing. He can't change a thing. It was the Doctor Strange, the one way that they got
one way
CJ Stroud
to get a franchise quarterback.
Until Stroud
10 years
suffers
later.
a serious injury.
Oh,
no.
What? That's too negative for a Monday.
That one guy.
At this point, we actually should be concerned for the guy's health.
100%.
We want to sign Carver or whatever.
The 7-1 Detroit Lions. The Texans play them on Sunday night. They won another game, 24-14 over the now 6-3 Packers. Interestingly, before the game, Amon-Ra St. Brown wore a Green Bay Sucks t-shirt on the field. I imagine he will get fined for that. George Kittle got fined for a Dallas Sucks shirt. And the Packers sounded very salty after the game. First, this from Packers offensive lineman Elgton Jenkins. Texans trade for him. The team that executed won, not the better team. So the Lions executed, but they're not the better team. Jordan Love threw a bad pick, and Matt LaFleur is getting really mad about people asking him about Jordan Love's bad picks.
Because he has a lot of them?
Yeah, because there's at least one every week. Yeah.
Is it just like an offensive lineman thing to be the guy that's got to say we're the better team even though we lost? This guy.
Are there other examples?
Titus Howard.
Oh, yeah.
like is it just something
Did he say that?
I mean, essentially. Didn't he say we're the better team? We just didn't execute.
He had a quote.
Was it against the Jets, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess you're right. God, that's
like this is like an offensive line thing where it's like, hey, that's what we say as offensive linemen.
My memory is like Peanut the Squirrels.
Dead?
You could say that. No, that was a good joke. Not too soon.
Yeah, Titus Howard.
It's a dead rodent. Who cares? It's a funny story. That's it. It's ridiculous that we're talking about this.
Titus Howard. This from DJ Bieniemy. The most frustrating part was that we're the better team. We let the game get away from us.
God, I can't.
I think that's that last.
Save it for the group chat.
That last part's the worst part. They let it get away from you. Okay.
Yeah. At what point did you let it get away from you?
Yeah.
Good teams keep winning across the league. The Ravens smoked the Broncos 41-10. I am glad the Broncos are not 6-3. Lamar Jackson had a perfect passer rating for the 4th time in his career. That is tied for the most career games doing that. Can you guess the other quarterback with 4 career games with the perfect passer rating? Not Tom Brady with 4, not Peyton Manning with 4. Both have 3.
Those are literally the first 2 names they can.
So I feel like it's a little outside the box.
A little outside the box, but definitely recent.
Andrew Luck.
Nope.
Drew Brees.
Nope. Ben Roethlisberger.
Huh.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So the 2 greatest passers of all time, Lamar Jackson, Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah. AFC North.
they do pass on the football best.
The quarterbacks thrive.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Commanders are 7-2. They beat the Giants 27-22. Sad stat happened during that game. The Chiefs had won 2 Super Bowls between Daniel Jones touchdown passes at MetLife Stadium.
Oh my gosh. I know he got hurt in between there, but that's so.
I mean, but
how did they pay this?
It's
guy?
November 4th.
Yeah.
Did he not throw one at all? I mean, he obviously didn't throw a touchdown at MetLife before yesterday, but that's almost the most damning part is that he didn't throw a home touchdown pass until week 9.
What's worse, no home touchdown pass between 2 years and 2 Chiefs Super Bowls, or 0-18 in Sunday road games for Bears head coach Matt Eberflus?
0-18 Sunday road
0-18.
games.
That is a stunning record.
It's
not
ridiculous.
like the Bears are playing on Monday or Thursday that often, right?
No, he has 3 wins on the road as a head coach.
It's also one of those stats where, and I get it that Paul and I don't follow the Bears. I feel like I should have just gotten a heads up when it was 0-17.
I think they showed it last week during the Washington game.
Okay, that's just one of those things where like, how did we let it get to this point before it became a stat? I mean, kind of with the Daniel Jones thing too, where the Chiefs won the Super Bowl in February. Like, were they waiting like, well, maybe the Chiefs win a 3rd one before he throws a home touchdown pass?
Let's continue to go around the league. Hey, the Texans did beat this team, guys. The Bills are 7-2. 30-27. They beat the Dolphins at the last second. They own the Dolphins. 61-yard field goal by Tyler Bass at the gun to give them the win.
And now we just wait to hear about Keon Coleman because his former teammate Jordan Poyer tried to smash his brains in. But somehow it was only a wrist injury.
Oh, well,
it was a wrist injury.
A wrist injury that probably was a head injury.
Yeah, the Bills, they don't have head injuries. They just check them out. They're like, nope, it's your wrist. Get back out there.
The Eagles are 6-2, 28-23 win over the Jaguars. Saquon Barkley jumped backwards. And I am curious as to where the Texans would be if they got Barkley instead of Joe Mixon. Probably a little less cap space to work with, but more highlights. Still, Mixon's been very good.
Mixon has been really good. Barkley's been probably a little bit better.
Yes, for sure.
I do think we run into it would be even more of a disappointing Texans season because the hype would have been even higher. And I'm not sure if he flips any of the losses into wins. So
I'm with you there.
You'll still be 6-3, but they had Diggs and Barkley this offseason and Danielle Hunter.
Just as injury prone, Saquon Barkley, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely got the 3rd best guy of Henry and Saquon and Joe Mixon, but
all 3 are good.
All 3 have been great. Like the running back is back.
I think there was a stat like Tony Pollard. This is very Aaron Judge home run record. I think Tony Pollard has the most rushing yards from AFC running backs. So yeah, he was another big signing too.
Yeah, but the Titans
hasn't led to any winning, or led to
win.
At least 1 win. 2 wins.
They did win on Sunday. Yes, Sean.
But not that much winning.
God, losing to that guy. Jeez. I can't imagine being a fan of that team. The Eagles, by the way, they still want to fire. Their fans want to fire Nick Sirianni because he's not very good. The Chargers are 5-3. They beat the Browns 27-10. Jameis Winston had a fun pregame speech, but he threw 3 picks.
He was terrible.
Yep.
They were nowhere near Browns players.
No, none at all.
I think we've gotten the full Jameis experience in
it's up and
2
down.
weeks.
Yeah,
it's up and down.
But that
highs
variance,
high, lows low.
That variance is way more than what Deshaun Watson gave you.
Yeah, the highs are very high. Because what if the Ravens drop all the interceptions that you throw to them? Then you win.
The Vikings are 6-2. They beat the Colts 21-13. Sam Darnold 3 touchdowns. Joe Flacco did not save Indianapolis, but per Shane Steichen, for now, he is the starting quarterback. So I guess the door's a little bit open.
They should have yanked him during the game.
You think so?
Did they take a snap? I think I heard this at the end of the broadcast. They didn't take any snaps inside the red zone?
Yeah, that's correct. They did not take a snap inside the 20-yard line.
Yeah, it happens.
It does happen.
It happens. The Texans have been there.
I was going to say, normally it happens when, like, I don't know, Southern Miss plays Georgia. Normally that's when that happens, but it also happens in the NFL.
Yeah, I thought they were going to make a switch. Joe looked terrible in that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not going to get that much out of Flacco, but the problem is Richardson doesn't help you at all.
I think it's a situation where if this was in the first game after they binged Anthony Richardson, they probably make the flip at some point. But just you can't go back on it 4 days after you bench them.
It still is the Vikings defense too, if we want to make excuses for Flacco. The 3-5 Cowboys lost 27-21 to the Falcons, who are a surprising 6-3.
Falcons are fun. Like no, Drake London's hurt. We'll see how bad it is. But what we were thinking with their offense this year with Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and Kyle Pitts, it's worked really well with Kirk Cousins. So they're a fun football team. I don't know if they're a good team though.
The Falcons,
yeah,
they're kind of NFC good. Where if you go through the NFC, it's like the Lions, and then you get pretty quick to the Eagles, who we've already mentioned. They actively want to fire their coach.
Vikings, Packers,
and we saw how close the Packers and Lions were. Like
really, the Commanders, I guess.
Yeah, you get into Commanders, Falcons, where you're like, I guess these teams are really good. Okay.
One last update as we go around the NFL in the 10-minute drill. Christian McCaffrey has been designated to return from injured reserve. So all those fantasy football fans out there who have been waiting for the return of the king. Hark the herald, angels sing.
I think right now it's the most interesting division in football.
The NFC West.
The Cardinals are 5-4.
Yeah, completely up for grabs.
The 49ers are 4-4, and the Seahawks are 4-5.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna get one team in most likely, but
they are the new AFC South. Congratulations.
It's a big time reward.
A little more cachet though. Little more cachet.
Yeah. Oh, I mean they're the name brand. They're name brand version of
bigger
the
fan
AFC
bases.
South.
The Cardinals are the real afterthought there. The Seahawks fans care. Rams fans, I guess, I don't know, but they get a lot of coverage. Yeah. And then of course you got the Niners, who have lots of fans out there. All right, that is the 10-minute drill. Up next, very interesting story involving the Houston Rockets over the weekend. And it all has to do with Alperen Şengün. He just got that big extension, and yet he is still being treated in a way that some are questioning. Can we make any sense of it? We will try to next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. They will double your first deposit right away. If you are a returning subscriber, you can go to the bonuses section of the website and you can do a reload bonus with that very same promo code. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Lots of things to bet on. You can bet on the election, which is, by the way, tomorrow. That's going to be fun, huh? Put a little money on the actual bet. Then on top of that, you can bet on Monday Night Football action. We have a rematch of a Super Bowl from a couple of years ago. The Chiefs are 9-point favorites against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is this going to be the game where the Chiefs finally blow a team out? We'll wait and we'll see. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. There's also a weekly risk-free bet on Thursday. If you bet on the Texans to not cover, as they were 2.5-point dogs against the Jets on Thursday Night Football, you would have won money. If you bet on the Texans to actually cover, guess what? You would have gotten your money back because there's a weekly risk-free bonus at MyBookie.ag on Thursday. This week, you got the Ravens and Bengals in Thursday night action. Ravens 6-point favorites. Joe Burrow coming off a 5-touchdown pass game. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Right, you are, voice guy. So, no Texans game to react to yesterday, but we do have some interesting stories when it comes to your beloved Houston Rockets, who played a couple of games over the weekend. It has not been the best of starts for the Rockets, who take on the New York Knicks tonight. 3-3. The most recent game, a 127-121 loss to the Warriors on Saturday. The Rockets were getting smoked for a lot of that game. They did force overtime, and Tari Eason played out of his mind. But a lot of people are focusing on something that's happened now, Joe, a couple of times this year. The Rockets benched Alperen Şengün for a rather significant period of time. And there's some really bizarre subplots as part of said benching, including that I guess Alperen Şengün left the bench while benched to go to the bathroom. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, and I'm really curious about what this means. They clearly are committed to him, you would think, for the long term, given that they gave him a bigger contract extension than they gave to Jalen Green in terms of total years. And yet this is something that has happened multiple times, Ime Udoka and Alperen Şengün. It seems like Şengün's on board with it based off of what he said afterwards, but it is an interesting thing because we've seen this happen now a couple of times.
Yeah, he said like it's coach's decision. He's fine with it. He's playing pretty poorly on offense. Like it is like a basketball issue. One of the things I thought was weird though was that like 2 weeks ago, there's this quote from Ime Udoka that I read, and it was talking about how great in of shape Alperen Şengün was to start the season. But then after Saturday's game, he immediately referenced that he's not in shape anymore. So I'm like, well, is he like huffing and puffing out there? Is he not in game shape? Is that what we're learning? Like maybe it seemed like he was in game shape, but now that the season has started out, but I know he's been bad. I appreciate the decision on Udoka to not be afraid to do this. I think that is a sign of a good coach. And if your players are truly on board with this, whether it's Jalen Green last year or Alperen Şengün this year, and you like your only goal is to win basketball games, I would rather see them do this like benching your best player or your supposed best player than letting him go out there and be terrible. Like I do like the process behind it.
Okay. You trust the process, huh?
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Not that process. This process.
Well,
this process of benching a player who's not, I guess, fitting into what the Rockets are trying to do.
That's the problem. Is he not fitting? Like, or is he just playing poorly?
Because you have a real problem if he doesn't fit and you just gave him almost $200 million and your coach is 4 games in the season being like, eh.
Because like that goes back to like I think back to the Tillman Fertitta talking about stages or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like how fast he wanted to get back to a winning basketball team. How fast Ime Udoka wants to get back to a winning basketball team. Think about the trade deadline last year. All these reports were coming out that Ime wants to make a big splash because he wants to win again. But then the organization didn't do that because they know they have a young core they want to build around. So, like, are these guys are Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka on the same page? And when you're having to bench Alperen Şengün, it can just kind of like opens you up for these questions.
Here is what Ime Udoka said about it. He said he thought the Rockets started playing the right way when the bench unit came in the middle of the third quarter. He was happy with how the starters defended to start the third quarter and asked about Şengün struggling through the first 6 games of the year, whether it's getting himself into shape to play. Early season might be a part of it, but sometimes he's had point-blank misses that he didn't have as much last year. So continue to work with him and get the right looks, and obviously he'll snap out of that because the quality looks are too good. You're not going to continue to miss those. But what are we talking about as far as missing them? Take a look at Şengün's numbers from the restricted area. This is from Adam Spillane. Last year, from the restricted area, 7.1 attempts a game, 66.4% from the field. This year, 7.7, 41.3% from the field. I mean, that's Angel Reese-esque, to put it bluntly. He has had 10 shots blocked from inside the restricted area through 6 games this year, after 39 all of last year in 63 games. That's weird.
Yeah, and it is a little bit of like, is this just first 6 games, like weird small sample size. Because if we're gonna sit here and every time someone has a good game, be like, well, small sample size, we'll see if Jalen keeps it up. Like there is also the flip side for when Alperen Şengün plays this badly. You probably should have a little in the back of your mind of like, well, this could also just change, and this is just a weird first 6 games for him. So yeah, I mean, as far as him getting benched on Saturday, like I think the reasoning for that is perfectly sound. For hey, we made a giant comeback with the guys on the court. We just wanted to keep that going, and that makes sense. It's that he has been benched several times this year at the end of games. That's where it's like this is a weird pattern, and maybe it is as simple as hey, make the easy ones and you stay out on the court.
Yeah, because we're all focused on offense, but with a guy like Ime Udoka, like you have to still wonder if like there's not some athleticism defense thing that towards the end of the games he also doesn't feel comfortable, because there are a lot of big men in the NFL and in the NBA and players where you feel comfortable with them staying on the court when their offense isn't good enough because of what they bring for you defensively. Dylan Brooks, hello, but clearly Ime doesn't think that either. So is every time he struggles, he's just gonna get yanked? Like it's something we have to keep an eye on at this point now.
Yeah, and really for Şengün, it's like the opposite. It's like, is his offense good enough to where Ime is like, this? It's okay. That's not an ideal defensive fit. He's still going to be our closer, which he was all of last year. It was him and Fred VanVleet that helped close out games. So it is, like you said, it's something just to watch. We'll see. I mean, they did just sign him to a 4-year contract worth $100 and something million. So I can't imagine that it's going to be something where this guy just doesn't play at the end of games anymore. That would be like a huge problem if that happens. So
that would be wild if that happens.
Yeah, just we spend all off season being like, well, Şengün's the better one, and out of Şengün and Jalen, and they get the contracts, and you're like, yeah, it makes sense because Şengün's the better one. And then the first 6 games of the season, it's like just completely flipped, and like I'm not sure how many games this team would have won if Jalen Green wasn't on the team.
1.
Yeah, 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
He's been very good. Sean Mapes behind the glass. He is Joe George. I'm not Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. And my squirrel is named Swarm the Squirrel. Stay tuned for an OnlyFans subscription, because while Peanut has died, his spirit lives on. There you go. All right. So no Texans game on Sunday. There was a very interesting article, though, that came out from our friend DJ Bieneme about the Houston Texans. And I want to make fun of it. Not because I'm making fun of DJ. I just think that this article's release, the timing is not ideal if you don't want to make fun of it. Anyway, you'll hear what I'm talking about next. Stay put. Third and final hour. No Texans game on Sunday. Still, bad feelings abound after that awful performance against the New York Jets in Thursday Night Football. The final score not nearly indicative of how one-sided that game was, especially in the second half. And you also had a Jet player forget to bring the ball into the end zone, which I still can't believe happened. But hey, we are closer and closer to resetting once again and saying, hey, guess what? The Houston Texans are 0-0. And the Detroit Lions, who are 7-1, actually, they're 0-0 before this Sunday Night Football game at NRG Stadium.
They are. They're also 0-0.
Mm-hmm.
We're not just there yet.
We're not just there yet. You are 0 for 2 with turning your microphone on today.
Oh, I did it again.
You did it again. This is middle management, Joe. It's just the dramatic changes.
I've just been so focused on this damn squirrel and just trying to figure out how much money I'm going to donate to this GoFundMe.
Don't use Peanut's death as an excuse for you becoming big time here. Middle management, Joe. The little people, Sean Mapes behind the glass. You're expecting him to turn on your microphone.
Honestly, didn't realize that was the second time it happened.
Oh yeah, it's happened a couple of times today, dude.
Gotta be
the
better.
I's.
Okay. Gotta be better.
Cross the T's.
Gotta be better.
You're 0-0 now, though.
I'm 0-0
You're 0-0
now.
for segments begun.
56 minutes.
With your microphone
Yeah,
on.
56 minutes to change the narrative.
I got 3 segments to get it right.
You got 3 more opportunities to do literally the easiest thing ever that, weirdly, a bunch of people in this industry refuse to do. I don't understand how people refuse to turn on their microphones.
And then they get annoyed. The worst as a producer was that when they would get annoyed that their mic wasn't on fast enough.
It's bizarre.
Well, you have a button.
Turn it on.
Yeah, when they like stare at it, it's like you can the thing you're staring at, you can just hit it.
Just press the button. Yeah, I don't get it. I know a couple of people that do it. I would tell them that to their faces. Well, whatever. Hey, I know the Houston Texans are struggling right now, but you know what? There is something that could get them back on track. We learned about it in an article that our friend DJ Bieneme wrote for ESPN.com. Now, sadly, this has not aged very well, but DJ did write a fun feature piece for the 4-letter network about a group chat that the Houston Texans have. Now, I don't know what the content of this group chat has been of late. I don't know if it's been flooded with the kind of bleep posts that you would see on Facebook, especially with a presidential election tomorrow. But whatever the case, the Houston Texans wide receiver group has a group chat. You want to hear about it a little bit?
I do.
Okay. The idea started during C.J. Stroud's 2-year stint as a starter at Ohio State. His receiver group contained 4 future first-round picks: Marvin Harrison Jr., Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jackson Smith.
Okay. In Jigba.
I always struggle with that one. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mad Dog.
I didn't get it wrong that time. Instead of texting, they communicated on Snapchat. I'm going to raise my hand for a second. Why are you communicating on Snapchat? What are you sending to each other that you might not want to have, I don't know, staying around? Because personally, I would want the messages to remain there. When I communicate on Snapchat, which is very rare, I forget very often half of what I have said.
Oh, yeah.
This is the thing with Snapchat. Snapchat, the chats disappear. And I'm sure that it goes to some database somewhere that actually collects everything that has been said. But the whole point of Snapchat is that you can send something and that's it. It's gone. Is it for security, for safety, for nudes? I don't know. All I know is that's what the Ohio State wide receiver corps was using to communicate with each other. And I don't think that the Texans are using Snapchat, but it's weird to have a group chat that's on Snapchat.
I'm in one.
You are. Is this just a thing that the youths do, Joe George?
I don't know. It's a fantasy baseball league I joined that my buddy runs, and they communicate with Snapchat.
It's kind of like the Ohio State wide receiver room.
And I don't quite understand why. Because, like, then they get all mad, like, when people haven't paid their dues.
Well, yeah, that's normal.
Well, I'm like, yeah, but you sent the message, but then the message vanished. So if I didn't see it, like, or I just don't remember, because to your point, like, it's just gone. Like, I don't know. It's strange. It's the only reason why I still have Snapchat.
For a fantasy draft or a fantasy league, it's an insane thing to do.
Well, how about for a wide receiver group?
I think for a group of friends, it's pretty normal.
Well, but it's a wide receiver group. And this group chat is not just about just camaraderie. It's about CJ Stroud sending out random clips of film and saying, "Hey, this will work." That's what he's been doing. Apparently, he's kind of a psycho with this stuff. A big difference from year 1 to year 2 of the Houston Texans team group chat is the addition of Stephon Diggs, but also this. As a rookie, CJ Stroud would text at all times of day. But in year 2, Stroud tries to send most of his messages before it gets too late at night. This year, I've been a little early bird. I'm getting a little more rest this year, Stroud told ESPN with a smirk. Last year, I was a night owl. I'm learning to get my rest now. Maybe he needs less rest. Maybe he needs to be sending these messages out all night.
Yeah, maybe he needs to be like the Yusei. No, Yusei Kikuchi was the opposite. He slept.
Yusei slept for 14 hours.
Yeah,
yes.
we need CJ to sleep less.
Yeah, because he's clearly got to make his offensive linemen aware of the many things that they're not doing correctly.
I mean, maybe it is something where it's like, listen, I'd be up all night sending clips to them. I would never sleep.
I actually wonder, and based off of this article, it does seem like it's just about the wide receivers, but I kind of wish that CJ Stroud was including the offensive linemen in this group chat.
Just circle them in.
Right. Now, we can ask DJ about the specifics of this, any details that maybe aren't in the article, but I did not see whether or not it's just for the wide receivers. I know at Ohio State, it was just for the receivers. So Stroud's doing a lot of things. He's trying to build team chemistry, and I like all this stuff. But this group chat, it's not helping. The group chat's not helping, so we need to do something else to fix the Texans' offensive line and the wide receivers not being able to get separation.
Okay, I find it weird. Also, it took this long to implement. Like he did this at Ohio State. That was a while ago. He didn't start the group chat until after week 2. Like that's when the group chat started. It looks like. What took so long? Like what was he doing last year? Sending emails? I assume.
Well, he did it in year 1.
Oh, did he do it?
Yeah,
in year 1?
yeah.
Okay.
He's just evolved.
Oh, I see.
From
Okay,
year
okay.
1 to year 2.
Do you think that he makes people buy iPhones if they don't? Have
you
one?
can't deal with the green text.
I just feel like it would make it more awkward.
I'm guessing this is a group chat that it could be on WhatsApp and it also could be on something like what's the other one that's
GroupMe?
called? GroupMe. Yeah.
I like GroupMe. It works pretty well. But I do like this, like how actively involved he is, and it should be all the time.
Yeah. The guy clearly cares, and
Yes.
it seems like he actually gets his teammates to a similar level and actually gets a little more out of them because he's just constantly looking at things online.
Yeah.
I wish that there was some way that this could affect the offensive line, though, because like Stroud's clearly putting in the work. And I'm wondering who's not putting in the work here. Because I heard this, Sean, on the way in today to the studio at the very end of Dell's show. Dell played this clip from CJ Stroud's press conference. This was on Thursday after the loss of the Jets, correct? Here is CJ Stroud.
I would say, we just got to honestly just play football better, execute better, stop pointing the finger, and realize, at the end of the day, like this is not winning football, and we can't keep squeezing our way by every game. We are a really good football team. We have a lot of really good football players. Once we buy into the systems and what is being, coached, and also we got to be able to have leadership to take over. So I believe, this isn't the end, but this is definitely a great wake-up call for us.
What do you think he's talking about with the following things? First off, he said pointing a finger. Who's pointing a finger? Who's pointing a finger?
I mean, I'll go with what we talked a little bit on Friday when we heard the Titus Howard quote that we mentioned earlier about, we just have to do our job. It always sounds like the tackles on this team try to make it clear that they're doing their job. And they're doing it. What about the other guys? It's like finger pointing kind of feels like it starts up front.
It's a different kind of finger pointing, but I think you're right there, Joe. He also asks, are guys buying into the system? So does that mean that there are some people that are looking at what Bobby Slowick's doing and are saying, this doesn't work?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
tricky.
hoping that's like a cliche. Like he doesn't mean that. Because it is a cliche we hear all the time. Like you just got to buy in. You got to buy into what we're doing as a team. Here at this point in the season, it definitely feels like to what you're saying.
I wonder who it would be, but I mean, the only group I can feel that I can honestly guess is perhaps not 100% buying in would be the offensive line, just given the many issues that they have on a weekly basis. And the fact that what you were saying too, where there seems to be a little bit of pushback and sensitivity to the idea that they're not playing that well. And this is something that is happening. I've seen animated conversations that have been had between offensive linemen that are and reporters that are not me in the locker room. And there does seem to be this weird disconnect between the result that the offensive line is putting out on the field and what these players think is actually happening out there. And the last thing that you heard there, leadership needs to step in here. Well, I mean, Stroud's leadership. So are there other guys who aren't being leaders? And once again, who are we logically pointing at on an offense that has a lot of young players and 2 very highly paid tackles?
I mean, if it's the leadership thing, it starts and it ends with CJ, and he would probably tell you like in more detail, like the same exact thing. He's the captain of the football team. He's the quarterback. Like if there's guys not buying in, like he has to be part of the reason why they buy in. It definitely the Thursday game just felt so different, just like the demeanor afterwards, because they've just been giving us all this nonsense. It was the first time we've heard accountability, finger pointing, buy-in, leadership, not acceptable, embarrassing. Like those are all words we heard on Thursday night for the first time all season. We've been saying them, but the players, the coaches have been not. And that's why it could have been coming up before. I mean, these tackles are not available to the media. They are when they're winning games. They are.
It's weird, and do you know what the trick is? I'm pretty sure this is how it's going. Laramie Tunsil's just taking a really long time to get dressed at the locker room, and since there's this uncomfortability from the NFL Players Association about interviewing players when they're not ready to go, people are just waiting for him to get dressed, and he just doesn't. He just like kind of hangs out like and not all
Just
the way ready to go.
filibusters?
That's what it seems like to me. Again, neutral observer. I'm not meat watching. I'm just wondering, hey, why people are like, will stand near, waiting to like stand around in a circle, and it just the conversations just never happen. Meanwhile, he talks with specific reporters and he does it for a little bit of time. That's what's happening.
Interesting.
For those who care.
Well, I mean, it'd be nice if like you could get like, I don't want them to like publicly like crush each other of like it's Kenyon Green's fault that we're this bad. Especially when your quarterback gets sacked 8 times. It's not one player's fault. Like it's everyone's fault.
It was everyone playing left guard. It was everyone on the interior.
Yeah, like it's your right guard, it's your center, it's your right tackle, it's your left tackle. Like they're all not playing well. And like they're just not, it's not playing, they're not working well as a unit. And they got to buy in now. Whatever these changes are, even if they're not actual changes, like if there's just what they're doing in practice, like instead of like guys being benched out, like they just looks like they just added another no-name guard. So I guess this is the plan.
Okay. So we'll tell you who that other no-name guard is that they added in. And reaction to some of the things that D'Amico Ryans has said at today's press conference, it does not sound like a lock that a key Houston Texan will be back on Sunday. Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
D'Amico Ryans met with the media, still speaking with them, I believe, and weighed in on a couple of things that are pressing on the minds of Texans fans everywhere. When asked about who will start at left guard, D'Amico said this, with Kenyon Green out for the year with a dislocated shoulder, quote, "We'll see who steps up. We'll see who goes out there and gets the job done."
All right. See who it is. Should be Titus Howard at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle. It shouldn't be that complicated if you're going to make a trade, but Kendrick Green, come on down. Who's the guy from earlier? Brevin
Jordan.
Nope. Brevin Cameron. The guard they signed?
Carver.
I couldn't remember.
Brevin? Where'd you get Brevin?
I don't know.
Now I truly don't remember his name because you just threw
You just flooded the Marco. So many names.
with so many names, and I'm pretty sure none of them were even close to correct. James Carville? No, he's a politician, I think, right? Or something. I don't know. Political pundit.
James, I don't know.
Let's just keep on throwing out names that honestly aren't going to make a difference.
I remember the picture
Here it
with
is.
him in college, and you said that should tell you how much he plays.
They signed former Patriots, Bears, and Chiefs center guard Jerome Carvin. Sorry, Jerome.
Carvin.
Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Carvin. Sorry to the entire Carvin family. It is not our fault that we can't remember his name. We're two idiots and a third behind the glasses, Sean. We have small brains, can't remember anything. It's fine. We're all taking this L as a team, okay? We couldn't remember his name. But as far as actual changes on the offensive line, D'Amico Ryans said everyone can play better. They'll look at what they can do throughout the week. By the way, as far as Nico Collins returning, Nico Collins not definitively back for Sunday's game against the Lions, said D'Amico about Collins today. We'll continue to evaluate Nico throughout the week and see where he is. Two players have been activated. Jeffrey Okudah, defensive end Jerry Hughes. So a corner and a defensive end, they have been activated. They can return to the active roster within the next 21 days. So there you go.
The Nico Collins part is not surprising. It's a hamstring. Like I know, like whenever anything's on track, like haven't the Astros taught us anything at this point? Like we were talking about soft tissue injuries and guys are on track and recovering well. They're never back when you think they're actually going to be. It just never seems to work that way. So not surprised that it's not a certain one way or the other that Nico Collins might not play this weekend. As long like he needs to get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, if you don't have him back, you're losing.
Yeah,
I'm just
saying
it now. He's not back, they lose. I don't see how this offense gets any better on a long week, without some sort of major addition made on the interior offensive line. You need to bring in talent. And if you don't have Nico Collins back for this game, while the Lions are supposedly about to trade for Zadarius Smith, I don't know if that's been finalized, but it was on Sunday reported that in the next 24 to 48 hours, they're going to have another pass rusher in the fold after losing Aiden Hutchinson for the year. What are you doing? And the Lions are clearly the belle of the ball in the NFC, and they realize that. But you still have a chance in this conference where I don't think anyone has really taken the top spot in the AFC and run with it. The Chiefs are undefeated, but none of their wins have been impressive. They play the Bucs tonight. We'll see if this is the first one that changes with all the Bucs injuries that they're dealing with. The Ravens have had some impressive weeks this year, but it has not been consistent week to week. And you've also seen they just lost to effing Jameis Winston. And as far as the Bills go, it's the same kind of deal. They barely beat the Dolphins on Sunday. I guess these Dolphins actually have a pulse now that Tua is back on the field, but it's wide open. And you need to add in help. And I think you're very unlikely to find that help that's going to be able to step in and fix things in the offseason. So aren't you going to do something about it now? Can you do something about it now? Your pro scouting department, they should be doing that. And while I'm not going to get mad if they don't make a trade for a wide receiver, as has been reported by Diana Rossini, that the Texans are not expected to add a receiver, I will be disappointed if they do not bring in some sort of offensive lineman. And I'm sorry to a guy whose name I just keep on forgetting. James James of the Jungle. I don't know. James
Carvin.
Jerome Carvin. God, I don't know how I'm getting James. I don't know how I'm getting Carville.
And then they also just signed. Let's see this guy's name.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You said they brought in another guy. That sounds
Tremaine.
Yeah.
Antrim.
Okay.
Junior to the practice squad.
Championship.
He played for a Super Bowl. He was on the Rams when they won the Super Bowl.
Okay. Did he play for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl 3 years ago?
It says he has played for Super Bowl winner with Rams. Played collegiately for Clemson.
Cool.
Kind of feels like they just signed two of the same guys. And I guess
bit.
this is what D'Amico Ryans means when we see whoever steps up.
Different shades of orange in college. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Carvin was a Tennessee player. Now you got a Clemson guy.
Kind of best of luck kind of a move here at guard. Like now, and what's important too is the Texans have Texans Cap on Twitter posted this. The Texans have 36 minutes, probably less because our clock's usually wrong. To any salary restructuring that they're going to do to help them at the deadline has to be done by 3:00.
Okay.
So if there is a restructuring of Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil's contract to free up immediate cap space, it has to get done in the next 30 minutes. And if it does not get done, I guess they actually only have $5 million in cap space, it looks like. So they really don't have much wiggle room right now, meaning they're probably doing nothing at the deadline.
Okay.
Which that's a bummer.
It is a bummer.
They need help.
Where are they going to get it? Are they going to get it?
They're going to do it themselves, as D'Amico said. Whoever comes out on top.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
They got Carver. No, Carvin.
Jerome Carvin.
And they got Antrim. And what they're doing is they're taking a pool cue, snapping it in half, throwing it to them, and Kendrick Green. Kendrick Green's also there. It says, hey, who's going to be the left guard?
A chance for aggressive expansion.
Yeah.
To quote Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight.
I would look at
No, you're good.
I would look at Titus Howard's Twitter, but he deleted his Twitter account because it said right tackle only. He said he deleted Twitter.
He deleted a couple weeks ago. Though.
Yeah. But I was going to look forward to see if it still said right tackle only.
Thursday night.
Or, yeah, he's probably, he's not beloved right now. It's not even his fault.
Titus Howard at left guard. He's not the left guard that
the city needs.
But he's the one that we deserve right now.
I think he might be the one they need right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, that really is the only fix I can think of, and it's not even like it goes well when he's there. But the pressure is so bad up the middle. You got to have somebody else in there, and if I'm Titus, I might be volunteering to do it.
He should be. If he's better than Kenyon Green. That's all we're asking for right now. Is Kendrick Green one of these random practice squad guys plus Titus Howard at right tackle? Is that better or worse than Titus Howard at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle? That's the question. Like which combo is better for the Houston Texans? If Jared Patterson is the answer at left guard, because we haven't mentioned him, if he's healthy, then maybe it just solves the problem. But if he's not healthy, then they keep saying they have to figure it out. Well, then try that again. But if Titus Howard's right tackle only, maybe they won't do it.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to weigh in on what the Houston Texans should do about their offensive line? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. The NFL trade deadline is tomorrow. You can get after us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes, or on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Stay there.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros made a move.
What we got?
Some outfield help.
Juan Soto?
Not quite.
Kyle Tucker extension?
Also, not quite.
Jason Hayward extension?
Also, not quite.
World Series, two-time World Series champion, Jason Hayward.
No, but they did get American League champion outfielder Taylor Trammell from the New York Yankees.
Oh, I know this guy. He's the guy who got the World Series ring even though he lost because he played for the Dodgers this year. So he got it. This is the guy. I know this name. He got a World Series ring no matter what team. That's the dumbest thing we do.
Played for both. Why is it dumb? He helped both of these teams make it all the way to the promised
deserve
land.
a World Series ring.
Why not?
He didn't play in the World Series.
Well, what about Taylor Trammell?
Nope. He lost the World Series. He definitely
But he played for both teams this year. What are you talking about?
But maybe that's what the Astros needed.
This is so disrespectful. The man is a winner.
It's true.
At least in theory, because he was a part of a winning operation. And he was part of a team that won almost enough to win a piece of hardware.
Piece of metal.
As called by Rob Manfred.
Yes. Just a piece of metal.
So, yeah, the Astros did make a move.
Yeah, but
what? That's a move?
Hot stove.
Oh, you too good for Dana Brown bringing in depth in the outfield? Come on.
I liked who they had in the outfield. I liked Trey Cabbage. He's now a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
How much did you like Trey Cabbage?
More than I don't know who this player is. So I like Trey Cabbage more.
I don't think you like Trey Cabbage.
Taylor Trammell.
No, I remember in the doldrums of the season, which was like May when they're 10 games under 500.
Sneaky like Trey Cabbage.
Yes, you for some reason saying that you sneaky like Trey Cabbage when he was like 2 for 10 as an Astro or something.
That dropped ball against the Angels.
I think it might have been like the week after the drop ball because I think I was like, didn't he drop a ball that he could have caught to win a game?
Joe took him at his absolute lowest.
Yep.
Yeah, he bought the dip with Trey Cabbage.
He's not an Astro anymore. I'm out. So
okay.
He's a Pirate.
Yeah, that's tough.
So moves have been made, and listen, if you're not happy with your Houston Astros making moves, then I don't know what to tell you. They're bolstering that outfield depth. We'll still wait and see what happens with Alex Bregman. I believe there's a pretty critical date coming up, right?
Qualifying offer is due at 4:00 today.
Okay.
So
nothing on that yet.
Yeah. A lot of times if you get that qualifying offer, the player usually ends up leaving in free agency.
More pressing deadline. The Texans getting an offensive lineman by tomorrow's trade deadline, which I think is 3 p.m. or by today at 4 p.m. The Astros extending a qualifying offer. No qualifying offer, as you said. Yeah, I do think that's good, right?
Well, I feel like most likely if they don't offer the qualifying offer, he's just going to sign a deal in the next hour and a half.
Hour and a half?
Well, because if you don't, you have to give it to him so you get some draft compensation.
Yeah,
So,
if you don't offer him the qualifying offer, what that would tell us from the outside looking in is that they feel good that they're going to sign him pretty quickly.
yeah.
Because if you don't then sign him quickly and he actually goes to free agency,
You don't get anything for
you
him.
don't get anything for him.
Definitely the Texans is more pressing because we have 99 days until pitchers and catchers report.
Well, that's pretty urgent, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Harper didn't sign his contract till like February when he did it. So
Yeah, after pitchers and catchers reported.
Yeah.
That's when Blake Snell finally signed.
yeah, we got plenty of time.
That's when Josh Hader finally signed.
That's when Jordan Montgomery finally signed.
Mm-hmm.
It all worked out perfectly for all those guys.
Yeah, Jordan Montgomery told his owner,
Like all those guys had an awesome year.
For the most part, Hader did. He just had
Yeah.
some bad moments.
And
bad
Harper too.
spots.
Harper too. The other Boris people, not so well.
the Montgomery one made me laugh because that's the guy who like his owner,
It
the
was
owner
like,
of the Diamondbacks was like, this
we
is a
screwed
terrible
up.
move.
We signed this guy.
And then he opted back into his contract this weekend.
Yeah.
Which made me laugh.
Of course. Hey, the owner said he overpaid me. Of course I'm gonna
Of course I'm staying for
Of course
$22
I'm
million.
staying.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm
of
not
course.
leaving.
We're hearing from the New Orleans Saints after Dennis Allen was fired today, and they got some big words. Foster Moreau said this about his Saints, who have lost 7 in a row. This city deserves winners. These are bleeping tough people, and I'm not going to apologize for swearing. They've been through a hell of a lot, and they deserve to watch sports teams who lay it on the line and come out with wins.
That's really mean to say about LSU. He's not wrong, but they're terrible. They made the worst mistake you can make. They gave a really bad quarterback a lot of money, and they let him pick his head coach. And like, I don't really know where you go from here for the Saints besides John Gruden. Like, if you're stuck with Derek Carr, I don't know what else the other move is.
The interesting thing with Derek Carr has been a back and forth between him and former Saints wide receiver Michael Thomas, who is not on the Saints, right? He's
a free agent.
He's a free agent. I thought so. So Michael Thomas, in the midst of yesterday's Saints-Panthers game, saw Derek Carr throw a pass to Chris Olave over the middle of the field. Olave got smoked and had to leave the game in one of those backboard situations. He got carted off. I do think it's important to realize that the guy who hit Chris Olave is Panther safety Xavier Woods, who is one of the most penalized players in the league since 2018. He got a penalty for unnecessary roughness, but it's the 9th unnecessary roughness penalty that he's had in his career, plus 2 horse collars and a face mask. 20 total penalties for 275 yards thus far. So this guy's a bit of a headhunter.
The hitman.
But Michael Thomas, I guess, is of the belief that Derek Carr set up Chris Olave for that. And he tweeted out all of these things in tweets that I'm sure have been deleted. Can't guard Mike. Oh, he left them up.
Oh, they're still there. I was just looking through them.
Okay.
For that reason.
Here is what he tweeted about Derek Carr. Derek Carr, for you, I've been told, y'all bleep, sad, crying emoji, middle finger emoji. Dude, scary and panic and just throw the ball. Get him the F out of here. He's so ass. That year, his buddy went first team All-Pro in 2022. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is ass on my granny. Dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris wide receiver 1 whole time. God, don't say that. Starting from number 1 receiver target. Whole time, he can't even get him a decent ball. He need his ass whooped. They fired all them coaches trying to cover his flaws up. He's still doing the same bleep. Derek Carr, for his part, was asked about this after the game. We have Derek Carr's response, which I felt was very professional. Here is the, for now, starting quarterback of the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, I mean,
your reaction.
I have love for Mike, and when he does that, I don't really care for it, obviously. I've had so many teammates over the years, and he's like the one dude that didn't get along with me, and I don't know what I did to him. I don't know why he feels that way. I'm sorry, for whatever he's dealing with to make him feel like he's got to do that. I don't know, but he's never called me during any of this, my phone number has never changed. I've in fact called him on different occasions, just to try. And sometimes you can try as hard as you want, and it just doesn't work out, and that's okay. So I don't know why he feels any type of way. I didn't see it. I won't see it because I always ignore everything, good and bad. I try to ignore everything. So it's unfortunate, especially coming from a player like that. But I wish him the best. I hope he gets on a team and does what he wants to do and loves it. I'll never change. Like I love him in that way, wish him the best, but as something I just would never do to a teammate, because.
Yeah, that wasn't Carr's fault. I get it. That guy's a headhunter though on the Panthers. And I do think it's interesting that Carr brought up that he's tried to reach out to Thomas and Thomas has his number and Thomas hasn't done it. Thomas is clearly unwilling to do it because Thomas wasn't done. Thomas is apparently driving around New Orleans and just asking random people on the street how they feel about Derek Carr, for example.
Tell me about Derek Carr, man.
I don't like that shit.
You don't like him?
I don't like him, man.
What's wrong with him?
He doesn't know how to play. He always keep the ball like this.
Man, that's crazy. You know that.
Yeah.
You smart. You get my respect. I gotta show my dad this.
You better trade the quarterback, man.
Yeah, trade him?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Not seen there is that random person on the street imitating Derek Carr in the pocket. It was pretty funny. So that's what Michael Thomas is doing right now. is there a sliver of truth to what Thomas is saying here? I mean, clearly, Carr's not what he used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad ball. Like, he definitely put Olave in danger for sure. I mean, it's a headhunter, yes, but like, it's a bad ball. He is a pretty inaccurate quarterback. I also hear a guy that like, one thing I don't want to happen the next 24 hours after the Texans disappoint us and don't make any trades at the deadline is like, don't go sign that guy. Because like, I just get like Antonio Brown vibes right now. And it's mostly from Derek Carr, like what he said after the game. Because I feel like I hear pity in his voice.
Pity?
Like, he feels bad for whatever's going on for him. Because he kind of says that in there. But like, just sounds like someone that's like not doing great right now off the field.
No, he's going through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it must really suck to realize you can't even make this team.
Oh, they're terrible. And they cut you.
Yeah, they cut him. He's probably done, I would assume, at this point, but he's also had a lot of questionable moments when it comes to him as a teammate. There are so many diva wide receivers out there, aren't there? He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We saw an all-time exchange between a prominent sports star and a media member this weekend. In fact, it was violent. Very violent. Was this guy in the right? Plus some garbage time. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Joe did turn on his microphone for this segment. Congratulations.
Real look at me move to do it, so we give him credit for it.
Right.
Like, congrats.
It's as if he was doing it in a way that implies Sean should have done it for him.
No.
Mr. Big Shot over here.
No comment.
He wanted us all to praise him for.
No, that's what
turning
I
on his
make
mic.
sure Sean saw.
Thank you, Joe.
I don't want to get punched.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Easy.
From the 832, we have somebody saying that I guess it was Derek Carr throwing a hospital ball that got Chris Olave hurt. This might be Michael Thomas himself. Everyone has been saying it's Carr's fault. Are you blind? Stick to being mediocre at flag and radio. Well, I mean, this is what I'm doing right now, being mediocre at the radio as I speak in this very moment.
Yeah, even if it's a hospital ball, like it's still a headhunter shot on Olave. And it's still an absolutely unhinged series of tweets from Michael Thomas.
Yeah, the guy's been penalized a bazillion times.
Yeah, all things can be true at once.
Yes, but this idea that it was done with intent, that's what Thomas was implying.
Yeah.
And that is crazy. Anyway, whatever the case. Joel Embiid. It's been an interesting offseason for Embiid. And you might remember his hits from the offseason, like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to play in every single game this year. That goes over great in a city like Philadelphia. A couple of days ago at a media availability, Embiid had this to say about the way that he is discussed in Philly.
When I, see people saying he doesn't want to play, I've been way too much. I've done way too much, for this city and, putting myself at risk, for people to be saying that. So I do think it's bullshit. Like that dude, he's not here. Marcus, whatever his name is. I've done way too much for this city to be treated like this. So done way too much. But like I said, I wish I was as lucky as other ones, but that doesn't mean that I'm not trying and I'm not doing whatever it takes to be out there, which I'm gonna be.
So an article was written by Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Marcus Hayes after this incident, and it was released. And at the very beginning of this article, in a lead that has widely been panned to the point where they actually changed this, Hayes wrote this, quote, Joel Embiid consistently points to the birth of his son Arthur as the major inflection point in his basketball career. He often says that he wants to be great, to leave a legacy for the boy named after his little brother, who tragically died in an automobile accident when Embiid was in his first year as a 76er. Second paragraph. Well, in order to be great at your job, you first have to show up for work. Embiid has been great at just the opposite. Now in his 11th season, he consistently has been in poor condition. This poor conditioning apparently seems to have delayed his debut this season. Embiid won't play in the opener or the next two games. So I guess things escalated to the point where over the weekend, Embiid shoved this reporter.
And at first we thought it was a punch.
Correct.
But then it was corrected by the people who tweeted, and from the locker room it was a punch. They changed it.
You also had 76ers security asking media members not to report on the incident, to which Joel Embiid, I guess, said, report whatever you want over all of that. But yeah, Joel Embiid shoved a reporter. You can say I suck. You can say whatever you want about me as a player. Don't ever put my dead brother's name in your mouth. See on the right here.
Yes. Joel Embiid? Absolutely. Should punch him in the face. That's stupid. This is like this. That's not what this job is. And honestly, Joel Embiid, if I was him today personally, I would demand a trade. Apparently, Daryl Morey and Ellen Brand are defending this reporter.
Really?
And they said they apologized for the incident, expressed regret that it happened, asked for his version of events, Marcus Hayes's. They agree that Embiid's actions were unacceptable. Wrong. Like, I get your point of the article, But like, you're gonna bring up this dude's dead brother and his son. Like, yeah, you deserve to get punched in the face. Sorry.
It's a bizarre line, no matter what. Does it justify violence? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what does and what doesn't. It does feel like every now and then someone does need to be punched. And there are some times where, I even wonder about, hey, am I just talking about this in a way that is respectful enough where I would feel comfortable saying it in this person's face? I don't know if I always feel that way, but this is ridiculous to bring that up. Like, he's trying to set a good example for his son named after his dead brother. And he's not. Like, that's basically what he said in that article. It's like,
because he's missing the first 3 games of a season. Like that at the end of the day, we're talking about missing the first handful of games of an NBA season. Guess what? There's gonna be 75 more of these suckers. Like, I don't know what
it's very personal.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. It's like such an unnecessary.
You could just say he's out of shape and not at the start of the year. We've said this a million times. Like, you don't need to bring up like setting an example. It's a bizarre one.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is funny that Philly had 2 of these situations in 24 hours? Less than 24 hours? Did you see the Jason Kelsey
yes
spiking of the dude's phone? Or dude, it was like a college kid, because I think it was at like a Penn State tailgate.
He was in State College, Pennsylvania, and those people are truly the worst.
Yes,
and one pulled a switchblade on me once. For those who don't know,
so you get 2 Philly athletes. I was gonna say Philly heroes. Kelsey's a Philly hero
for sure. He won a title.
Embiid, I think they like him still, but they're kind of on him. And both of them have like justified incidents where normally if you just see the headline of Jason Kelsey smashes a dude's phone at a tailgate, you're like, huh? What's going on? And then you see the video, you're like, no, that Jason Kelsey actually handled himself pretty well there. And same thing with the Embiid thing. Because at first it was like Embiid punched a reporter.
Yes. And then
you're like, whoa.
Yeah, because Keith Pompey sucks at his job. Like, he reported it was a punch. He's there. And then he edited the tweet.
Oh,
and then he started replying to people.
That's bad.
Saying it's a shove, not a punch. You tweeted it. Like,
yeah, he was the only guy who tweeted until Shams.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, at this point, like, I think people in the media, that fan with Jason Kelsey, like, people got way too comfortable with what they say to people in the media, to fans. I mean, I know, to players. Like, sometimes, like, you just deserve it a little bit. So I'm team Joel Embiid forever on this one.
Forever. The original tweet from Keith
as a
Pompey.
father.
As a father, yeah. The original tweet from Keith Pompey. Oh boy, people remember this season for all the wrong reasons. The team just dropped it 1-4, and Joel Embiid punched a reporter in the locker room. He edited it to say assaulted a reporter in the locker room. Damage is done already. Then you have Shams Charania doing a damage control tweet afterwards. Yeah.
Honestly, assaulted is just as bad.
Assaulted actually sounds way worse. Like, it sounds like multiple punches.
It's happened before. For those who don't know, this one's happened in Houston, where Dan Pastorini, the Oilers quarterback, I believe, got into it with Dale Robertson of the Houston Chronicle back in the day.
James Harden also, I think, broke, was it Moses Malone Jr.'s phone? Remember that story?
Oh, yeah.
Where he like threw it, or no?
Did he do it himself?
I think he threw. Yeah, maybe it was his bodyguard or something.
It was his guys.
Yeah, but he like threw it on top of a roof or something, so they can't say that he destroyed it, but they just took his phone.
That's
away.
what I like about the Jason Kelsey move, was that he threw the guy's phone and then he went back and grabbed it and left with it.
Yeah, he picked it
So
up.
he tried to take the evidence.
Yeah.
With him.
For those who don't know, Jason Kelsey was his brother was called a F-bomb. Not that one, the other one, for dating Taylor Swift. Strange, whatever. Anyway, some garbage time before we wrap it up. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more. Baseball, after an investigation, found a top prospect in the Dominican Republic who had verbally agreed to sign with the Padres for $4 million is 5 years older than previously believed.
So he's 19. They thought he was 14.
Interesting. I mean,
I feel like 14 versus like look at 14 versus 19. I feel like maybe I'm wrong.
Listen, if it helped me get
I
that,
feel like you look different.
I have no problem with this guy faking his age. If it got me that kind of money, I would 100% lie that I was 14 years old at age 19.
My question is more the people who signed him, who didn't realize he was 19. Like, do you have eyes?
Well, I suppose it's hard. Some people are baby-faced at age 19.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it's like, oh, maybe just hit puberty a little early.
Yeah.
And he looks young on the young side. Because I think physically that would be the biggest clue of, is this a 14-year-old or a 19-year-old? Is just like how developed their body, like how like muscular they are.
It happens all the time.
It does happen a lot. Like, it's one of those things where you always kind of feel bad, or maybe you don't feel bad, but you're always a little bit of like, are we really just going to keep making the like age jokes with Dominican and Cuban players? And then there's enough stories in real life that happen where you're like, yeah, I guess
so.
I guess we're just going to keep making these jokes.
The Dodgers had their World Series parade, and guess who won the parade? Shohei Ohtani's dog, Decoy.
Oh,
dogs, bruh.
The best.
We don't deserve him.
Remember when people thought that his dog's name was Astro, and that meant he was going to sign with the Astros?
I don't remember that. Interesting.
That was a rumor floating out there on Reddit.
You know who didn't win the Dodgers World Series parade? The Dodgers fan who blew off his hands with a firework. And by the way, you can check that out online. there's a lot of video of it.
God, people are so stupid.
It's rather jarring. Really, what's interesting is after the guy blows off several of his fingers, he just starts walking around like he's in complete shock. He's just walking back and forth. It's like, hey, bud, you need a paper towel.
You just think that like Jason Pierre-Paul would have taught us something.
Just don't play with fireworks.
Yeah, like please stop.
It is
Don't
a
touch
crazy video to watch.
Haven't watched it yet.
It's not that graphic.
Once I'm done freezing to death, I'll watch it.
It got tweeted as like graphic. Guy blows
Well,
off
it was
fingers.
graphic.
It is graphic, but you don't see like, I don't know.
Yeah, because the fingers are gone. They're just gone forever. Smithereens. Anyway.
And you know who else is gone forever?
Peanut the squirrel.
Yeah, the squirrel.
And the raccoon, whose
And
name
Trey Cabbage
eludes me. And Trey Cabbage. It's been a rough day. But hey, guys, tomorrow is tomorrow, and the Houston Texans will officially be 0-0 as they look onto the Detroit Lions. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, for Joe George, for our YouTubers, our Twitchers, our texters, and callers, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
A lot of pressure on you today. Because Mapes doesn't want any part of this after the Who Said It on Friday. He's out.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I am Brian. It's AJ behind the glass. How about that? Brian
Yeah.
not working again. Shocker, huh?
No,
And Brian, he never works. See, I feel like he doesn't work more days than he works. How do you feel about that?
I feel it's pretty accurate. Yeah. He's
Right?
he's definitely on the Charlie Palillo School of Vacation.
Yeah, I think so. It's a good gig if you can get it. It's not a good gig if you're the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. That's not a good gig if you can get it. Although the buyout, I'm sure, is pretty good. Dennis Allen fired. Look, we're going to talk a lot about the Texans. Tomorrow is the trade deadline in the NFL. Can the Houston Texans fix what is ailing them ahead of tomorrow's trade deadline? I believe. What do you believe from this college football weekend? Mailbag Monday. We like to ask you what you want to ask us, and then we'll let you ask those questions later on. Game balls to give out from around the NFL as well. So we get to plenty of that. But the news of the day, I think, in the sports world, the Saints sacking Dennis Allen. They got off to a pretty good start, Blankers. It's like, oh, are the Saints going to like somewhat contend in what is a bad division? Then injuries hit and things got sour and bad there quickly. And Dennis Allen's is goner. He's done. He's out in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's unbelievable because we were talking after the Cowboys game when they absolutely just blew the doors off the Cowboys. We were asking if we overlooked how good the Saints actually were. Their defense played really well. Camaro was all over the field doing whatever he wanted. Shaheed was a deep threat and a threat whenever he had his hands on the football. And you're like, man, maybe there's more talent than we thought. Maybe because that division is so wide open, they got a legit chance. And now here we are a few weeks later going, yeah, no, it's the same Derek Carr. It's really a stagnant offense. The defense didn't live up to billing, and they weren't very good. And the scapegoat of all of it becomes Dennis Allen real quick.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of firing coaches in the middle of the year either. Like, I really don't know what it accomplishes. Like, if you're a team, like the Jets are a little bit of a different story where it's, okay, we have one more move to see if we can make a run at this thing. It's like a team that has playoff aspirations. Maybe the coach is holding them back. Let's try one final, Hail Mary to turn this thing around. But when you're a team like the Saints and you're 2-7 and you're not very good, I really don't understand the point of firing a coach 9 games into the year. Because what are you trying to accomplish other than to like let everybody know, hey, we're open for business. We're going to have a head coaching opening, which I think you can do it with back channels. Like everybody talks to agents. Hey, this job is probably going to come open if you have a client that might be interested in this job. I really don't know what it accomplishes for these really, really bad teams. I don't get it, to be honest.
I think it used to be that you wanted to get a head start on the market in case there were guys out there or guys that were, unemployed for over a year or going into the season to where you can be the first to talk to them. I think a lot of times in college, that's one of the things that people say why they make the changes quickly. But from a pro perspective, you're right. I mean, the Jets went way too soon, sooner than most teams would ever even consider. But because that was just an extremely, volatile situation because there's so much pressure to win with Aaron Rodgers seemingly making every call. There was just a lot of extra there. But other than that, you might as well just ride it out because honestly, if you're the Saints, you want the highest pick you can get. And I don't know, sometimes when you make a coaching change in season, it gives you a little energy for a week or two. You might as well at this point ride out the storm, be as bad as you can be, literally embrace the suck yet again, and then just make the change and have a clean break at the end of the year when you're going to make a clean break on a lot of things.
Yeah, like I don't want to rally the troops to your point. That's exactly it. Like if let's like make this a Texans conversation. Whenever you had David Culley and you were in the mix, for a top pick, or the year that you had Lovie Smith and you won the final game, they got you the second pick and you got Stroud. Like that was very lucky. But I wouldn't have wanted the Houston Texans to fire a coach and then in the interim give them that dead cat bounce where they win like 3 or 4 games in the middle of the year. They turn what was a top 2 pick into like the 7th pick of the draft. That's why I don't really get it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like Darren Rizzi, good luck. He's the interim coach there in New Orleans. Good luck. Like they don't want you to win. They might fire sale ahead of tomorrow. And yes, you have some veterans. You have Derek Carr. Maybe they force your hand. Like, hey, let's see what we get with Spencer Rattler the rest of the way. Somehow they got the extension with Kamara, which is a really weird deal. But at what point are you like, okay, we know that an aging running back is delicate, right? So let's try to keep the tread on the tire a little bit low in the final 5-6 games of the year whenever they get there because he's under contract. Like if you have Alvin Kamara under contract for the next couple of seasons and you think that if you can bring in a coach next year that makes you competitive in that division, you really don't want to use a whole lot of Alvin Kamara this year because what's the point of having him take 30 touches a game when you're competing for the number 1 spot in the NFL draft. So that's a weird situation. Their contracts, like their salary cap situation, is abysmal. It is atrocious. I almost feel like that organization just needs to press the reset button and start completely over.
Yeah, I really agree with you. I think that when you look at it, and they still have some pieces, but Cam Jordan maybe has some value at the deadline. They've got a couple of guys in their secondary that might have some value across the league, but I think that's one where you just really have to look at how much do I have to reset? How many young guys do I want to keep? Yes, we've got some young receivers that can play, so that's a good start, but you have Carr under contract. It's a monster contract. No one else wants him. He's not very good. Ex-receivers are dragging him all through Twitter at the end and during games, and Michael Thomas, and then reporters are getting Derek Carr to respond to it, which was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But it is a complete crap show all over the place. And you just got to figure out with 24 hours before the deadline, or give or take, what can we possibly do to enhance our chances of kind of really expediting the rebuild in the offseason and get some picks?
That wasn't the only team making a coaching change today. Raiders, and it's kind of the same deal. This one maybe makes a little bit more sense. They fired their offensive coordinator, and it's like, okay, maybe this is Antonio Pierce trying one final chance, maybe to save his own job, right? Because if you're, look, it's first-year head coach. We don't think that Pierce could be going anywhere. Maybe he can be. I don't know. Like, I don't know what they're going to decide to do there with Mark Davis and, making these coaching changes. And we've heard that they are cash poor in the past, although we haven't really heard that lately. This is one where I feel like the first-year head coach that fires their OC, they're trying to save their own job. Like, they're trying to preserve their own job. And usually you see it at the end of the year, and then you make that offensive coordinator the scapegoat. The reason that we're seeing it in the middle of the year, I think, is because I think Antonio Pierce thinks his job is not safe. I think he's on the hot seat.
I think he is too, and I think that when you look at it, you think about it, Mark Davis likes splashy moves. He likes big time, look at me, attention grabbing moves, and that's the Raiders that his dad used to run, and that's the same way he likes to do business. And now you add Tom Brady as a minority owner, and one thing that for sure is that Tom Brady, if he's got his hand in the cookie jar, they're going to be looking at how do we improve the team. And if Antonio Pierce isn't that kind of guy, then they can move on for him. And in Vegas, I'm never going to have the woe is me's about the Raiders financially, because I know that they are selling tickets like mad. They're making money hand over fist. And in a new market, you normally do. And if you think about it and you want to connect the dots, is there a possibility that a guy like Belichick would be a guy that Davis would be enamored with, and with Tom Brady, depending on the relationship, going, you want a guy that's going to come in here and not take any crap in the locker room and try and straighten some things out? That's the dude.
Two things, fair enough on the riches of Las Vegas. It's a good point. NFL teams really aren't hurting for a whole lot of money. There's nothing minority about Tom Brady. I'll go ahead and say that. But it'd be hilarious if Tom Brady hires Bill Belichick and Tom Brady's Bill Belichick's boss. Like, that would be hilarious. That'd be a little bit ironic.
But from a splash standpoint, that's the kind of move Davis wants to make.
I think there's a bigger splash.
Okay.
Deion.
Yeah, we kind of kicked that. Remember, because he was
we did. We kicked around.
Shador.
Yeah. What if you get Shador? You get Shador. You get Deion. It's a package. The Raiders are going to have a high draft pick. Like, that one makes some sense. Like, I wonder though if Deion would be okay with being the reason that Antonio Pierce only lasts 1 year in Vegas, though.
I think Deion's all about Deion. I don't think he cares. I just think that he's gotten to the point now in the way that he's doing things that he just wants total control, which is going to be a dicey proposition. If you're going to tell somebody that Deion Sanders is going to be a first-time NFL head coach and you're going to give him a lot of control, that would be frightening, because the general manager still has to be the guy that makes the personnel decisions.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that Deion already has too much control sometimes in Colorado, when we hear like the way he's laying down rules on the media and taking away passes and doing things, everything, playing his son's theme song music instead of the band and touchdowns.
He denies that. He denies that.
You can get by with a lot of that in college when you're bringing the attention to a Colorado program like he is. I don't think you can get away with that same kind of swagger in the NFL when you haven't been there and done that.
I want to see it though. Like, you're probably ultimately right, but I want to be here and watch that reality show.
Sure.
Like, I think it'd be great entertainment. I really want to see it happen because of the entertainment aspect of it. Dak Prescott is going to be out a couple of weeks. It doesn't look like he's going to play against the Texans, which to me, I know that Dak hasn't been great this year, and a lot of Cowboy fans are out on Dak. I think it makes that more winnable of a game for the Houston Texans. But the Cowboys are a weird team, man. Like, they're not good. Dak Prescott is mouthing bad word. We suck. He's out for multiple weeks. CeeDee Lamb got hurt late in that game, although says that he's going to play. Like they're a mess right now in Dallas.
Yeah, I think that they went from buyers, and Jerry Jones said going into the weekend he thought that they would be buyers going to the deadline, and there's a legit chance that they could be sellers. I think they actually looked better with Cooper Rush late in that game than what Dak was doing until Dak got hurt. I think that, you've got CeeDee Lamb, you locked him up, but I saw a stat today where Dak and CeeDee Lamb's contracts for next season are like 45+% of their cap for next year. So that's a ton. And so you have to start going from, instead of being buyers, do we start selling off pieces that other teams might want? Like your biggest trade chip is going to be Micah Parsons. Are you willing to do that? How many guys are you willing to DeMarcus Lawrence? He's been hurt, but there's teams that say they still are interested for the late season push. There's going to be guys that they have on their roster that teams would take a flyer on or be interested in and be offering you things for. But I think they're thinking that you're trying to do a fire sale. You can't fire sale Micah Parsons because with that much cap space already tied up, you got to get quite a haul for Micah Parsons if you're trying to rebuild quickly.
Yeah, I just don't feel like Jerry Jones would do that. I don't feel like he would make that sort of a move. Not to say it's the wrong move. It's just Jerry Jones doesn't really always – and I don't know if that's illogical to trade Parsons when he's still got a couple of years under his contract. But you mentioned the cap situation. Like, hey, they're going to have to pay him at some point. They've already paid CD. They've already paid Dak, so that's an issue. And then Houston Texans, not a ton of views. Of course, they played Thursday. We'll talk a lot about them. The biggest news, really, D'Amico Ryans talking earlier today. Like, they've announced that Jeff Okudah has been designated to return to practice, which is okay. Haven't heard that name in a while. As Jerry Hughes has also been designated to return. This doesn't seem great for Nico Collins. And D'Amico was asked about it at the press conference, and D'Amico was like, week to week. You know how D'Amico does with injuries. Day to day, week to week. We're not going to let you know much. Like, you'll figure it out whenever you figure it out. This doesn't seem like great news to me. If you're activating two players, and look, maybe there's gamesmanship here. We know that coaches love to do the gamesmanship thing. But if they're designating Hughes and Okudah to return, and then we're week to week with Nico Collins, that doesn't seem like great news to me.
You know what it feels like, Jeremy? It feels like a Dusty Baker move. It feels like, tell me he's ready and we'll take an extra week. And I think that they've kind of leaned that way in the past, that they're not ready to just jump the gun and go too soon. Although Autry did come back on time and played in the Green Bay game when he was eligible. I don't know. We heard that he, on the broadcast 2 weeks ago that Nico was ahead of schedule, that he was progressing, that he.
Remember who told us that?
Well, first it was your boy Aaron, and then after that, it made it to the telecast. I forget who was doing sideline that game, but they reported that he was ahead of schedule and that was progressing really, really well, to where everybody kind of took a sigh of relief going, okay, good, then he should be back. But now you look at it and go, is it also because you're playing maybe the hottest team in the NFL besides Baltimore, and they're going to come in here riding a 7-1 record, playing their best football, and knowing that you're going to have your hands full, and then trying to figure out, is that the best or the worst case scenario to bring a guy like Nico back because their secondary is good?
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point you can't worry about that. I think you need Nico Collins back in this offense if he's capable.
I get where you're coming from there. I don't think that D'Amico would ever do that. I like, old school football guy. Like, I don't get the sense that he would be like, he had players in the game when they were down 27 at Minnesota. Like, he doesn't strike me as our opponent's really good. Nico's 90%. We're going to hold him out one more week because that defense is really good, or the point spread isn't in our favor. It doesn't strike me as a D'Amico move. Do know where you're coming from on that, though. But I get the sense, just reading the tea leaves on this, and look, I hope that I'm terribly wrong. And we know that I've been wrong tons in the past. I'm wrong way more than I'm right. I get the sense he's going to miss this week's game. I get just the feeling, like knowing where the report came from, seeing two players that are designated to return. Nico Collins, we'll see where he's at the end of the week, which D'Amico does do that with everybody. I would put it at 60-40. He does not play Sunday.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong, just because of the fact that, like we even said, he was traveling.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, he was traveling. It seemed like, he looked like he was in good spirits on the sideline.
He did.
I'm just thinking, hey, man, you know what? When we watched the offense, for as many struggles as they had, the one thing that really kind of threw the timing and everything else off was when CJ went off script, and we knew he had to do it almost on every play, moving out of the pocket. His security blanket has always been Nico. And when Nico's not there, trying to get the other guys to do the same kind of things and get the same kind of timing, when a lot of those are pinpoint throws and he's got, and the timing has to be impeccable, they just weren't there. And so you want to give your best effort every week, but especially against a better opponent like the Lions. It sucks if he's not able to play, but look, this is a long haul, and you know that This is for the big picture of this team going forward to get a playoff spot and then move forward. You got to have Nico Collins, or your chances are diminished greatly offensively in the big picture.
Give me your odds that he plays Sunday.
Probably
I'm 60% he doesn't play.
I'll go 50-50.
Okay.
I'll go. It's a coin flip at this point, but yeah, that would suck because again, I was buying into the fact that he's sit out the 4 weeks and he'll be right back.
Yeah, it could be just thinking out loud here a little bit. It could be transactional too. That they picked up a couple of linemen today, play some of the practice squad, trade deadline tomorrow. That maybe they're just keeping that roster spot open for some reason. We'll see. It'll be fun to monitor that throughout the week. Mailbag Monday coming up later in the show. Game balls. What do you believe after this college football weekend? And film don't lie. It was not an easy film to watch, Blankers. It was hard. It was a hard one to watch. It's like, this offensive line is dreadful. But we've seen Dennis Allen fired. We also see Luke Getsy, the offensive coordinator for the Raiders, fired. You as a Texan fan, do you want Bobby Slowick fired? Do you wish it was your offensive coordinator that was sacked today, not the Raiders offensive coordinator? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on the twitch.tv/ESPN at 97.5. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can find us on Twitter at ESPN 975. On Twitter, Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One of the great things in life, basketball season starting today. Did you know that? College basketball season opening day is today. It's one of my favorite things. Professional basketball has been going on for a little while, so you're probably going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops. You might be jonesing to throw down some slams. You saw a great dunk on the highlight. You're like, hey, I can do that. Well, get a goal from Pro Dunk and try it. They make the highest quality basketball goals that you will find. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel. Breakaway rim. What do I need that for? Because you're going to be throwing down some jams because you can lower the goal all the way down to 5 feet. Raise it up to 10 feet, work on the shot, whatever you want to do. Stainless steel hardware. It is rust-proof. You got to have that in Houston. And as we mentioned, it is height adjustable. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's called their Lightning Adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories, next level as well. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of this online at produnk.com. You can also get their professional installation. You're a little intimidated by a big box delivered to your driveway and you have to assemble 1,000 pieces. You're not doing that with Pro Dunk. You're not going to screw it up because the pros from Pro Dunk will do that for you. Yes, they will professionally install your goal, perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a finger. Let the pros do the hard work for you. Give them a call right now. Get the greatest goal on the planet from Pro Dunk, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 0979 says Dion. It'd be fun. Is there another good example of coach being successful as a coach and GM? I mean, I can't really think of one in the NFL. Like, if it happened kind of in the not the modern era of the NFL. Can you think of one?
Wasn't at one point wasn't the older Shanahan in full control of everything when he went to, I want to say maybe Washington? It may be in his Denver days when they were at the peak of their success that they gave Shanahan a ton of control like that.
I think Shanahan had a GM in Washington, but he was the one calling the shots.
Right.
He was the general manager was his right hand man. And nothing was done unless it crossed Shanahan's desk. So yeah, that's a good call on that one. And that one failed. I wondered in an alternate reality if they could have just kept Cousins and made him the guy. I wonder if that would have worked because that staff was incredible. And I think Shanahan is a much better coach than like what he was given credit for there. Belichick comes to mind. Parcells, of course, comes to mind.
Yep.
You know, if I'm gonna do the cooking, then I got to be able to buy the groceries. I ultimately don't think it's a good thing though in football because you're usually as a head coach very right now oriented. You're looking at the tree, not the forest, and I think it's a very dangerous spot to be. Now, if you can find somebody who's unique enough to be able to do that, then okay. But there's so much scouting goes into it, scouring the waiver wire. Now you can have your assistants that help out there, but I think it's two very, very different jobs. And we saw how bad it was here with Bill O'Brien.
That's what I was just going to say. We saw how bad it was with Bill O'Brien and how time-consuming of a job both of them are. So it's tough to say that you're going to go week to week as the head coach with all your responsibilities, duties, and the time that it takes to do that. And then you're going to also have the same amount of time without jeopardizing the other side of the job, which is the personnel side and the general manager side and the week-to-week cuts and you know, moves that need to be made and all those things. And at some point, one side or the other is going to probably suffer a little bit. And I don't think in this day's football, it makes sense. I think the best combinations are like, you know, like McVay has with the Rams. They have a GM, but he's involved in every decision. And I'm sure it's just about how much time he has to give. On the flip side, the GM side of things, they're doing the stuff you're talking about with all the intel and the scouting and the research to make sure they make the right calls.
Yeah. I think that Matt Rule had a good amount of power in Carolina, which was atrocious. I feel like Sean Payton has a good amount of power now, which is kind of still up in the air, only his second year. They're probably playing – their win-loss record with the roster they have is probably better in the last year and a half than we thought it would be, but still a team that's pretty far away from true contention in the NFL. I think they proved that yesterday with their loss to Baltimore. I think it's very difficult. I think it can be done, but you have to have a head coach who isn't win now at all cost and at all times. And then you also have to be able to give your assistant general managers a lot of control. Like you can have the final say, but you're really not doing the job.
I think, and ideally, I think like Andy Reid comes to mind as a guy that probably could have it if he wants it, but would rather and prefer to have a guy that he trusts, that they have a good chemistry and communication balance with, to where he doesn't have to. Like he knows he's going to be involved when the decisions are being made, but at the same time, he does not want to be involved in all the other BS that goes with it and all the work that goes in on that side. And I think that's what you're seeing develop with teams like the Texans when Nick and D'Amico have the synergy to where they know that they can discuss it at the right time, but neither one has to be overly involved in the other's business.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. 713-780-ESPN. A lot of people have been, calling for Bobby Slowick's job, which to me is pretty crazy, considering he was a good offensive coordinator last year. I think he's been mostly, I don't want to say mostly, he's been okay this year. I think that there's a lot of restrictions he has this year that he didn't have last year for some reason. I don't know why this offensive line is worse than it was a year ago. The players on the offensive line certainly seem like they should be better. But 713-780-3776. Do you wish it was Bobby Slowick, not Luke Getsy, who got fired from their offensive coordinator job? What do you think, Blanker?
Yeah, I don't at all. And I think that it's ridiculous that, we're so short-sighted sometimes and we're so reactionary that suddenly – a year ago when everybody was like, God, what are we going to do without Bobby Slowick? And Bobby Slowick, it's unbelievable. We're hoping he doesn't take a job. And then hopefully we have him for one more year because we know he's going to get a head coaching job. But now it's like, Bobby Slowick sucks. He's got to go. He's the problem. You just can't, you can't jump off you can jump off the bandwagon that quick, but you're just not being realistic. The fact is is that just like D'Amico, where D'Amico's made mistakes and D'Amico's had, some slip ups where we go, hey, he's learning as he goes. Slowick had a lot of success early on, and everybody was quick to promote this guy as this prodigy that was going to be head coach in waiting. When things aren't going as smoothly, he's going to take some hits. But at the end of the day, you're not going to remove him, and you're not going to remove him now. And we're watching what's going around around the league. When you're moving a guy in the middle of the season as a coordinator, you're basically in desperation mode, and you're basically admitting that you can't fix it, and there's nothing that's going on in the building that is a positive on that front. I think that it would create more disarray than it would hope that they could finish the season stronger. So I'm totally against it, and I'm a bit surprised that people are calling for that.
Yeah, I am too. My group chat was giving me some grief yesterday because I was lamenting at Cliff Kingsbury and the job that he's doing in Washington. Remember that D'Amico Ryans interviewed Cliff Kingsbury for the OC job. Now, was that real, or was it kind of, both parties just kind of doing their due diligence? I don't know, but I do wish that the Texans would have Cliff instead of Slowick. I think he's a better play caller, and my approval rating for Slowick has went down. Like last year, it was very high. I'll admit that. But right now it's not great. Like it's probably, close to 50, a 50 approval rating. I'm nowhere near firing him though. I still think he's a solid play caller. Now there are some tendencies that I'm picking up on that don't exactly thrill me. Mm-hmm. I don't know how good he is as a second half, game plan adjuster. We look at the point margin first half, second half, and it's not good. The Texans have not been a good football team in the second half, and that's both sides of the ball. That's just not on the offensive side of the ball. But how much is Bobby Slowick adjusting to what the defense is throwing at him? The numbers would tell you that that's not pretty.
No, and we've talked about it. They haven't scored a touchdown in the second half in 3 games. There's no adjustments being made at halftime like you would at least expect that they would be doing. That would be somewhat noticeable. And from the standpoint of when the team is suffering, even if it is driven by the offensive line and some injuries, you got to answer to the fact that your play calling hasn't been great, and you're supposed to be, again, adjusting on the fly based on who you have, don't have, and what you're dealing with in terms of the performance of the guys on your roster. I just think that it would be a dumb move because I think that it would be trying to reshuffle the deck in the middle of a season when you bring in a new OC. You're not going to bring in someone from the outside, chances are, because of the fact that you're not going to be ready to start redoing the playbook and installing a bunch of new stuff. You're going to try and make do with what you have with just a different creative philosophy in terms of the play calling and the way that they go about it, and then hope for the best. I think Bobby Slowick is learning. I think he's fine. It's fair to criticize him because of how poorly some of the play calls have been and the way they haven't adjusted. But at the same time, I think they're too good of a team record-wise right now to be screwing around.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Like because you're right. You're not hiring somebody from the outside. So it'd either be Gerard Johnson, who's never called plays before, or Bill Lazor. Bill Lazor's has called plays before. Now it doesn't really excite you. Now the part that you said where Bobby Slowick's still learning, like no one wants to hear that a year and a half into the gig. Whenever you have a team that should win the AFC South and was supposed to be this team that could be a dark horse Super Bowl contender. So like the learning aspect of it's not something I really want to hear.
Yeah, but I think it's a reality. I think that we've seen this with head coaches and coaches throughout sports, but specifically as it relates to the NFL. That sure, they pick up on a lot of things, but I still think that at a certain point there are still things that you're going to be whether you admit it publicly or not, that you're going to realize, hey, I've got to be better here. I'm not paying enough attention to this. Maybe I need to reevaluate how I'm doing that. And it could be anything from how you're managing and meeting with your other coaches instead of just relying on them as it relates to offensive line or other position groups. It could be, how you're managing situation and time or adjusting at the half when teams have done this and that. It's not a perfect science. So I would love to believe after 1 year's time that he's got it all under his belt and he's good to go and these aren't going to happen. But I also think that you're going to be put everybody's under the microscope a lot quicker with a lot more magnification when you're not playing good football, and they're not playing good football, and he's at the top of the list.
The other thing that I wonder with Slowick too is if he's kind of a round peg, square hole type of coach where like the best coaches are the ones that can kind of cater what they're trying to do with whatever their personnel is. I'm wondering if Slowick, because, hey, this is what we do, this is what we do, this is what we do, that he's not always the best at understanding the limitations of his offensive personnel, and that he still throws, the round peg square hole, and you got to figure this out. Because look, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out this offense. And look, if you want to blame Kenyon Green, if you want to blame the offense, whoever you want to blame, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that this offensive line has trouble pass protecting. Okay, we all know that. You go into the game Thursday night against the Jets, knowing they have a good defensive line. Hassan Reddick hasn't played a lot, but he's still very talented. Quinnen Williams is one of the best defensive tackles, if not the best defensive tackle in the entire NFL. And Quinnen Williams winning matchup after matchup with whatever K Green that he's facing, whether it was Kenyon Green or Kendra Green, he was owning both of them. So it's like, okay, why aren't you trying to do something a little different? Why not keep the running back and some pass protection on that side of the football to help him out? So, like, and again, if you know that your pass protection stinks, how are you giving up 8 sacks in a game? Like, you have to call the game so much differently when you know your pass protection's poor. Like, even if you know you have the worst offensive line in the NFL, let's just assume for a second that the Houston Texans offensive line, and this might be the case, is the worst pass protecting team in the NFL. Let's assume that. What are you going to do as a play caller to try to prevent your quarterback from getting sacked a lot? Plays that don't lead to sacks. So, like, you should never have 8 sacks in a football game, ever, no matter what your offensive line is.
It goes back to what I mentioned previously, when you get guys, especially slower than CJ type guys. But when Green Bay did this forever and a day with Aaron Rodgers, when either he was hurt or the line was less than, well, they ran a pistol. They started with running the pistol, so the ball got back to him a little bit quicker. He could start to get through his progressions a little bit earlier, and then he could also move at a moment's notice to start sliding in and around the pocket to where there was a little bit of extra time if he needed to buy some time. And then you run a lot more play action, and you run a lot more to where it's quick passes and get it out of his hands quickly and do the things like chipping and using the backs and the tight ends. But it's all about the process so that you can adjust. And it goes back to everything, even with the second half adjustments. It just doesn't seem like that light's on in terms of, oh yeah, I can probably help, as bad as my offensive line has been, to at least make this at least as a little easier or a little bit more smooth than it's been. And I don't think they've been doing that.
Second half adjustments in a little round peg square hole. Like, those are things that are catching my attention, because the more you get to know somebody, the more you start to notice their weaknesses. This is just life with anybody. So those are things that I'm keeping an eye on Sloak, but absolutely not. I don't think that he should get fired. Do you? 713-780-3776. Tomorrow's the NFL trade deadline. Can the Texans save their season ahead of the deadline? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
AJ, when's my first
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are the Bees. It is ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. A couple of texts on this. If your OC was out there blocking on the offensive line, I can see why you'd want to get rid of him. But the big problem is the line, not the offensive coordinator. See, I do agree with that. The pass protection is the bigger reason. But again, how are you as a play caller drawing up plays to where your quarterback gets sacked 8 times, knowing that you have a bad line in a game that you were running well? Like, you were running well in this game too. So, like, it's not, and you were running better in the first half and the second half. So we'll be completely fair there. But if you're running well, it's never more than a 1-possession game until very, very late. You're leading for a majority of the game. How in the world are you as a play caller getting your quarterback sacked 8 times in a game like that?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's plenty of questions worth asking. And a lot of times we know that no matter how many times it's asked and how it's positioned, even if it is asked by, members of the media, that the Texans aren't going to answer that. And there's so many things that are so peculiar about the entire situation, because the other thing is, normally when your line is bad, your line is just bad. But when you look at this line, you go, well, they're successful running the football. And a lot of that is to the credit of Joe Mixon, because a lot of times the holes aren't mammoth either, but his jump cuts, his ability to stay quick twitch and be able to kind of create something out of nothing or change directions has helped. But at the same time, they have been serviceable in the running game and maybe a little better than that, which is why it's even more perplexing that they can't pass block. And you can point the finger at Kenyon Green because he's never been a good pass blocker. But for the majority of the rest of the offensive line, and specifics, the 3 veterans that you have on this offensive line, they've been there, done that, and done it well for the majority of their career, at least with 2 of them, because Shaq has done it and Tunsil's done it. And for the most part, Howard's gotten better. He's gotten paid like he should be able to do it. So it's crazy that we're also sitting here looking at a line that, if you're going to be bad, it would normally be that they're bad all across the board. But with the exception of the left guard position, everybody else has had experience and been a better than average run blocker and pass blocker. That's what's perplexing to me. They just absolutely suck at pass blocking.
Yeah, Juice hasn't been that good this year. If you look at like the PFF grade, and I think if you watch, like, Juice has been kind of average. And then if you want to throw in the whole like coverage and protection calls, maybe there's an issue there. And then I think Shaq Mason has regressed too. I don't think that Shaq Mason's as good as he was last year. And maybe that's the collective line that's making him look worse. Like, I will, allow that to be possible. But Juice hasn't been as good as I thought he would be, and I don't think Shaq Mason's been as good as he was last year. And then, but you're right, Kenyon Green, it has been the major issue. 8807, why does it seem like this line is elite at run blocking and awful at pass blocking? I think that goes to what you said, Blank, because I think Joe Mixon kind of covers up some warts there.
Oh, he really does. I mean, when you go back and look at the film and watch it as much as we do, and you see, especially the second time around, the fact that he just has this innate ability to be able to, we talked last year about Devin Singletary, and he was able to kind of slowly get to the hole sometimes and pause just to wait for something else to open up. He does it a different way, where he gets to the line quickly, but then his ability to change directions, his shiftiness, and his quick twitch and his jump cuts create a lot of like small little openings he gets through. And then he's able to use his physicality along with his athleticism to get you extra yards, to where the running game looks a lot better than what the line maybe by itself is doing. But in combination with a really good running back, the running game has been the bell cow, literally, that has been carrying this team in a lot of situations offensively.
4515, if anyone needs to go, it's the GM. Second offseason in a row that he didn't address the offensive line. Well, he drafted a tackle in the second round. Now, that tackle in the second round is not playing. He addressed the offensive line the year prior to that, too, though. I mean, he drafted Juice Scruggs in the second, traded up for him. Drafted Jared Patterson in the sixth. What do you mean help the offensive line? He's only a 6-rounder, but he started games for you. Mm-hmm. He also traded for Shaq Mason. Yep. So, like, 2 off seasons ago, I would completely disagree. I think he made a lot of moves to the offensive line. Now, this past off season, Fisher was a second-rounder, but he's not playing. So, like, I'm not going to use Blake Fisher as a testimony to using a whole lot of resources on the offensive line this past off season. Question I would have, though, is should he have? Like, you went into the season with a pretty good idea of what your offensive line was going to be. Like, you're not really worried about left tackle. Laramie's there. Juice Scruggs is either going to be your center or your left guard, probably your center. Jared Patterson's going to be interior offensive line depth, and you're comfortable with that. Shaq Mason's going to be your right guard. Titus Howard's going to be your right tackle. I would say the only thing that you could blame Caserio about is that, maybe you should have had this veteran left guard in case Kenyon Green was so bad, which he is. I'll hear that, but I don't think that Nick Caserio should get a whole lot of grief for not addressing this offensive line.
No, I gave him grief where I thought he really deserved it, which was a year ago when we were dealing with Kenyon Green and found out after the fact that he was injured and he didn't have a backup plan and that he knew it was a when, not an if, that he was going to go down. And I thought that was really poorly handled, but I also thought that on the fly, he brought in a couple of veterans that were able to at least help to shoulder the load and get you by to where you weren't horrible. From this year's perspective, I think it's more of the standpoint of every general manager is going to be a little more hyper protective of a guy he drafted, especially as highly as he drafted Kenyon Green. And I think that the hope was that now that he transformed his body and he was eating better, in better shape, stronger, that he was really settling in and maturing more, that the hope was that he didn't need to do anything more than that. But you can't leave it to chance. You have to still have at least one guy backing him up that isn't the two rookies that you drafted, as you mentioned, the previous year. It doesn't hurt you to get, because they're not that expensive and you have money to play with, to where you could have gotten one serviceable, experienced guard on that could maybe play double positions that could be on your roster just in case, because we all were pointing fingers going, if there's one guy that still has the ability to crap the bed here, it would be Kenyon Green.
Yeah, I think that could be the one spot. And you're right about last offseason. I agree with you on that. If you knew that he had some sort of shoulder ailment, then it's like, hey, maybe have a guy that's a capable starter. And I think they got bailed out by Jared Patterson being good. The fact that you had a 6-rounder that could play solid snaps for you as a rookie is pretty miraculous, quite frankly. Now, that does go back to, well, who found him, who drafted him. So you have to give him credit for drafting a guy, while we're also in the other, breath saying that he kind of got lucky with what a 6-rounder became in his rookie year. A couple of texts saying that the plan should be, and I guess this is assuming they don't make a trade ahead of tomorrow's deadline, which I do think it's hard to acquire linemen during the deadline, although Minnesota did it. A lot of people are clamoring for the idea of playing Titus Howard at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle. I think, Blankers, if you're going to make a change internally, and assuming that Jared Patterson's back from concussion, I kind of want to see what Jared Patterson looks like at center. I think I would go Patterson center, Juice Scruggs at left guard before I go Titus Howard at left guard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different elements to look at here. One, I don't think Fisher's ready, and you and I talked about that a week or so ago, and I was adamant about the fact that, look, I think they drafted him to be a tackle of this team in the future and give you the backup plan in case you want to move on from Howard at the end of the season. I think that he was being groomed as a guy that, again, we saw this when they drafted Reed in the 3rd round as a safety years ago, that, hey, you weren't drafting him for this season, but he was projected to be a 1st-round pick. If you give him time and get him experience, he can be in your future plans as a starter, and that's why they took him where they did. But I think that you also don't want to move too many dominoes. You don't want to move too many pieces around. I'm leaning your direction. I don't want to see a rookie thrown into the right tackle spot and then take a guy that doesn't want to leave the right tackle spot anyway and was adamant about putting that on Twitter and then move him to guard. I think that what I would like to see is, whether you believe that Juice is capable at center or not, at the very least, I need Patterson in the picture. If he fills in and he takes over for Kenyon Green, so be it. We'll try that first. If you still need to do more and it's still not working, then I would put Patterson back at center as well and try and figure out what you're going to do at left guard. But I sincerely hope that means that one of those elements is they are out there trying to find a solution on the trade market at guard. Sure. Because I just think that you can't stand pat at this. No matter, D'Amico's not going to tell you anything anyway. He's not going to be like Dan Campbell and get excited and say, we're working on things. They're going to be very tight-lipped into Nick's vest. They're going to be tight to the vest. I just think that they have to do something to get some depth at offensive line.
Yeah, Titus playing left guard would be the 3rd move, and I would go Patterson, Juice, center left guard in some combination, 1st and 2nd, plan A, plan B, and then that final plan will be Titus. I don't care about Titus's feelings as much as others. For me, it's simply what do I think my best offensive line is, and Titus, to me, that would be the 3rd option of that mix.
But that 3rd option scares me to death because Fisher playing right tackle, he's not ready.
Well, I think it's your only option, though. Like, I mean, if the first 2 options, I think we nailed. Like, it's probably Juice at center, Patterson at left guard, and that was the plan until Patterson got concussed. Like, they already showed us that was the plan. The second option in my mind is you flip-flop those, because if, and we don't know, but if the center at this particular time, Juice Scruggs, is the one that's putting you in these bad coverages, well, let's see what Patterson does. Let's see if that looks a little bit different, if things continue to be poor. I don't think there's another option after that other than Titus at left guard.
No, I think that's, again, now, if you go with the Jets philosophy, and Rodgers was talking about this last week, that at a certain point they just decided in regards to what we were discussing about taking a tackle and moving him to guard, that the Jets finally just decided that their best option to be able to be serviceable as an offensive line was take 4 tackles and put them across your offensive line and just make sure that as long as they just do their jobs, whatever they're doing as doing their jobs is better than what they've been doing as an offensive line. At a certain point, maybe if you're Nick Caserio, you don't even have to specifically say, I'm looking for a guard. I just need to get guys that can hold their own at their given position enough to buy my quarterback more time for our offense to be able to do what it needs to do.
Wouldn't that be speaking to Titus Howard at left guard, though, then?
I'm saying that's one of the things. I said, in relation to that, then maybe that's that. But then maybe what my point in saying that, too, is then maybe you don't have to be looking for a guard. Maybe you look for a right tackle or a tackle and say, hey, look, I'm going to move Howard to the position that he's played previously that's helped us, but I don't trust Blake Fisher. So what I'm going to do is in the trade market, when I was looking for a guard, instead of doing that, I know that I've got a guy that can be serviceable at guard. Now I'm going to go find a right tackle that's better than Fisher to get me through the rest of the season.
If you can't trust a second-round tackle, though, then you probably shouldn't have drafted him. It's two separate conversations. I understand.
But also both can be true, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So if you but because there's too much on the line, because you are still in a good position for the playoffs, you got to do what you got to do to get it through the end of the season. And I think that if you had to look for a right tackle, then so be it.
So do you think the Texans can save their season at the deadline?
I actually do. I do believe that, again, unlike skill position players or a team that needs a quarterback that you're going to try and get to learn the playbook on the fly, I really believe that if they can get an offensive lineman or two, and I just think it could be as easy as one, but if you get the right one, I think that this is good. That could be good enough to do what you need to do to have a successful season and save it.
7151. I don't think they do anything they should, but won't. I think Caserio will do something. Caserio is very, very aggro. He's very aggressive. Now, I would have the opposite opinion. I don't think that there's enough that can be done tomorrow that saves the Houston Texans season. I think that even if they improve, I think even if they add some pieces to this offensive line, I think this offensive line is going to be what holds back the Houston Texans from being this super dark horse contender in the AFC.
But doesn't that again get back to where we think it's what's saving the season, right? If it's saving the season means it's AFC Championship or more, then yeah, I'm leaning right now that this team is too far away from being an AFC title game contender. But is it getting to the playoffs and being able to be respectable and competitive in games against better teams the rest of the season and giving you a better chance to win? That is definitely in the cards to be able to pull off.
I feel like best case scenario, though, right now, even without a trade, it's divisional round. And I feel like best case scenario with a trade is still divisional round.
Maybe so.
So, to me, it's not going to move the needle in terms of they're going to be around better because of a trade. Could they be a win better? I'm with you there. Could they be better, just the product? I'm with you there. But I don't think that there's anything that they do that jumps them around in terms of their promise this season.
Well, but you know what? But you look at Tampa and you look at teams in the past that probably weren't supposed to have a puncher's chance. But anything can happen in the playoffs where you can stay competitive as long as you can give your quarterback time. And having the right quarterback can make plays that can make a difference to where sometimes you can buck the trend and beat the odds and have a game where you find it or the other team's off a little bit. And you look at what Green Bay did a year ago with the Niners, competing with the Niners for most of the game after beating a Cowboy team they were supposed to get beat by. CJ, if you give him the ability to have the time, has proven that he can do a lot of things to make your offense better than it is. The biggest problem is that, who you play, when you play them is going to matter. And I would think it would be, if you're going to be, can you save it at the deadline? Then it's more than an offensive lineman. Then it's an offensive lineman and maybe another receiver so that you can bolster two spots where you've taken a significant hit, whether it be by poor play or an injury.
Can the Texans save their season to the deadline? Also, tomorrow is the NFL trade deadline. What are your favorite and least favorite trades that Nick Caserio has made as the general manager of the Texans? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, right here in the Houston Medical Center, and he is fantastic. He is a game changer when it comes to getting your hair back. He does a ton of stuff, and I mean, right now they got creams that can try and get your abs back if that's something that's driving you. If you want to get into plastic surgery, spa treatments, Botox, AJ was thinking about the abs as we speak, actually considering it as I said it. But there's all kinds of options. But the thing that he's really, really good at that AJ doesn't need is the fact that he's good at getting your hair back. If you've got pattern baldness and your hair is gone, you think there's nothing you can do and you don't want to try all the gimmicks that are out there that are just basically masking the problem, all you got to do is see Doc Linville. The NeoGraft can get your hair back, and it's your own hair. If it's just that you have hair, but it's thinner than it used to be, it's not thick and strong like it used to be, and you want that lush hair back again, then all you got to do is go to Doc Linville and start with PRP treatments. PRP treatments is like fertilizing your lawn. It gets the blades of grass to be stronger, longer, have more durability, be there for the long haul, and give you a better overall look. The NeoGraft, same thing. It's like resodding your lawn. It's taking hair from areas that you're never going to lose it, the sides and the back of your head, putting it where you need it most. Maybe it's your hairline in front or the baboon's butt that's showing on the top of your head. He's got the answers if you're willing to listen. And right now, all you got to do is listen and set up a free consultation that normally costs $150 for people off the street just by going to 975hair.com. Go to the website, 975hair.com. Sign up for a free consultation. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Just a Q&A where they explain to you what they can do. You ask questions, get answers, and consider if it's something you might want to do. If you do, you're going to the best, and you're going to get the results. You get your hair back. I'm here to tell you that because I did both, and I've seen the results, and I still got the results, and I am proud to say Doc Linville was the guy that got it all done. Check it out today. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. What is your favorite trade that Nick Caserio has made, and what is your least favorite trade Nick Caserio has made? 713-780-3776. Because this is the guy who's going to be willing and dealing tomorrow, and he has been a willing, dealing son of a gun. Give me one. I have a lot here, and I've separated them into three different categories: good, bad, and jury is still out. Give me one good one that you like the most, Blankers.
To me, you know who it is because I was the one that was singing his praises when they brought him in. I couldn't be happier with the move to get Joe Mixon. I think at the time there were a lot of people that doubted what he had left in the tank. having had a guy that was somewhat productive in Singletary and wondering what they were going to do at the running back position. There was a lot of questions, not answers. I questioned the fact that after you traded for him, you extended him. But right now, that's looking like one of the best moves that I've seen Nick make recently, and that's one that I really love because Joe Mixon has been the bell cow and more for this offense.
See, I thought I was going to be able to get it under the radar on this one because, look, I mean, a lot of people look at the Mixon trade as a free agent signing because the Bengals were about to release him and they were going to let him go, and the Nick Caserio called Cincinnati before they placed him on waivers. Hey. Instead of you releasing him, why don't we give you a 7th round pick? They got Joe Mixon for a 7th round pick. Like, yeah, that one's really, really high on my list too. What are the worst and best trades in Nick Caserio's tenure as the Houston Texans general manager? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your favorite trade of the Nick Caserio era? 713-780-ESPN. What is your least favorite trade of the Nick Caserio tenure? 713-780-3776. The Joe Mixon one up there for me. For me, I had 4 on the good side. trading up for Nico Collins, I think, is the most underrated trade that he's ever made because we
Good
kind
call.
of forget it, right? Like we kind of forget that he traded up for Nico Collins. Nico Collins took a few years before he turned into Nico Collins. So we kind of forget that was a Nick Caserio. I identified the player, traded up to get the player. So Nico was on my good. He did the same thing with Tank Dell. He traded up for Tank Dell in the 3rd round. So I'd put Tank Dell on the good side, not to the extent of Nico, because I think Nico was a rare find, and I think Nico is better than Tank. And then the Deshaun Watson trade, like we've kind of disagreed on the difficulty of this type of trade. I think it was easy to trade Deshaun Watson. You had 4 teams that were banging down your door offering 3 first-rounders for Deshaun Watson. So I don't think it was a hard trade, but I would say it was a good trade for Nick Caserio.
Yeah, you know how I feel about it. I still think to orchestrate it and to make sure that you get what you wanted out of each of those deals, and specifically got the haul that everybody was like really expecting, you putting the pressure on you that you had to get done with the parameters of having constraints based on the no trade and all of Deshaun's wants. That I thought that he really handled that situation well, and I sung his praises at the time.
Yeah, and then the ones that you have any goods before we move on to the bads?
I mean, to me, you definitely you hit on a lot of the good ones. As much as I personally really questioned it at the time, right now, and a lot of people are going to say this is one that still the jury's still out on, and I totally get it. But the way Will Anderson Jr. has played, I don't think it was a bad trade. I think it was a positive that you got the defensive rookie of the year out of the trade, when a lot of people want to throw CJ in there too, and that I don't believe that was going to be the case. But regardless, as much as I personally didn't like it so far, it has worked out really well for you to get Will Anderson Jr., though it is up for discussion with a lot of people.
I have 2 for jury is still out, and that was one that I had for jury still out. And I think that I love Will Anderson. I've made peace with the trade for Will Anderson. I think Will Anderson's really stinking good. But let's not ignore that the Texans also spent a lot to get Will Anderson, which, look, it might be worth it. It could be worth it now. A lot of people would think that it is worth it now. You could have gotten some really good players on the other side of that trade too. Like, people point at Detroit all the time, and Detroit's got this great foundation of young players. And a lot of the players that they got, or at least a couple of the players they got, was because of that Will Anderson trade. So that one, to me, is jury still out. I think that Will Anderson's playing at a level and is trending in the direction to where we're never going to worry about that trade. But I think that it is fair to look at the other side of it and then also throw in the possibility of Will Anderson kind of platooing out. What if he has ankle injuries for his entire career? You know, this is his 3rd significant ankle injury that he's had in a year and a half in the NFL. So that one for me is still jury is still out. And then I have the Diggs for Minnesota's 2025 second as a jury is still out too. And really, it's nothing that Stephon Diggs can do anymore, because unfortunately he tore his ACL and is out for the year. But it's what Minnesota does. Like, if Minnesota craps out, they finish like at 8-9, and that pick is a top half of the 2nd round pick, is that a trade that you regret making? I think so.
Yeah, I was going to say it was on my list, but it was, if you're allowed to have revisionist history by looking at it right now and going back and saying you only had him for 6 games and he tore his ACL, regardless of the fact that Minnesota isn't as bad as we thought they were going to be, that was a pretty high draft pick. That's probably a player that would be with you for a multitude of years to move on from if he's only here for 6 games. So you're right. Jury's still out. For me, it's bordering on a bad trade if that's the way this turns out and ends and he goes somewhere else next year. But it's also a chance worth taking, because with him on the field, they were, as bad as the offensive line was, they were a different football team.
Yeah, it's a hard one too because of the injury dynamic. It's like, some people are, well, you can't assess the trade because of an injury. There are people that think that way. Like, you can't break down the trade and say that it was won or lost because a player got hurt. I would disagree. Like, that's kind of that's in the math. Like, it's part of the equation. You know that a player being injured in the NFL is a possibility. You should always be accounting for the possibility of injury. And for some players who are Iron Men, like, okay, well, the odds of them getting hurt are less. And Stephon Diggs is probably closer to that than the other case. But then like a Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill's always hurt. Like, you can guarantee that Taysom Hill is going to miss half the year every single season. So I do think that it's fair to account for injury in trade. And when you're trading for a rental and there's a possibility they could get hurt, then that is an issue. And the draft pick could get hurt. Yeah, the draft pick could get hurt, but you have that player for 4 years. So like, factor that into the equation too.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that the fact that they renegotiated the contract and they took the next year out of it, in retrospect, if they don't do that and then the injury happens, does it make it easier to say that you still, because now he'll be back again next year?
I don't remember what the number was, but I remember it being pretty high, right?
I think it was 25.
Yeah, that was my total guess.
Yep.
But if you're there too, then it must have been somewhere around that
Yep.
mark. Would you pay Stephon Diggs $25 million for a year next year?
Yeah, see, the whole thing is no matter how much technology is advanced in the medical profession, I don't think he's going to be ready at the start of the season next year. So, yeah, probably not, because I think the best case scenario if you're a Texans fan is because he's coming off injury, because he's not going to be ready at the start of the season, because he needs to reprove himself to try and get the money he was chasing in the first place. Maybe he comes back to you on a one-year sweetheart kind of a deal just to make sure that he's in the best situation for him and with a good team. And then maybe that looks more positive. But yeah, I just wondered at the time why they did what they did, except for the fact that I thought it was because they were worried about if he blew up in the locker room or became a problem.
Yeah.
And now it's with the injury just kind of factors in.
I think that Diggs wanted the 1 year prove-it deal, quite frankly. I think it was the Texans doing a solid for the player, and I think Nick Caserio likes to do solids for the player. It's kind of like, hey, here's a prove-it deal for you. It's a chance for you to really cash in next offseason. We don't want to be the team that pays you tons of money. You go out, prove it to us. Maybe we will be that team. But I would say that hindsight being 2020, I think that it's a good thing now that you redid it, because you didn't want to be a team that was paying him $25 million for a year coming off the injury. Virginia says it makes the trade unfortunate, not bad. Okay, that might be the best way to look at it. Here are the ones that I have on my bad, the bad trades. I really only have one. Like, we always made fun of the, Nick Caserio trading a 6th round pick for Kader Holloman and then cutting him, a week later. I think it was a 7th round pick for Holloman, but traded a 7th round pick for Holloman and cut him in 7 days. I forget the quarterback who he traded a 6th rounder for during the offseason, and then they cut him before he even got to camp. Like, there's these weird trades that Caserio has made where he's traded these late round draft picks for players that didn't stick around for very long and never even played in a game with the Texans. Holloman actually has, but he actually played in one game and then they cut him, like roster crunch, and then now he's back on the second stint. But he's made a bunch of those weird trades. There was that receipt. Was it Anthony Miller? He traded like a 5th rounder for Anthony Miller and then he cut him 3 weeks later. Like, he's made these weird trades, but those are late round draft picks. Who really cares?
Skronik too. They thought Skronik was going to be a guy off the Rams that was good for them, that was going to be good for the Texans, and he never made the opening day roster.
Yeah, late round pick swap to acquire Skronik, and he never makes the roster. So he's made like a handful of those, like a half dozen of those. Are they significant? No, not really. We'll make fun of them, but they're not really that significant. To me, the one that is the clear-cut, no-brainer, this is the worst trade that he's ever made, was trading down for Kenyon Green when Kyle Hamilton was on the board. But you can even go further than that. You could say, well, they didn't want a safety. They wanted an offensive lineman. Okay, well, then make the trade down, but maybe take Zion Johnson of the Chargers, Tyler Smith even of the Cowboys, Tyler Linderbaum was on the board, who's in Baltimore, who's like the stalwart center for the Baltimore Ravens and probably will be for a decade. So if you're not here for the Kenyon Green, Kyle Hamilton, part of this conversation, I understand. But drafting Kenyon Green over Linderbaum, Zion Johnson, Tyler Smith after you traded down, to me, is the worst trade that Caserio.
Number one bad one on mine as well. And it doesn't matter how you slice it. It could, regardless of what other position you could have taken, or if you stayed with the same position, other guys you could have had. That one has just been a complete crapping of the bed. And there's no other way to look at it. No matter how many chances you gave him, no matter how hopeful you were, local kid does good, A&M product doing great, all the reasons why the extra was there, as well as just, hey, look, you're taking a guy that was really good in college and expecting him to do the same kind of things in the NFL. It hasn't worked out. You can blame it on the injuries if you'd like. He sucks at pass blocking. He didn't get better. I don't care what he did to try and change his physique. Nothing has worked, and it's been just an absolute disaster of a move and transaction.
Seth says Watson's trade is number one by a mile. I mean, the result of it was pretty great. So I guess I don't have too much of a fight to put up for that. It was all my good. I still don't understand Akers to Vikings for a conditional pick, with this being your current running back room. Look, I think it's fair to say Akers is better than Pierce. I think the conversation is fine, but Pierce does stuff in special teams. He's a kick returner. Now, he hadn't played a whole lot. And I don't really think that either player is also significant. Like, if Mixon's out for a good amount of time, I feel like your running game's kind of screwed no matter who your backup running back is.
A lot of people are going to say that because he looked spicy last night, because he looked really good, because he looked like a guy that, he raised an eyebrow or two, because we saw the quickness that he has. We saw his ability to catch the football, and he had burst when he ran the football sometimes. But let's not forget the fact that he was here for the majority of the time that Mixon was hurt. If he was going to do those things and Pierce had been hurt too, then he would have been able to do those things here. We know the offensive line has been bad, but the one thing they've been able to do is run the football, and he didn't have those kind of performances when he had the opportunity here. So I understand it because of what happened last night, because I'm not denying he didn't look good, and he looked good because of the fact that, hey, he knows that system. They have a good offensive line. He was able to show his wares. He found value in a coach that's always liked him, and he's in a good spot for him. But it would be more so about how this thing goes forward. If Mixon, to your point, if Mixon's banged up the rest of the year, would I rather have Cam Akers than Dameon Pierce? Absolutely. But let's not sleep on the fact that he was here a majority of the time when Mixon was out.
Yeah, I think it's a wash. Like, I don't know if Pierce is much better than Akers, if Akers is much better than Pierce. That one to me is you could classify that in it's not really that big a deal trade. Like, it's one of those whatever.
The other thing is too, if Joe Mixon doesn't get hurt, then you really don't. And Dare's been great in the pass game and pass blocking game. Then there wouldn't be a whole lot of opportunity for Cam to do much more than he was doing when he was here anyway. So then you're fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I just don't think it's that significant. But I think it is fair to say Akers is better than Pierce.
Oh yeah,
I don't think it's a significant trade, and you get a piece for basically nothing. Carson favorites Deshaun Watson, least favorite trading down for Kenyon Green. A few on the text line 7151. Worst trade is going back to 15, getting Kenyon when Kyle Hamilton was sitting there. See, a lot of people will push back and say, well, the Texans were never drafting a safety. Although I thought they could have used a safety. But if you want to say that, okay, well then go look at the other offensive linemen that were drafted later in the first round. All are better than Kenyon Green. You'd be in a so much better spot. Like Tyler Smith, like they drafted him kind of to play tackle, and then there was injuries there, and then they moved him back to guard whenever their left tackle got healthy. He's been pretty solid. Johnson's been pretty solid. If you could just make the pick today, though, you're probably taking Linderbaum. Like Linderbaum's probably the guy that you're taking.
Yeah, especially if you could evaluate their careers to this point. But even if you aren't, I mean, if you just want to think in a different direction or just realize that wasn't the pick for you, then yeah, Linderbaum's a no-brainer because he's going to be a mainstay rock on that offensive line for, unless he gets hurt or something, for the Ravens for a long time.
Yeah, I love the fact whenever you can get a center for 10 years and pair him with a young quarterback. Like, that to me is huge. I think it's a hidden advantage. 5798, favorite trade, Deshaun. Least favorite trade was Kenyon Green. Jordan Davis and Kyle Hamilton were on the board, says that texture. Least favorite is Diggs, says 0721. A couple people saying the Diggs one. Probably some revisionist history because of the injury. Although, there were some people that didn't like the trade at the time. 1 year of Diggs versus, a second rounder, which at the time you thought was going to be much higher than it's probably going to be, because nobody expected Minnesota to be any good this year, yet they are pretty good. A couple films don't lie. Just real quick, watching this yesterday, poor me. CJ Stroud didn't handle pressure well in this game. Yes, he was pressured a lot. Yes, he was pressured a ton. Yes, he felt it almost every single time that he dropped back, but he didn't handle it well. You go back and watch the Colts game, like he got pressured a lot in that game, but he handled it well. He was missing checkdowns. He was missing hot receivers. To me, he looked like he was big play hunting, or even early downs when it's like, hey, man, just dump it off, take the 3-4 yards and play a 2nd and 7, play a 3rd and 3. I thought he was poor in that area. I don't know if it was the prime time. I don't know if it was the big lights. I don't know if it was New York trying to get revenge, but he wasn't himself. And a lot of it's probably just because he was never comfortable and didn't trust his offensive line. But checkdowns were there, and he didn't check them down. I thought John Mechie was better than Xavier Hutchinson. There were chances for Mechie on a couple of occasions to have big plays. I never saw that from Hutchinson. I saw Mechie running free open at times. Never saw that from Hutchinson. Yes, I know they're not really, apples to apples and where they play and where they're lined up as receivers, but I thought I saw more juice from Mechie than Hutchinson. We'll see if that continues, because there's some thought out there. Rossini from the Athletic Blinkers, she's reporting that the Texans will not be trading for a receiver. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Mechie and a lot of Hutchinson if that is indeed true. Danico Autry was excellent. Yeah, like, I wasn't disappointed with him in game one because it was game one after a long suspension after the offseason. So he hadn't played in a real game in a long time. It was just like, okay, I expected more. Yes, I know it was one game, but I'm going to be watching him more critically. He was fantastic in this game. 2 sacks and a couple of pressures, made a couple of chase down tackles, and I'm pretty sure he deflected an Aaron Rodgers pass that he didn't get credit for. Like, he was a problem in this game.
Yeah, no, look, I'm glad that it showed up even better when you watched it in the All-22, because to me, I just was so impressed with the fact that, especially when Will Anderson was dealing with the ankle injury, that he made his presence felt on so many different plays and so many different moments of the game, to where this is what you were expecting. And we talked about it. Like, you can practice all you want, but game speed is a different animal. And no matter how much you've been doing conditioning, to be in football conditioning and come back and just be inserted in and say, hey, go do what you did when you were in Tennessee, that's a tough ask. But it didn't take him long after that to look as impressive as I saw him just by watching the game twice. And now that you've been able to even dive even deeper, that's good to know, because Will Anderson's probably not going to be 100% if he's playing at all, but you expect him to play against the Lions, and you're going to need him in the rotation. So that's good to know that he looks as good as he does quickly after being, gone for the first 6 games.
Yeah, those 2 sacks too are from the inside. So it's how do we think that Autry is going to pair with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter? Both of those sacks came from the inside, playing a defensive tackle spot. So it's like, okay, you get him on the field, you got Anderson and Daniil Hunter, hopefully at 100% at some point this year. That's going to be problematic for offenses. So that's one good thing to take from that game, was that Autry looked like a stud. And then I'm not sure which K Green is worse, to be completely honest. Kenyon Green was a turnstile in this game, like a turnstile. Like Quinnen Williams, here's my ticket to the show. Well, there you go, Quinnen Williams. Go get him. Go get CJ Stroud. He might have been better than Kendrick Green. I couldn't figure out which of the two played a worse game between Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green. Pro Football Focus would tell you that Kendrick was actually worse than Kenyon. I thought it was a tie, and both of them were awful.
This goes back to what I said when we were talking to DJ going into this game. And the fact that maybe the biggest sign that Kendrick Green wasn't going to be a help, he might hurt you even more, was the fact that when Patterson got the concussion, they went back to Kenyon Green. That basically tells you that Kendrick Green wasn't going to be good. He wasn't ready for the moment. Maybe he's not very good anymore, but it also begs the question, then why the hell is he still on your roster?
Play fullback. No, I thought about you whenever I was watching him play, because I remember you bringing up that point, because I wanted Kendrick Green over Kenyon Green to see what it looks like. Like, I didn't really think of Jarrett Patterson as an option there. Maybe I should have. And watching the film of this, I was like, oh, man, this guy is awful. I know that Kenyon Green is bad because I've been seeing it all year. I saw a little bit of Kendrick Green last year, and he wasn't, he was okay. No, he was awful. He was awful. Now, Quinnen Williams will do that to a lot of people, but yeah, I don't think that either guy's the option at left guard. Hopefully, unless the Texans make a trade tomorrow, hopefully Jared Patterson's okay, because I think that he'd be your starting left guard. Although, if you want to switch Juice and Patterson, I wouldn't hurt my feelings. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What do you believe after this college football weekend? I believe with the Bees, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you believe after the college football weekend? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what do you believe in after this college football weekend?
Man, I'll start with one that Clemson is not only done. I think Dabo's done too. That team and that coach has fallen so quickly from the run that they were on to where they are now. But they're not very good. And Dabo, if he doesn't believe in the NIL deals, or he's not just that, he wants to go back, coach his old style way, it ain't working. And that's going to be an interesting situation at the end of the year, because that's not very good if you're a Clemson fan.
Define good, though.
I just think that as good as they've been with the run that they were on, and people were talking about, how sustainable that was for him being there as being the guy that would be the key to getting all these players that want to keep going there, that, they're not in the big time conferences now. They're not a player. Everybody still kept giving them their due in the rankings to think that they were going to be a top 15-ish, top 25-ish type of team, but really to still compete for like a national championship and get into the playoff. They just don't look good. They're not impressive, and I just don't know if Dabo can continue to be the figurehead of that and be the guy that everybody can relies on to get them to like a national championship or get in the playoff.
Look, they're not what they used to be. Like there's no doubt about that. But they finished in the top 20 like each of the last 12 years. So it depends on what Clemson wants to
Don't you think the expectation's higher than that for them?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, and I also wonder what kind of leash that Dabo Swinney has built there in Clemson. Like he is a pretty big name there. He has I don't know how long the leash
he's got a big contract, but at the same time, like, I think that after they got the taste of it for multiple years, getting to the national championship game and having the players come through and being on that big stage, I would think the fan base has higher expectations than just a top 25 team.
I agree with you with the fan base. Like, I don't know enough about their athletic department to know, hey, Dabo Swinney, he's been, he's done it for us. We love him. He's kind of like that figure where you just never get rid of him. And, maybe they're aligned with the way that they want to win at Clemson, where it's like, we don't really want to be this huge transfer portal team or NIL. Like, I don't know enough about the department. But I wouldn't call Clemson bad. To say I wouldn't call them bad, but like I do think that, to your point, that they've dropped off to where they were, where they're this national power. They're contending for a national championship each and every year. They were in that upper echelon of teams in college football for a 5-7 year stretch. Now they're more tier 2, tier 3. They have taken a step back for sure. I just wonder how long his leash is there. I would agree with you that the fan base does clamor for more after having that not all that long ago. I believe that if you're going to say that you're building a real program, that you're not some fast-talking politician, I don't think that you should lose as favorites the next week to South Carolina. Like, if you're going to run your mouth that way, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with running your mouth. But then you got to back up the talk. You can't just talk the talk, but you also got to walk the walk. There's a famous coach that said that. You can't go lose when you're a favorite at South Carolina the week after sounding off at the podium after you win a tough game, because now it feels fraudy. It feels kind of like, oh, okay, that was a one-off against LSU. You can't lay an egg at South Carolina the way you did. I do think South Carolina is underrated. I think that they're really good. I think their defense is good. Their quarterback hasn't been healthy all year. If he had been healthy all year, they would be a ranked team. If Sellers would have been healthy in the second half against LSU, they would have beat LSU. So it's not like South Carolina is some cupcake, but you can't run your mouth and then go lose as a favorite the very next week.
This was close to being their Texas is back, baby kind of moment. Like, this is back to the proclamation. If you proclaim that, you are this, and then you play like that, you deserve every bit of criticism coming your way after that. Because, I was going to say, Beamer's done a nice job there. South Carolina's really a hot team right now. They're playing good football. They've got some talent. But at the same time, this was your first chance to really kind of take the bull by the horns after getting back into the top 10, after believing that, hey, we had enough talent at the start of the year that we were getting snubbed by the way we were getting, positioned in the preseason rankings. And you just absolutely crap the bed on national TV, everybody watching and everybody going, so you're not there yet. You're more like Jimbo than you thought.
Yeah. What else do you believe?
I believe that SMU is a sleeper that I never saw coming. SMU is a really talented football team. Do I think that they're going to beat Miami at the end of the day? No. But with each passing week, I'm like, I never would have thought SMU was good enough to do what they've been able to do to stay in this conversation this late in the season.
Yeah, I respect the heck out of it. I actually had a trolling, I believe, saying that SMU is the best team in Texas. What do you think? Best team in Texas?
No.
You don't think they're the best team in Texas? No, I love this story because, like, SMU making this, like, they got mocked for making that bold move of going to the ACC and for going, like, conference money. And I don't know the semantics of, like, they're still getting bowl money. They're still getting, like, NCAA tournament pool money. Like, they're still getting some money out of the ACC. It's just not, like, the full share. And they might be for going, like, just the entire baseline rate or whatever. It looks kind of genius. Like, it looks kind of genius. And they got mocked and ridiculed for that. I think it was courageous. I think it showed a lot of bravado. It's let's put our money where our mouths are. I think I like that. I like that. And now the fact that they're going on the football field and they're 8-1, they're 5-0 in conference play. They're number 13 in the nation. I like this story. I do. It pains me saying that as a Houston Cougar, but I admire this SMU. I respect the heck out of this SMU. I really do.
Yeah, they're just a very, very talented, well-coached football team, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out because I do give them a puncher's chance against a team like Miami, as good as Miami has been all year long, because they're hot. They've got momentum. They feel like they can play with just about anybody.
I believe I don't like James Franklin. Confronting a heckling fan after you lost this game, how soft is this? You confront a heckling fan, but you won't confront fair questions that were asked to you 2 weeks ago about a couple of players that were formerly on your football team. So you're a tough guy to some fan in the first row, but you're going to cower away from questions at a press conference 2 weeks ago? That is soft. It is soft, James Franklin.
I like the fact that he at least dared the fan to put his name on it, and then the fan ran away.
He should have asked him a question about those two players, and then James Franklin would have ran up the tunnel.
I was going to say, the one thing that I disagree with vehemently was how he handled the whole press conference and then hiding behind his PR person and not answering the questions and being a cowering little mouse in that situation, but then being tough guy to the teenager. I like the fact that if the teenager's going to bump his gums, he needs to own it, and he wasn't able to do that, and I don't mind that, but it did give me Bill O'Brien vibes.
Yeah, that was, yeah. If you're going to do that, okay, but don't be that soft dude that's not answering questions at press conferences. Like, be consistent. It's fraudy to me. What else do you believe?
I believe that Indiana might be a football school. Now,
you're coming around.
I'm coming around because of the fact that they were trailing. They found a way to win. I believe that Kurt Cignetti is a really good football coach. He's been a good football coach in the other stops that he's had in his career, but he's proving it by doing what he's doing at Indiana. Now, they got a tough part of the schedule still coming up, but they have a very, very clear road to follow if they want to get to the Big Ten championship and or try to get into this playoff. And it has been rather impressive to see that coach and that ability to kind of take that and bond that team the way he has gotten the results that he's gotten. It's impressive.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, I've been all over this train.
You have.
Now they've only beaten one team with a winning record, and that was Nebraska. So let's keep that in mind. I do think that he's doing a great job, but let's keep in mind that he's only beaten one winning team on the year, and that was Nebraska. And I think Nebraska is like 5-4, 6-4, and they got their brakes beaten off with them against UCLA this past weekend. Actually, I don't know what the final was. I just know they were getting
That's
beat
not supposed
bad
to
at
happen
one
either
point.
because UCLA is in disarray.
I believe Michigan's about to hit a 3 to 5 year window of disappointment. Not quite like Florida State, but I think Michigan sold their soul for a national championship, and I think they're going to pay the price over the next 3 to 5 years. Like, they're not nearly the same program that they were, obviously. They're outside of the top 25, if you can believe that, like Michigan, and they have been for a couple of weeks now. Yeah, I don't feel like Michigan's going to keep up in the next 3 to 5 years. They'll bring a coach in there at some point that'll turn them back around at some point, but they're going to have some dark days in Ann Arbor.
There's no doubt about it. There's Harbaugh left them and basically left them high and dry to save his, cover his own rear end. And I think that as much as anybody could have had expectations that, hey, the national championship is going to carry some weight, we're going to continue to recruit, we're going to continue to do what we do. I just feel like a lot of the recruits were coming to Michigan to play for Harbaugh, and they were playing for that, to have that kind of edge and to be a part of that, win or die with all the different things that the staff he put together and the way he went about his business and traveling the world in the off seasons to kind of make it a premier program. I think that luster wore off really, really quickly, and I agree with you. I think by the time that they're back to any kind of prominence, it's going to be with another head coach.
Yeah, for sure. I got one more. Unless you got some
I continue to be on the BYU bandwagon, and BYU continues to be a load that no one wants to see later in the schedule. I think BYU is an impressive football team, and each week they get better, and that's a team that everybody needs to take note of because I think people are still sleeping on them.
7283, I believe that the Big 12 is a mess except for BYU. To your point, it's Big 12 lacks some heavy hitters at the top. There's no doubt about that. I think they're a deep conference. I think that they have a lot of quality teams. Maybe don't have like this bona fide top 5 team, but it's a deep league. 0979, I believe Colorado can win the Big 12 and make the playoffs. They're definitely in the mix there. They got some help over the weekend.
I think the big thing with Colorado is if they're bordering on like one of the last spots, Dion's bravado and all that and the cachet is going to factor in. I think they could get in.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they win the Big 12, they wouldn't need to have
right if they win
help.
the Big 12. But
I wonder if they don't win the Big 12 if they have enough of a resume.
I think
because they would probably have to lose another game.
I think there's a chance. I just think there's a chance because the committees get it really enamored with, and the TV networks are going to really want. Oh, the Cinderella story is if Dion and Colorado can get in, and what they could do to. No one wants to face them with the weapons they have.
Oh, you're not kidding. I mean, the networks would love
to
have a little not only primetime, like yes, primetime, but let's not forget Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter are both maybe top 5 picks in the draft. So all of a sudden you get 2 top 5 picks with like the cachet that they have too. Yeah, they would sell. Josh from Seabrook, South Carolina is building a future contender. Houston's going to a bowl game. We'll see. We'll see. Got to win 2 of the final 3 regular season games. You didn't think you'd be there at the start of the year. Well, I mean, Fritz done a good job in year 1, which leads me to my final, I believe. I believe the Big 12 is underrated. 4 top 22 teams. There's no cupcakes in the Big 12. You don't get a layup in the Big 12 like you get in all these other conferences. There are no cupcakes in the Big 12. Big time win for Willie, though. It kind of proves to everybody, hey, look, this guy's a winner. This guy won more conference games than you had last year with probably a worse roster. I can guarantee you that this roster that he has this year isn't going to be the best roster that Willie Fritz has at U of H. Love these guys. They're good. They're talented. But Willie Fritz is going to have rosters better than this year's roster. And Willie Fritz is still figuring out ways to win games with a roster that will not be his best.
He just helped himself do exactly what you just said immensely with that win Saturday, because of the fact that he's got a calling card now of, hey, look, I'm just getting started and I was able to beat a top 25 team, and we're going to be able to do that a lot more consistently if you come and play for us, and we're playing in a conference that's worth playing in. I hear you. I think he's another guy. He's won everywhere he's been. And this is just another stop where it just, depending on how much time you thought it was going to take to get him to where he needed to go, he was going to get there. He's already doing it.
Let's get to our game balls, 713-780-ESPN, our mailbag Monday, rather. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. What do you want to ask the Bees? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, after hearing about all that college football, I've got something you don't want to miss. You've got a chance to win an experience and get to the biggest college football game of the season. It's all brought to you by Stella Rosa Wines, America's favorite semi-sweet, semi-sparkling wine, and the best drink that you can pair with all those game day snacks you're going to serve the next time you get people together. It's fantastic. You're going to go to it because you get variety. Just like there's a bunch of different foods on the spread that you're going to serve, from the snacks and the chips and the dips and the pizza and the wings and all the different things that you're going to put on the table. Why not do the same thing with the drinks? Not just beer and hard liquor. Give them some Stella Rosa wine. It's served chilled. It comes in a variety of flavors. They use all natural fruit along with some really good spice, and it goes perfect to complement whatever you're serving. And now they're also giving you an opportunity to win tickets to the big game. Go to ESPNLADreamTicket.com right now for your chance to win. ESPNLADreamTicket.com gets you a chance to get tickets to the biggest college football game of the season. Go get yourself some Stella Rosa wine, too, because you never know when the next party's going to happen, but you want to be prepared when it does. It's found at your local retailers and liquor stores. Just remember to enjoy chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's get to our Mailbag Monday, 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. First question, hey, when y'all are out, do y'all like when people say, hey, or just leave you alone? Saw Branham trick-or-treating with his family and felt weird saying, hey. No, I don't mind when people say hello. Now, don't expect a lot in return. I'm awkward and shy, and I'm kind of so I'm not socially awkward. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't. I would, say hi. Say hi to the people. But the people have said hi to Blankers in really weird places.
Yes, they have. And sometimes they don't say hi. They stalk you and take a picture and send it to the station on your off day instead of saying hi. Remember that? You guys were doing a show one day. I was off working on something at the house, and I went to Home Depot.
Oh, yeah.
And someone wouldn't even say hi, but they were sneaking around the aisle taking pictures of me to send to you guys to say, this is what Blankers is doing on his off day. I'm like, bro, just say hello and take a selfie or we can say something. You take a picture you can send to the guys, but don't be a creeper.
Yeah. I do remember that.
Yeah,
that was funny. Like, look at Blankers taking a day off work, spending it at the Home Depot. Say hello. Come say hello. I wouldn't.
This happened last week, I think it was, and it was I think it was at Nick's place, and then someone said that they felt really awkward doing it. I was like, never feel awkward or afraid. Just come up and say hi. We love our listeners. Without you, we're not doing what we do anyway. But I'm always like, just say hi. And I can tell you how much we appreciate you listening.
Yeah, same. Always say hello. It was weird too. Trick or treating. We had a little Halloween party. That's why I took off. And we had we had the entire, and Brandon babies too. So he's cute and stuff. Takes after his mama. So everybody comes trick or treating with us. So we had a gang of 10
That's
people.
awesome.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I remember the one that was awkward was Taylor's confirmation class, and I go to pick her up. And the teacher is just stumbling around and whatever. And then I said hello to her and she wouldn't say anything.
What?
And then the next week, Taylor was like, hey, my teacher was really freaked out because she didn't know what to say to you. So then she just didn't say anything. And I was like, just tell her that she, that I would love to say hi to her and appreciate her listening.
Look at that. She was starstruck. Did you know you had that effect on
No,
people?
I really didn't.
You're star-striking people. That's impressive. Eric the driver, if you go to a new restaurant that you're not sure you'll like, what is the one dish you look for as kind of an insurance plan? See, I'm a frisky eater. I'll try everything once, and I like to try different types of foods, Blankers.
Yeah.
So I usually go with what's hot on Yelp or IG or TikTok. If there's something that's hot about that menu on TikTok, then that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm getting. If I don't like it and I don't like the restaurant, then I'll stop somewhere on the way home that I know is all reliable, all faithful. But I'll try anything.
I think for me, it's more like the kind of cuisine can give me the right, I can set the barometer. Forever and a day when we were doing remotes and stuff, I would do a lot of my judging based on how they make their quesadillas. If they just throw them together and it's really processed or whatever, I'm like, But if they really put some time and effort into it and they, the ingredients on the inside is really well done, then I'm like, okay, they've got a lot. Same thing with fajitas. You can tell fajitas are easy to make, but if they don't do the seasoning right and they don't prepare everything the right way, then it's kind of I think from an Italian restaurant standpoint, like I said, it varies from restaurant to restaurant, but from an Italian standpoint, the safety one is anything pasta related because it's really hard for people to screw up pasta.
If I'm going out to it, if I'm going out somewhere that I want to try, it's probably because something caught my eye.
Right.
So I'm going to get that dish. If I'm going out with people and I didn't pick their place, probably a steak.
Yeah, it's tough to screw that up too. But pasta's always a safe one because again, if you're looking for, like you said, you're just going with some other people and they picked a restaurant you know nothing about. Yeah. If there's any kind of vibes where I'm like, well, I know the one thing that I can get away with is if a pasta dish, it's really hard to screw that up.
Ocho Blankers, what do you think of beige? Brett Favre is a nickname for Jordan Love. Ocho said that, not me.
Well, I think that Jordan Love is living up to what I had in terms of my concerns for Jordan Love. Bad subject to bring up today after that stupid pass he threw at the end of the first half.
Yeah. He was banged up yesterday. He didn't have any
He shouldn't
mobility.
have played, which I said last week going into the weekend, and I'll say it again because they were coming out on a bye, and you knew you were playing a hot team anyway. He should not have even played.
He couldn't move. 0664, how much of a meat grinder is Big 12 basketball going to be this season? It's going to be a battle. Today, opening day, college basketball.
That's awesome.
I'll be leaving here in 17 minutes to go call the opener against Jackson State. Yeah, the Big 12 is loaded. The Big 12 is really stinking good.
You go top to bottom, and you just, my buddy, I told you this when you guys made the move to the Big 12. he was looking at it and he was jumping on the Samson bandwagon and was a season ticket holder before they switched conferences. I was like, bro, you are sitting on a gold mine right now, because whether you use your tickets or you get rid of them, those are going to be some of the hottest tickets for years to come with how good the Big 12 is going to be for basketball.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can you really blame Stroud for not handling pressure well after weeks of playing behind turnstiles? My internal clock would go off quicker too. No, I can't blame him. I really can't. Now, he has been able to handle pressure in the past. Like, he did it well against the Colts, was facing similar pressure, and he has had games where he hasn't been able to handle the pressure. But no, I don't put a whole lot of blame for Stroud. Like, people, he's inaccurate or he's regressing. No, I don't believe any of those things. I believe that he doesn't have a whole lot of trust and confidence right now because the offensive line has been atrocious, and that's the reason that's leading to the offense being inconsistent. But no, I don't put a whole lot of blame on Stroud.
Yeah, that's where I am too. And we've had this conversation and these questions because of the fact that I firmly believe he is the same quarterback he was last year, with just a lot of higher expectations and lesser than offensive line play. But I think that he's still the answer at quarterback for you for the long term in the big picture, and he's still damn good.
To hand out some game balls. Who gets your game balls from the weekend? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Gosh, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Banderford Air. Look, if you're dealing with air conditioning issues, you're getting ready, and you want to make sure your heating system is also up to snuff. Maybe you want to put a full humidifier system in your AC units at the house. All can be done, even a repiping job, with Banderford Air. Banderford Air, best in the business. They specialize in making sure they take care of you in a variety of ways, and they back up everything they do in guarantees and writing. That's why I tell you about them all the time, because most of the service providers that you go to aren't going to do the kind of things that Vanderford does. They back up everything in writing, whether it's a part replacement or a full system. They're going to put it down on paper and give it to you so that you have the proof of what they said they were going to do, and to make sure that you hold them accountable to do it right. It's the same thing when you call them. When you call them, a lot of companies will say, yeah, we'll get to you when we get to you. It's going to be days because we've got a ton of people waiting for us. No. They have a guarantee that when you call them within 24 hours, they're going to be out to see you. You don't have to wait days on end. You don't have to be at the mercy of the other customers in line. You are going to be taken care of so that your problem is fixed sooner rather than later, and that is a game changer. And the biggest thing of all, everything that they do is 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. That's from the work that their workers do to the part or the system that they replace, and all the different temperatures that your system is going to have to get to make you happy. If it doesn't, and you tell them, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. How good is that? And how many companies are willing to do that and tell you that they're going to do that up front? That's Vanderford Air. That's why I always tell you to lock in their number in your phone and use it when you need it, or call them before it gets bad to make sure your system's up to snuff. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-2665. 281-557-COOL. You put that number in your phone. The minute you start thinking there might be an issue with your air conditioning, call them. They'll be out to see you. They'll take care of it. They'll back it up, put it in writing, and guarantee it. And that's what you expect from a service company. You can go to VanderfordAir.com to see all the services that they provide, but lock that number in your phone, because you never know when you're going to need it. But when you do, you need a company that's going to back it up, and that's what they do.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What are your game balls? 713-780-3776. Who deserves one from this weekend's games? But first, going to give you away some tickets. Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24 college basketball doubleheader coming to the Toyota Center Saturday, November 9th. Catch high-level college hoops featuring Rice versus Florida State at 6 p.m. and a top 10 matchup featuring Houston and Auburn at 8:30. Purchase your tickets now at toyotacenter.com. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to the Mattress Firm Battleground 24 college basketball doubleheader. And if you can't win, get your tickets to toyotacenter.com. Also, join us next week, a week from today. This is one of my favorite events that we do all year. Join us from 6 to 9 for the Tailgate, presented by Verizon. Tailgate is a celebration of Houston sports and the fans that cheer them on. You'll savor sports-inspired bites from top Houston restaurants, including Big City Wings, Loro, Pizarro's Pizza, Uchi, and many more. Plus, sip on premium cocktails, bid on memorabilia, and enjoy plenty of game day fun. Upgrade to VIP to meet and greet with Texans legends, including Brian Cushing and Travis Johnson, courtesy of Verizon. Tickets include all food and drinks. Get yours now at tailgate.culturemap.com. Use promo code ESPN for $10 off any ticket type. And again, it's so much fun. A little taste of the town at the tailgate. It's fantastic. All right, who's getting your first game ball, Blanker? 713-780-3776. Who gets yours?
I'm going to go one to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, 251 yards. Yeah, that's pretty good. 5 touchdowns. That's really good. Joe Burrow trying to keep the Bengals' very, very slim playoff hopes alive. But he was slinging it all over the yard.
They're getting a little bit bigger by the day. Pause. The playoff odds, they're getting a little bit bigger by the day because they're starting to win some football games. Like they do this each and every. They're 4-5.
Yeah, look, I think that they're in the mix, right? And I think that's all you can ask for with as bad as they started. And we know how bad their defense has been. But if that offense gets clicking, I still question their running game. But, man, when you give him a chance to throw the football and he's got those two guys on the outside, they always have a puncher's chance.
Yeah, Higgins wasn't even playing yesterday. Like, they're a game back of Denver. Like, I mean, I think Cincinnati's going to be a playoff team. I had a tough time knowing who to give that game ball to in that game because you're right, Burrow, 5 touchdowns. Hard not to give him a game ball.
Right.
But Gesicki, 5 for 100, 2 touchdowns. Chase Brown, you mentioned the running game, which has had trouble, although Chase Brown is kind of emerging as the lead guy over Zach Moss, and maybe he's the reason that running game will get going. He ran for 120 yards. He had 37 yards receiving and a touchdown, and then Trey Hendrickson defensively had 4 sacks. Like all of those guys could have gotten a game ball, but you throw for 5 touchdowns.
I saw people saying Hendrickson's going to be a trade target. If they're still in it, they ain't trading him.
No, he's not going to get traded. Maybe if they were 2-7 right now, but 4-5 back in the mix. Yeah, I don't see.
If they're the Raiders, Max Crosby type situation, you consider it. You're not doing it now.
Nah, I'm with you on that. I also had trouble giving out a Ravens game ball.
Yep.
Do I go Lamar Jackson, 283 touchdowns? Do I go Derrick Henry, 23 carries, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns? Or do I go to Zay Flowers, who had 5 catches, 127 yards, and 2 scores? I don't know. I don't know who to give that game ball to. We'll cut it up into thirds, and we'll give a third to each one.
All 3 were on my list as well with those stats. Yeah, that was impressive. They absolutely blew the doors off the Broncos, and they are showing that as hot as the Lions are, the 2 hottest teams in football might not be the one that's undefeated. It might be the Lions and Baltimore.
Yeah, they're good.
I got Saquon. Saquon, 159 yards and a touchdown for an Eagles offense that looks to be getting right. Every single week they seem to be getting better. And, oh, by the way, he had the most unbelievable backwards hurdle of a player after a spin move to get a first down to show you just how athletic he is. And if you don't believe that, go look at the touchdown catch he made in the corner of the end zone that a lot of receivers struggle with, but not very many running backs can make.
Yeah, that was that little, I don't even know what you would call that. To me, it looked like a professional wrestling move where like you let the other wrestler run under you. You know what I mean? Like they leap up in the air.
You know what I thought it was? It was like
so weird.
It was like when Simone Biles is doing the floor exercise and she suddenly turns backwards, pops off the mat and just does the splits in the air. And the D-back goes right underneath him. And then I also thought, if you're a defensive player, why don't you just pick up your head and jump?
I guess it just happened too quick.
Man.
Or you don't see it maybe because you're looking down, I don't know. You're right. It's weird. But yeah, that was unreal. Like I've never seen anything like that in a football game. You've seen the leap, but nothing like that.
And you're also like putting yourself in harm's way because he really could have gotten blasted.
Well, he came off after that play. Like he came off and was a little bit he had a knock. Like he came back in.
Yeah, he had 3 guys lining him up and one guy did get him pretty good.
Yeah, he came off for a few plays, and he was, like, laboring. He was on a knee on the sideline. I wonder if he got hit where the sun don't shine. Kirk Cousins, 222 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's the most overpaid quarterback of all time, but I think he's an underrated quarterback too. Like, he
Well,
just kind of gets it done.
As much as they were planning for their future and he didn't like the move that they made and whether it lit a fire under his rear end or not, kind of a slow start. They were trying to see if he could actually get back to where he could take the snaps the way he did in Minnesota. He can take the snaps all right because, yeah, he is part of the reason why the Dallas Cowboys are searching for answers and going down fast.
Yep. What else you got?
I got the fact that the Josh Allen, your boy, because I know you won't put him in there. Josh
I
Allen
would in the regular season, just not in the playoffs.
235 yards, 3 touchdowns. Game was closer than it had to be with Miami. They get the win with a field goal at the buzzer, but he played his tail off. He is playing his tail off all year because he's not the kind of Josh Allen that pisses you off because he's not turning the ball over as much.
What do you do against the Texans?
Okay.
What did he do against the Texans?
He still may be the leading candidate for MVP.
Look, what is my contention with Allen?
The turnovers, but I'm saying he's not turning it over.
It's nothing in the regular season. I say
Well,
that Josh Allen's never going to win a Super Bowl because he can't beat 3 or 4 playoff caliber teams in a row. I think he's a great regular season quarterback. I think he's going to win the MVP this year. I don't trust him in the playoffs. Noah Brown. 5 catches, 60 yards. Wish he was a Texan right now. Led the Commanders in catches and receiving yards yesterday.
Yeah, he was on my list too because it's one thing to say, oh, he caught the Hail Mary, but with the receiver problems the Texans have and the fact that you didn't have to get rid of him, you did, and now he's actually contributing somewhere else.
He's been pretty good for them. He's been their second best receiver behind Scary Terry, to be completely honest.
That's tough to swallow if you're Nick Caserio on the Texans. If, in fact, you had him and you had him signed to a deal that you were paying him when he left.
Yep.
That's not a good look.
Yeah, you signed him literally this offseason.
Yep.
And then you cut him.
I had Justin Herbert, 282 and 2, continuing to do things with a lesser than roster that I didn't think he had nearly as many weapons. So I think the fact that the Chargers are still staying relevant and that he's putting up numbers, he gets a game ball.
I'm going to give one to Quentin Johnston from that game. 4 catches, 118 yards, and a score. People wrote him off for dead. Oh, he's a bust. He's got no hands. He can't catch. He's having a quietly good season in his second year. Maybe don't quit on rookies too much. All right, one more.
Let me see. We covered the Ravens, Burrow, Saquon, and Sam Darnold.
Good call.
Sam Darnold, 290 yards, 3 touchdowns, got off to a little bit of a slow start, threw a pick, came back, bounced back. Second half was big for him and the Vikings. Got Justin Jefferson involved. That always helps. But 290 yards and 3 touches.
Jefferson good in that game, 7 for 137. I could go Amon Ross, St. Brown for my final one, 756-1, but then wore that shirt that said Green Bay sucks.
It's not a shirt, it's a sweatshirt. It sucked.
Okay. Shirt, sweatshirt. It said Green Bay sucks.
It did.
Cameron Kitchens. I'm going to go defense, though. Cameron Kitchens, 2 interceptions, a pick 6. And then Amani Hooker had a 2 interception game for the Titans against New England. So a little defensive game balls there. 002 game ball to Saquon doing an actual Madden game move. That's not even in Madden. I don't think you can do that in Madden. I really don't.
Like, I wouldn't know, but I just know it was crazy to put your whole livelihood in the air like that without looking.
I don't even think he glitches that way. Dak Prescott gets his game ball. Okay, I don't know why. Green Bay for getting out of the game before he gets the blame. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. He's getting out of the game before he gets the blame. So he made a business decision. Key from LA, the Rams defense gets a game ball, and then Matthew Stafford for his game winner. And then 4-4-4-7, all that time talking Texans for 3 days. We were on the air today, and you failed to mention the Astros and the offer to Breggy. It's a qualifying offer. Like it's semantics. It means nothing. All the qualifying offer means is that Alex Bregman's going to say thanks, but no thanks. And then the Astros will get compensation if Alex Bregman signs nowhere. That the qualifying offer means nothing. It's like people having lead stories with settling arbitration cases. It means nothing. It means nothing.
Yeah. I mean, and then I think at the end of the text, it said flagship going to flagship. What are we the flagship of? A&M?
Gig 'em. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
We will be getting off
we are not
early
the flagship of the Texans, so just slow down.
0979 Bryce Young gets his game ball. That was a big win for them. That was a good job by Carolina.
Did you see did he get? I don't know if you saw the play or not, but he made one hell of a pass on the sideline that it was right in the receiver's breadbasket, and going down to the ground, the defensive back took it away from him, and I think they gave him a pick for it, and he didn't deserve it.
Yeah, well, I mean, are you calling that a fumble though? I think
it's just unfair that a guy
right.
makes the perfect pass and he gets dinged with an interception.
I think it's one that you just have to look into it more than just reading the box score, though. Because I don't think you can give it a fumble. I think that it's right to give it an interception, but it just was not his fault.
Right.
It's why you can't blame quarterbacks for every single one of their interceptions. Like Brock Osweiler was right. Every interception tells a different story. All right, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to call some U of H basketball. AJ and Blankers will take you the rest of the way. Are the Texans more pretenders than contenders as we sit here today? And whatever the boys want to talk about next, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, 2 in the books, 30 minutes to go. Final half hour of the show. AJ joining me as we're going to take you till 5:30, and the Ags are going to take over because, as Jeremy mentioned, and that's what Jeremy's about to do, is call some U of H Cougar basketball as college basketball season opens up this evening. So do the Ags, and the Ags are going to be right here on the flagship for Aggie basketball. You can listen to all that action beginning with the pregame show at 5:30 right here on ESPN 97.5. But AJ, Jeremy, as he likes to do, he still wants to basically take over the entire segment when he's not here. He threw out the question, which actually I put on the rundown, which is, I think it's the legitimate question coming off the Jets game. I mean, you look at the Jets game, people were disappointed. We know the fact that they have 3 losses. We can pick apart all 3 of them and say that there were so many things that you can point a finger at. The good news is they're still winning the division. They're still 6-3, and they should be a playoff team. But the question is out there, and everybody can participate and get in on this, 713-780-3776. We encourage you to call, text, tweet, get on social media, YouTube, and then maybe even if you're a lowlife, you can get on Twitch. Are they more pretenders? Are they more contenders? Because to me, the takeaway after watching that game is that I factored in all season long, AJ, look, their schedule is going to be really tough. And the tougher part of their schedule is still yet to be played. But I expected, because of how good that their roster became in the offseason between the draft picks and specifically all the trades and the free agent moves that made this team better, I expected a team that was going to win the division handily. I expected a team that was going to compete against anybody they play against. And now, specifically because of the offensive line and also to a lesser degree the injuries that you've sustained to Stephon Diggs and others, makes me more on the side of this team has a lot to prove to me. So therefore, I think they're more pretenders than they are contenders because of the fact that you see the Ravens getting better. You see the Chiefs getting better. You see teams that are already good getting better, yet you're supposed to be good. You haven't been better, and you're not doing anything yet, though there's time in the trade deadline to try and get better.
Right, absolutely. I agree with that. Because honestly, like Jeremy attested to earlier, they're kind of looking more like a divisional round team, best case scenario. But really, that Diggs injury, and then of course Nico's still not playing. He might not even play next week. That really hangs in the balance. And playing against a hot Detroit team, that's going to be tough too. So, I mean, for the Texans, like y'all talked about earlier, the pass protection, that's the main component. The defense is really pretty good. That's at this point your strong suit. So I would say I would lean towards pretenders too as well. But I mean, I don't know. Like you said, this is not necessarily too much of a, like linear, increase from last year. Because I mean, you made the divisional round last year. A lot of people expected, especially when the Stephon Diggs trade happened, to go to the AFC Championship game. But like you talked about, Buffalo, the Ravens still playing hot. Derrick Henry still playing like a 24-year-old, and he's 30 years old right now. It's going to be tough for the Texans, come over them. And then obviously the Chiefs still looking great, and Patrick Mahomes.
No one's talking about the Chiefs. They're undefeated.
Exactly.
And yet and quietly, they don't have to do anything by tomorrow because they've already done enough. They added a pass rusher. They added another receiver. And there's rumors out there that they might be trying to bring back Tyreek Hill. Whether they can pull that off or not, I don't think that they will, and I don't think they're willing to spend the money. But the fact is the Chiefs are going to chief, and they're the 2-time defending Super Bowl champs. They aren't going anywhere, and come playoff time, they play their best football. So are you going to be able to play your best football by playoff time? I think for you, unlike even the Ravens who've made a subtle move here or there and added a Deontay Johnson to try and get even better, and we already know that they have enough in play, and you couldn't beat them a year ago, and Buffalo, a team you beat, going out and getting Amari Cooper to get better, what have you done? So that's why I think as much as the work has been done by the teams in front of you that you're trying to be like, the bigger thing now is the pressure's all on you to try and do something, and I think maybe more than one thing, to try and better what you need to better before you get to the point where you're playing in the playoffs.
Right, absolutely. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a Texans fan. Your team beat my team in the playoffs, so that's enough of a hint right there. But for Houston, it's really how they play right now.
Browns fan?
No. Yeah, I said your team beat my team in the playoffs.
Oh, Green Bay beat Dallas.
Yeah. So, like, for the Texans, though, especially where they have been the past few years, going into this year, I think a lot of the fans, they hate Bobby Slowick right now. I mean, that's one thing that's been the focus.
Crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Especially after last year, everyone loved him. It's crazy how much of a fan base can change after, the precipitous fall off so far. But yeah, I mean, for Texans, it's like they know that they're good enough to win a division right now, but also they're kind of not optimistic and really pessimistic because they could see themselves losing in the first round.
The one thing, too, that kind of drives me nuts is the fact that Bobby Slowick is the guy in the crosshairs. When we were talking how bad the offensive line is, I was saying that before you even get to Bobby Slowick and how he can kind of
get creative with the offense and go into a pistol and move the pocket around to do things so that the offense can be more effective. Why aren't we talking more about the offensive line coaches? Why aren't we talking about the fact that these proven veterans that are getting paid like some of the best offensive linemen in the game in at least 2 of the 3 cases? You extended Shaq Mason. You're paying Tunsil like a top 5 left tackle. You're paying Howard like a top 5 to 10 right tackle. And yet they can't do wrong right in the pass game. They can block effectively in the running game, and also a lot of credit goes to Mixon. But why don't we start internally with the fact that maybe we need to do some things differently in the way we're coaching up these guys during the week so that we don't have to wait for disasters to happen to go, oh, we'll fix that in practice this week. Why wasn't it fixed in practice last week before it became a problem?
Exactly. And that's fundamentals. It comes down to it, honestly. And with that, I mean, that's pure frustration. That's coaching. That's also on the players, too, because you see some things like Laremy Tunsil says. I mean, sometimes it's like kind of like, oh, I'm doing my job. The other guys aren't doing their job type of thing. And then with the penalties, it just really makes it frustrating if you are a Texans fan, too, because it's the same thing that are holding this team back, honestly, for the past few years.
You know, the thing is, too, when you look at it, they can still right the ship one more time, but take ownership in what you've done, right? When Tunsil had all the penalties early in the season, he said, look, I without saying, first of all, saying, I don't want to put all the blame or deflect the blame from me. And then he deflected all the blame off of him and basically said it was continuity and things that they need to be working on. Well, regardless of whether it is just him or it was continuity, the coaches need to grab the bull by the horns, and they need to do some things to make sure that it was rectified quickly. A lot of it was. But when you look at now, the only guy to really step up now and say, with the quotes coming out of camp yesterday and today and after the game, was at least Titus Howard was able to say, I hate seeing CJ go down. Like, it's on us. We all have to do better. I have to do better. That's at least what the fans want to hear and deserve to hear right now. Don't give me this high and mighty, oh, it's not me, it's us, and we're not doing this. When you have 6 or 8 penalties in a game on one individual, it really is you before it is all of us. And that's what has to be addressed too. I get that D'Amico doesn't like to put too much in the media. I get that he doesn't want to address his players, at the podium. But at the same time, then go into practice and shake things up. Before we even see a lineup change, or we all knew they're a week late in every situation. A week before the Jets game, after that game, we knew that Kenyon Green was not the answer anymore at guard, and a change needed to happen. What happened was we waited until the Jets game and gave him one more chance, and then our quarterback was sacked 8 times, and Quentin Williams threw him around like a rag doll, and then he, by the way, got hurt, and he's out for the year, but it happened too late.
For sure, exactly. And that's my thing, though. You want to protect your quarterback. Like you said, the 8 sacks, that's absolutely atrocious. I mean, it should be a command to know, like, obviously, CJ Stroud, he doesn't have any trust in the O-line. And how could you? Because, I mean, every single time, especially against a Jets defense like that. And now we'll see, obviously, the Lions, they don't have Aiden Hutchinson, but still they have a prominent pass attack sometimes, too. I mean, what can you make up for it? And we saw it with that Green Bay game, with the Minnesota game, when they start playing against these defenses, especially going into the playoffs potentially, because even some wild card teams right now, like you look at a team like the Chargers, like if they make a wild card, they're playing against Khalil Mack, playing against Bosa, or even the Broncos. They've had a really good season, even though they got blown out by the Ravens yesterday. So, I mean, it's just a lot there. Hopefully they can get some of these things together going into week 10, because you have, 8 more weeks basically until the postseason, and then it starts to get real.
But like that final stretch of 3 games, Miami's getting better. If Tua plays, that one looked tough at the start of the year. Then it looked like it might be an easy one when Tua was out and maybe wouldn't play the rest of the year. He's getting back. Their offense is getting on track. Depending on how they look and what their playoff chances are, that's going to be a big one. But then the Ravens, the Chiefs, the big games that everybody's waiting for. Are you going to be playing your best football? Because right after that, you're going to be ready for the playoffs. If indeed you are able to hang on and win this division, which you should be able to do, then you got to be playing at a certain level too. Otherwise, the whole season could be ruled as a disaster and a disappointment, because you didn't do enough, like right now, to prevent the possibility of the bottom falling out. Because Nick Caserio has less than 24 hours. And as much as the start of the season and when they got off to the hot start, everybody said, well, the deadline is not that important because you can add some depth.
Right.
No, you need to add a starter.
Exactly.
You need to add at least one. You need to at least look at 1 and maybe 2 moves and multiple positions, because this team isn't as good as we thought they were. And then with the subtraction of Diggs and the fact that you've had suspensions, you've had injuries, You need to make sure that you better yourself now so that you aren't a disappointment later when it really does matter, because so much is riding on this season for so many.
Right, exactly. I mean, the expectation, it was the AFC Championship or even the Super Bowl. So that we talked about that Chiefs game, the Ravens game in December. That's a three games in 10-day window.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a tough stretch for sure. And then playing against even the Chiefs, that defense, they stopped the run. So it'll be interesting to see, especially Joe Mixon, who's been great all this year, go against that defense, especially with this O line too. That's going to be a huge question mark. But yeah, Houston just has a lot of problems, and we'll see if they're able to compensate for that, make up for it tomorrow with the deadline. Because I mean, they need to make some type of move. You can't stay intact right now.
Here's my thinking too. When you think about what the Chiefs did, it's one thing to say they upgraded wide receiver and their outside linebackers, but you know what they did? They gave up very little to nothing to get them.
Exactly.
And so if we know, and what we talked about earlier in the show about some of the worst trades Nick Caserio has made, thankfully a majority of them were centered around 7th round picks, 6th round picks that you traded for, and then they didn't make the team. You cut them the next week, you cut them within 3 weeks. But that's what it's the going rate right now to get actual good players. The Bears have Nate Davis at guard. They're paying him $8 million. They're willing to pay a good portion of the $4 million left on his contract. He was a former highly thought of offensive lineman in this league that could help you right now and be better than anything that you have. Go get him.
Exactly.
And then worry about it later after the season. You can change. You can do what you need to do. But because you have such meaningful football to be played, because your schedule does get tougher, you have to attack now before the deadline hits. Because even after we get by the offensive line, we don't know if Nico's going to be back this week, as you mentioned. But when he comes back, you're hoping he's going to be the same player he was before he got hurt. But how long does it take to get him there? Tank's got to be the same guy too. Hutchinson didn't do anything after he looked like he could possibly step up. Mechie might be doing some things. Jeremy said he watched the tape. But here's the thing. Mechie on that timing route across the middle late in the game when they needed that score. Yeah, the ball was a little behind him. He didn't catch it. CJ didn't put it in the right spot. How does that happen? They're not on the same page timing-wise. So you need to get guys that are going to run the routes, that are going to do – if you could get a veteran receiver and it doesn't cost you much. And, we mentioned some of the guys that are out there. When you look at Slayton with the Giants, when you look at Thielen if he's available with Carolina, it shouldn't cost you much to get a better, more experienced receiver in the building so that, one, it's an insurance policy, and two, you still have a viable third receiver option that maybe you didn't have because of who's on your roster when you lost Diggs. I just think that there's a ton of work for Nick Caserio to do between now and the deadline.
Yeah, I think so too, and it'll tell a lot if he actually makes some moves, especially at the wide receiver position. Missing Stephon Diggs, that really hurts because that allowed really Nico Collins to be more free. You really couldn't double anyone because then you had Tank Dell as well too. So now, whenever Nico comes back, even with Tank Dell being there, even with him returning for his first game, whenever that'll be, he'll probably see double teams for sure too, and the defense won't pay as much as they would have if Stephon Diggs was out there too. So it's a tough situation in Houston right now for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it, because I think that expectations changed when free agency hit. Right. And a lot of people thought that the Diggs moves on the sly were they look at them as free agent acquisitions. No, that was a trade. Right. That the Mixon deal was a trade. Then with the free agent additions of Autry, to increase and even Settle and Foley and the guys you brought in, Mario Edwards, guys that you were bringing in going, okay, they're bodies. No, they've been really good. And then Danielle Hunter is the big acquisition. And you have all the pieces, it looks like, except for a corner that was up in the air. And all of a sudden, Lassiter is the corner. You're too good not to do something to help this team out right now, because the rest of this team is too good to have to deal with the fact that you weren't willing to pull a punch, make a move, improve your offensive line, and maybe another position or two so that they have their best chance to win. Because it would really suck if Nick did everything preseason, the locker room was all bought in the season, and now you're going to punish them by not doing something at this point to get you to the end of the season. I think that would really suck.
Exactly. And nothing is guaranteed either. Even if you say we're going to have most of our roster next year, that's true too. But Jeremy talked about it a little bit earlier too. Will Anderson injuries with his ankle in the past year and a half too. Obviously, you're not hoping for that, but you never know. I mean, it's a game of attrition as well too. So next year, CJ Stroud going to his third season. What type of moves can you make? I mean, obviously you'll have the draft, free agency, things of that nature too. But like I said, nothing is guaranteed. We didn't expect Stephon Diggs to get injured, but boom, that ended up happening too. So it's really just a game.
But to your point, you've got Autry in the waiting in the wings, and you've got Jerry Hughes and guys that are already on your roster, so that you're deeper there.
Right.
You're not as deep as wide receiver because as much as you're hoping Hutch and Mechie are able to do more, right now they're showing you that
They haven't. You let Noah Brown go. That didn't look like much at the time, but now he's doing something somewhere else. And you're going, what are you going to do now, Nick, to get at least one more guy in here that can take away some of the doubt of whether Hutch and Mechie can do what you need them to do. Right. So the clock is ticking. All eyes are watching, and there's a whole lot more pressure on Caserio than I think that he or we thought there were going to be at this point in the season. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to get to our final break, and then we're going to lead you up to A&M basketball with our Car Wreck of the Day. If you got Car Wreck of the Day nominations, get them to us right now, 713-780-3776. You can text them. You can call them. You can get us on Twitter. You can get us on Twitch. You can get us on YouTube. AJ and me until 5:30 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy Branham out a little early today to get the college basketball season kicked off with a Cougars victory, hopefully, against Jackson State. We've got the Aggies kicking off their basketball season, starting with pregame at 5:30, so we're going to be off a little bit early. A lot of kudos and shout-outs go to Brian McDonald's fill-in, not Brian McDonald, because he got sick and decided to call in and do little to nothing. So A.J. Ross filling in for him. A.J. Russ in the building, doing a very, very, very good job getting in on the dialogue with me here in the final half hour of the program. But as you know, what we do when we do it, the last segment of the day, no matter when the show ends, is always the car wreck of the day. And there are no shortage of car wrecks for today's version. So let's get to the car wreck of the day, shall we, AJ?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
You don't have the lead in? You know, with the Sopranos and this is a letdown, AJ. You're going to blame BMAC? I don't mind that because everybody blames Mac because we could do the whole music and we could imitate it, but the bone is coming through on the shin of the soprano. No. Okay, so car wreck of the day. The first one that I found, because there was a lot of them that people were going through, and it could be yours and Abigail's favorite team, the Dallas Cowboys, who absolutely suck. They're an embarrassment, and they should be the car wreck of the day just about every day after yet another letdown. But for me, it was one that I hadn't heard anybody find yet. But Joe Kelly's at it again. Yeah, that Joe Kelly, the pouty face, getting to it with the Astros, pointing fingers, getting into it, Correa, all kinds of things. Oh, by the way, I looked it up during the playoff run, and Joe Kelly was never on their roster. And there was conversation in the World Series Joe Kelly was going to be on their roster at a certain point, but he never was. But now that Joe Kelly backed into another ring,
Joe Kelly has plenty to say, and this time the Yankees are in his crosshairs.
It's well known. We all knew. I mean, we're the Dodgers. We know every little detail. But I mean, past that, it was a fun series. I mean, they almost snagged a couple wins. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it was like the NCAA, like basketball, baseball, hockey, or football, I mean, like it was just a mismatch from the get go. Like we had a playoff re-ranking. Like they might be ranked 8th or 9th best playoff team. You know what I mean? Like you're putting the Padres ahead of them. You're putting the Phillies ahead of them. You're putting the Mets ahead of them. You're putting the Braves ahead of them, and the Braves just got unlucky because they had to play that doubleheader. You're putting, I mean, the Guardians played like crap, but the Guardians played better baseball around. Like it was just a complete mismatch, and it was kind of the same feeling from 2018 when we had to go play the Dodgers. Like the Red Sox were just a way better team. So all we knew is that we just had to play regular Dodger baseball. We didn't have to play out of our butts. We didn't have to do anything crazy, and we were going to win the World Series. It's facts. Like just look at the team, look at the talent. We ranked the teams, and they're ranked 8th, and they played against the number 1 seed. So, but like I said, everyone knew. We go through numerous scouting reports, videos. Like, hey, look at this, is sloppy play. Like, I mean, we pay attention to every single detail. You know, we have a lot of big superstars in our clubhouse, but the superstars also care and aren't lazy and play hard. So that's the difference and the biggest separator.
Joe Kelly, did anybody pay attention to the detail that you didn't play? Like, you get a ring, you should just shut your mouth, be happy as hell you got another ring, had nothing to do about it. You're lucky that you actually throw harder than you weigh, and that's the reason why you're even relevant on a major league roster, and yet you can't keep your big trap shut. And here we are again, Joe Kelly bumping his gums, talking about a victory that he had nothing to do with, and putting down the team that, oh, by the way, had one of the best records in baseball. I mean, look, I hate the Yankees as much as the next person, but you got to give them their due in the fact that they deserve to be there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I agree. I mean, they dominated in the playoff run and really throughout the season. Just honestly, it came down to the Dodgers being the better team, obviously, in the postseason. We saw that. Freddie Freeman, he went off in this World Series. Ohtani, of course, he suffered that injury, but they were obviously the better team. Yet the Yankees had a collapse, but
People can bang on Aaron Judge, and it's well-deserved.
Right.
And the fact that, look, I compared him to the Killer Bees, and the fact that no matter what you do in the regular season, if you don't do it in the playoffs, you become Bagwell and Biggio, and you are going to be labeled. And now he's being labeled, so much so that the big Twitter comments were Aaron Judge is going to make an appearance on New Year's Eve in Times Square so he can teach everybody how to drop the ball, not just the ones that watched him drop it in the outfield. I mean, those things are going to happen. Soto had an unbelievable year, but now you better not lose him. But the fact still remains, they had one of the best seasons in the regular season in the entire league. For Joe Kelly to say something like that was a bit much in my mind. So for me, he's my car wreck of the day. You got any other nominees, lates that you want to add? And then we had a list on there too.
Yeah, I would say the fan talking trash to Jason Kelly in his face. I mean, that was pretty messed up. But I mean, I don't have respect, but at least he talked to him. But I mean, his phone found out that you shouldn't be talking trash to a Philadelphia faithful.
Oh, Kelsey, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, how do you feel about the fact that Kelsey's taking strays because he repeated the slur that the fan called Travis? And if you missed it, the guy had plenty to say to Jason Kelsey, who was on game day on Saturday at Penn State. And when he was leaving, they were following him, and fans were smarting off to him and said, your brother is an F for dating Taylor Swift. And then he eventually had enough, and he took the guy's phone and he spiked it down on the ground and said, how's the F now? To something to that degree. And people are saying, should Jason Kelsey be fired from ESPN? No. Should he face ramifications? Should he? And someone saying neither person should have said it. I kind of give him a pass because he's not calling someone that. He's retaliating for someone that called his brother that. You're going to defend your brother.
Right. Exactly. I feel the same way. I mean, I'm watching what's called Countdown is on right now. He's on there right now talking right now. I mean, I would have done the same thing. He's defending his brother, and the fan really effed around and found out. So I mean, it's really that.
Is he? Because the question was going to become too: at what is he going to defend it or apologize for it? And would he do it on ESPN or would he do it on his podcast with his brother on Wednesdays?
Honestly, I would probably do it on the podcast. I think because they can be more raw there. Honestly, him and Travis.
Plus, he's going to get a lot more run.
Yeah,
because people are going to watch it anyway. But yeah, people are going to, like you said, he can say whatever he wants, and people are going to be dialed in for it. And you look, it's self-promotion. I mean, look, there's no bad publicity when you can get everybody to come to your website yet again or your podcast. So
Exactly.
you're probably right. All right, so we got to get out of here for A&M basketball. I don't know how much time we got left, but if you got to pick a winner between those two, which one are you going with?
You talking about Monday Night Football?
Well, of the two car wrecks of the day, you're going for the fan that was all over Kelsey, or are you going with the Joe Kelly comments?
I would probably say the fan over Kelsey, just because like you see all these trolls online talking, but some of them have the bravado to do it in person, but to actually do it and see a fan actually get humble like that, I think it was kind of refreshing to me.
See, because it's also the James Franklin one too. The fan
Yeah.
that, again, you're willing to talk a lot of mess, and when James Franklin asks you what's your name, put your name on it, he turns and runs away. The cowardly fan, it's just too much to take sometimes because they feel like as long as they can stay anonymous and they can run and hide, that they can say whatever they want. And too many people are too confident these days. Look
Yeah.
at social media.
That's true.
So I think that that's a bigger issue. To me, Joe Kelly's still going to be Joe Kelly, and I'd never miss an opportunity to crap all over Joe Kelly because he deserves it. So we'll just call it a push because I think both of them deserve it equally as well, and we can leave it there.
Right. Exactly. No, I agree with you.
All right, we got to get to A&M basketball. We appreciate y'all listening. Texas A&M Aggies pregame show coming up next. New producer in the house, too. I don't know how you're going to feel about that. But make sure you enjoy the Aggies, and Jeremy and I and the Killer Bees are going to be back intact tomorrow for another day to carry through the rest of the week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, have a good my bad. I didn't know you were a Cowboys fan too. I am one.
I
of
did
those.
not say I was a Cowboys fan. Who said that? No, he did
He did
not.
say that. Oh, you are a Texans fan. I forgot about that.
Yeah. No way he was said